This is the hottest story about the apocalypse on the internet. The whole story is written very delicately, meticulously, and logically. The male protagonist, Duan Fei, has reincarnated twice. The first time, he faced zombies. Because of fear, he abandoned his own sister. In the end, he lived for 20 years in guilt and self-blame. Finally, in a mission, he faced a super strong zombie and died. In his last moment before death, he was not afraid of death, but afraid that he would not have anyone to face his sister. But when Duan Fei woke up, he found himself still lying on the bed in his house. You should know that his house was destroyed 20 years ago, and at this time, the air outside the window was no longer filled with the rotten smell. When Duan Fei realized that he might have crossed over, he immediately ran to his sister's room. He finally saw his sister again and shed tears of regret. After all, he had always blamed himself for abandoning his sister in his previous life. Duan Fei hugged his sister tightly. He apologized, but his sister clearly did not know what was going on. She thought that her brother had a dream and comforted him instead. Finally, Duan Fei saw the clock on the table. At this time, there were only about 10 hours left before the apocalypse broke out. He had to prepare well. So Duan Fei said goodbye to his sister and went to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Because he had experience from his previous life, Duan Fei knew that he had to survive the first 7 days of the zombie outbreak before he could think about development. Then, when Duan Fei arrived at the supermarket, he crazily bought food and treated the supermarket as a wholesale store. After all, in the next period of time when the zombies broke out, having a lot of money would be useless. And Duan Fei wanted to store more supplies, so he even called a truck. The truck driver saw Duan Fei buying so much stuff and joked that he was preparing to run away. But Duan Fei knew that even if he told them that there would be a zombie outbreak next, they would not believe him. Then, Duan Fei paid the driver double the fare and told him to go home quickly. And Duan Fei, after storing enough food, made some emergency weapons and paper maps. At this time, his sister came over angrily and blamed Duan Fei for spending all the money in the house. And Duan Fei explained that there would be a zombie outbreak next. His sister rolled up Duan Fei's forehead and said, "You are really weird today." Duan Fei thought to himself, in this life, I must protect my sister well and never be a coward like in my previous life. At this time, animals turned into zombies all over the world. And this fat guy thought it was just a stray dog. But the next second, he was knocked down to the ground. Then, there were zombies everywhere outside the door. And when Duan Fei and his sister were on the balcony and witnessed everything, suddenly there was a knock on the door. The apocalypse officially began. But the male lead, Duan Fei, because of his experience from the previous time, had already prepared enough supplies. But at this moment, the door of the room was knocked continuously. The one knocking on the door was the ant from next door who was asking for help. At this time, Duan Fei remembered that in his previous life, because of the anti's knocking, he had led the zombies in. And at that time, Duan Fei chose to run away by himself and left his sister behind. The disability and the feeling of being abandoned, Duan Fei had also experienced when he carried out the last tail-cutting mission in his previous life. He and Uncle Ching were in charge of the small monsters behind. They thought that zombies were not scary at all, but who knew that the situation changed? Then, 3 high-level zombies suddenly appeared. After that, Uncle Ching saw that Duan Fei could not fight back and ran away by himself. And his fleeing figure was very similar to himself when he ran away. He only left Duan Fei to deal with the 3 high-level zombies. The feeling of being a weak person who was abandoned made Duan Fei feel more guilty towards his sister. Just as Duan Fei was still wondering whether to open the door or not, his kind-hearted sister still opened the door and prepared to let the auntie in to take refuge. But behind the door, a zombie appeared. Duong Xianyu immediately froze and did not know what to do. Seeing the zombie attacking him, Duan Fei made up his mind that he must protect his sister this time. Duan Fei immediately used his small flying knife and hit the zombie. No one can hurt my sister in this life. Duan Fei took the weapon that he had prepared beforehand and attacked this low-level zombie. Duan Fei relied on his combat experience from his previous life and swung his knife down. Then he thought chaotically and swung faster and faster. Even though the zombie had already died, Duan Fei still did not stop because he seemed to be cutting his own weakness from before. But behind him came his sister's cry. His sister saw his brother's appearance, almost going crazy to protect himself, which made her more afraid than these zombies. Duan Fei hugged his sister tightly and softly comforted her. Suddenly, a reminder sounded, killing a zombie, getting 3 evolution points, preparing to open the system. Duan Fei felt himself enter a ritual altar and fragments of information flew into his brain. His body was brought into the system. Then he understood that he had received an enhancement from the system and could use evolution points to enhance his own attributes. After Duan Fei tried to enhance his strength, he immediately felt like drinking water and increasing his strength several times. When Duan Fei woke up, he found that his sister was watching over him. Then he comforted her that he was fine and planned to go out to clean up the environment around him. Otherwise, it would lead to more zombies. But when Duan Fei opened the door again, he found that the corpse outside had disappeared and there was a blood trail along the corridor. Because of the evolution tree system, after enhancing Duan Fei's strength, his body also grew taller and his clothes did not fit anymore. Fortunately, his sister found their father's clothes and gave them to Duan Fei. Then his sister worriedly asked Duan Fei how their parents were doing and if they were okay after this happened. It turned out that when Duan Fei and Duong Xianyu were very young, their parents had left this house and only sent a large amount of money every year. Although Duan Fei had also thought of looking for his parents in his previous life, he searched for many years but there was no news. So Duan Fei could only comfort his sister that their parents would be fine and that taking care of themselves was the most important thing right now. And Duan Fei received the help of the system and decided to go downstairs to check the situation. One reason was that he wanted to kill zombies to earn evolution points. More importantly, he wanted to protect his sister's safety. Hearing that his brother wanted to go out at this time, Xianyu immediately became uneasy. Fortunately, thanks to Duan Fei's comfort, she finally agreed. She made him promise to come back before dinner because they lived on the 12th floor and the 13th floor was locked all year round. So Duan Fei only had to follow the floor and clean up downstairs after securing the elevator. Duan Fei started his plan as soon as he went downstairs. He saw a bald zombie eating and the bald one also noticed him and pounced on Duan Fei. But Duan Fei, after adding strength enhancement, only used one knife to solve the life of this low-level zombie. Then he got 1 evolution point, but only 1 evolution point had no attributes at all because he needed a lot of strength to level up now and it required 6 evolution points. Leveling up mental strength required 10 evolution points and the power of the mind could awaken and become a psychic awakening person. Their abilities were truly dominant existences but these things were too far away. He still had to quickly get evolution points. Duan Fei found a girl lying in the bathtub on the 11th floor who did not look like a zombie. Just as Duan Fei chose to leave, he heard a saliva sound behind him and a zombie behind him was showing its teeth and claws. Duan Fei reacted in time and turned around to deal with it. He realized that he could not relax his guard. When Duan Fei reached the last room on the 11th floor, he saw a girl inside holding a baseball bat ready. Seeing that he was a human, she still showed uneasiness. Then Duan Fei asked to enter and check once. Although the girl refused, Duan Fei blocked the door for his sister's safety and he could not let any mistakes happen. Duan Fei saw no signs of fighting in the room when he was about to leave. He heard a clear noise from the bedroom and there was something wrong in the room. So Duan Fei ignored the woman's obstruction and insisted on entering and opening the door. But Duan Fei did not expect that at this time the girl behind him had lifted up her baseball bat. In the event of a zombie outbreak, what should one do if their relatives become zombies? When Duan Fei opened the door to check the storage room, the scene before his eyes made him completely stunned. He saw a child who had turned into a zombie eating, and his mother had clearly hidden this fact. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt a cold wind behind him, and when he turned his head, he saw Aunt Li swinging a stick at him. Duan Fei was lucky to dodge, and questioned Aunt Li about her intention, but at that moment the zombie child pounced on him. Although the zombie was very fast, its strength was not very strong. After Duan Fei avoided one attack, he kicked it away with a dragon tail sweep. But Aunt Li stretched out her two arms and blocked her son from Duan Fei's harm. No matter how Duan Fei tried to wake up Aunt Li, he told her that he had turned into a zombie and was not her son anymore. But Aunt Li still hoped that her son was just sick and would recover when the antidote was found. She believed that her lovely child would return to her side again. Just as Aunt Li was wasting her energy to protect her son, the zombie child behind her flew over and kept saying that he hated extra classes. Duan Fei wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The next second, the zombie child stabbed his mother's chest with one hand. Aunt Li fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness and a pool of blood. This scene made Duan Fei unable to suppress his anger and prepared to deal with the zombie. But this zombie was held by Aunt Li's leg, begging him to spare her son. She trusted that her son would recover, but Duan Fei had reincarnated twice and knew well. Once turned into a zombie, they would never return to being human again. For the safety of his sister, Duan Fei had to eliminate all the dangers. Even though he was a cute child before, after cleaning up the 11th floor, Duan Fei made a bell wire. As long as there were zombies coming up, he would be able to hear the movement and protect his sister. When Duan Fei was about to go down to the 10th floor to clean up the zombies, he found a zombie with muscles all over his body mumbling. He said he was stronger than Duan Fei and saw food in front of him. He lifted his dumbbell and smashed it hard. Duan Fei knew that even though he had strengthened his strength with the system, he could not withstand such a heavy blow. He quickly dodged. This monster was very strong, but his movements were slow. He missed many times and Duan Fei attacked fiercely. But this attracted another Rubik's Cube. You should know that animals turning into zombies are the most terrifying, because their speed and smell are incomparable to humans. Facing the attacks from both sides of the two monsters, Duan Fei was hit and had no strength to fight back. What was more troublesome was that after Duan Fei was injured, the fresh blood attracted the attention of many zombies below. This time he reincarnated, although he had the help of the system, but Duan Fei's strength was still very small compared to them. The two powerful zombies in front of him chased after Duan Fei. The monster roared and swept his dumbbell over. His strength was very scary and Duan Fei did not dare to face it head-on. He ducked and luckily avoided it. Then he flashed a light in his eyes and slashed a storm attack on his chest. The monster was cut open but he did not feel any pain. He became more excited and started his ultimate move towards Duan Fei. Duan Fei jumped up high to avoid the attack, but Warwick behind him took the opportunity to attack from behind. He bit and clawed at Duan Fei, but Duan Fei was agile and dodged. Duan Fei knew in his heart that he was not their opponent, so he decided to lead them to another place. Otherwise, his safety would be in danger. But when Duan Fei was going down the stairs, he met the blockade of a group of zombies. They were all attracted by his blood. And when he turned his head, he saw the two monsters behind him. He decided to fight the low-level zombies in front of him first. These zombies were clearly easier to deal with. When Duan Fei had just killed a zombie, the monster chased after him and threw his dumbbell at him. Duan Fei dodged again and hit him with 3 consecutive attacks. But he could not see Duan Fei anymore. At this time, Duan Fei had escaped into a room, but unfortunately, Warwick had the skill of tracking by smell. So they soon found him, and then the monster hit him hard. Duan Fei was knocked down to the lower floor and fell into a pool of blood. This punch made Duan Fei gasp for breath, and he was surrounded by a group of zombies. Duan Fei was exhausted and wondered if he was going to die again. He thought that starting over again, he was still a waste as before. Just as Duan Fei's will was declining, the bell on the 11th floor suddenly rang. This meant that there were zombies threatening Xinu's safety. Duan Fei immediately woke up and knew that he could not give up. He had to protect his sister. As long as Xinu was alive, he could not give up. He would not end this life like this. Then, Duan Fei used 3 evolution points to increase his agility. He still had 2 evolution points left. Duan Fei prepared to go upstairs and saw 4 zombies blocking his way. That meant he had 4 evolution points. Duan Fei had an idea in his heart. As long as he killed them all, he could increase his strength by 3 levels. He attacked them with a thunderbolt meteor strike, which was Duan Fei's magic. He suddenly killed 4 zombies and earned 4 evolution points. Then, Duan Fei chose to spend 6 evolution points to upgrade Xinu's strength. He hoped that she would be safe and sound. But Xinu was waiting in the house and heard a knock on the door outside. She always asked if it was her brother who had returned. Xinu hoped to get an answer, but there was no voice at all. Xinu was worried about her brother's safety, so she reached out to the door lock and prepared to open it. Outside the door was a group of hungry zombies. And this lovely girl in a wheelchair, because she was worried about her brother's danger, chose to open the door anyway. Fortunately, when Xinu opened the door, Duan Fei had returned in time and quickly dealt with the 2 zombies outside the door. When Duan Fei was about to go back to the room, Xinu thought it was a zombie who had come and locked him outside the door. Then Xinu heard her brother's voice and opened the door again. But at this time, Duan Fei saw the monster following behind him. He comforted his sister by waiting in the house and said he would deal with it. Then, he fired his infinite bullet straight at the monster. "It ends here. I won't let you take another step." The opponent roared, "I can go wherever I want." Then, he took a step forward. Duan Fei immediately flew forward, his speed was very fast. The monster did not react in time and was cut by Duan Fei on his leg. And at this time, Warwick's attack also followed closely behind. Duan Fei jumped back and threw out his infinite tracker. A flash of light killed Warwick, then he looked at the monster who had lost his leg but could still move. Duan Fei just wanted to test the strength of level 3, so he decided to fight head-on with the monster. With a final slash, he cut the monster in half. From then on, he could not go anywhere anymore. With the system's notification, he finally had a moment of peace. But Duan Fei knew that this was just the beginning. When the zombie evolution frenzy came, they would all mutate. To get more evolution points and for his sister's safety, Duan Fei always killed from the 12th floor to the 1st floor. Fortunately, there were no powerful zombies in this building. With Duan Fei's increased strength, he finally eliminated all the zombies in the building. Only one zombie was left screaming outside the iron gate. Duan Fei threw a dart at him and made him stop breathing. He cleaned up the blood on his body and checked the system's evolution tree. He found that he only had 8 evolution points left. Not as many as he had imagined. It seemed that to get more points, he had to go out into the outside world. Duan Fei and his sister looked at the chaotic world outside. Although the news reported that they had controlled the spread of the accident, it was clearly just to make the people less afraid. Duan Fei said that no matter what happened, he would protect his sister carefully. Seeing his sister's worried face, Duan Fei thought that she did not trust him. But his sister said, "No, I'm worried about you. Xinu also wants to help you, not sit in a wheelchair forever." Duan Fei knew that tonight's meteor shower would be the turning point of humanity. At this time, his sister might have a chance to stand up again. These meteors were primordial matter that changed human destiny. The primordial energy would be absorbed by zombies and mutate into GN particles. After humans used GN particles, they could awaken their abilities and gain superpowers. There were also some people who would directly absorb the primordial energy and gain superpowers. And at this time, there was a primordial meteor flying towards Duan Fei's house. After Duan Fei observed it, he found that it was not far from his house. He prepared to leave tomorrow morning and compete for the primordial matter. Xianu had to get it. Duan Fei decided to go to a place 100 meters outside to find the primordial matter, so that his sister could stand up again. Although his sister was very worried about his safety, Duan Fei had made up his mind not to miss the opportunity to cure his sister. Be patient for a little longer, you will soon be able to get out of the wheelchair. He said something she did not understand again. Compared to her being able to stand up, she hoped more that her brother would be safe. Duan Fei finally left the door. Before leaving, he left a walkie-talkie for his sister. They could talk within the building range and he would tell her when he came back. Then Duan Fei went into the elevator and left. At this time, his sister's voice came from the walkie-talkie. She apologized to her brother for risking his life to protect her, but she still complained. "It's okay, Xianu, I understand your worry. But I'm not the same as I was 2 days ago." Then, his sister told Duan Fei, the ring she gave him was in his bag, so that Duan Fei had to come back safely. Then Duan Fei carried his sister's wish and stepped on the road. By now, the city had been severely attacked, and although there were few zombies during the day, he had to be very careful. Just as Duan Fei crossed the road, he was spotted by a zombie in a car, and before he could take out his weapon, a hand came out from under his feet. Fortunately, Duan Fei dodged in time and jumped on the roof of the car. He took out his Angelus 2 scythe and easily solved it. At the same time, there were also some soldiers in the city who were cleaning up zombies. After the meteor shower last night, there were clearly fewer zombies. Xiao was a girl who ran over and was lucky to be saved. And the beautiful woman who turned off the light was called Sister by her. She was Xiao's team leader in the army. There were 2 bosses who quarreled and wanted to go back to their company. Facing such stupid people, the team leader grabbed their collars and told them that she was an armed police officer, not a bodyguard. They should not order others around. Going out now was looking for death, and facing the team leader's eyes, the man immediately lost his arrogance and obediently admitted his mistake. But then, the seeds of evil in the long-haired man's heart were also planted. Then, the team leader asked Xia to contact the guard team outside and tell them that there were fewer zombies outside because of the meteor shower. They should hurry back and wait for rescue from headquarters. But Duan Fei was now approaching the primordial matter and there were more and more zombies around him. After dealing with some zombies blocking his way, Duan Fei saw a hole-emitting light in front of him. He decided to observe the situation first and then go there later. He lifted his binoculars and looked at it. This irregular crystal might be the primordial matter, because he had never seen it before in his previous life. Duan Fei was just guessing when he found a zombie next to it that looked abnormal. It kept hitting the hole. Thinking of the zombies around him getting more and more, Duan Fei decided to act immediately anyway. It would be harder to deal with them at night. Duan Fei used his super fast speed to move forward and quickly passed through the ordinary zombies. Then he jumped up high and prepared to quickly kill the zombie around the hole. But when his weapon touched that zombie, a strange thing happened. His weapon was broken and then the zombie's body began to change. First, a pair of red ears grew on its head, then strange red patterns appeared on its body. He saw Evelyn slowly turn her head and start killing. Who would have thought that the beautiful girl in front of him was a zombie? Duan Fei had just found the primordial matter, but he saw the beautiful Evelyn. When he saw her yellow eyes, he felt a chill, because she was the kind of primordial that humans hated the most. Duan Fei was still wondering why she was here, when Evelyn flew to attack him. Duan Fei hurriedly stabbed out his energy staff, but Evelyn easily caught it. Then, Evelyn used her strength and threw Duan Fei into the sky. Seeing this, Duan Fei quickly abandoned his energy staff and jumped in the air, but before he landed, he was surrounded by vines. Duan Fei casually threw out his scythe and cut off all the vines. Evelyn's powerful eyes flashed and brought a lot of pressure to Duan Fei. Before he could breathe, Evelyn shot out many more vines and stabbed Duan Fei. Duan Fei knew he was not her match, so he wanted to get the primordial matter and leave. Evelyn seemed to understand his thoughts and shot out countless vines next to the primordial matter, covering it completely. Duan Fei could only cut off the vines that attacked him, but he could not match Evelyn's regeneration speed. Duan Fei felt bitter in his heart and she smiled. Could it be that she had her own consciousness? The powerful zombie yesterday, the primordial today, these things were different from his previous life's knowledge. It was another surprise attack. Although Duan Fei tried his best to avoid it, he was still seriously injured. At this time, Duan Fei noticed that there was a different colored energy in the primordial matter's power that connected to Evelyn. What was going on? Could it be that she was a guardian specially created by the primordial matter? Thinking of this, Duan Fei lifted his foot and ran, because he determined that Evelyn could not be too far from the primordial matter. And Evelyn, seeing Duan Fei running away, attacked again. Duan Fei quickly turned around and cut off the vines behind him. Duan Fei ran out of the encirclement and vomited blood. And Evelyn let out an angry roar, but did not step out of the hole. He guessed right. Then Duan Fei went to a nearby room to rest and looked at the meteor hole and began to think. A while later, Duan Fei took out a bottle of human blood. Soon after, a motorcycle sound came. Evelyn stretched out in midair and began to observe. It turned out that Duan Fei was driving a motorcycle towards her, and there were a bunch of zombies following him. The scene was very spectacular. When he was close to the hole, Duan Fei took out the blood and threw it into the hole. Then he accelerated and performed a stunt on his motorcycle. Then he cut off the fuel tank and dropped it. Immediately, Evelyn's body twitched with human color, and then a group of zombies rushed over, along with more and more zombies. They completely surrounded Evelyn. But in Evelyn's eyes that were surrounded, there was a flash of light. Suddenly, many vines pierced through the chests of these zombies. Duan Fei watched this scene from afar and thought that he just wanted to use these low-level zombies to consume some of Evelyn's energy, so that he could benefit from it. Facing so many zombies, Evelyn swung her vines in her hand and countless zombies fell one after another. But these zombies seemed endless, and as soon as one wave was killed, another wave rushed over. And some zombies took this opportunity to run to Evelyn's side and hug her long legs. The other zombies also pounced on her and hugged her tightly. Facing these lustful ones, Evelyn clenched her teeth and flew up again. Her eyes glowed coldly. Countless vines fell from the sky and then clenched their green roots. They gradually covered her and turned into a green prison. All the zombies were unlucky and did not survive, they were completely wiped out. So Duan Fei decided to lure even more zombies. He could not let her have a chance to recover her strength, otherwise he could not beat her. But just as Duan Fei was thinking about what to do, suddenly a lion dog ran in. This big-toothed creature, just looking at it, you can see that it is not an ordinary dog. The lion dog only glanced at Evelyn, then bared its teeth and pounced on her. But Evelyn's vines did not cause any damage to the lion dog. The vines made Duan Fei feel difficult to deal with. In front of the lion dog, they were like paper. Then the lion dog knocked Evelyn down to the ground. Looking at the color of its fur, Duan Fei found out that it was a mutant that had almost evolved. It must have also come from the original strain. If it swallowed the original strain, it could complete its evolution. Just as the lion dog was about to eat Evelyn, Evelyn suddenly launched her vines and knocked it away. Evelyn staggered up and maintained a defensive posture. At this time, both of them were injured all over, but the lion dog's strength was clearly abundant. After avoiding Evelyn's attack, it rushed up again and bit Evelyn's shoulder. Duan Fei in the distance secretly cried out, if it ate the original strain and evolved, it would be a waste. So Duan Fei prepared to go up and help Evelyn, but he felt something was wrong and stopped his steps. Was the original strain really knocked down? Her breath did not disappear at all. Sure enough, Everly falling to the ground was just pretending to be dead. When the lion dog was not paying attention, she used all her strength and launched her vines again, stabbing the lion dog in midair. It seemed that Evelyn was also trying to lure Duan Fei in, wanting to use her last bit of strength to deal with Duan Fei and the lion dog together. Everly was exhausted now, even standing up was very hard, but she still looked annoyed at Duan Fei. Why didn't he fall for her clever trap, you despicable human? But then, do you think you can beat me like this? Facing Evelyn's challenge, Duan Fei looked indifferent. This question should be asked by me. Finally, Duan Fei tore off his coat and held his sickle up. He did not hesitate and jumped into the pit, ready to have a final showdown with Evelyn. Facing Evelyn's sudden vine attack, Duan Fei easily blocked it. Clearly, Evelyn's attack had weakened a lot. Facing Evelyn launching more vines, Duan Fei could clearly see their trajectory and cut them off one by one. He even cut off one of Evelyn's arms in one breath. Evelyn glared at Duan Fei angrily, but Duan Fei was not afraid at all and calmly looked back. Evelyn, how could she stand such a challenge? She immediately went crazy and countless vines sprouted from the ground. Her severed arm also grew back. Then she evolved into a huge monster that looked nothing like the beautiful woman before. Could it be that the original species had provided her with power? With the energy from the original species, Evelyn completed her final form and transformed into a huge monster. Then she attacked Duan Fei. Her power was far beyond before. Duan Fei barely dodged. As soon as the Leo wires stretched the attack distance, Evelyn's range also followed closely. The continuous attacks made Duan Fei a bit exhausted. Even if he wanted to retreat, Evelyn had used the Leo wires to block his way. Evelyn laughed crazily. Do you think I will give you a chance to escape a second time? Then she launched more Leo wires to attack Duan Fei. Facing so many Leo wires, Duan Fei was a bit overwhelmed. If this continued, it would be dangerous. He had to think of a way quickly. At this moment, suddenly a thorn stabbed towards Duan Fei. The speed was too fast, and Duan Fei could not avoid it at all. Just when the sharp thorn was only 1 millimeter away from Duan Fei's eye, the thorn suddenly stopped, and Evelyn trembled and stood unsteadily. Her whole body was bleeding, and then she fell down with a bang. Seeing this situation, it seemed that Evelyn's body had exhausted its strength. She could not withstand this powerful force. Moreover, this body could not resist anymore for her to continue fighting. She was really a pitiful tool. Although Evelyn tried to force herself and launched another attack, she was already out of momentum at this time. Duan Fei easily blocked her attack, then flew forward and cut off all the Leo wires on her body. Finally, he directly cut off Evelyn's 2 legs, and the huge body suddenly fell down. Evelyn was unwilling and asked Duan Fei why he was so obsessed with the original species as a human being. Duan Fei did not answer her and continued to ruthlessly wield the short sword in his hand. He would not give Evelyn any chance. Although they were not of the same kind, they each had something they wanted to protect, but she made a wrong choice because of the strength of the other party. He had understood her kind of spirit that would not die even if they were dead for 20 years. So he could understand that she would not stop fighting in front of the person she protected until either the enemy's life was exhausted or her own life was exhausted. In the end, Duan Fei personally ended it. The system rang out and reminded him that he had successfully killed an original life species and received 100 evolution points. It was finally over. If every original species had a protector, then this force could not be underestimated. But he finally got the last original species in his hands, and Xinu would soon wake up again. Then, Duan Fei was about to take the original species in, but as soon as he touched the original species, a strange energy was transmitted to Duan Fei, and he felt that his injuries had healed a lot. Was this the energy of the original species? It was amazing. With it, Xinu would surely be able to awaken her special ability. Thinking about it, he felt happy that the original species could help his sister awaken her special ability. Duan Fei could not hide his joy, but he did not know that the body of the lion dog was shaking. The battle with Evelyn was a matter of life and death, but fortunately Duan Fei won in the end. Then Duan Fei took the original species and prepared to go home quickly. He noticed that there seemed to be some movement in the body of the lion dog. Duan Fei cautiously walked to the side of the lion dog and found that a mutant beast suddenly came out of its belly. Duan Fei was very surprised. How could this be? The mutant beast had given birth to a cub. It was clear that the lion dog was about to give birth before it died, and the cub would inherit all the energy of its mother. This kind of anomaly was very rare. Duan Fei held the golden dog that was staggering towards him. The mutant beast that was just born could be tamed, and it would regard the first person it saw as the closest relative, and it would be completely loyal and trustworthy. The puppy saw Duan Fei and made a sound of you and licked Duan Fei's face. It was clear that the puppy had accepted Duan Fei as its owner. Duan Fei had a great harvest today. Then he named the puppy Kim Bao. Kim Bao was still very weak when he was born. So Duan Fei put Kim Bao and the original species in his backpack and planned to go home before dark. And at this time, there were still 5 days left before the end of the Kai event. Duan Fei, because he had the original species in his backpack, attracted many zombies. So Duan Fei immediately sped up his pace, thinking of going back quickly, but at this time the ground in front of him suddenly collapsed. Duan Fei knew that his actions had been discovered by zombies in the next second. Many mutant mice appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Duan Fei felt a headache. This kind of flock of mutant beasts was the hardest to deal with. It was obvious that they came from the original species. Duan Fei did not intend to stay long, he just wanted to escape quickly and find a safe place to hide first. At this time, Captain Ha, who was soaring out in the workshop, noticed Duan Fei. He thought he was a normal survivor and was about to send some old men to rescue him. But he found out that Duan Fei's speed was very fast, his body skills surpassed ordinary people, and he could even avoid the attacks of 5 mutant mice. This person was definitely not simple. Then Captain He asked Van Van to inform Old Lai to prepare for battle. Duan Fei's goal happened to be the workshop where Captain Ha was hiding. Duan Fei's speed was very fast, but the speed of the mutant beasts behind him was not slow either. They were about to catch up with Duan Fei. At the critical moment, Duan Fei crossed the high wall into the workshop. Duan Fei avoided a disaster and breathed heavily, but he did not know that the original species in his backpack had disappeared. Duan Fei entered the basement parking lot of the workshop and planned to stay here until dawn before going back. But as soon as Duan Fei sat down and opened his backpack, he looked dumbfounded inside. There was only Kim Bao but no original species. Duan Fei wondered what was going on. Could it be that Kim Bao had absorbed the original species? But in the next second, the system's voice rang out, and Duan Fei found out that it was the evolution tree system that had absorbed the original species, and along with it, the system began to upgrade. Duan Fei's whole body was uncomfortable, as if he was torn apart, and this pain made him scream in agony. A violent energy surged around him with Duan Fei as the center. At this time, the wall behind Duan Fei suddenly collapsed, and the mutant mice had found their location. This was a new way of repaying gratitude for saving him from a beautiful woman before. Duan Fei used his gun to point at Captain Ha's team and pressed down on them before they could react. In fact, Captain Ha had noticed Duan Fei earlier. Duan Fei was in the basement parking lot, and because of the system upgrade, his body was very weak and powerless. He saw that the mutant mice had entered the basement parking lot, but he could only be alert and had no strength on his body. After that, the mutant mouse screamed and flew towards Duan Fei, who also closed his tired eyes. He thought it was really over, because even though he knew the danger was approaching, he couldn't cope with it. Then, at the critical moment, Kim Bao rushed over. Don't look at him as small, but he was very fierce. His body emitted a golden light and blocked Duan Fei. The mutant mouse that flew towards Duan Fei stopped, and all its attention shifted to Kim Bao. He saw that Kim Bao's body was emitting a golden light at this time, and his speed was so fast that it was strange. His eyes were white to the point of being like a 1000W light bulb, and he also had a pair of black wings. Kim Bao stood in front of Duan Fei with a majestic aura, facing the group of mutant mice. The only thing that made people feel a bit distracted was the difference in body size, but Kim Bao chose to attack first. Kim Bao flew up, using his extremely fast speed, and gave the mutant mouse a heavy blow. Lightning struck the mutant mouse's body, making it scream miserably. Then, Kim Bao's momentum did not scare the other zombies at all. Although Kim Bao temporarily repelled the mutant mouse, there were still a few mutant mice, along with many zombies, heading towards Duan Fei. Kim Bao saw this scene and didn't care about the mutant mouse he was facing. He ran directly to protect Duan Fei's side. He finally turned back in time, when the mutant mouse was about to eat Duan Fei. Next, Kim Bao used his body to hit the mutant mouse, but because of the huge difference in body size and the attack of the mutant mouse, Kim Bao was immediately knocked away and disappeared. But fortunately, he bought some time. Just when the mutant mouse was about to eat Duan Fei, Captain Xia's team arrived. After that, Captain Xia ordered everyone to start rescuing. But his teammates also raised doubts. Was it appropriate to bring an outsider into the refugee camp? What if he had been bitten by a zombie? It would be very dangerous. Captain Xia said that they couldn't ignore the survivor, and they just needed to isolate and observe him. Then, the three of them fought and retreated, preparing to return to the elevator and withdraw. After everyone swept a round of bullets, they temporarily blocked the zombies' advance. Taking this opportunity, they safely returned to the elevator. But Kim Bao, who was knocked away, was also surrounded by zombies at this time. With enemies on all sides, could Kim Bao escape safely? After Duan Fei was rescued back to the refugee camp, his mind entered into the evolution tree system. He saw that the two hands of the statue in front of him held up a bronze medal. Along with the bronze medal, rays of golden energy emerged and pulled Duan Fei into midair for treatment. Countless golden energies enveloped Duan Fei and slowly penetrated into his body. Kim Kwang held his forehead and rose up. Duan Fei woke up in the real world, but at this time, there was only 1 day left until the end of the Kai test. Just as Duan Fei woke up, Kim Bao had also successfully killed the zombies around him. He became the Great Kim Bao. By now, Duan Fei and Kim Bao were both safe and survived. But Duan Fei had just woken up. He didn't know where he was, and his head was very painful. He could only slowly recall everything. But when Duan Fei was thinking, the captain in front of him pointed a gun at Duan Fei. The captain didn't know what kind of person Duan Fei was. So he cautiously put pressure on Duan Fei. That way, Duan Fei couldn't answer straight away. He wanted to turn around and leave, but the captain was very strict. He warned Duan Fei not to leave. But the next second, the gun in the captain's hand was snatched by Duan Fei. He easily subdued her. Duan Fei said coldly, "I want to go, can you stop me?" This man just pinned a girl under him, and then a group of people came in to see. The people who rushed and all ordered Duan Fei to immediately let go of the captain. The captain explained to everyone that she was fine. After hearing the names of these people, Duan Fei knew that they were from the army. Then the captain had a chance to introduce herself. She was from the police team, and she was more armed. She also brought her teammates to save Duan Fei from the mouth of a mutant mouse. The two troublemakers from before added that it was all because of Duan Fei that they exposed their position. As a result, more and more zombies are gathering now. And because Duan Fei was in a coma for 4 days, they couldn't move. He was really a comet. But Duan Fei only heard one very important piece of news, which was that he had been in a coma for 4 days. Duan Fei remembered that he was attacked by a mutant beast and fell into a coma. So he immediately got up and ran home. His sister was still worried about him at home, waiting for him to come back. But at this time, the captain called Duan Fei back and invited him to join them to survive together. Right now, outside were all zombies, and it was very dangerous to go out like this. At the same time, there were also teammates pointing guns at Duan Fei, clearly not letting him leave easily. But who could stop Duan Fei? At this time, a shadow of a mutant beast outside also appeared. The people were terrified when they saw it. The next second, the beast suddenly roared, then broke the door and rushed in. A huge skeleton clawed at everyone by accident. The people were scared by the huge claws and ran around in panic. But Lang Van Van was scared to freeze on the spot, seeing that he was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, Duan Fei was quick and agile, blocking this fatal blow for Lang Van Van to quickly get away. But at this time, Duan Fei found that his speed and strength were both a bit unusual. According to his current level, he shouldn't be able to do these things. And with Lam Kuang shining on Duan Fei's body, he could resist this huge attack. This scene made the captain's people break down. They couldn't believe it. Was this still a human? At this time, Duan Fei shouted loudly, and knocked the giant beast out. Then Duan Fei jumped into the air, wanting to take advantage of the situation and deal with the beast in front of him. In his heart, Duan Fei was a bit puzzled. His skills on his body seemed to have improved a lot, but he didn't have time to think about it anymore. He had to deal with the beast in front of him first. Then, when Duan Fei's fist was about to fall, he suddenly stopped. Because he heard a familiar whimper. Duan Fei realized that the mutant beast in front of him was Kim Bao. Then Kim Bao happily licked Duan Fei's face. Duan Fei didn't understand why Kim Bao had changed so much. The difference was so big that Duan Fei couldn't recognize him. Duan Fei discovered that he could face Kim Bao alone. He grew up and opened the system screen of his attributes. He found out that his attribute level had not changed at all. But the Perfect Jealousy project required 10,000 evolution points to evolve again. Could it be that he had already activated it once? Then Duan Fei curiously entered the system tree of evolution. After entering the system, Duan Fei found out that it was different from last time. Then he understood that his attributes had broken through the initial upper level. That's why Duan Fei was so strong now. And the upper level of the gene breakthrough was very difficult. Duan Fei had seen S-level fighters risk their lives to break through the upper level in his previous life. But they ended up dying because of it. This obstacle prevented humans from evolving. This was called the gene shackles. And he had accidentally broken the gene shackles this time. So he could increase his energy infinitely in the future. Then Duan Fei rode Kim Bao back to the refugee camp in front of everyone's astonishment. Duan Fei explained that this was his pet. Because he ate zombies for a few days, he became like this. And he explained that Kim Bao thought they were hurting Duan Fei just now. So he attacked them. The captain who saw the person who took the pet as a pet demon too couldn't help but sweat coldly. At this time, the refugee camp outside had gathered zombies into groups. And the firepower of the captain's team was not enough to deal with so many zombies. They had to change their position. The captain naturally knew that they couldn't stay here for long. But now zombies were rioting everywhere, and nowhere was safe. This place was the only choice. At this time, Duan Fei suggested that they could go to the refugee camp 40 kilometers outside, and he could help them attract these zombies outside. He said that, and Duan Fei started to move his bones and muscles, ready to use his skills. But the captain thought that it was too dangerous for Duan Fei alone. Duan Fei said that this was his fault, and he didn't want to take along a fool like the captain. He really didn't respect the captain at all. Then he rode Kim Bao into the zombies, and although everyone behind him was very worried, they could only choose to trust Duan Fei. And the captain still wanted to know his name in the next meeting. Duan Fei looked at the zombies in front of him, and although his strength had improved, it was still very difficult to face these zombies with bare hands. He casually looked at a signpost on the road, then directly lifted it up with his hands, looked at the zombies in front of him, and smiled wickedly. The game begins now. Then he threw the signpost in his hand, immediately causing a storm of zombie killings around him, attracted by the noise. And the captain on the floor saw Duan Fei's bold action, saw him protecting his team from retreating, and attracting all the zombies over there, then immediately led his team to retreat, absolutely not wasting Duan Fei's good intention. And Duan Fei faced these zombies alone, and he confidently didn't let Kim Bao do it himself, but wanted to test his strength after evolving a bit more, because he couldn't do it himself. Kim Bao was so sad that he cried tears. After that, Duan Fei looked sternly at the person and the beast, and basically did not care about these zombies at all. Kim Bao silently followed behind him, while Duan Fei carried a signboard and stood in front of them. He looked coolly at the zombies that were very close to him, and then he made a move. He felt a little energy. He suddenly accelerated, swung the signboard and rushed forward. Then he swept hard and killed the zombies at the front. This powerful strength made Duan Fei secretly happy in his heart. This strength had really improved a lot. But the zombies did not have this feeling. They were not deterred by Duan Fei's decisive attack. Instead, more zombies rushed up. Duan Fei did not have many redundant movements. He directly lifted the signboard and smashed it on the ground. A huge force immediately pushed back many zombies in front. And at this moment, a loud noise attracted Duan Fei's attention. Finally, a zombie with a soul appeared. This zombie had awakened its special ability. Although it was only at the early stage of level F, it could not be underestimated. Finally, the tall zombie clawed at Duan Fei, but it was just a brute who only knew how to eat. This attack was easy for Duan Fei to avoid. And taking advantage of the opportunity, he swung the signboard in his hand and hit the opponent. But the tall zombie was not hurt at all, while the signboard in Duan Fei's hand was bent at 90 degrees. Duan Fei immediately felt speechless. It seemed that the opponent had awakened the special ability of Iron Skin. Thinking of this, Duan Fei was not afraid but happy. He showed a wicked smile on his face and said, "It just happens to be a sandbag for me. Let me test my limit strength." He needed a good sandbag to test his strength. At the same time, Haka's men had arrived at the warehouse ahead of time. Seeing that Duan Fei had not come yet, one of the young men was very impatient. He criticized Haka for not saving Duan Fei from the beginning. If not, they would not have come to this point. Now they had to leave quickly to find a safe place, or no one would be able to run away when it got dark. Haka was angry and told his subordinate Lao Lai to shut him up, but Lao Lai also felt that they should leave quickly. Who knew if Duan Fei was alive or dead? He was silent for a moment. The human heart at this time was fully exposed. A while later, Hatuet took a deep breath and told everyone that she would go to confirm Duan Fei's life or death. If she did not come back in 30 minutes, she told Lao Lai to lead everyone to a safe place. Just then, behind Haka and Chu Van, a zombie suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth wide and tried to bite them, but it was punched away by a figure who had just run over. It turned out to be Dan Phi, who had just arrived. He apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, I met some trouble on the way so I was late." He also said that he had almost cleared the zombies around here, and he would let Kim Bao escort Haka's group to a safe place. As for himself, he would go home to find his sister. After that, Haka's group sat on Kim Bao's back and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Haka told Duan Fei that he must come to a safe place as well. She still had many questions to ask him. Duan Fei immediately agreed, and then urged Kim Bao to leave quickly. A while later, a figure as fast as lightning flashed through the street. Suddenly, Duan Fei stopped his steps. The scene before his eyes made him feel panicked. Could it be that the army had come here? Why were there traces of fighting? Duan Fei kept shouting into the walkie-talkie, but no one answered. He hurriedly ran home. In Duan Fei's previous life memory, the army was busy building a base to escape at this time. They did not have time to go around killing zombies. Therefore, it could only be some self-proclaimed elements who took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble and benefit themselves. Then Xinu would be really in danger. When Duan Fei rushed into the building, indeed every floor had signs of being searched. It must have been done by those rogues. Those people were no longer bound by the law, and sometimes they were even more terrifying than zombies. But when he arrived at his door, the door had been smashed into pieces. There was no trace of Xinu in the house, only a wheelchair lying on the ground. Looking at the photo of him and his sister, a burst of anger rose to Duan Fei's head. "You scum, I will smash you into pieces." What could make this man so angry? It turned out to be a group of social scum. While Duan Fei was out looking for supplies, they had taken his only sister away. He must crush those bastards. On a street not far away, a car with a flat tire was surrounded by zombies. The people in the car kept shooting at the zombies, but they could not stop them from advancing. If they continued like this, they might die here. But the man behind them was very calm, because he had reported to his uncle and asked him to send the army to rescue them. And before the reinforcements arrived, he had to protect his little treasure well. That's right, it was Xinu's sister. Xinu did not understand why these people had to do this. Shouldn't they unite and fight against zombies? The man sneered and said he did not have the spirit of sacrificing for others. The chaotic situation like now was a great opportunity to develop his power. But he did not know that Duan Fei had found them. A loud noise rang out, and Duan Fei landed on the hood of the car. Xinu was excited and shouted, "Brother!" At this time, Duan Fei's face was very bad. He had murderous intent in his eyes that could not be hidden. He grabbed a henchman with one hand and threw him into the zombie crowd without looking. Another henchman panicked and quickly raised his pistol and aimed it at him, but he still could not escape being kicked away. At this time, Duan Fei calmly said, "Xinu, it's okay now." The man was furious and held Xinu tightly and told him not to come closer. But the next second, Duan Fei stepped on his arm and then grabbed his collar and lifted him up. The man kept shouting, "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this?" Duan Fei said coldly, "Long Quan Jia, a local rogue who relies on his uncle's power in the army to do evil things." He finished speaking and turned his face towards the zombie in front of him. This time, the butler Long was also terrified. He did not expect to beg Duan Fei for mercy, hoping that Duan Fei could spare him. But at that moment, there was a helicopter sound in the air. The butler Long laughed crazily, "They are here. You are dead for sure." Duan Fei just sneered contemptuously, let go of his hand and threw him into the zombie horde. The butler Long was quickly buried by the zombies. This scene was seen by the people on the helicopter. The captain immediately contacted the commander, report to the commander, when we arrived, the butler Long had been killed by zombies. But the person who really caused his death was a young man. The commander's face suddenly became very gloomy, and then he ordered, eliminate them all. The helicopter kept getting closer to the Duan Fei brothers, and then started shooting frantically. The dense shells flew towards them. Duan Fei picked up Xianyu and ran into a room to hide. He put his sister on the sofa, and then decided to go out and lead them away. Because their target was Duan Fei. Then he comforted his sister, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Seeing her brothers back leaving, Xianyu cried anxiously. At this time, the system announced that there were 30 minutes left. How perverted is this man? Facing two helicopters shooting crazily, he dodged like a gust of wind, without a bullet touching his clothes. When Duan Fei ran to a building, he grabbed the iron door next to him and used it to temporarily block the attack from the shells. But then, there were biting sounds. It turned out that all the zombies nearby were attracted by the noise. Seeing the zombies behind him getting closer and closer, Duan Fei shouted loudly and threw the iron door in his hand. Suddenly, countless system notifications appeared. Taking this opportunity, Duan Fei successfully broke out of the zombie horde and avoided the helicopter. The captain was extremely shocked. Is this still a human? He could avoid Catlin's aim? This is unbelievable. He immediately ordered his team members to continue attacking, while he himself went to find a high position to meet this kid. At this time, behind Duan Fei, a strong zombie suddenly appeared. But 2 seconds later it was shot into pieces. Duan Fei looked up suspiciously, and it turned out to be Catlin's gun. Are these people crazy? Such a high-damage weapon is not easy to control. If they make a mistake, they can easily hurt innocent people. Duan Fei decided to get out of here quickly. If he let the shockwave spread to Xianyu, it would be very bad. The soldier looked at Duan Fei's back in astonishment. He could avoid Catlin's aim? At the same time, the captain aimed a sniper rifle at the target, which was Duan Fei moving very fast. A gunshot rang out and a bullet flew towards Duan Fei at a very high speed. He felt it and quickly dodged, but he was still shot through the shoulder. He hid in an old, dilapidated room, but the smell of blood attracted zombies. This was no different from indirectly revealing his position to the enemy. Sure enough, a bullet flew towards the building where Duan Fei was hiding. Along with a loud bang, fire erupted on all sides. The soldiers reported to the captain that the target had been eliminated, but was that true? The captain looked at the scene in front of him and was horrified once again. He saw a pair of blood-red eyes appear from the dust. When it roared, a huge golden creature appeared in front of him. It was not wrong, it was Kim Bao who had arrived in time. At this time, Duan Fei was having trouble getting to the helicopter that had crashed. Kim Bao used his nose to touch Duan Fei and then activated the flight mode. It seemed that Kim Bao had not lacked food on the way and had evolved again. Duan Fei rode Kim Bao and flew straight to the helicopter in the sky. The captain shouted to his team to be careful, but it was too late. After a bite, Kim Bao broke the helicopter into 2 halves. The captain opened his mouth and screamed that he had seen a ghost. There was no mention of this kind of monster in the mission. The soldier on another helicopter did not believe it and prepared to use a Gatling gun to shoot Kim Bao. But Kim Bao suddenly disappeared and Duan Fei had reached the helicopter without them knowing. Then a scream came from the radio. This time, the captain panicked. It seemed that his comrades in the air had been wiped out. At this time, the group on the ground reported that they had found a lucky survivor. The captain suddenly laughed sinisterly. It seemed that there was still a chance to turn things around. But at this time, Duan Fei and Kim Bao had landed on the ground. He was about to go find his sister when he heard the captain's voice behind him. Did you celebrate too soon? I guess this girl is very important to you, right? The person who was aimed at by the captain's gun was Xianyu, his sister. Duan Fei's anger immediately flared up. Let Xianyu go or I will not spare you. The captain looked contemptuous. I also want to see if your speed is faster or my gun is faster. This man could abandon his dignity to deal with Duan Fei. He used Xianyu as a threat. Duan Fei was very angry and warned the captain to let Xianyu go or he would not let him go. But the captain just sneered. I also want to see if your speed is faster or my gun is faster. Duan Fei panicked and told the captain to stop. He decided to use his life to exchange for his sister's life. But Xianyu shouted for him to run away and not worry about her. But Duan Fei did not want to repeat the tragedy of his previous life. He slowly walked towards the man when Duan Fei entered the shooting range of the captain. The captain ordered the fire. Several bullets flew towards Duan Fei and an explosion sounded. The flames swallowed him in an instant. The captain was pleased and said that the mission was completed, but was it really so? When the smoke cleared, they only saw Kim Bao lying wounded on the ground. Duan Fei had disappeared. The captain immediately became alert and grabbed Xianyu. He started to watch out for the surroundings. Suddenly, Duan Fei appeared in the dust behind him and used a full-force kick. The captain flew out like a kite with a broken string and Xianyu also fell down due to inertia. In the dust, the captain struggled to sit up and ordered to fire at Xianyu. Duan Fei was shocked. He knew that he had used his full strength, but that guy was still not dead. He saw the bullets heading towards Xianyu and she closed her eyes in fear. At the last moment, Duan Fei appeared in front of his sister and used his body to block the fatal attack for her. A moment later, Xianyu opened her eyes and saw her brother covered in blood and flesh. Xianyu cried silently and sank into pain. No matter how Xianyu screamed, Duan Fei still closed his eyes tightly. Next to him, the captain slowly stood up. He looked at his sniper rifle that had been twisted. If he hadn't used it to block in time, he would probably be dead by now. At this time, on Xianyu's side, Xianyu was crying in pain. A gentle hand wiped her tears. It turned out to be Duan Fei's reflection. He told his sister not to cry. He was very happy to see her again. He wanted to make up for his mistakes from before, but in the end he still put her in danger. This time he had to leave her again. He was sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Fei's hand fell powerlessly. Xianyu shed tears endlessly. In her helpless cry, a blue light radiated from her body and it was midnight at this time. The record-breaking event officially ended. Next to him, the captain sighed. He had been shot so many times and he could still breathe. He was almost not human anymore. But just then, snow began to fall from the sky. What could cause such a hot summer day to have snow? It turned out that after Duan Fei blocked a fatal attack for Xianyu, he went to the Western Paradise with regret. Seeing her brother die, Xianyu dried up her tears and her face became gloomy. She blamed herself for being too weak. Then she suddenly looked up and a wild power burst out of her eyes. Sorry brother, this time let me protect you. Xianyu slowly stood up and her eyes shone with a cold light. A cold and terrifying aura spread around her. The captain was terrified. Wasn't this girl paralyzed? How could she stand up? Then Xianyu waved her hand and countless ice spikes broke out of the ground. The captain's legs were frozen into ice pillars. He was extremely scared. How could this be? How could someone control ice and snow? The camera turned and a huge object rushed into the clouds. It was a spaceship. In its control room, a cute voice rang out. The reaction of the original species is right below us. Just now it suddenly erupted with a very strong energy. After investigation, it was confirmed to be an S-level absolute evolution. The sister next to him didn't change his face and said that an S-level had appeared already. That's great news. But the little loli next to him added that for some unknown reason, the reaction of the original species had disappeared again. This was easy to find out by going down and looking. But on the other side, the army commander was playing chess. His opponent was Lao Lao, the one who held the military power. From their conversation, it was discovered that the commander had been eyeing Lao Lao's military power for a long time. Just then, a phone call came. The commander answered the phone and learned that his team leader had lost contact with everyone. His face sank. They were really useless. They couldn't even deal with two brats. He then excused himself from Lao Lao and told him to think carefully about transferring the military power. The commander's team left and Lao Lao ordered his subordinate, Xiao Tao, to investigate. He wanted to know what the commander had said on the phone earlier. The scene switched back to the spaceship. Then the hatch opened and the Empress jumped down from the spaceship. Her high heels slipped on the ice and she slid down. She then spun around 360 degrees gracefully and got up. She looked at Xinu, who was in a coma because of using up all her strength. It was understandable. She had just awakened her power and had already unleashed such a strong energy. At this time, a carrot-shaped drone flew over and said, "I just investigated. It seems that this girl is not the one who possesses absolute zero on the list." But she felt that if she was an S-level, she must have something to do with the original race. So she decided to take her back first and let him decide. They then took her away and left, but they seemed to have forgotten about Duan Fei's existence. But he was already dead anyway. It was not a rare thing in the end of the world. But was Duan Fei really dead? Only a faint blue light was seen from his body. A tree slowly grew out of his chest and then its roots spread around him at a very fast speed. The system announced that the Level 1 authority was activated and the God creation plan was started. Looking closely at this dead man, his body emitted a blue light and then a tree grew out of his chest. Its roots took him as the center and quickly spread out in all directions like venomous snakes wagging their tails. In a moment, they reached the nearby city and pierced through any zombies that passed by. When the number of zombies increased, a huge amount of energy poured into Duan Fei's body, causing his skin and flesh to expand continuously. His 8-pack abs formed in an instant. The zombies were like nutrients that were sucked dry by this tree. Soon they turned into dry corpses. When the energy kept pouring into his body, Duan Fei's heart that had stopped beating started to beat again in the camp. At this time, Lao Lao's subordinate learned from below that the commander had once sent someone to assassinate a young man, but he killed all his men with his own strength. The commander went himself but ended up tragically dead. Only later did they not know why, but the whole area was frozen. The end of the video also showed countless roots spreading quickly and then the video was cut off. Lao Lao ordered his subordinate Xiao Tao to quickly investigate what was going on, especially the young man who emitted those roots. He must find him. Watching his subordinate leave, Lao Lao suddenly felt worried. The commander's power was growing stronger and stronger and his own ability was limited by them. This world needed a hero. And at the same time, on the ground, the roots began to slowly retract. You could see that Duan Fei's heartbeat had returned to normal. The system announced that riding before zombies earned 999 evolution points and that the God creation plan was completed. Duan Fei slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Was he still alive? He suddenly sat up and shouted Xinu's name, but there was no trace of his sister in front of him on the ice. Even Jin Bao was nowhere to be seen. There was no sign of life in this area. Not even zombies. Besides, where did this ice come from? Could it be that the tree evolved and made Duan-Fei jump in and run to the temple? The system explained that it was because he had activated the plan to create a god for the only time, so Duan-Fei came back to life and his attributes were also increased comprehensively. He even awakened a special ability. Looking at the skill interface, Duan-Fei was stunned. The special ability was Bite Devour with an S-level intensity. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of this skill. After escaping from the system, Duan-Fei picked up his sister's hairpin that fell on the ground. There was no corpse of Xianyu nearby. It was very likely that his sister was still alive. Therefore, Duan-Fei decided to collect intelligence during the time he was in a coma. Looking at the captain who was frozen, Duan-Fei was angry and smashed him with one blow. "They managed me. I will make you pay," to find his sister on the streets of this ruined city. 3 zombies were being stalked by a shadow. It turned out to be Duan-Fei who was trying to activate Bite Devour, but he didn't know why he couldn't activate it. Just as Duan-Fei was wondering what step he had done wrong, a scream rang out. It turned out that an F-level zombie had awakened. It roared and rushed towards Duan-Fei in anger. "It's over, I can't be late or the reward will be gone." Then a thunderous sound rang out and lightning struck where Duan-Fei had just stood. The power was equivalent to a large crane. It's a pity not to go to the construction site. Looking at the power and color of this skin, Duan-Fei affirmed that it was a violent special ability. He was annoyed by this kind of special ability that simply solved everything with brute force. The F-level zombie kept attacking Duan-Fei but was easily resolved by him. Then he grabbed the zombie's arm and jumped up with both legs and kicked it in the face with a bang. The F-level zombie was kicked away. Duan-Fei chased after it and prepared to give it a fatal blow. Just as the attack was about to fall, he suddenly stopped because he decided to use Bite Devour on this F-level zombie. Maybe this time it would work. From his hand, a purple stream of energy appeared and a second later he placed his hand on the F-level zombie's body. 3 streams of energy immediately poured out. Duan-Fei secretly rejoiced that it worked when Bite Devour ended. The 3 streams of power went into Duan-Fei's body. He was terrified. What was going on? He asked the system and learned that the 3 different colors of energy had different effects. Purple represented biting off the opponent's life to heal oneself. Yellow represented devouring the genes in the target's body, while red was the fragments of violent special abilities. Duan-Fei could understand blue and yellow, but what did red mean? When he opened the special ability interface, he was shocked and dumbfounded. Bite Devour had 1 violent fragment while 99% were still missing to activate it. Duan-Fei exclaimed that he could still awaken other special abilities, but in his previous life's memory only a few people could awaken 2 special abilities and no one had ever appeared with more than 2 special abilities. But now Duan-Fei only needed to collect enough fragments to have multiple special abilities plus gene constraints. His limit could not be measured. Just then, the ground began to shake. Duan-Fei wondered if there was an earthquake, but then saw a huge creature emerge from under the ground. This is too much for awakening an F-level superpower. But at that moment, Duan-Fei suddenly felt shocked because he sensed another extremely powerful force nearby that was heading this way. He heard a loud bang and a yellow figure appeared in front of Duan-Fei. It was Kim Bao, who had evolved again. Duan-Fei was happy to see Kim Bao because having a loyal friend in this situation was very rare, but this was not the time to catch up. Duan-Fei raised his hand and decided to deal with the monster in front of him first. But Kim Bao suddenly pulled him back. It turned out that it wanted to challenge the lizard alone. This made the lizard very angry and it rushed towards them while making noises. Kim Bao's eyes flashed with cold lightning and its body began to grow bigger. Then it roared at the lizard. Duan-Fei was amazed in his heart. Kim Bao had also awakened a superpower. Kim Bao flew straight towards the lizard and bit its back, but but the lizard's skin was too hard and Kim Bao's teeth could not tear it. The lizard shook Kim Bao off with force, but Kim Bao had wings and could fly back and continue attacking. The lizard did not want to be at a disadvantage and swung its tail to attack Kim Bao. This made Kim Bao completely angry. It bit the lizard's tail and then clamped its body with its claws. It pulled hard on its tail and the lizard screamed in pain. A second later, it was pressed to the ground and trampled on crazily. At this time, one could see flames bursting from Kim Bao's body as it stepped on the lizard. It looked like a hellhound that had just come to the human world. Suddenly, it spat out a fireball from its mouth that had no less power than a rocket launcher. At this time, Duan Fei could not hide his astonishment. He did not expect Kim Bao to evolve 2 levels, one was transformation and one was fire. It was this transformation superpower that helped Kim Bao survive the snowstorm. When the smoke and fire cleared, a large hole caused by the explosion appeared in front of them. The lizard lay in the hole and had lost its original shape. Kim Bao took out the gene core from its body and swallowed it. At this time, Duan Fei came over and happily talked to Kim Bao. He also told it to use its power to change back to its original puppy form, otherwise this huge body would affect its actions. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something when his detection power increased to level 5. His observation range around him expanded and he immediately found some lucky survivors who were surrounded by zombies. It seemed that there were gunshots over there, which might be from the army. Duan Fei led Kim Bao quickly over there. He wondered what could make the special forces trained so well so nervous. It turned out that on their way to escort a group of scientists back to the base, their car was hit by a sudden lightning strike and then a large number of zombies poured out. Ma Xiaotao received an order from Lao Lao to go out and find Duan Fei, but he was trapped here with them because of someone's trick on their car. The captain decided to go up alone and cover them. He told Xiaotao to lead the scientists away first because their survival affected the fate of humanity. Xiaotao was still persuading him that he would surely die. The captain was a hot-headed person and said that he was the wrestling champion in the army. He ordered his subordinates to retreat while he quickly faced the large number of zombies. He shouted at them and confronted the zombies alone. Dai Qian was not shaken at all. He shouted and punched hard. The punch hit the zombie's face. 2 teeth flew out. The feeling of his fist sinking into the flesh made him feel very excited. He faced countless zombies behind him and used various techniques. Tu Tao was very shocked to see this. He did not expect that Dai Qian could stop so many zombies with his bare hands. He immediately ordered a quick retreat. But a figure suddenly slammed into the wall in front of them. It was Dai Qian who was seriously injured. At this moment, a zombie with a huge body appeared behind them. Everyone was scared and sweated profusely. A second later, the zombie rushed to them. Tu Tao thought to himself, are we going to die? Maybe not. He saw a shadow rushing over, breaking the wall and running straight to the zombie. After a loud bang, the tall zombie was smashed with holes in its body. It was Duan Fei. 3 streams of energy flew into his body. The system notified him that he received fragments of violent energy. At this moment, Tu Tao recognized Duan Fei as the stranger that the old man wanted to find. He told Duan Fei that he had something to ask him for, but Duan Fei looked gloomy and asked him, "Are you from the commander?" After finding out that they were from Lao Lao, Duan Fei's face became normal. It was because in his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, it was this old general who had built a shelter. From the beginning when he arrived at the shelter, the old man had used his life to secure a safe land for humanity. Tu Tao said that the old man really wanted to meet Duan Fei once and sincerely invited him to go back to the shelter with him. But then something unexpected happened. Lightning and explosions sounded and a zombie that looked like Tu Kang Chan slowly appeared. This zombie that looked like Tu Kang Chan was very powerful. Although its eyes looked dull, the lightning in its hands still flickered. Duan Fei told Qiu Tao's group to move back further and told Kim Bao to secretly protect them or they would reveal their identity as beasts. If that happened, entering the shelter would be a problem. Duan Fei then started to warm up his limbs and prepared to fight with the electric zombie. Except for being an energy zombie, it was just a low-level zombie. He thought he could bite it and then deal with the other zombies. The electric zombie waved its hand and the zombies immediately rushed to Duan Fei. What was going on? Could it command other zombies? Duan Fei suddenly jumped up and several zombies died instantly. But he still felt uneasy because at this time there should not be any zombies with leadership abilities. At this moment, a bolt of lightning attacked Duan Fei. He tilted his body and avoided it. He did not expect that this electric zombie would use low-level zombies as shields and then take advantage of the opportunity to attack. It seemed that it was about to develop intelligence. The speed of evolution was much faster than in his previous life. If this continued, he feared that monsters of King Beast and Lord level would soon appear. Could all this have something to do with Duan Fei's transmigration? At this time, Dai Qian slowly woke up. He immediately recognized this zombie because it had used lightning to damage his car. But who was this teenager in front of him? Why was he fighting alone? Chu Tao explained. He was the hero that La Commander wanted to find. At this time, Duan Fei's eyes flashed coldly and he rushed over with great speed. The electric zombie did not give up and raised its hand to strike a lightning bolt on the roof. Immediately, countless bricks and tiles flew towards them. Luckily, Kim Bao acted very quickly. Then he quickly returned to his puppy appearance. Everyone sighed in relief because they were safe, but a girl still noticed something. She thought she had seen a giant dog with wings protecting them. Could it be this puppy? This made Kim Bao scared and panicked. He rolled on the ground and pretended to be stupid. The scene switched to the other side. The electric zombie saw that its minions were all dead. It was furious and roared. A fat zombie was summoned. This teenager was so strong that even the scientists wanted to dissect him. He had to study him carefully. Just now, Duan Fei killed a group of low-level zombies. The electric zombie summoned another fat zombie. Duan Fei was shocked. He did not expect that it could summon zombies of the same level. The fat one threw stones while screaming "Lose weight tomorrow, talk later," and then threw stones. Duan Fei shouted for everyone to lie down quickly. He himself flew over the stone and rushed to the fat one. He chopped it crazily. This made everyone. He was not human anymore. The doctor also felt that he needed to dissect him and study him. When Duan Fei activated his energy and devoured the zombie, the battle entered the most difficult stage. In a moment, the system notified him that he received a fragment of violent energy. If the son was dealt with, then it was time for his father. The electric zombie was angry and screamed. A high-voltage electric current flew like a poisonous tongue. Duan Fei dodged constantly and rushed over. A second later, he reached the zombie's face. He grabbed its head and activated his energy to devour it. When the zombie's miserable scream ended, the system reminded him that he unlocked the electric energy and received a fragment. He looked at the energy in his hand and fell into thought. It turned out that not only he had evolved, but the zombies were also getting stronger. He needed enough power to crush the zombies and protect his sister. When Duan Fei came to his senses, it seemed that the scientists had discovered something. When the world became a playground for zombies, scientists were the only hope for humanity. As soon as Duan Fei activated his energy and killed the zombie, the doctor found a strange crystal in its body. It was the factor that could make people awaken their energy. With Duan Fei's timely help, the professor raised his hand to express his gratitude. Duan Fei was excited and shook his hand because he knew from his introduction earlier that his name was Tuong Thien Tam, who was the greatest scientist in his previous life. It was him and his research team who worked hard to study Duoctae's gene and made humans evolve. Thanks to that, a large number of humans began to awaken and overcome that dark period. But now, this great man was standing in front of him. Duanfei was truly very excited, but soon after, the professors discovered a new problem. The zombie that Duanfei killed earlier did not have a crystal. The professor sighed and said that his investigation was still incomplete and this rule still needed more research and exploration. But he did not know that the crystals of those 3 zombies had been absorbed by Duanfei so as not to affect the progress of his research. Duanfei said that it was not his investigation that was wrong, but that the genes could be broken. He himself had awakened thanks to using this thing. The professor was very surprised. He had to know that it contained a large amount of zombie virus. It was unbelievable. The professor urged the little Tao to quickly return to the refuge base. He was very eager to start the experiment right away in the city without a single person. A 16-seater car rolled on the main road. The little Tao asked Duanfei, "Is it possible to awaken by using genes? Can I also get more power?" Duanfei explained, "Using genes has a certain rate of becoming a zombie. It is best to wait for the professor to research the gene source before considering it further." He believed that this day would come soon. But the little Tao still thought a lot. The commander-in-chief had secretly summoned a large number of awakened soldiers, while Lao Lao had put almost all his strength into building the refuge base. He was afraid that Lao Lao would be harmed in the end, so he also wanted to become strong like Duanfei, so that he could help Lao Lao stop the evil hand of the commander-in-chief. Duanfei said that Lao Lao would not lose to the Quan family no matter how many people he could summon. Duanfei had absolute trust in Lao Lao. Because in his previous life, there was no information about the Quan family. This proved for sure that he had lost to Lao Lao. A while later they returned to the refuge base under construction. Only in a few short days this place had completely changed shape. Of course, this was thanks to the help of the awakened people. While Duanfei was admiring, a girl driving an electric car without brakes rushed over and hit him. How helpless this girl was, she only knew how to drive but not how to brake, and slammed into Duanfei. Fortunately, Duanfei was very big and stopped the car with one hand, but the girl was still thrown out. Fortunately, Duanfei was quick and caught her firmly in his arms. This feeling was really wonderful. The girl was scared and apologized to Duanfei, but the little town next to him recognized her. It turned out that her name was Lang Tam and she was an employee assigned to welcome the lucky survivors. She led everyone to check for viruses. If they were careless, it was very likely that things would turn into a tragedy. This was also for the safety of the refuge base. At this time, the little Tao had to go to Lao Lao's place to report the situation before leaving. He told Duanfei that he had to be careful because the commander-in-chief's power here was very large. Moreover, he also told Duanfei not to act rashly. Everyone quickly went to the checkpoint. The back of a girl with blue hair fell into his eyes. It was Lang Van Van, who he hadn't seen for several days. He didn't expect her to be a medical staff here. Seeing Duanfei, she was very happy, but then her face looked worried. It turned out that Xia Ka had encountered some trouble on the high floor. Just as Duanfei was about to ask more, the people in line behind him lost patience and shouted at them to wait until after work hours to talk more. Having no choice, Duanfei had to stop temporarily and leave Kim Bao at Lang Van's place for inspection. If he was diagnosed with a virus, it would be very troublesome. Looking at Kim Bao after shrinking his eyes, Lang Van shone brightly. He didn't expect that such a big dog at first would become so cute after shrinking. They had agreed to have dinner together at night, then Duanfei went to the experimental site to do the test. When he was in the restroom waiting for the result, suddenly an officer came in with 2 soldiers. He asked who Wang Dezhang was. A timid man spoke up and 2 soldiers immediately restrained him. It turned out that he had been infected and needed to go to the quarantine area. The man tried to resist, but the officer shouted and he immediately became obedient. Then he told everyone except Duan Fei to leave. Duan Fei was very suspicious. Was this person the one sent by the commander-in-chief to deal with him? He waited until everyone had left, then the man introduced himself. It turned out that he was a subordinate of Lao Lao, who was sent to arrange a room for Duan Fei in the building. In the evening, Duan Fei looked at the picture of his sister in his hand and muttered to himself. "Xinu, where are you? How scary would a woman be when she was angry?" Just as Duan Fei was looking at his sister's picture in a trance, there was a knock on the door outside. It was Lang who came to call him for dinner. On the way, they went to the restaurant. Duan Fei asked what trouble Xiao Ka had encountered after finding out more. It turned out that after just arriving at the Refuge base, Xiao Ka had accidentally awakened her special ability and then was surrounded by the people of the commander-in-chief and forced to join their faction. But Xiao Ka refused and they kept harassing her. Duan Fei heard this and his eyes flashed coldly. Why was it them again? He kept looking for a large number of awakened people and continued to let them go like this. Lao Lao would be in danger. Suddenly, the alarm device on the wall rang out. There was a fight on the 3rd floor of the security building. The law enforcement staff in the vicinity quickly went to control the situation. Lang heard it and said that it must be those people who came to harass Xiao Ka again. This was already the 3rd time that the alarm bell rang. Duan Fei said coldly that Lang should go ahead and lead the way. He wanted to see who they were. At the same time, 3 men were persuading Xiao Ka to join the commander-in-chief's faction. But Xiao Ka said clearly that no matter what conditions they offered, she would not join. She turned around and tried to leave, but was stopped by 2 men. They were Boss Huang and the young man who was brought back by Jin Bao a few days ago. Seeing these 2 ungrateful people, Xiao Ka despised them very much, but the young man didn't care and said a smart bird chooses a branch to perch on. He didn't want to follow Lao Lao and do hard work every day. Hearing this, Xiao Ka was very angry and a green energy stream burst out from her body. The plate in her hand slowly flew up. But unexpectedly, the 2 people opposite were also awakened people, one with metal control ability and one with fire ability. The young man didn't hesitate and threw a fireball at Xiao Ka. Xiao Ka saw that even those 2 could awaken and was still not calm enough. She saw that she was about to be hit by it. The handsome man blocked the fireball with his hand. Duan Fei suddenly appeared, which surprised Xiao Ka and the young man very much, but the officer next to him lost interest and told his men to quickly deal with this kid. Facing many people attacking him, could Duan Fei break through their encirclement? He was the most handsome man on earth, but now he was attacked by a bunch of shrimps. Duan Fei punched him hard. Boss Huang, who was still arrogant just now, was beaten into a pile of scrap metal. His body was so horrible that it scared the young man next to him so much that he knelt down and begged for mercy. But it was too late for him. He shouldn't have joined the commander-in-chief's faction. Duan Fei's eyes glowed red and punched him in the neck. Xiao Ka behind him widened her eyes and saw that he easily knocked down 2 people with just 2 punches. He had already dealt with those shrimps, and now it was time for the fat guy. He screamed at Duan Fei not to worry about the matter of covering up for the common people. He said that no one who had offended the commander had a good end. But Duan Fei did not wait for him to finish speaking. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ka panicked and advised Duan Fei to let go. He said that if someone died, it would be troublesome. Duan Fei heard this and had to temporarily spare him. The law enforcement staff quickly ran over to them and did not distinguish right from wrong. Dui Sai wanted to take Duan Fei and Xiao Ka away because he was afraid that the noise would be detrimental to Lao Lao. The 2 had to temporarily compromise. The order escorted Xiao Ka to the reception room for personnel, while Duan Fei was handled by him personally. When the two parted, Duan Fei asked Xiao Ka to help him investigate the whereabouts of his sister after arriving at the personnel room. He said that his sister had awakened her special ability and was very likely to be taken here. Seeing the two being taken away, Lang Van Van and Jin Bao were very worried. Duan Fei smiled and told them not to worry. He said he would be back soon. In a moment, Duan Fei was taken to an underground prison. Looking out, he saw all the guys with big shoulders and muscles. It seemed that this was where they used torture. At this time, the fat man ordered them to teach Duan Fei a lesson and make trouble. He said that even if he killed him, no one would find out. Seeing a few offenders slowly approaching Duan Fei, he shook his hand and freed himself from the shackles. His eyes attacked like a storm, but he did not flinch. A second later, he punched the ground and used a sweeping leg move. This scene made the fat man look dumbfounded. One person fought 6 people, and the other side were all boxers on the ground. He was no longer human. Seeing Duan Fei step by step closer to him, he was really terrified. He took a tube of zombie blood from the laboratory and threatened Duan Fei that if he encountered any trouble, his subordinates would automatically pour this into Lang Van's body. Facing this threat, the anger in Duan Fei's heart rose up. Fortunately, at this time, Xiao Tao led someone to find him. It turned out that he had received a report saying that someone had used torture on civilians, but the fat man refused to admit it and said that the injured were all his people. He said that Duan Fei had beaten a total of 8 military personnel and wounded them. Xiao Tao immediately grabbed the fat man's hand and asked where the zombie blood came from. This was a banned product of the Research Institute. He did not give him any chance to explain. He ordered someone to take him away, and finally Xiao Tao breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Duan Fei would kill someone and cause trouble. They quickly went to the elevator. Duan Fei asked where he was going to take him. Xiao Tao said he would know later. When they entered the office, an old man slowly turned around. Lao Lao invited Duan Fei to sit down and told him not to be nervous. He went straight to the topic. Lao Lao said he knew that the commander had sent someone to assassinate their brothers and sisters, so they lost each other. Hearing this, Duan Fei's face darkened. He would definitely repay this hatred. Even Lao Lao felt that this was too much for the commander. They were both soldiers, but after the disaster happened, the first thing the commander thought of was not saving people, but fighting for power. Now Lao Lao knew his plan. This behavior had harmed the entire base, so Lao Lao decided to start dealing with him, but the situation was not optimistic now. More than half of the military strength had been controlled by him. Moreover, he secretly established a branch of awakened soldiers. According to the survey, among the awakened people, there were nearly 100 people, but among the old men, there were less than 20 people. The difference in strength was too much. But Duan Fei said that they still had a chance because genes could not only make ordinary people become awakened, but they could also create original weapons that could not only resist the power of the commander, but also help them fight against zombies. This time, the old man couldn't sit still anymore and quickly asked if this was true. Duan Fei saw that and wrote the principle of original weapons on paper. He was sure that the professor would be very happy. The old man was excited and bowed to Duan Fei. If it was as Duan Fei said, he was the benefactor of all mankind. At this time, Duan Fei took out a picture of his sister. He hoped that the old man could help him investigate, but the old man said solemnly that this was not simple. Then he gave him a tablet. The old man said that Xianyu might have been taken away by a mysterious organization and asked him to watch the video. Duan Fei was stunned on the spot because he didn't recognize anyone around him at that time. They had to take Xianyu away. Seeing Duan Fei in a dark cloud, the old man told him to rest assured that as long as he was alive, he would definitely help him find Xinu. Then the old man took out a wooden box and said that without original weapons, he also had a trump card to deal with the commander. Looking at the small black square in the box, Duan Fei doubted what it was and saw the old man flick his hand. The square turned into fog and quickly stuck to Duan Fei's arm. A black armor appeared long ago. There were some divine beings in the world who created human beings and possessed power that could change the earth and sky, move mountains and fill seas. The only evidence that they existed was this equipment with mysterious power. They were beyond the scope of human explanation. Through continuous search, they finally knew that these equipment were stored in a place called Ancient Divine Ruins. And this small square of the old man was an ancient divine equipment called Angel Armor. Duan Fei was very surprised that what he thought was a legend actually existed. Then the old man said that he had been a commander here for nearly 45 years, not for anything else, but to protect the secret here because right under the Refuge base was the Ancient Divine Ruins. In the rumor, Duan Fei was also shocked and couldn't sit still. He asked the old man if he had any other ancient divine equipment, but unfortunately there was only one now because they had only solved the first floor of the ruins without destroying them, but the second floor was about to be solved. Duan Fei woke up and realized that it seemed that in his previous life, it was the old man who opened up the second floor of the ruins and defeated the commander. The old man hoped that Duan Fei could help him in excavating the ruins and as a reward, he would give priority to him to get a set of equipment on the second floor. Of course, Duan Fei agreed to such a good thing. After a night of happy conversation, Duan Fei didn't feel tired at all. The warm sun shone on his face and suddenly a yellow shadow rushed into his arms. It turned out that Jin Bao smelled Duan Fei's scent and ran over. Then there were Xia Ka and Lang Van Van. If they didn't have dinner last night, they would go for breakfast now. At the same time, when the commander learned that Duan Fei had talked with the old man all night, he was angry and his veins bulged. It seemed that this stubborn old man had decided to oppose him. He immediately ordered to continue recruiting awakened people and increase training intensity. He had been suppressed by the old man for 30 years and this time he must seize power. At night, on the city wall, 2 soldiers were guarding. Suddenly, one of them looked scared and stammered, "There are a lot of zombies. Alert! Alert!" The Refuge base switched to level 1 alert. Non-combatants quickly fled. At this time, Xiao Tao rushed into the office of Old Law and told him that more than 15 kilometers away, a large group of zombies appeared and was moving towards the base at a fast speed. He estimated that they would arrive in 2 hours. A preliminary count showed that there were over 10,000 of them. When the world came to an end, everyone turned into bloodthirsty zombies. They launched an attack on the last stronghold of humanity. At this time, the base was still under construction. What should they do? Old Law quickly contacted the commander-in-chief and hoped that he would send his awakened troops out. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the commander-in-chief still only thought about power. He used the dispatch as an excuse to force Old Law to hand over the military power after the matter was done. After a struggle in his mind, Old Law finally compromised because there was no other way. He had to think about the people inside the base. At the same time, when the commander-in-chief received a satisfactory answer, he immediately mobilized all his forces to go to the front line. He wanted to prove his strength to everyone. The troops quickly gathered. After being assigned by Old Law in detail, they hurriedly ran to their positions. Duan Fei was startled by the noise outside and went out. He met Xiao Tao who came to find him. From Xiao Tao, he learned that the base was about to face a tide of over 10,000 zombies. Duan Fei was shocked and wanted to find Old Law, but Xiao Tao told him that Old Law was commanding outside the front line and gave him a map of escape routes that he was holding. Then he hurriedly ran away from the Refuge base. Each zombie screamed madly and was illuminated by the light from the helicopter. They rushed forward like a surging wave. The vanguard troops quickly formed a defensive line. A second later, artillery shells fired in unison, plus air support from above, making the ground suddenly turn into a sea of fire. But there were too many zombies and the ammunition of the vanguard troops quickly ran out. But there was still no sign of reinforcements from the rear. When the zombies were about to break through the line of defense, the soldiers decided to fight to death because behind them were their compatriots and families. Even if they died, they had to use their bodies to create a wall of resistance. When reinforcements arrived, suddenly a zombie rushed towards a soldier. Was he going to die? But no, the zombie was suddenly blown away by a huge fireball. It turned out that the commander-in-chief's awakened troops had arrived in time. They looked arrogant as if they were fighting worms for them, but they soon paid for this thought in these dangerous end times. When the base was surrounded by a tide of zombies, the frontline soldiers were almost unable to stop them. Fortunately, the commander-in-chief's awakened troops arrived in time. They plunged into the sea of zombies and started a battle with them. Could humanity win in the end? At this time, the awakened people competed to show their abilities and beat back the zombies gradually. This made the soldiers next to them stare blankly. These were awakened people? It was hard to believe. But this situation did not last long until a huge body appeared and took off an awakened person's head with one hand. This time, the blonde captain was also panicked because he saw a zombie awakening in front of him. They could use tactics to kill it, but there were too many of them on the wall of the base. Soon, he received a report from the front line that the awakened soldiers, who had more than 200 people, had lost more than 50. The commander had to order a retreat immediately and could not let them sacrifice in vain. The base also did not have much ammunition left. The vanguard had consumed more than half of it. It seemed that they had to risk a battle. Lao Lao immediately told Xiao Tao to lead a team to plant mines outside the base. He also told them to evacuate the civilians and start the defense when necessary. Finally, after 20 minutes, it was quiet outside the base, but suddenly there was a loud explosion. The cannons on the wall fired at once, lighting up the night sky. But there were too many zombies. The commander advised Lao Lao to leave with him. He said that as long as the two of them joined forces, they were sure they could start over. He warned that some strange zombies had broken through the bomb area from within the fire. Xiao Tao would arrive at the base soon and told Lao Lao to leave quickly. This place was really dangerous, but the situation changed too fast. A zombie suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth wide, and rushed to bite Lao Lao. Was everything going to end here? A blade flashed by and the zombie was cut in half. It turned out that Duan Fei arrived in time. He held a broadsword in his hand and carried Jin Bao on his shoulder. Duan Fei told him not to worry. The base would be fine. He said that it was his turn to perform. He was the most handsome man on the planet. He was fully armed at this time. He held a broadsword and wanted to fight against a horde of zombies with his own strength. Lao Lao wanted to persuade him, but Duan Fei brushed him off. He jumped down from the wall after he finished speaking. The people on the wall were shocked. He jumped down from such a high place and did not die or become disabled. But suddenly there was a fire below. Duan Fei rode Jin Bao into the sky and everyone was stunned and speechless. Jin Bao carried Duan Fei straight to the target and knocked away all the zombies around him. Then he rushed to the horde of zombies with 10,000 heads at a very fast speed. Every time the blue blade flashed, a zombie died. Wherever he passed, no zombie survived. Even their armor was gone. They all became ghosts under his blade. But there were too many zombies. They only knew how to rush at Duan Fei without thinking. In a moment, Duan Fei was surrounded by a mountain of corpses. Facing this difficult situation, Duan Fei exploded. He used his strength to jump up and exert his full power with the broadsword in his hand. As soon as he reached mid-air, Duan Fei threw the sword hard. Wherever it went, no living thing survived. Just then, a strange creature appeared unexpectedly. It was an F-level mutated zombie. It opened its mouth wide and showed its sharp teeth. A second later, it spewed fire out of its mouth. Fortunately, Duan Fei dodged it in time. He jumped in front of the zombie and thrust a sword with all his strength. But the scales of the zombie were too hard and broke his blade in two halves. It seemed that ordinary weapons could not do anything to it. Duan Fei activated his awakening ability and bit it hard. The zombie screamed in pain and he received 796 evolution points and a fragment of awakening ability from the system notification. Then Duan Fei started killing all around him again. He had to kill many times before he could activate his biting ability. It was really inconvenient, but Duan Fei quickly discovered that his biting ability could turn into a catalyst on his weapon. After a one-sided slaughter for a while, his sword began to crack. Ordinary weapons could not withstand the full power of his biting ability, but they could hold on for a while. Suddenly, a scream came from afar. Kim Bao spat out a flame. This kind of wide-range attack skill made Duan Fei very envious, but the drawback was also very obvious: it consumed too much physical strength. The fighting power that they showed made the people on the wall extremely terrified. Lao Lao immediately ordered the small Tao to gather all the awakened people to Qi Yuan. He could not let Duan Fei fight alone. But the manager next to him had a dark face. This kid was too strong. He would surely not spare him. He could not sit still and wait for death. But there were too many zombies. In a moment, countless zombies climbed on Kim Bao. In anger, Kim Bao's eyes turned red. A second later, his whole body turned into a flame. A roar like a dragon came from his mouth. When the flame spread within 100 meters around him, no zombie could stand up. But because of the huge consumption, Kim Bao also fainted. But what happened next made Duan Fei even more shocked. He saw that there were countless blue jeans on the ground. They turned into light and flew towards Kim Bao. Then they began to wrap around him. Soon, Kim Bao turned into a big cocoon. It seemed that Kim Bao was about to evolve, but because of the special energy from the cocoon, all the zombies were attracted to it. But during the evolution, Kim Bao had no ability to resist. He was completely a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Duan Fei panicked when he saw this. Kim Bao needed him to protect him now. Because this time it was just a small-scale zombie herd. Later, there would be hundreds of thousands, 200,000 or even millions of zombies. So not only did Duan Fei need to become stronger, but his partner also had to become stronger. Duan Fei walked to the front of the cocoon. He was so tired that he gasped after a long fight. His body began to feel exhausted. Although the bite-swallow ability could help him recover his physical strength, his mental power was still greatly depleted. And the low-level zombies in front of him had been almost solved. The remaining ones were all awakened zombies. If he continued to fight like this, he was afraid that Duan Fei would be at a disadvantage. He had seen this scene before. It was like his last battle in his previous life. In the end, he had to end it with death. But this time it was different. He had a lot of things to protect. At this time, his eyes turned red with anger. He turned around and faced 3 awakened zombies who attacked him at the same time. He used all his strength to fight back and Xianyu was still waiting for him. He could not fall down yet, but there was still a vicious hand reaching for him. In the moment of life and death, a big stone flew over and blocked its attack. Duan Fei looked over doubtfully. It turned out that the awakened soldiers led by Xia Ka had arrived at Qi Yuan. They said that the refuge base was the common home of everyone. How could they let Duan Fei fight alone? Moreover, they brought him a lot of weapons to express their gratitude and admiration for him from the base. Everyone is united, so let's end this battle on the wall. Lao Lao looked at the battle below and couldn't help but sigh that the situation was getting better and better. But when he turned his head, he saw that the commander had disappeared. A little later, a soldier hurriedly came to report that the commander had just left in a helicopter and also took a large amount of high-damage weapons. Lao Lao heard this and felt like he was struck by lightning. This was the first time that humans faced zombies directly after the apocalypse. On one side were the awakened soldiers led by Duan Fei, and on the other side were a large number of awakened zombies. The battle quickly began. The awakened people used their abilities to the fullest, such as turning themselves into stone and killing zombies in all directions, or a girl who played with mines. Of course, there was also a helper who could heal his teammates in a short time. Seeing their coordination, Duan Fei couldn't help but marvel. He didn't expect that the commander's troops could use their abilities so skillfully. He told Hakka to stay behind and protect Kim Bao, while he prepared to join the fight. The helpers saw this and quickly added blood to Duan Fei, and also called him a hero. It turned out that being trusted and relied on by others was this feeling. Suddenly, several giant zombies appeared in front of him. He saw that 2 soldiers were about to die because of them, but Duan Fei arrived in time. A cold light flashed by, and the large zombie was cut in half. This powerful strength made the soldiers next to him very shocked. When Duan Fei landed safely on the ground, he told the 2 soldiers to go and join the others, while he would take care of the front. Facing a large number of zombies, Duan Fei's eyes emitted a cold light. Countless blades flashed and the heads of each zombie flew out one after another. The system notified him that he had killed zombies and received 650 evolution points, and also unlocked a new fragment of ability. Just then, the blade in Duan Fei's hand suddenly shattered. A huge zombie took advantage of the opportunity and rushed towards him. He had to use his bare hands and his ability to hit the zombie so hard that it screamed in pain. The soldiers who were not far away saw Duan Fei risking his life like this, and at this moment they all showed an unprecedented fighting spirit. They fought until the zombies were defeated, but a sudden accident happened. A helicopter flew from the wall to the battlefield. Lao Lao saw it and was shocked. He seemed to have guessed something and quickly told his subordinates to contact him. The commander advised him to stop immediately and return to the base, but the commander had already made up his mind. Between him and Duan Fei, one of them had to die. When the helicopter reached above everyone's heads, everyone thought it was reinforcements, but a second later, several cannonballs flew out. The target was not someone else, but Duan Fei, who was fighting below. Seeing the cannonballs coming towards him, Duan Fei didn't dodge at all. In this critical moment, Hakka used her mental power to control the cannonballs, but her strength was not enough to control objects moving at high speed. She could only make them stop for a short while. But then a loud bang sounded, and Duan Fei's figure disappeared in the fire. Did he just die like that? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were full of disbelief, but then they all lost their morale because they lost their main pillar, Duan Fei. They had no confidence at all. 2 large zombies slowly approached the soldiers who had lost their will. Their bodies trembled unconsciously. But a surprise happened. The 2 zombies suddenly fell down. A figure slowly walked out of the fire. His eyes emitted a cold light and his body radiated a terrifying aura. He walked out of the sea of fire. It turned out to be him who had been hit by the artillery shell of the commander earlier. Fortunately, he had used his psychic power in time to stop the shell for a short moment. Duan Fei took the opportunity to dodge behind the zombie and survived. Duan Fei was still alive and well. The commander was extremely horrified. He immediately ordered the awakened people to kill Duan Fei. But no one below obeyed. Seeing this situation, the commander had to grit his teeth and take out his gun. He faced a barrage of fire attacks. Duan Fei was not afraid. He jumped up and reached behind the commander in a blink of an eye. His blade was placed on his neck. The commander wanted to call for help, but Duan Fei did not give him a chance to talk nonsense. A scream suddenly rang out on the helicopter. A proud hero died like that. He could only blame himself for provoking the wrong person. When Duan Fei landed on the ground, the awakened people gathered together and prepared to face the final wave of zombies. There were about 5,000 of them, most of them were awakened zombies. And Duan Fei's mental and physical strength was almost exhausted. The only way now was to buy time and wait for Kim Bao to finish his evolution. Facing the attack of the zombies, the awakened people had to erect a cage of defense. But they could not hold on for long. Duan Fei saw this from a distance, but he could not escape there. Suddenly, his blade broke into pieces. He cursed inwardly because 2 zombies were rushing towards him at the same time. His eyes narrowed. Was he going to die here? At the critical moment, a blade flew over to him. Duan Fei quickly caught it and killed the 2 zombies in one breath. He turned around and saw that it was Hakai who had helped him in time and reversed the situation. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. A mysterious creature emerged from under the ground and quickly rushed towards Kim Bao. The awakened person saw this and punched hard on the ground. The ground cracked and shook. Just when he thought he had stopped the mysterious creature, Duan Fei seemed to realize something and shouted loudly for everyone to be careful under their feet. Everyone saw this and panicked and scattered in all directions. They only saw a huge mouth breaking through the ground and swallowing Kim Bao's cocoon into its stomach. Everyone was shocked and could only stare at Kim Bao's life being taken away. But the mysterious creature at this time emitted a golden light from its body and its back began to bulge repeatedly. Soon, a pair of black wings broke through its flesh and came out. Seeing this scene, Duan Fei was horrified because he recognized that those black wings belonged to Kim Bao. Has Kim Bao been absorbed? Duan Fei felt sad at this moment. Why did it have to be like this? He was so close to success. Just when he was immersed in self-blame, a familiar voice sounded out. Duan Fei looked up in astonishment and saw that the creature that had been arrogant just now suddenly exploded into dust and smoke. A golden figure appeared in everyone's eyes, making them both terrified and excited. I can't believe Kim Bao is still alive. If everyone is here, then let's start the final battle. Because we have exhausted a lot of energy, Duan Fei tells them to stay and rest for a while. He prepares to ride Kim Bao and destroy all the remaining zombies. He faces countless enemies surrounded by them. Kim Bao moves freely there. Then he swings his tail and a flame gathers in his mouth. He shoots it out. The zombies in front are turned into ashes in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, Duan Fei notices an enemy behind him. Kim Bao uses a dragon tail sweep to knock them down. But surprisingly, his tail is caught by a bull demon king. He roars angrily and Kim Bao hits him with a fire on the back of his head. When the fire disappears, he is still alive and well. His eyes show a fierce light. He rushes to hit Kim Bao and Kim Bao scratches him with a claw and kills him on the spot. He sees the zombies around him slowly approaching and he is not afraid. He slowly flaps his wings and flies into the air. A second later, the fire in his mouth begins to gather like a rising sun. Everyone sees that and runs away quickly. If they are hit by this fire, they will not have any pieces left. There is only a loud bang and the ground is covered by fire. When Kim Bao's attack stops, there is nothing left on the ground. No zombie can escape. Everyone sees that and shows a happy expression after the victory. But is it really like that? Suddenly, 3 sharp spikes fly towards him. Kim Bao quickly dodges but still gets injured on his front leg. Duan Fei looks at where the attack came from and a woman falls slowly and walks towards him. She is a zombie leader who leads the zombies. Her appearance makes Duan Fei scared and frozen. Why does the zombie lord appear so soon? This makes him very nervous, but the awakened person next to him doesn't know anything. He clenches his fist and wants to go up and make her relax her muscles. Without waiting for Duan Fei to stop him, he rushes forward. But with just one look, the man stands still and stops breathing. The woman smiles evilly. The awakened people see that and want to go up and gang up on her, but Duan Fei shouts loudly to stop them because they are not at the same level as her. Kim Bao is also poisoned and can't fight anymore. It seems that everything depends on Duan Fei now. He holds a knife in his hand and quickly rushes forward. In one breath, Duan Fei reaches her face and slashes hard with his knife, but she easily blocks it. Before Duan Fei could react in horror, the attack of the female bat had already hit him. He had to raise his sword to block it. After a long time of fighting, his body was exhausted and his vision began to blur. Could it be that he had reached his limit? Just then, the female bat grabbed his neck. Duan Fei opened his eyes wide and quickly grabbed her arm, using his special power to bite and absorb. But it seemed that the female bat sensed something and quickly threw Duan Fei away. The system notified him that the target was too strong and he needed to maintain the bite for a minute. Seeing this result, Duan Fei was stunned. How could he control the opponent for such a long time? Moreover, the female bat had realized it and it would not be easy to approach her again. But he could not just sit still and wait for death. Duan Fei rushed up to her again, trying to get close and find an opportunity to strike. They fought fiercely, but every time Duan Fei used his special power, the opponent would deliberately avoid the attack. The two sides maintained a stalemate. Suddenly, the female bat pushed Duan Fei back. He had just stabilized his body when he saw a terrifying scene. The opponent used her special power and countless bats appeared from the sky. What the hell was this? How could Duan Fei deal with them? She raised her hand and the bats flew towards everyone. Duan Fei shouted loudly, telling everyone to be careful. But there were too many bats and some people who woke up were surrounded by them in the blink of an eye. They used their sharp teeth to suck blood and turn a person into a dry corpse. And the energy that these bats sucked was transferred to the female bat. Duan Fei's face was serious and he had to stop her attack. If he continued like this, they would have no chance of winning against the swarm of bats in the sky. Duan Fei was not afraid at all. In his cold eyes, everything turned into dust under his sword. Although his mental strength was not good at the moment, his physical strength and power were still abundant. He quickly rushed to the female bat and swung his sword with his special power wrapped around it. He slashed down with a powerful force that split the ground. The bats fell to the ground one after another, and when everyone thought it was over, they saw disappointment. The female bat was still fine as usual. It turned out that when Duan Fei swung his sword, she had used the bats as a shield to block the attack. Seeing this situation, Duan Fei did not hesitate and jumped behind her, slashing hard at her neck. But she easily blocked it and broke his sword in half. At this moment, Duan Fei's mind suddenly thought, what was he worrying about? Was he afraid of death? Or was he afraid of losing the base? Why did he always have the idea that he had to survive no matter what? Wasn't he able to defeat this monster? How are we going to save Tom Duyet? Duan Fei's attack became faster and faster. His eyes started to become cold. The evolution tree in his body flickered. At this point, he had completely let go of his thoughts, becoming a killing machine without emotions. He only saw Duan Fei raise his hand and grab the bat woman's hand. Before she could react, he pulled her up into the sky, then slammed her down to the ground. The bat woman painfully counterattacked, but was easily blocked by Duan Fei. Then he grabbed her wings and tore them off, amid her screams of pain. He seemed to be possessed by a death god, and kept muttering like a machine in his mouth, "Evolve, evolve, keep evolving." It was obvious that he had lost his consciousness. But at this moment, in a mysterious space, Duan Fei suddenly woke up. He got up in doubt and turned his head. He saw a huge object. Could it be the evolution tree? Suddenly, a blue light came from behind the tree, and something that looked like a soul appeared. It didn't wait for Duan Fei to ask anything. It emitted countless threads of light and wrapped around Duan Fei. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. The image came out of the mysterious space. The Batwoman who had just lost her wings was now completely insane. Facing her furious claws, Duan Fei just tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the attack. Then he gave her a hard punch. The Batwoman was hit so hard that she smashed into the ground. She barely stood up and was attacked by Duan Fei again in the face. To survive, the Batwoman didn't hold back anymore. Countless poisonous thorns flew out and stabbed into Duan Fei's body, but even so, he didn't seem to feel any pain. It just made everyone worried. They only saw Duan Fei bend his right arm. Haka saw that and immediately used her mental power to bring the weapon next to him into his hand. Duan Fei quickly slashed out with a knife, forcing the opponent to retreat. Then, to the astonishment of the Batwoman, he pulled out each poisonous thorn from his body. The wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short time, Duan Fei raised his knife and continued to rush towards her. Facing such terrifying pressure, the Batwoman had the idea of running away, but there was no way back behind her. Out of options, she opened her mouth and sprayed poison gas, but it was hit by a flying knife at the right time and knocked her into the mountain wall behind. Seeing Duan Fei flash and appear in front of her eyes, the Batwoman screamed and tried to attack again, but Duan Fei quickly punched her, making her pale with fear. Then he raised his hand and the knife flew back into his hand, while Haka looked very surprised. Because in a moment just now, she felt an unknown source of power controlling herself, coordinating with Duan Fei's actions. Even Jin Bao behind Duan Fei noticed something wrong. But what happened to Duan Fei? He just let go of his thinking and became a killing machine without consciousness. The zombie lord who was very powerful before was now pushed into the wall by him and beaten continuously. They only saw Duan Fei holding a knife in his hand and stabbing it into the palm of the Batwoman, fixing her to the mountain wall. He didn't wait for her to scream and grabbed her head, immediately using his devouring ability with a countdown timer. Everyone seemed to forget to breathe. 40 seconds, finally 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. The system announced that devouring was completed, unlocking the Bat ability, killing the zombie lord, receiving 500 evolution points, and also receiving a mysterious energy ball. At this point, Duan Fei slowly regained his consciousness and let go of the Batwoman who had turned into a dry corpse in his hand. He heard the cheers of the soldiers around him. Duan Fei weakly turned his head and looked back. When he learned that humanity had won the battle with the zombies this time, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Duan Fei's consciousness returned to the mysterious space again. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. He quickly turned his head and saw that it was Tong Duyet's sister. Duan Fei was shocked and stood still, not daring to believe his eyes. He hurriedly wanted to go to her, but suddenly some new threads appeared and wrapped around him. Duan Fei could only shout and tell his sister to come to him quickly, but Tong Duyet apologized and said she couldn't do it. Moreover, her body began to disappear. Duan Fei saw that and immediately screamed, "Tong Duyet, don't go, tell me where you are, I will come to save you right away." But Tong Duyet said it was impossible because Duan Fei's power was not enough yet. He had to become stronger before he could do it. After saying that, his sister disappeared. Duan Fei suddenly woke up. He took out the tube on his body and then looked around in doubt. He found out that this was a hospital. Could it be that the zombie wave had been resolved? Why didn't he remember anything? Then he quickly went to the space of the evolution tree and was blinded by countless notifications. Duan Fei was stunned. It seemed that he couldn't read them all in a short time. After half an hour of effort, the harvest this time was summarized as follows. First, he had more than 10,000 evolution points. Second, he had the devouring ability and countless fragments of abilities. And third, he had a treasure type item. He killed a zombie lord and received an energy ball. Duan Fei immediately chose to open it. The system announced that he received 20 universal fragments. This made Duan Fei very excited, because this would speed up his collection of ability fragments. Then he used all his evolution points to upgrade his attributes. At present, Duan Fei's strength was level 7, agility level 6, scouting level 5, and spirit level 4. By evening, Duan Fei looked at the setting sun in the distance and thought it was time to leave. He went to Lao Lao's office and asked about the progress of human gene exploration. He learned from Lao Lao that it was almost ready to use. Duan Fei was completely relieved and immediately said that he planned to leave. He said he had to go to Tanshuyan for a trip and see if there were any clues about his sister there. Lao Lao's face changed when he heard that, because since the end of the world, that place had become a place where no one dared to approach. But Duan Fei told Lao Lao not to worry, because he had absolute confidence. Moreover, through his previous life's memory, Tanshuyan was very likely to have relics. Seeing that Duan Fei was determined, Lao Lao didn't persuade him anymore. He just stood up and decided to take him to a place. It turned out that when Duan Fei was in a coma, Lao Lao had asked Professor Xiang to make special equipment for him. Seeing that, Duan Fei had no choice but to obey. When they passed by the training ground, Duan Fei looked at the soldiers below with curiosity. Lao Lao explained that they were dividing their ranks. The manpower of the Refuge base was divided into 3 groups. First, the guard team, responsible for protecting the safety of the base. Second, the awakened soldiers team, responsible for clearing zombies and beasts outside the base. Third, the super soldiers team. Most of them had participated in the trial competition and were the strongest force of the base. He didn't expect that in just a few days, Lao Lao had drawn up such a detailed plan. The two quickly went to the Underground Research Institute, where Professor Xiang led them. They came to a mechanical door, entered the password, and the door slowly opened. A white cube then appeared in front of their eyes. They passed by it, and Professor Xiang explained. It turned out that this thing was called Metal Memory, modeled after Lao Lao's angel armor. Then the professor told Duan Fei to pour his energy into it. In the blink of an eye, the cube began to melt quickly and turned into 2 sharp daggers. Duan Fei didn't expect that Xiang Tianxin's research had reached this level. Xiang Tianxin said that it was also thanks to him. The original power drawing, combined with his fighting style and the angel armor as references, resulted in this special weapon. Although it was not as powerful as the angel armor, this weapon was extremely sharp and could transform into any shape for easy carrying. Then Duan Fei poured more energy into the weapon, and the weapon magically turned into a ring. Xiang Tianxin told Duan Fei to use this weapon for now. After unlocking the second layer of the ancient relic, he would give Duan Fei priority to choose first. Duan Fei thanked him and said that this was enough for now, because there was not much time left. He wanted to take Jin Bao and leave right away. He asked La Duong where Jin Bao was. La Duong told Duan Fei that Bai Kim Bao was with Lang Van Van, because La Duong had something to discuss with Xiang Tianxin, so he didn't go to see Duan Fei off. Seeing Duan Fei's back leaving, he really had no problem going to Tanshuyan alone. La Duong didn't answer Xiang Tianxin right away but was silent for a while. Then he said, "I still can't trust this young man. He really can deal with 10,000 zombies. I thought he wanted to replace Quan Trung Hoa or take my position and use the resources of the base to find his sister. But he didn't ask for anything. Even when I wanted to send someone with him to Tanshuyan, he refused. When I learned that he wanted to go to Tanshuyan alone, I felt more uneasy than when he said he wanted to fight 10,000 zombies alone. I couldn't say clearly whether I was worried about him or about the base. With his strength, my worry was clearly redundant. Maybe I was too selfish. His departure was inevitable. Duan Fei took Jin Bao back from Lang Van Van. He wanted to leave quietly, but Ha Ka had been waiting outside the door for a long time. She said, "You just want to leave silently?" Duan Fei said, "Sorry, I'm not used to saying goodbye. It's too dangerous for me to go to Tan Shuyan with you. I can help you." Before she could finish, Duan Fei said, "Ha Ka, thank you, but this trip is very dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life with me. The Refuge base also needs manpower after surviving the zombie wave." Ha Ka wanted to say something else, but when she turned her head she only felt a gust of wind blowing by. Jin Bao had transformed and flew into the air. Ha Ka was reluctant to let go and thought of a saying, "When a young man comes, he brings storms that make people have nowhere to hide. When he leaves, he stirs up the four seasons." "Duan Fei, will you come back?" Duan Fei answered yes. Although he was very attached, he couldn't stop Duan Fei's determination to find his sister. "Go Jin Bao, our adventurous life officially begins." Time flew by, and Duan Fei had been in Qinshan for a week. The situation here was indeed as Duan Fei had guessed. There were many more mutated zombies than in his previous life, and this was only the outskirts. In this week, he had tried to enter the central area several times, but each time he failed and returned. During his investigation, he saw that there were sea-level zombies in the center, and it was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence was inside. Every time Duan Fei got close to there, the evolution tree would produce a violent reaction, as if urging him to go there quickly. If it could make the evolution tree emit such an abnormal signal, Duan Fei was even more eager to go in and explore it thoroughly. He had started to plan how to enter the center of Qinshan, but today it was already very late, so he decided to finish work. Duan Fei came to a building. Jin Bao sniffed the air and seemed to smell something strange. He started to gnash his teeth and growl. Duan Fei felt the anomaly of Jin Bao, but he did not feel the aura of zombies. Moreover, he had been staying in this temporary base for a few days. He had cleared out the nearby zombies, but Duan Fei knew that Jin Bao's sense of smell was stronger than his own. Maybe there really was a zombie that knew how to hide its own aura. So Duan Fei did not dare to be careless. He decided to probe the enemy's strength first. He summoned his weapon and walked up cautiously. When he looked up, he found that the two figures were both human. They were stealing Duan Fei's food. Duan Fei did not expect that in such a dangerous place, there were still people who survived. The man felt Duan Fei's presence. He shouted, "Who is there?" Duan Fei had to come out. Without waiting for Duan Fei to ask questions, the man showed a wary look and shielded the little girl behind him. It seemed that he was being chased by someone and mistook Duan Fei for the pursuer. He held a knife in his hand and rushed over. Duan Fei yelled, "You bastard! I won't let you catch me." Just now, Duan Fei discovered that there were people in his temporary base. Without waiting for Duan Fei to talk, the other party rushed over with a knife. "Chu Kang, you bastard! I have to avenge Hon Hon." Duan Fei slightly tilted his body and avoided the attack of the other party. "Hey, are you mistaken? I'm not Chu Kang or anything. I don't know him either." "What are you talking about?" When the other guy looked carefully, he realized that he had mistaken the person. Duan Fei said, "If I were an ordinary person, I would have died just now." The boy and the girl immediately bowed their heads and apologized to Duan Fei. "We are really sorry. We almost hurt you and ate your food. We apologize." Then from them, Duan Fei learned that the man's name was Tran Jia Hao, the girl's name was Hon Hon, and the reason why they appeared here was because of a person named Chu Kang who was hunting them down. The girl's sister, who was also Tran Jia Hao's girlfriend, had been tortured by Chu Kang's group until she was unrecognizable and finally died in the mouth of a monster. Duan Fei spoke for a while, and Tran Jiahao started to pull his hair. He blamed himself for being too weak and unable to take revenge. Duan Fei's eyes turned cold and killing intent spread around him. This is not your fault. It's those who have abandoned morality. I can't believe they used humans to feed a monster. Tran Jiahao added, not only that, Chu Kang also often used humans as bait for zombies. The main purpose of zombies was to feed that monster. Duan Fei noticed something was wrong. Normally, whether it was zombies or beasts, as long as they met humans, they would kill and eat them. But these people were feeding a monster. Could it be that Duan Fei was thinking of something? He asked Tran Jiahao to show him his arm. Sure enough, Duan Fei found something that looked like a seed there. Duan Fei recognized it and understood why the monster needed to use humans to nourish itself. It was because it was a mutated plant-based monster. It could not find food by itself. This type of plant could not move, so they all had ways to camouflage themselves to attract prey, like carnivorous plants in nature. They attracted prey to come close to them and planted spores in their bodies. They raised humans like livestock and used them to lure zombies. This method was also the most common type after the apocalypse broke out. The virus quickly spread across the planet. Most of the creatures in the world were infected with the virus and turned into bloodthirsty and brutal monsters. Of course, this included plants. But compared to humans and animals, even if plants were infected with the virus, they could only produce some specific changes at most. The number of plant-based monsters was extremely rare and scarce, because they had a very strong gene system and life energy hidden in their bodies. It was rumored that just one drop of life essence from a plant-based monster could heal any wound, no matter how severe, as long as there was still a breath left. Some even said that it could make humans evolve again. So in his previous life, every time a plant-based monster appeared, it would be fought over by countless people. Duan Fei did not expect that he would encounter such a rare plant-based monster here. As long as he killed this plant-based monster and obtained its life energy, it would be much easier for him to enter the center of Qin Xian in the future. Then, Duan Fei told Tran Jiahao that the seeds on their arms had exposed their whereabouts. Only then did Tran Jiahao wake up and understand why they were always found out soon after they escaped. Duan Fei told him not to worry, since he knew this, he would not sit idly by. Tran Jiahao was afraid that Duan Fei could not deal with Chu Kang's group alone, because they not only had guns, but Chu Kang also had superpowers. But after listening to Duan Fei's bragging for a while, Tran Jiahao decided to trust Duan Fei. Besides, because of this seed, it was useless for them to run away here. Duan Fei told them to rest carefully and wait for Chu Kang's group to come. 60 minutes passed quickly. Sure enough, a group of people came, a total of 4 people. From Tran Jiahao, Duan Fei learned that Chu Kang was not among them, so he did not act. He could only proceed according to the original plan and let these guys take him back. One of them angrily scolded Tran Jiahao for making them get scolded by the boss for so long and punched him in the face. Seeing this situation, Duan Fei wanted to intervene, but Tran Jiahao raised his hand to signal that he was fine. At this time, the guy noticed Duan Fei. "Who is this guy?" He said, "Never mind, take them all back. I didn't expect to find new bait here. This time the boss will surely reward us. There was also a strange dog here. Take it back too and have some extra food tonight." And so, Duan Fei's group was taken away by them. The image changes, 2 Ola men are guarding outside the door, and a scream of agony comes from inside the room. "Kill me! Please kill me!" The 2 Ola men chat. Lately, the boss is more and more playful, he even brought the boyfriend of that girl in to make him watch. I think his name is Lai Fong, right? The boss is really cruel. Sigh, nowadays whoever is stronger has the right. But in the room, Chu Kang just finished his business. The man named Lai Fong was tied behind a chair, and on the bed was a girl lying down, whispering in her mouth. "I'm sorry, Lai Fong, I'm sorry." Chu Kang put on his clothes and went to Lai Fong. "How about it, have you seen enough? Do you see that you are not convinced by me? You should thank your girlfriend, if not for her, you would have been dead long ago. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for being useless," he said and tore off the tape. "Tell me your feelings after watching." Being humiliated like that, Lai Fong wished he could tear Chu Kang apart. He screamed and cursed Chu Kang as a beast. "I will kill you, you beast." But he received a punch from Chu Kang. "This is for your cursing, this is for your cursing. I will beat you half dead and then throw you out as bait." The girl next to him said, "Didn't you say that as long as I agree to your request, you will let us go?" Chu Kang looked at her like she was a naive clown. "How can I let you two go? You are both food for my baby." The girl sank into despair. "Chu Kang, you bastard." Suddenly there was a noise from outside. "Who are you? Stop." The main door was kicked open and a cloud of dust, Duan Fei transformed into a messenger of darkness and slowly walked in. "Where did this bastard come from? Huh? Do you want to play the hero? Do you know who I am?" Duan Fei blinked and appeared behind Chu Kang, in front of the girl's eyes. Without turning his head he said, "I don't need to know the name of someone who is about to die." Duan Fei didn't bother with Chu Kang. He took off his coat and covered the girl's body. Being despised like that, Chu Kang was also angry and shouted, "You bastard, catch this guy quickly." But only 2 people and a dog came in from the dust outside. "No need to waste your strength, the others have been subdued." Kim Bao barked twice, meaning it was done by him. Chu Kang trembled with fear. "What did you say?" At this time Lai Fong was tied to a chair and asked, "Duan Fei, is it Duan Fei?" The other party knew his name. Duan Fei felt strange and asked, "Do you know me?" "It's me, I'm Lai Fong." Duan Fei suddenly remembered. He remembered that when he was in middle school, he was always bullied by his classmates because he had no parents. It was this man who appeared at his weakest and most helpless moment and then always protected him. Next to Chu Kang he couldn't stand it anymore either. He activated his power and rushed towards Duan Fei. His awakened power was beast frying. This was just the most common power. Duan Fei easily blocked it. Chu Kang laughed loudly because he had a trump card. Suddenly sharp claws grew out of his arm and scratched at Duan Fei. Moreover, the claws contained a nerve-paralyzing toxin. But this power had no effect on awakened people. Moreover, this was Duan Fei. Duan Fei flashed and disappeared, then suddenly appeared behind Chu Kang. Seeing the power that Chu Kang showed off, Duan Fei really didn't understand how Chu Kang became king here. Either there were no other awakened people here or it was because of this monster tree. He didn't think much more about it. After a few flashes of sword light, Chu Kang's power was resolved by Duan Fei. Duan Fei looked coldly at Chu Kang and prepared to send him to heaven. Chu Kang was so scared that he shivered all over and kept begging for mercy. But how could Duan Fei spare this scum? Duan Fei slowly walked towards Chu Kang like a god of death. Chu Kang was still begging for mercy, until the Tu Li Fong behind him said, "Duan Fei, wait a minute, just leave this scum to us." His girlfriend was treated like that by Chu Kang, and they couldn't swallow their anger. They wanted to kill Chu Kang with their own hands. Duan Fei didn't intend to agree, because Chu Kang was injured, but he was still very dangerous. But from the Tu Li Fong, Duan Fei noticed the weak power that existed in his previous life. Duan Fei had heard that when people encounter desperate situations, they will burst out with amazing energy and awaken their power. The Tu Li Fong obviously belonged to this type, so he decided to hand over Chu Kang to them. After all, he had to enter the center of Qin Xian, and if he could have 2 more awakened people to help him, it would be much safer. Chu Kang saw this and seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He thought, if I want to die, I just need to capture them as hostages, then I can escape from here. The two Li Fong rushed over with baseball bats and shouted, "Die, Chu Kang." Li Fong hit him with a bat, but Chu Kang fought back and mocked them, "You guys want to kill me? You don't know your own strength, you're trash. You can't even protect your own girlfriends." Li Fong used his baseball bat to block the attack. Tran Jiahao next to him used his body to hit Chu Kang, and Chu Kang was pushed back a few meters. At this time, Chu Kang was a little surprised. He thought, what's going on? These two guys seem to be different from the useless ones who were trampled and despised by me before. Chu Kang felt very angry. He decided that even if he died, he would drag Li Fong with him. He launched an attack on Li Fong. Tran Jiahao next to him hurriedly reminded him, but he was also hit. Li Fong's girlfriend saw this and asked Duan Fei to help them quickly. But Duan Fei felt that it was not time yet, because he understood the pain they had suffered. The Li Fong hated themselves for being weak and useless. To become stronger, they had to face great danger, but the more desperate the situation, the more potential they would stimulate. Chu Kang swung at Li Fong. Duan Fei felt a bit reluctant. He thought, that's enough. This way of awakening is too forced. Then he activated his power and swallowed the gold treasure. He said, let's go. The next second, it seemed that Li Fong's body changed, and everyone was stunned on the spot. When Li Fong spat out a mouthful of ketchup, he almost couldn't hold on. Duan Fei immediately rushed over and thought, I was too reckless. Now I have to transfer green energy to temporarily maintain his life, then quickly kill the mutant plant and get the life energy to heal Li Fong. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something was wrong. His body was heavy as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds. He couldn't move easily. He felt this strange change. Duan Fei's eyes lit up and flashed a look of astonishment. He thought, power of controlling gravity. Controlling gravity means that he can control gravity in his domain. He can arbitrarily control the gravity of any place in his domain. As long as he wants, he can increase the gravity of that place by 10 times, 100 times, or more. The terrifying gravity presses down on it. A second later, Chu Kang's face changed. He thought, when Chu Kang was crushed by gravity and couldn't move, Li Fong changed and turned into a vague black shadow that disappeared in his own shadow. Duan Fei was very astonished. Even Li Fong had awakened, and he had a very rare psychic power, the Shadow Killer. The body of a person with this power would turn into darkness, half real and half illusory. In this state, his body could transform into any shape, hide in the shadows to avoid injury and pursuit. Then Li Fong appeared behind Chu Kang and said to him, Chu Kang, you're done. Chu Kang tried hard to struggle, but he was controlled by Tran Jiahao's gravity. His whole body felt like it was crushed by a mountain, and he couldn't move. Li Fong's right hand turned into a sharp blade and said to Chu Kang, don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I will torture you slowly with each cut. Make you feel despair. Li Fong cut Chu Kang one by one. He writhed in pain. Because of the pain, his face wrinkled and sweat dripped from his forehead. Seeing the cruel scene in front of them, Nin Tin and Hon Hon didn't dare to look. Chu Kang endured endless pain and torture, then he died in agony. At this moment, Li Fong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been poisoned by Chu Kang's venom. And because he had exerted himself too much earlier, the toxin had spread throughout his body. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Everyone thought there was an earthquake, but it turned out that the monster felt that its feeder had died and became angry. Tran Jiahao quickly led everyone to run away from this place. Li Fong tried to stop them, saying they didn't need to care about him. He told them to go, saying he would only drag them down in his condition. Duan Fei comforted Li Fong, asking him what Nin Tin would do if he died. Tran Jiahao carried Li Fong and prepared to leave. Li Fong asked Duan Fei, are you not coming with us? Don't tell me you want to, he was interrupted by Duan Fei. "That's right, this is why I came here, to defeat it. Only then can I cure you." At that moment, thick strands of clouds emerged from the ground. Jia Hao urged everyone to leave quickly, as countless clouds rose from below. Duan Fei remained calm as usual. "What a flashy entrance, huh? Is it time for your true form to appear?" A loud noise rang out, and a huge creature emerged from the ground. It was a D-level mutant plant, the king flower. In his previous life, Duan Fei had heard of the legend of the S-level king flower. Humanity had paid a heavy price to defeat it. Duan Fei sensed its fluctuations and realized that its energy was unstable. It must have just evolved to D-level not long ago. He and Kim Bao should have no problem dealing with it, but a second later, a voice sounded. "Human, you are very strong. You killed my puppet, so you will take his place and continue to provide food for me. So you have developed your own consciousness." Duan Fei smiled and said, "What do you think? If you show me these things, will I submit them to you?" Seeing that Duan Fei was not tempted by its offer, the monster stretched out its vines to attack him. At this time, Duan Fei said to Kim Bao, "Grow bigger and wrap around the king flower. I will go inside its body and finish it off completely." Duan Fei rushed towards the king flower and activated his devouring power. He wanted to see if he could devour the king flower. Mutant plants had a weakness: they depended on the essence in their bodies. The essence was their core of life. As long as he found it and took it out, he could subdue it. At this moment, the system reminded him, the opponent's body is too strong, you cannot directly extract it. Then he had to go to where the essence was located in order to control it. The king flower was injured and very angry. 3 large vines came at Duan Fei with a piercing sound. These 3 strands of straw cover the sun, blocking all escape routes for Duan Fei. It seems that in the next second, they will crush him into a pancake. At this critical moment, Kim Bao came to the rescue with great force. "Thank you, Kim Bao." Kim Bao looked at Duan Fei with a smug expression. "Remember not to eat those strands, they are full of toxins. I'll go into its body and look for the essence, you handle the outside," Kim Bao said and immediately spat them out. At this time, King Flower was angry and said, "Why are you helping humans? Wouldn't it be better to join me and absorb him?" Kim Bao said arrogantly, "Who wants to cooperate with your ugly kind?" Duan Fei came to the entrance of the stadium and smelled a strong stench. There was a loud noise outside, and the battle had begun. Although Kim Bao has evolved to level E, it is still very dangerous to face King Flower at that level. I have to find the essence quickly. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something strange in his hand. He looked down and saw digestive fluid. It seemed that it had merged with this stadium. This place was inside its body, and maybe the essence was somewhere in here. There were cries for help around him. Could there be people who survived here by luck? Duan Fei noticed that someone was approaching him from the side. He looked at that person and shouted, "Why didn't you hit like? I have to eat you." Duan Fei was scared out of his wits and immediately slashed him to death. Later, he heard many cries for help from behind. He turned around and saw a group of zombies begging him for help. These people were all absorbed by King Flower. At this time, King Flower said smugly, "That's right, these are humans who have been absorbed by me. I deliberately restored their appearance and voice, and turned them into this model. When I'm bored, I can take them out for fun." At this time, King Flower manipulated a female zombie and threw herself at Duan Fei. Duan Fei easily killed her with a slash. King Flower was shocked. "How can you do it when facing your own kind? I don't believe you are so ruthless. I will make your heart collapse. I don't have time to watch your nonsense tricks. I've seen enough of this scene of killing each other, especially when they are real living people." At this time, King Flower manipulated the zombies in various roles and rushed towards Duan Fei. Suddenly Duan Fei heard a voice, "Brother," he thought it was his sister. He turned around and saw a little girl zombie calling him, "Brother, save me." Seeing the little girl who was about the same size as his sister, he couldn't do it. King Flower mocked him. "Can't you do it to your sister? Then I'll let you hear her voice more." Duan Fei was angry and released his skill, saying to King Flower, "Doing this will only make you die more painfully. How your weakness has been exposed and you still want to kill me." At this time, Duan Fei jumped into King Flower's body, activating his power to devour and destroy it. Each slash cut off the straw strands. When Duan Fei's blade passed by, everything was split in half. King Flower screamed unwillingly, "You tiny human, hateful." Then there was a loud bang, and King Flower was chopped into pieces. Duan Fei landed on the ground and walked towards King Flower coolly. He went deep into Ba Van Hoa's core. Ba Van Hoa showed its pride and said, "Little brat, I admire you. I decided to spare you a chance to live. As long as you leave now, I will not chase you." Duan Fei knew that Ba Van Hoa had no strength to resist. He asked, "Are you begging me for mercy?" Ba Van Hoa was ashamed and angry. It said, "What did you say? Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. If you take one more step, don't blame me for the consequences." Looking at the red glow in front of him, Duan Fei said, "Surely the original essence is under this place." Ba Van Hoa was shocked and asked, "How do you know about the original essence? Who are you?" Duan Fei did not answer. He took out his double knives and walked forward. He slashed down with one knife. All the vines in front of him were cut off. Finally, the original essence appeared in front of Duan Fei. He did not expect that such a huge monster had such a small original essence. Ba Van Hoa was scared and said, "You, don't come here. If you get closer, I will not be polite." Duan Fei did not bother with it. He activated his skill and prepared to devour it. As soon as Duan Fei swung his arm to devour it, some vines suddenly stretched out from his hand. It was the evolutionary tree that touched the original essence first. It also wanted to snatch its own achievement. At this time, Ba Van Hoa felt something was wrong. It asked suspiciously, "Why do you have such pure plant energy in your body? Who are you?" The evolutionary tree greedily absorbed it. At this time, Duan Fei was sucked into the system space. Duan Fei asked doubtfully, "Why did you want to compete with me for absorbing Ba Van Hoa?" The evolutionary tree explained, "We are both plant systems. I can directly absorb the essence in its body. In this way, I can get more pure energy. I can evolve faster." Duan Fei was silent. He was annoyed by Kim Bao and the evolutionary tree. They both ascended higher than their owner. At this time, the system popped up, "System upgrade successful, do you want to unlock new skills?" Duan Fei was excited and clicked on yes. Psychic contract, you can sign a contract with another person and get their psychic power. If the other person dies, the contract will lose its effect. The target is limited to humans. This psychic power is not much different from devouring power. It targets zombies or humans. Devouring power has a short time limit and cannot increase combat power. Then, Duan Fei asked, "Did you notice Ba Van Hoa from the beginning?" The evolutionary tree said, "Not really, there is someone stronger in this area." Duan Fei guessed, "Stronger, it must be the thing in the center of Tan Shuyan. Now we still have to find life energy first." At the same time, everyone saw the monster fall down. They guessed that Duan Fei had defeated the monster. Lai Fong worriedly said, "Tran Dai Xie, go over there and see how he is doing. We are all worried about him." "Okay, I'll go and check the situation and come back soon. Everyone, be careful." At this time, Duan Fei had found life energy. Lai Fong was saved. As soon as Tran Jiahao entered, he said, "Duan Fei, you are okay now. We were all worried about you. We saw the monster fall down from afar, so we came to check the situation." At this time, Duan Fei noticed Kim Bao in his arms and asked what happened. Tran Jiahao replied, "When I came here, I saw it lying in the rubble, so I brought it here. You worked hard, just give Kim Bao to me. By the way, it's safe here now. You go and bring Lai Feng's group here. The poison on Lai Feng's body will be cured soon." After that, Lai Feng put Kim Bao in the life energy to heal his wounds. Soon after, Lai Feng was led to stay in the life energy, detoxify and recover from his injuries. Jiahao was amazed by the sight. "This life energy is amazing, it can heal any wound." Then, Duan Fei also told Tran Jia how to absorb the life energy and upgrade his strength. It seemed that they would take a short time to absorb it, so Duan Fei stayed by the side and studied his new skills. Then, he decided to restore Lai Feng's shadow assassination ability first. Duan Fei hurried to try using the shadow assassination, then he went out to patrol. He told Kim Bao to stay and protect everyone. Outside, there was a lot of death energy. Duan Fei activated his ability and intended to collect the fragments of the ability, then he also made a contract with Tran Jiahao's ability, and cleared the zombies around while getting familiar with the shadow assassination ability. Then he started to clean up. Then, Duan Fei discovered that within his level 5 detection range, he could extend the shadows and use them as a medium to activate the devouring ability. Then, Duan Fei activated the harvesting mode of the system and kept getting notifications of adding experience points. Duan Fei finished dealing with a large number of zombies and exclaimed the shadow assassination combined with the devouring ability is very convenient for sweeping these zombies. He still needed more fragments of abilities. At this time, Duan Fei felt a special aura nearby, which was not a zombie or a human. At this time, not far away, a female zombie was dancing ballet, and there was a giant zombie kneeling on one knee next to her. On his shoulder, a cute lowly girl was clapping her hands, then she jumped down and wanted to draw a picture. The lowly girl muttered as she drew, and the giant zombie next to her looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Suddenly, it seemed that the zombie noticed something and turned to look at the distance. The girl looked unhappy and said, "Humph, why are there more people coming?" A second later, Duan Fei suddenly appeared next to the girl and said, "So the source of that strange aura is you." The lowly girl was shocked. After she came to her senses, she shouted at the giant head to deal with Duan Fei. The giant zombie rushed towards Duan Fei, who conjured a blade and easily killed it with one move. The lowly girl was horrified and asked him, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here? I have set up eyes and ears around here, I would definitely know if anyone came in." It turned out that on the way here, the zombies standing still and not moving were all her products. Fortunately, he used shadow assassination to sneak in here, so he didn't trigger them. Otherwise, she would have run away already. Seeing Duan Fei silent and not answering, the lowly girl got angry. "Hey, don't play dumb. You killed my big head, apologize quickly." Hearing this, Duan Fei realized that something was wrong. This girl could control zombies. Then he asked her what her name was. The lowly girl was stunned and then stuck out her tongue mischievously. "If you don't apologize to Anna, I won't answer your question." Sure enough, it's Anna. I should have remembered it already. The girl in front of me was a former S-level warrior and the Dark Queen of the previous life. After the apocalypse broke out, this Dark Queen was one of the first human groups infected with the zombie virus. But for some unknown reason, although the virus destroyed their bodies, it didn't make them lose consciousness. So this Dark Queen became a zombie with human consciousness. She had two abilities. One was mental power, which used mental power to destroy the opponent's consciousness. Two was the unique ability to control zombies because of her strength and speciality. And on the human side there was a dispute, one supported killing her, one hoped she would live on. Although everyone eventually treated her as a human, the opposition still always existed. In the end, she chose to go solo. It was rumored that she was cold and ruthless, a big demon who killed for fun. But the innocent and cute little Anna in front of me didn't look like a big demon at all. Anna saw that Duan Fei kept silent and got angry. She said, "Hey, what are you stupid about?" Then Duan Fei started to pay attention to Anna. He needed to recruit such a powerful character. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't mean any harm. I just want to be friends with you. People who come to look for Anna are not good people. Who wants to be friends with you?" Duan Fei remembered that Anna had said that someone had come to look for her before. So he asked her, "Do you remember what the person who came to look for you before looked like?" Anna looked at Duan Fei up and down. He didn't seem like a bad person. She said, "I'll draw it for you." She finished speaking and drew two people on the ground. Duan Fei looked at the drawing and criticized, "Did your art teacher teach you physical education? These are the two people who came to look for me, but I avoided them before. The man in the black coat has a lot of subordinates. Their target is zombies. They have captured many mutant zombies." Suddenly the ground shook and a crack appeared. And now whispered, "Oh no, there is a very strong mutant beast nearby. It will come out to hunt at this time." As soon as Anna worried silently, Duan Fei hugged her and jumped back. Suddenly from under the ground, a mutant beast emerged and opened its mouth wide to attack Duan Fei. Duan Fei said to Anna, "Hold on tight to me. It will shake a lot. What do you want me to do?" He saw the mutant beast immediately cut in half. Anna was amazed and said, "That's amazing. You solved this mutant beast so easily." When Anna looked at Duan Fei again, she saw stars in his eyes, sparkling. Why did he become so handsome? At this time, Duan Fei said, "Let's go back to the base first. If there are other forces here, it might not be safe here. So Anna will go with me for now." Then Anna turned into a black shadow and flew away. When they reached the top of the stadium, he said, "So you are the one who killed Dai Hua Hua?" At the same time, Kim Bao made some gu sounds. It seemed that he noticed that Duan Fei had returned. A second later Duan Fei appeared in front of them. Everyone saw a girl on Duan Fei's shoulder and wondered, "Duan Fei, who is this girl?" He said, "I found her while patrolling and brought her back." She said, "Wow, there are so many people here." Jia Hao and Lai Fong finished absorbing the life energy and asked, "How do you feel?" They said, "The power has really increased a lot, but Duan Fei, the power you used just now is..." Duan Fei explained, "That's right, it's my shadow assassination. My ability can borrow the power of everyone." They said, "That's great. If it's you then you can use it better than me." Kim Bao saw Na appear in his position and got angry and barked. Duan Fei saw that and put Na down on the ground. He said, "Don't make noise anymore." Then he said seriously, "The situation is complicated now. Lai Fong, Jia Hao, we have to plan the next step." Then Duan Fei said sternly, "The situation here is getting more and more complicated, and there are two unknown forces. It may be very dangerous for everyone to stay here, so you should go back to the base and wait for me." The two people who were worried about Duan Fei did not agree to leave. Duan Fei told them not to worry, and besides, Min Tin and Hon Hon were here, so they could not act with ease. "I will ask Kim Bao to escort you back to the base," he said and looked at Kim Bao, only to find that it was being trampled by a Na. "Puppy, play with your sister." "Woof woof, I'm dead." Li Feng worriedly said, "It's dangerous again, why don't we go together?" "No," Duan Fei said, "there is a high possibility that there is a trace of Tong Duyet in the center of Tan Shuyan. I have to go and find out." Seeing Duan Fei say that, the two people could only agree. Tran Jiahao asked Duan Fei if the girl needed to go with them. Duan Fei looked at Na and said impatiently, the girl will go with me, and Na is quite special. It is not convenient to go to the base for now. At this time, Na had ridden on Kim Bao's back, holding Kim Bao's two hands. Poor Kim Bao could only let himself be stepped on, and then everyone sat on Kim Bao's back, ready to go to the base. Duan Fei told them that when they got to the base, they just had to say his name. At this time, Kim Bao cried out woof woof pitifully. Na said to Duan Fei, Kim Bao said he wants to go with you. It seems that he is not very obedient, or should I use my power to control him? Kim Bao heard Na say that and quickly flapped his wings and flew away. Alright, we should also set off for the center of Tanshuyan. Na heard this and looked at Duan Fei, only to find that he was shining brightly. Then Duan Fei used his shadow-killing power to wrap Na and quickly moved in the dark. Then Na realized why Duan Fei could avoid zombies. His eyes and ears. Duan Fei opened a hole to observe the outside. It would probably take 10 minutes to get there, then he summoned the system interface to check. There were too many variables in Tanshuyan, he still had to prepare well in advance. Killing the king flower plus the evolution points he had accumulated over time. He now had a total of 20.165 evolution points. Duan Fei decided to still take strength and agility as the core. Strength increased to LV7, consumed 5.000 points, leaving 15.165 points. Agility increased from LV6 to LV7, cost 3.000 points, LV7 to LV8 cost 5.000 points, leaving 7.165 points. The other attributes, except spirit, were all upgraded comprehensively. He immediately exited the evolution system point. The attribute increase affected his body immediately. From within his body, Duan Fei suddenly emitted a large amount of purple energy. Duan Fei could not bear the pain and screamed. Na saw this and was worried. She asked, I didn't expect that upgrading would be so terrible. Although I'm still level F now, I feel like I've reached level D already. At this time, in the center of Tanshuyan, only 4 figures were seen searching for something on the street. It turned out that this 4-person team also came to look for relics in the center of Tanshuyan. The entrance to the relic was right nearby. Amin saw it and said Amin touched the ground with one hand and used his level up power, which could detect the density of objects and control the molecular structure within them, changing their density. Boss, there is indeed a huge space below here which coincidentally can be used as an entrance. Good, then open an entrance right here. The blonde-haired man used his power again and an entrance immediately appeared in front of them. The aura emanating from the entrance made people shiver without being cold. The 4 people did not hesitate and prepared to go down to the relic. At this moment, Duan Fei was using his shadow-killing skill and quickly set off. What's going on? Suddenly there was a strange stream of energy, and Na said. I also felt a little scared. The evolution tree also reacted strongly just now. Could it be that the thing it noticed is right there? On the way, Duan Fei found a grade D beast monkey that was burned to death. He guessed that it was caused by those people with unknown origins. It seemed that these people came here with a purpose, and coupled with the strange stream of energy just now, it was very likely that the relic had been opened. The purpose of these people was also the same as his. They all came for the relic in Qinxian. A while later, Duan Fei arrived at the entrance of the relic, and sure enough someone had already gone in. Na, I can't predict the situation below, or should you wait here for me? Na also wanted to go down with him. Duan Fei said, I know, then follow me closely. Then Duan Fei jumped into the relic. Remember not to be too far away from me. Na nodded, and looked at Duan Fei with admiration. At a fork in the road, there were a few puppets lying on the ground on the right side. Duan Fei analyzed and decided to go to the left. It seems that they are not many people, so they chose one road. Right now, it's safer to avoid meeting them for the time being. These armors might be war puppets. Judging from the situation on the other side, these armors were not decorations. You wait here for a while, I'll go in and take a look first. Duan Fei had just walked past, and a red light flashed from the eyes of the armor, ready to attack Duan Fei. Duan Fei dodged and fought back, only to see Duan Fei activate his shadow killing skill, and all the puppets were instantly split apart. Last time we talked about Duan Fei, he activated his shadow killing skill and smashed them because the puppets did not like and subscribe. At this moment, Anna looked at the puppet and seemed to discover something. She held a blue thing in her hand and asked Duan Fei, "What is this?" Then Duan Fei also took something out of the chest of the puppet and said, "This should be what makes these iron armors move. I remember this is an energy crystal. This kind of crystal contains a lot of energy, but this is only the lowest grade, and it has no practical effect," he said and threw it away. The little girl now was greedy and heard that she was disappointed. "So I picked it up for nothing," she said angrily and dumped all the crystals on the ground. At this moment Duan Fei noticed something wrong and told Anna to stay away a bit. Only saw a huge grade E war puppet walking towards them. Without saying a word, it drew its sword and slashed at Duan Fei. But the sword went through Duan Fei's body, and the puppet saw him disappear in front of his eyes. It angrily said, "You have no martial arts." Then Duan Fei appeared behind the puppet, ready to smash its energy crystal and make it lose its ability to move. The puppet noticed Duan Fei's intention, grabbed a shadow, and then emitted a powerful stream of energy from its body. Duan Fei noticed something unusual and quickly retreated. This one was indeed different from the others, it even knew how to protect its own crystal. Duan Fei rushed to the puppet and intended to use a physical attack, but he saw Duan Fei turn into a purple light and attack the puppet. With a bang, the puppet lost an arm. Then, Duan Fei jumped up and kicked the puppet's head. The puppet's head was smashed in an instant, and the puppet went to heaven. Then Duan Fei went to the puppet's place, thinking that the war crystal of this puppet would not be a low-grade one. He opened it and saw that it was indeed a medium-grade energy crystal. There was also something that looked like a stone tablet. Duan Fei threw the medium-grade energy crystal to Anna for storage, and the stone tablet seemed to be incomplete, probably missing another half. He couldn't see what information it contained right now, so he had to find the other half. Suddenly, the stone tablet emitted a dazzling light, and then the ground shook. A staircase appeared in front of them. Then the stone tablet lost its light. It seemed that the stone tablet was leading them to find the other half. "Anna, let's go down and take a look." Then they went down. Duan Fei immediately saw that there were spider webs and countless giant spiders inside. Anna looked at the scene in front of her and said, "The spiders are so big, and there are many small spiders around. They look scary. Anna, leave this to me for storage, stay here, don't move, I'll deal with those spiders." Then Chi Chu's E-level hand recognized Duan Fei and wanted to rush to attack him. A large number of spiders rushed to Duan Fei, but they were quickly rescued. The E-level spiders were too weak for Duan Fei. At this time, Duan Fei was fighting and thinking that he would meet the other group soon. To ensure that there were no mistakes, he had to find a prop that could enhance his combat power in the ruins as soon as possible. Why did two people from that group come here before me? Could it be that they also have intelligence that knows the secret in the Qinxian Center? It doesn't seem like a coincidence. I need to make the evolution tree stronger quickly. Only then will I have confidence to deal with them. Now I still have to deal with this mutant spider before solving the mystery in the stone tablet. Duan Fei used a thunder dragon poison electric attack and killed the mutant spider on the spot. Wow, brother Duan is so good, he killed this big spider in 1 second without anything. He just happened to know its weakness. Duan Fei looked at the stone tablet in his hand and thought, it's exactly as I guessed before. The other half of the stone tablet is here. Besides the stone tablet, I also got a mental crystal that can increase my mental power by 10% forever. It's not bad, but it's not very useful for me. This crystal is useless for me, but for a Na who has mental power ability, it will be more effective for her. Then Duan Fei asked the Na to give him the stone tablet. Then he gave her the mental crystal. And Na's eyes widened as she looked at the shining crystal in her hand and began to absorb it. Then Na was wrapped in blue energy from the crystal. And Na felt full of mental power. She could manipulate 100 viewers to like her at once. Duan Fei explained that this crystal increased her mental power, so her ability would improve. Then Duan Fei held 2 pieces of stone tablet and tried to put them together. When the 2 pieces of stone tablet fit together, a light beam came out of them and shot straight into the sky. A 3-dimensional image of an inverted pyramid appeared in front of Duan Fei and Na. I didn't expect this to be a 3-dimensional map of the whole relic. Those threads must be the paths, yellow and red, probably corresponding to rewards and dangers. The largest yellow ones are on the 3rd and 5th floors. I guess they are guarded by powerful beings. At this point, Na curiously asked, "How strange, why is there no way to the 3rd floor? It seems like it is an isolated floor." How strange, indeed there is no way to the 3rd floor. Duan Fei was still thinking, when Na suddenly reminded him, "Brother Duan, look, there is something at the big spider's place." They saw the circle where the spider was lying fall down. The way to the 3rd floor appeared. Duan Fei understood. It turned out that this stone tablet led to a secret path. At this time, the 3-dimensional image also shrank into a 5-pointed star. Duan Fei held the star and observed it, not knowing what it was, but he kept it anyway. Then he called Na to prepare to continue going down. The way to the 3rd floor had a spiral shape, it looked very deep, and they couldn't see the bottom. It emitted a strange air. At the same time, the 4-person team quietly arrived at the 5th floor of the relic. They came to a luxurious door. It seemed to be the final treasure room. The blonde looked at the large stone statue in front of the door and asked curiously, "It can't be that this thing can also move, right?" Blackhead looked exasperated. "This thing is stone, not like those armors. How can it move? And don't get too close, stupidity is contagious. Stop arguing, we have reached the end point." Inside it seemed very luxurious and imposing. In the room there was a huge crystal coffin, fixed by golden chains. Everyone tilted their heads to look at the crystal coffin. In the coffin was a beautiful white-haired girl who was sleeping soundly. She was still holding a round stone tablet in her hand, which was the divine stone arm that they were looking for. "Diamond, you go get it. No matter what happens later, prioritize protecting the stone tablet." The fat man answered. "Understood, little Ming." "Blackhead, prepare for battle. You rats following behind us, come out. The disgusting smell on your bodies has been exposed." Then 3 people in black jumped out. These people belong to the Heavenly Disaster Organization. "You traitors who blaspheme against the gods, receive your punishment." An organization that only dares to hide in the shadows also dares to call itself God. Rats should hide under the sewers. The black-clothed man heard this and was very angry. He snapped and all 3 rushed up. The leader of the 4-person team, his hand wrapped in flames, said, "Absolutely can't let them come here. Use all your strength to protect Diamond from getting the stone tablet." The image changed. At this time Duan Fei's group had reached the 3rd floor of the relic. At the entrance to the 3rd floor of the relic, a strange air emanated. They all felt that there was a very terrifying air inside. Suddenly Duan Fei clutched his chest, his face full of pain. And Na worriedly asked, "Brother Duan, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine, the evolution tree has a very strong reaction. It seems that there is something it wants ahead." Then Duan Fei used his shadow killing skill to go in and investigate. There was another original essence that was even higher grade than King Flower appearing outside like that. Next to it were two huge spears stuck down. Duan Fei decided to quietly absorb it. Now if he could avoid it he would try to avoid it. Duan Fei quietly approached while thinking, if I get the original essence, maybe the evolution tree will be able to evolve again. Then my strength will also increase. That way I can run to the 5th floor and compete for the final spoils with those people. Just as he was about to reach the original essence, it suddenly looked at him as if it had discovered Duan Fei. Duan Fei was very doubtful. Clearly he had hidden in the shadow. Why did it still detect him? At this time he only saw a large statue holding a spear walk over. Then it took the original essence and put it in its chest to fuse with it. Last time, we talked about the big stone statue that was about to merge with the original essence. The original essence flew to the head of the stone statue and embedded itself in its forehead, like a third eye. Duan Fei saw this and prepared to fight. He told Anna to hide in the shadows and planned to deal with the stone statue alone. He also told Anna not to worry. At this time, Anna was hiding in the shadows and could not see the situation outside. Later, the evolution tree might appear and absorb the original essence. Duan Fei did not want Anna to discover the secret of the evolution tree. Then he shouted. The stone statue swung a slash and cracked the ground. Duan Fei dodged easily and activated his power. He rushed to the head of the stone statue. It turned out that the original essence was controlling the stone statue with a rope. As long as he took out the original essence, the stone statue would not be able to move. He slashed twice, but the stone statue was not damaged. It seemed that this stone statue was much harder than those iron armors. Duan Fei realized that his weapons could not hurt it, so he put them away. He decided to limit its movements first. The original essence was not convenient to attack from a high place. He dodged and approached the stone statue. Suddenly, the stone statue turned its head and hit Duan Fei. Duan Fei was pushed back far away until he hit the rope on the wall and stopped. This stone statue was worthy of being level D. Its strength and reaction were greatly improved. Then, Duan Fei turned into a black shadow and quickly attacked the stone statue. The black shadow turned into a rope and wrapped around the neck of the stone statue. Duan Fei pulled the rope and appeared behind the stone statue in a cool way. The stone statue still wanted to struggle, but it was obviously not enough against Duan Fei's level 8 strength. Duan Fei pulled hard and threw the stone statue away, creating a blur. A loud noise rang out as the stone statue landed on the ground. You realize you can't win, so you want to run now? The next evolution tree is for you. Suddenly, the evolution tree flew out of Duan Fei's body, making him surprised too. The original essence saw the evolution tree in front of it and trembled with fear. Then, the evolution tree began to absorb it quickly. Suddenly, the evolution tree emitted a bright green light. Duan Fei looked carefully and was stunned. Was this the evolution tree? It was so beautiful that no one could resist it. He did not expect that the evolution tree's body was a girl. Then, the evolution tree pointed to the system interface in front of Duan Fei's eyes. Now, Duan Fei realized that he had met the final requirement and could evolve. Duan Fei chose to evolve without hesitation. Then, his body emitted a huge purple energy and the system reminded him that he had ascended to level E. His other attributes and skills all increased by 1 level. Looking at the requirement to advance to level D, Duan Fei sighed. It was not surprising that the evolution tree had a clear goal now. It would be much easier to improve his strength. He thought back to his previous life when he had to kill Tang ghosts to level up. He only survived by luck or death. Then, he looked at the evolution tree. At this time, it seemed like a spirit said, "Do you still call me an evolution tree?" The evolution tree nodded in agreement. "I want to ask you something about my reincarnation and why you chose me." The evolution tree replied, "Sorry, I can't answer your question right now. I don't have memories of all these things, but there is a voice in my head that tells me, as long as you don't stop evolving, you will know everything. My evolution is the key. No wonder you helped me many times, and also helped me to keep evolving. It seems that my memory is also connected to your evolution, so your growth is very important. Alright, with my current ability, I can't stay outside for long. I will return to the system now." After saying that, the evolution tree disappeared. Duan Fei still had many doubts to ask, but she probably didn't know about the Tong Duyet incident. He would ask about these things later when he entered the system again. Then, Duan Fei prepared to go find the other group of people. He released the stealth mode and let Anna out. Anna didn't know that Duan Fei had let her out, and was still cheering for Duan Fei to fight on. Duan Fei called her. She woke up and said in surprise, "Brother Duan, when did you stand behind me? Wow, you have already defeated the stone statue." Suddenly, the ground shook and a loud noise rang out. The ground cracked. 3 people were fighting in the air. At this time, team leader Along also noticed Duan Fei. He looked at Duan Fei and their eyes met with suspicion. Last time, we talked about Along and Duan Fei looking at each other with affection in the 5th floor of the relic. 2 groups of people were fighting for the treasure. When they reached the 3rd floor of the relic, Along fell to the ground and looked back at Duan Fei's group in surprise, because he didn't expect to meet anyone here. Then he found out that this place was a floor that they had never been to before. Duan Fei looked at the 2 groups of people in front of him and asked Anna, "Are they the people you met before?" Anna said, "The ones in black are, but I have never seen the guy with braided hair." Duan Fei guessed that there might be a 3rd group of people. At this time, the man in black said, "Hand over the divine stone arm quickly. Don't even think about it, you scum." At this time, the blonde reminded Long Brother that they had injured Kim Kwong and hacked Dao severely and they were not their opponents now. It seemed that they were fighting for the treasure. At this time, Along suddenly turned around and said to Duan Fei, "Little brother, I'm very sorry. My name is Along and I dragged you into this mess. I really apologize. But I have an unreasonable request and I hope you can help us deal with the enemy in front of us." Duan Fei said, "Why should I help you? The situation right now is that both sides are not easy to mess with." The blonde didn't understand and said, "What are you talking about, Along? This guy is very tall but he is only an E-level. Do we need to be so courteous?" At this time, the D-level man in black also mocked them, adding more people is useless. In the end, you will only die. Just now your team cooperated and only managed to deal with one of us. Now you add an E-level guy, do you think it will make a difference? Duan Fei, as they said, we are in a weak position right now. But I feel that you are not simple and that's why I invited you to join the fight. In the battle, I will try to protect you. Moreover, even if you don't join us, they will not spare you after they finish us off because they are. Zombie Duan Fei thought in his head, could it be that these people in black were really zombies? He observed carefully and indeed, they emitted a very special aura from their bodies, somewhat familiar, the original life form. He remembered, why did they have the aura of the original life form on them? Then, Duan Fei decided to help the 2 Long brothers. Moreover, he told Long that when he dealt with the enemy, he had to tell him what he knew. Next, Duan Fei rushed up. Long was startled when he saw that, and the person in black saw Duan Fei being so reckless, so he activated his weapon to finish him off. He only saw Duan Fei slashing out a few blades, easily chopping off the weapon that came in front of him from a person in black. He was about to finish him off, when suddenly another person in black attacked from Duan Fei's side, secretly shouting bad luck. A second later, there was a loud bang, and the person in black was blown away by a fireball. It turned out that Long had intervened in time. He was a level D mutant with a level A mutant ability. At this time, the person in black also realized something was wrong. how could a level E be so terrifying? Moreover, in a moment just now, he felt the power of God on him. Duan Fei looked at Duan Fei so calmly. Long reminded him to be careful a bit. Those monsters were not easy to deal with. This small wound was nothing to them. Duan Fei ignored the advice and rushed up again. Long looked up and saw Duan Fei start up. His mutant power immediately appeared in front of the person in black. The person in black suddenly felt uneasy. A second later Duan Fei raised his blade and slashed down. A person in black was just like that dealt with, making the blonde watching gape, eyes wide open. Long also sighed. Indeed not simple, maybe his strength was the strongest here. At this time, the system also popped up a notification, killed level D zombie, and received 600 evolution points. Another person in black saw that and said in horror, How could you not be level E? Why do you have an aura like God on you? It turns out that the original life form all call themselves God. Then did I kill God before? No way, God cannot be defeated. I have to kill you all. After saying that, he saw the weapon of the person in black stabbed into his body. His body also quickly swelled up and emitted a very strong energy wave. Duan Fei saw that and remembered this scene had been seen at the original worm's place before. It was preparing to fight to death at that time. In the end, Duan Fei realized this and quickly told the Long brothers to take Anna away quickly. Hoa Mao saw that and immediately picked up Anna and left. Duan Fei looked at Long behind, still not leaving, and asked, "Why didn't you go?" Long said, "This guy injured my subordinate and this trouble was also brought by me. How could I run away halfway? I'll cover for you when the energy wave spreads out." The person in black had already upgraded to level C zombie. Duan Fei also reminded Long that this guy had reached level C strength. Be careful a bit. Then a level C zombie attacked them. Long fought while thinking clearly. Duan Fei was only level E, but facing level C zombies was still so easy. The zombie level C was burned by Long's fire but still not injured at all. Na proudly said, "Useless, useless, the power of God is invincible." Duan Fei said, "Then let you try the power of God, killer." Then Duan Fei jumped up, slashed down on level C zombie. Zombie level C, also not willing to be weak, held up a weapon, blocked Duan Fei's attack. Duan Fei was also very surprised. This zombie was stronger than the original worm he met before. It seemed that they were also getting stronger at an alarming rate, but he was not himself from before either. After that, Duan Fei activated his C-level zombie killer image and attacked several times. The mosquito often passed through the shadow and could not attack Duan Fei. Duan Fei attacked, and though he did not know the strength of Along's group yet, he could not reveal too much of his power in front of them. He had to find a way to probe Along's strength. Now he only used his image killer and personal attributes to deal with it. At this moment, the blonde-haired man next to him saw Duan Fei's action and said in surprise, "Is this reasonable for Brother Long? He must be a level E. Is this the North? Don't ask me, I don't know anything. A level E guy who can suppress a level C and beat him up." At this moment, Duan Fei punched a zombie and made his face crooked. The level C zombie was knocked into the wire mesh on the wall and stopped. Then he saw the level C zombie stand up again. Duan Fei said, "Its defense is high, my weapon now can't cause damage or critical hit to it." He had a way to deal with it, but he needed Along to buy some time. He needed to prepare for a while. Along nodded and said okay. In fact, this was a way for Duan Fei to probe Along's strength. If not, he just needed to use his psychic power to easily kill the zombie. Then Along activated his psychic energy barrier. The C-level zombie did not stay still. Along said, "Hurry up, I can't hold on for long." Duan Fei watched Along fight and thought in his heart, the fire system psychic power is really powerful. It can cause a very powerful explosion, attack on a very large range. With his later actions, this psychic power can help a lot. He had to find an opportunity to sign a psychic contract with him. Then he went to the side of the big stone statue and wanted to borrow the long spear of the stone statue. At this time, Along was dodging and attacking, but the sea-level zombie was not injured at all. He was almost exhausted. At this time, the sea-level zombie was also angry, its eyes emitted red light, and it shot out several spikes. It rushed to attack Along. Long was horrified, he was about to be hit by the spikes. Duan Fei saw that and was worried. He had not gotten Along's psychic power yet, Along could not die. Then he threw the long spear hard, the long spear hit the sea-level zombie with a bang. Along looked at it and felt sorry for him. He said, "That's really powerful. I didn't expect him to be able to lift that long spear by himself." Everyone focused on looking and suddenly felt something was wrong. It was not dead yet, it still raised its hand to block the attack of the long spear. A loud noise rang out, one end of the long spear fell on the ground, creating a big hole. Along saw that and felt uneasy. It was over, the only chance had failed. Just then, Duan Fei pushed hard on the other end of the long spear. He still wanted to use the long spear to kill it. But his E-level strength was still a bit weak against the sea-level zombie before the long spear was pushed back. Suddenly, Duan Fei stopped his steps and backed away from the sea-level zombie, very suspicious. Why? Duan Fei still had strength left. It turned out that Along had helped push back the sea-level zombie in time. Seeing that it was Along, he sneered at him. He said, "Let me deal with both of you." Then he pushed the long spear with one hand and activated his fire system psychic power with the other hand. A loud bang sounded out, a huge flame burst out from Along's hand and turned into a force that pushed the long spear back. The sea-level zombie was pushed back again, but suddenly its body emitted red light in resistance. Along did not expect it still had enough strength to resist. Just then, a consciousness suddenly entered its brain and made it think that Anna was the cutest girl in the world. Duan Fei and Along noticed something unusual and seized the opportunity to push the zombie with all their strength. A loud noise rang out, and the sea-level zombie was finally hit. At this point, Anna also collapsed exhausted. It turned out that she had used all her strength to control the zombie. Along looked at the sea-level zombie that had died and also sat down exhausted. Duan Fei stretched out his hand to pull him up and said that it was hard work. He was secretly calculating how to imitate Along's skill. As the two held hands, a purple light suddenly appeared, and the system announced, "The contract has been activated. You have obtained the A-level fire system ability that we talked about last time." Duan Fei successfully stole Along's fire system ability. After dealing with the black-clothed man, Along also kept his promise and told Duan Fei what he knew. It turned out that these black-clothed men belonged to an organization called Disaster. They were very mysterious and their whereabouts were hard to track. Duan Fei asked doubtfully what their purpose was. He had never heard of this organization in his previous life. Along said he didn't know either, he only knew that they were constantly capturing zombies. At this time, He Dao supported Kim Kwong, who was seriously injured, and came over. Duan Fei thought to himself that this was as Anna had said, so what about them? We are a mercenary group, we came here on a mission, but we don't know who hired us. Then, Along told Kim Kwong to bring out the 5th floor's treasure, the Godstone Arm. Along gave the Godstone Arm to Duan Fei and said that since he had dealt with Disaster, this thing should belong to him. The other team members were shocked by this. Along said that if it weren't for him, they might have died. At this point, Duan Fei raised his hand and said that he didn't need it, they should keep it. Without it, they couldn't complete their mission. He also admired Along's honesty. Duan Fei looked at the fire system ability in his hand, which was what he wanted. He then said that he had one more thing to ask Along for help. "This is my sister. My sister and I got separated, and I went everywhere looking for her. She just happened to come here by chance. You guys travel a lot of places, I hope you can help me pay attention." Along took the photo and said, "No problem, I will definitely do my best to help you." At this moment, Kim Kwang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too badly injured and had to go back for treatment as soon as possible. Along saw this and had to say goodbye to Duan Fei, leaving his contact address. Duan Fei also said that he knew his teammates' lives were more important and told him to take Kim Kwang back for treatment quickly. After that, Along's team left. The blonde asked him if they were just going to leave like that. "We have the advantage of numbers now, and he must have used up a lot of energy just now. He must have the treasure of this floor, why don't we rob him?" Along said coldly, "Rob him? To be honest, even if we were in our best condition and worked together, we might not be his match in the fight just now. He hasn't even used half of his strength yet." The blonde heard this and said that he was indeed very surprised by him, "But you are exaggerating a bit. After all, he is only E-level." Along said that only when he got close to him, he could feel a strong sense of absurdity, a hidden power that was hard to detect, that had nothing to do with his actual strength, that showed on the surface, and that gave people the feeling of relying on him. Duan Fei and Anna watched Along's team leave. Anna curiously asked Duan Fei why he didn't take their treasures. Duan Fei smiled and said that he had just interacted with him. He felt that Along was a good person, as if he had helped him once, although he hid his identity and probably had his own worries. When they reached the entrance of the relic, the blonde said to Along, if he was really as powerful as he said, why didn't he pull him into the heavenly net? Moreover, he also hid their true identity. If he joined, they would be able to accept missions with higher rewards. Along said that it was not time for the heavenly net yet, and they couldn't easily reveal it to outsiders. If the people above knew, they would be in danger. Moreover, he was a cautious person, who still kept his guard up against them. He had been probing his strength just now, deliberately showing weakness, and also taking advantage of it to consume his physical strength. Now they just needed to help him find his sister's whereabouts, and they could gain his trust. He wanted to be friends with him. Looking at Along's group leaving, Duan Fei said to Anna, "They should do the same." Anna doubted and asked Duan Fei where they were going now. Duan Fei said that they had to continue exploring the relic, and use the spirit stones here to help Anna become stronger. He also thanked Anna for her help just now. Moreover, they hadn't found out the effect of this badge yet. Anna was happy to hear the praise, and raised her nose to the sky. Then, the two went to the 4th floor of the relic. When they reached the 4th floor of the relic, they saw a large number of intermediate puppets in front of them. Duan Fei told her to leave it to him, and it was just right to test his fire system ability. Anna looked at Duan Fei's hand burning with fire and was scared to move aside, afraid of being burned by the fire. Then, Duan Fei rushed in and started fighting. Duan Fei also tried to do like Along, turning the flame into a thrust force, spinning 360 degrees in the air, avoiding the attack of the puppet. Relying on his fire system ability, he could also move in the air for a short time, so he wouldn't be afraid of aerial combat anymore. Duan Fei fought while getting familiar with his fire system ability. He found out that the fire system had better wide-range damage. It complemented his shadow killing perfectly. When he was almost familiar with it, Duan Fei didn't want to waste time anymore. He used a big fireball technique and made a loud noise. The fire spread from Duan Fei's hand over a large area, and the puppets were instantly solved. Then he told Anna to start collecting spirit stones from them, and reminded her to be careful not to get burned. Anna happily said that this was her specialty. Suddenly Anna screamed and made Duan Fei pay attention. Duan Fei hurriedly asked Anna what was wrong. Anna held her bag of courage or cowardice and said sadly that the thing he told her to keep before had disappeared. Could it be that she dropped it just now? Anna said that she had zipped up her bag and it couldn't fall out. Duan Fei guessed that it had been absorbed by Anna. Then he told Anna to pick up the crystals on the ground and try to absorb them like before. Anna picked up a crystal and curiously said, "Can this also be absorbed?" Then the crystal disappeared. Anna opened her mouth in astonishment. It turned out that because of Anna's special nature, she would not kill zombies, but tame them. That way, she could not get experience to increase her level. Instead, she could directly absorb items with energy to help herself evolve. After knowing the reason, Duan Fei said to Anna, "This is your stage, hurry up and absorb these crystals and you will become stronger soon." Anna excitedly clenched her fist and asked, "Really?" Just then, from a distance, a zombie with a ferocious face was waiting for them. After absorbing a large amount of crystals, Anna successfully evolved to level E. Anna also happily said that she felt much stronger. At this time, from a distance, a cold air blew over strongly. Anna and Duan Fei both realized that there was the passage to the 5th floor. Duan Fei decided to go there and take a look. They quickly arrived at the 5th floor of the relic. In front of them was only an empty crystal coffin. Duan Fei guessed for sure that the treasure of this floor was inside, but it had been taken by a Long's group. Moreover, there must have been someone guarding it inside. At this time, the cold air flew over again strongly. Immediately, a white-haired female zombie rushed over from behind. Duan Fei raised his hand and gave it a punch, knocking the white-haired female zombie away. Anna looked at it and was startled before she could understand what was going on. It turned out that this was the white-haired goddess in the crystal coffin. Then, the poor white-haired zombie crawled up again. Anna tried to use her ability but could not control it. Duan Fei told her to rest and leave the rest to him. Next, the white-haired zombie quickly rushed over. Duan Fei easily dodged the attack. The female zombie saw that Duan Fei seemed difficult to deal with, so she used her electric shock ability to prepare for an attack. Duan Fei saw this and immediately used his devouring ability. A large black hand covered the white-haired zombie and killed it instantly. Then, the system also popped up a notification. Suddenly, the round wall in front of them made a sound and moved. Then, the stone wall rotated. They saw that there was a 5-pointed star on it, shaped exactly like the badge before. Then, Duan Fei placed the badge on it. The badge immediately emitted a dazzling light and split into 2 triangles. Then, 2 projections of the relic appeared and a passage appeared behind the round stone wall. It turned out that there was another hidden relic. Duan Fei then led Anna inside. In the hidden relic, Anna said to Duan Fei, "Next, I can also fight with you." Duan Fei agreed that if they met a powerful opponent, they would fight together. If it was simple, he would leave it to him. Duan Fei calculated in his heart that if he met a suitable opponent, he would let Anna tame it, he would deal with the rest himself. Before that, he had used up all his energy to suppress Along's ability. Now he had to accumulate more fragments. As he was thinking, a level E zombie in the shape of a warrior appeared in front of him. The weakest ones here were also level E. It seemed that this hidden relic was much more dangerous than above. Then, Duan Fei told Anna to retreat behind him and summon his weapon to prepare for battle. With a bang, the zombie swung his axe hard. Duan Fei jumped back to avoid it and then rushed towards the zombie with his weapon. The zombie blocked Duan Fei's weapon with his shield but was killed by Duan Fei using his other hand with his devouring ability. After that, Anna was scared and pointed ahead, saying to Andon, "Look ahead quickly." They saw a group of zombies wearing soldier uniforms coming towards them. Duan Fei saw that and calmly said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then he activated his assassin skill, combined with his psychic power, and killed all of them in one bite. In a moment, the system also kept popping up notifications. Duan Fei looked and sweated with joy, while also using another psychic power for combat. His physical power also consumed more as a result, but the benefits were very rich. He had almost 40,000 evolution points now, and he had also collected a lot of psychic fragments. Anna also absorbed many energy crystals. Then, the two of them reached the end of the second floor of the relic. The gate in front of them looked very beautiful and luxurious. The two of them prepared to enter and explore inside. Anna carefully opened the door, and also greeted politely, "Is anyone there?" "Anna is coming in." After that, a flock of owl cats flew towards them. Duan Fei was almost there at that time. Duan Fei saw that there were too many beasts, and wanted to tell Anna to hide in a shadow. Anna still insisted and said, "Anna doesn't want to hide behind Andon forever. Anna has evolved and can take care of herself." A loud bang sounded, and the attack of the owl cat came. Anna dodged and avoided the attack, then her whole body emitted a blue energy, using her psychic power on the ground. An owl cat was being tamed by Anna. Just then, another owl cat rushed over, and immediately the owl cat that had been tamed by her rushed to block it. He had unconsciously regarded Anna as Xinu. He just wanted to protect the girl from his previous life. She was a strong person, stronger than him. She didn't know how many times she had been attacked because of him. Anna couldn't focus on taming, she could only dodge and complain. Just then, an owl cat came from behind Anna. There was only a loud bang and a white owl cat fell to the ground. Anna looked dumbfounded. The white owl stood up and shouted, same team, tell Anna to die." At that time, a big owl flapped its wings and attacked. Anna hurriedly jumped up to avoid it, but the white owl was not so lucky. Anna looked at it falling to the ground and angrily said, "Hey, what are you doing attacking your teammates?" Then the big owl landed arrogantly. The white owl saw that and immediately ran over to explain to the big owl, but it didn't listen to its explanation at all, and slapped it away with its wing. Duan Fei saw that this owl had high strength and told Anna to tame it quickly. Anna said that she didn't want such a bad friend. It turned out that Anna found out that this white owl had a huge amount of energy in its body and an S-level psychic power. It was the strongest owl here, but it seemed that it didn't know how to use this power. As long as Anna entered its consciousness and helped it awaken the sleeping power, it would transform and change. So Anna started to focus on taming it. Just when she was about to succeed, suddenly several owl cats rushed over. Duan Fei saw that and secretly cried out that it was not good, too late. Then right at that time, the white owl was successfully tamed. It turned into a white shadow and flew to where Anna was standing. It seemed to be relieved after seeing her safe, then dusted itself off. Anna and the white owl put their hands on their hips and proudly said, "We are the best." At this moment, a few owls surrounded them, accusing the white owl of being a traitor. Anna saw this, and cheered it on, "Don't be afraid, you are stronger than them." Then, the other owls attacked the white owl. The little cuckoo dodged a blow, and agilely avoided them in the air. Then, seizing the opportunity, it used its amazing speed to attack and defeat them all. "Wow, little cuckoo is so good, I really didn't choose you wrong," Anna said. At this time, Duan Fei also said, "Congratulations on finding a new teammate, but now is not the time to celebrate, there is a big guy coming soon, be careful." A huge owl cat appeared in front of them, as we mentioned before, a D-level owl cat, heading towards them. Duan Fei guessed that this was the leader. At this moment, Anna suddenly said in a serious tone, "Brother Duan, leave it to me, this is the first battle of me and Little Cuckoo." Little Cuckoo heard this, and cold sweat dripped down its back. "If you want to die, don't drag me with you." Duan Fei saw that Anna was so serious, and said, "I understand, I'll deal with the others, you focus on it." Then, Anna controlled a little cuckoo, and excitedly said, "I will show the enemy how powerful I am." Just then, the D-level owl cat clawed at them with a bang, cracking the ground. Little Cuckoo flew up to avoid the blow, then the D-level owl cat also flapped its wings loudly. Little Cuckoo was hit and lost its direction in flight. It barely stabilized itself. Suddenly there were two more owls attacking the Little Cuckoo. It felt uneasy. Just then, with a thud, Duan Fei attacked and saved the little cuckoo's life. Anna, don't be impatient, take it easy. You have to trust your teammate. Don't just try to force and control it. Okay, Anna understood. It turned out that when Anna first entered the little cuckoo's consciousness, he felt that it was very timid and insecure. Anna thought that by using coercion to make it fight, he could restore its confidence. But being invaded by his consciousness made the little cuckoo even more afraid and worsened the situation. Since childhood, little cuckoo had been regarded as a freak. Normally it was bullied and oppressed. Gradually it became afraid of everything around it and lost trust in others. Anna was like that since he had no parents since childhood. Because he was often laughed at and bullied, he was also afraid of being with others. Until he met Brother Duan, who really treated him as a good friend. So he didn't need to be afraid. He just wanted to be friends with him and take him away from here and show him the outside world. Little cuckoo dodged while listening to Anna's encouragement and gradually became brave and began to fight back. It rushed forward and hit the D-level owl cat with its head. Then it turned into a blue light and began to attack continuously. Duan Fei saw little cuckoo's attack and also marveled that Anna's teammate was really powerful. At this moment the D-level owl cat suddenly flew up, its body became bigger and the little cuckoo in front of it looked even smaller. Duan Fei saw this and told Anna to retreat or he would be injured. Anna said he wanted to stay with the little cuckoo and cheer it on. At this time the little cuckoo couldn't do anything to the D-level owl cat and could only dodge repeatedly. It seemed that dealing with a D-level opponent was still too much for it. It really couldn't do anything, then it had to do it himself. Just then the little cuckoo's body emitted a blue energy and with a swoosh turned into a blue light that flew towards the D-level owl cat. The blue light was like a storm that wrapped around the owl cat. The storm rocks flew everywhere and hit the owl cat, which spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Duan Fei was very astonished, because this was the S-level storm ability that was absolute in his previous life. The combat power of this ability was the highest. Then, the D-level owl was beaten and fell to the ground. Anna saw that, and reminded little cuckoo that this was a good opportunity. Little cuckoo seized the opportunity, and attacked the head of the D-level owl. With a bang, the D-level owl rolled its eyes, fell to the ground, and exposed its belly to the sky. After that, Anna and little cuckoo happily hugged each other. Duan Fei came over and praised Anna for being very good. He told her to go absorb energy first. Then, little cuckoo went to enjoy its spoils. Duan Fei curiously asked, Anna, how did you discover its potential? Anna said, as long as I activate my ability to manipulate thoughts, I can see the data of zombies. Then I can identify the strongest one and control it. It is a great ability, worthy of an S-level warrior. This energy can be used in a group battle, to instantly find the strongest strategist in the enemy side, and convert it to our side. Duan Fei responded, do you have the ability to restore other people's abilities? Anna said, I saw you restore the fire ability of someone before. Duan Fei did not hide it, and answered, that's right. Anna happily said, let Brother Don restore my ability, you will use it more powerfully than me. Then she stretched out her hand. Actually, Duan Fei had wanted to restore Anna's ability before, but he thought he had to explore the ruins first. So he chose to restore an ability that had better explosive power before. Now he had enough fragments of abilities to restore another one. This time he chose Anna. Then he grabbed Anna's hand and started to restore her ability. Last time, we talked about how Duan Fei held Anna's hand and prepared to restore her ability. But because Duan Fei did not press like, the system announced that the restoration failed. This made Duan Fei dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. It turned out that the contract could not be used with zombies. At this moment, Anna also asked, did Brother Don succeed in restoring it? Duan Fei said, not yet. Suddenly, little cuckoo's body emitted energy and successfully evolved to E-level. Anna saw that and also praised Little Cuckoo. Duan Fei looked at Anna's innocence. After being together for a while, he had forgotten that she was a zombie. It was hard to imagine how she walked step by step with what kind of mood in her previous life. This time, he would not let her become a topic of judgment and debate for everyone. Then he led Anna to the next floor. They had been in the ruins for a long time and their physical strength was almost exhausted. Duan Fei decided to use shadow killing to scout the way and deal with any strong enemies himself. Then he activated shadow killing and devouring abilities. Anna stood there and watched in awe. Duan Fei also wanted to take advantage of this place to level up. Now he only needed 110000 more evolution points to reach level D again. Then he started to sweep through the old guys in the ruins to earn evolution points. At this time, in the refuge base, a man was knocked down to the ground by a blonde man who said arrogantly, "Call out your strongest guy to fight me. Isn't there someone called War God or something? Hurry up and call him out. If he is not here or does not dare to come out, then I will use you guys as warm-ups until he comes out." What happened, Captain Ha? Suddenly, some people from another refugee base screamed and wanted to fight with the war god who was causing trouble at our place. Captain Ha suspiciously came to look for Duan Fei, and at the same time, Duan Fei had reached the third floor of the relic. Duan Fei found out that there was only one place left that he needed to go personally to solve. He passed through the third and fourth floors, and got a total of 90,000 evolution points. The fifth floor also had more than 20,000. Duan Fei decided to improve his strength first, and then go to deal with the final boss. Then, he used all the evolution points, until he only had 3,000 exploration points left. He increased one more level and would reach level D. From level 8 to level 9, he needed 7,000 evolution points, and he was still missing 4,000. Then, the process of increasing his attributes began to affect his body. Duan Fei's whole body emitted purple energy, and he screamed in pain before calming down. Seeing this, Anna was both shocked and worried. Then, Duan Fei finished increasing his strength, wiped his sweat and said to Anna, "Let's go." Then they went to the fifth floor of the relic, the door leading to the final boss. This time it was quite dangerous, so Duan Fei told Anna to wait outside, and then open the big gate. He was impatient and wanted to test his current strength. A huge snake-shaped mutant beast appeared in front of Duan Fei. The python did not say a word and opened its mouth wide. It rushed towards Duan Fei. Unfortunately, Duan Fei easily dodged it. Duan Fei jumped into the air and prepared to use 3/10 of his strength to kick down hard. The python fell to the ground with a thud, but this fall did not cause any damage to it. Then, the python continued to attack Duan Fei, and a man and a snake wrapped around each other tightly. At this moment, the python suddenly sprayed a large amount of green venom. Duan Fei used Shadow Kill to avoid the attack, then appeared behind the python and prepared to use 5/10 of his strength to strike. Duan Fei kicked the python hard, and a loud noise rang out. The python hit the wall hard, then spat out blood and shakily got up. It seemed that 5/10 of his strength was the limit that the python could endure. The python was unwilling to give up and opened its mouth wide again. It rushed towards Duan Fei, ready to fight to the death. Duan Fei saw this and used psychic devouring to finish it off in a second. He also accidentally picked up a treasure called Little Gourd. "You tell me, should we go in or not? We are both psychic types, so we can't open this door either." Just then, the big door opened with a bang. Anna quickly ran over and asked Brother Don, "Are you okay?" Duan Fei calmly said, "I'm fine. I have a gift for you." "What is it? What is it?" Then, Duan Fei took out a 6-pointed star badge and said, "This is a prop that is very suitable for your psychic power. Try wearing it." Anna happily accepted the badge and said, "How do I use this?" Duan Fei said, "Just say activate in your mind." Then, the scene around them began to change. Then they arrived at a different primal space. It turned out that this thing was equivalent to a spatial backpack. Anna could put zombies or corpses that she had tamed into the space and release them when needed. Just then her stomach growled loudly. Duan Fei said, "We've been busy for so long now, I'm hungry too, let's go upstairs and find some food first." Then they returned to the ground floor and came to the door of a supermarket. Anna said, "You eat first, I'll go clean up the zombies nearby for safety, okay?" Duan Fei walked carefully. After dealing with the python in the ruins, he still needed 2,800 evolution points to increase his exploration skill to level 9. After clearing the zombies around here, he could immediately evolve to level D. He needed to make himself stronger for the evolution tree, restore his memory, maybe she knew some clues about XINU. At this time, in an alley in the city, a couple led a child to hide. The man wanted to take a car, and then look for supplies. It turned out that this man was a truck driver who had helped the protagonist transport goods at the beginning. As soon as the man prayed, the car started quickly, and a large zombie walked out from behind the car. At this time, his wife was also impatient and reminded him that it was dangerous. He turned his head and saw it, thinking that he was dead for sure. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come, but slowly opened his eyes and found that he was still alive. Duan Fei told him to get out of here quickly, or he would really die. With a bang, the large zombie was easily solved by Duan Fei. The man looked at Duan Fei and felt very familiar. He remembered that Duan Fei was the one who bought a truck of goods from him. Duan Fei curiously asked, "Why did you run here? Where is your family?" "My family is very safe, thanks to you. I listened to you that day and went home immediately. I escaped a disaster. But because I didn't stock up on food before, I had to risk going out to find food." Duan Fei understood the situation roughly and said, "Wait a minute. The noise just now attracted the zombies around." He said to everyone, "Back off and let me deal with them." Then Duan Fei was excited and looked at his evolution points. The system kept jumping and adding evolution points. Soon he reached the requirement of level D. At this time, Anna sat on the ground with her full belly and said, "I can't take it anymore. I can't eat anymore." Then Duan Fei brought the 3 people in and told them to eat and rest here. Later he would take them to the shelter. After Duan Fei finished his instructions, he went out to the balcony to rest and prepare for evolution. Then he entered the system space, but he didn't see the evolution tree. Duan Fei decided to upgrade to level D first, and then began to evolve. When he evolved to level D, all his skills were increased accordingly, and his attributes also increased. Finally, the system also popped up and asked him to evolve to level C. At this time, the evolution tree also appeared in front of Duan Fei and congratulated him. Duan Fei said, "You finally showed up. Have you restored your memory? Do you know anything about XINU? I don't have any information about the person you mentioned. My memory is still fragmented. I just restored some of it. The world you are in now is not the same world as your previous life. What does it mean that it is not the same world?" Duan Fei was doubtful. Just then, Anna's voice kept coming in. The evolution tree saw this and said, "You should leave here. There are many things that I can't explain to you right now." After that, Duan Fei returned to reality and saw Anna leading Kim Bao to him. Then, he learned that the refugee base had some trouble, so he decided to go back to the base. He wanted to see how Tranjia was being beaten up by that blonde guy who was arrogant. Was there anyone else here who could fight, except for a war god who didn't show his face? It turned out that the people with abilities in the base had been defeated by the blonde guy. Li Feng was very angry. He also wanted to go to the arena and fight with the blonde guy. He urged the 2 buyers to leave quickly, because if Li Feng was discovered by them, it would be troublesome. Ha Ka was curious where Duan Fei was going next. He remembered the person he had met in the Panda City. There was a person there, who might know about Xinu's clue. He had wasted a lot of time already. This time, he had to find Xinu quickly, he was determined. Until now, Duanfei had successfully killed another D-level monster and had reached the 300th floor on the cultivation path that he participated in. Duanfei did not have to spend too much time. In just 15 seconds, he had wiped out the monster and prepared to move on to the next floor, receiving an additional 20% gravity. Thap Thap was the guide, flying next to Duanfei to congratulate him on his achievements in the past 2 days. She continued to ask if he wanted to continue or not, because the next floor would have a monster with a new state. She also guessed that with Duanfei's ability, no matter how many more floors there were, it would not be difficult for him. Duanfei decided to try the next floor according to Thap Thap's words, because he saw that there was still a lot of time left. Moreover, he also wanted to see what the monster's form was like. Thap Thap then led Duanfei to the 301st floor, where the monster was also D-level. If he defeated it, then the evolution points would be tripled. The state of this monster was to nullify the attacks, a very powerful type of strength, especially in battles like this. The monster immediately appeared in front of Duanfei to challenge him. It had a wolf-like shape, with red wolf fur and sharp claws. Its arrogant appearance and its nullifying ability made Duanfei pay more attention. The monster could not wait for the battle to start. It roared to signal Duanfei to take the initiative to attack first. It acted coolly only to be approached by Duanfei and punched in the face. Seeing Duanfei being so arrogant with it, it was very unhappy, its eyes full of killing intent as it glanced at Duanfei. Its teeth clenched and growled, it stood up and punched hard on the ground. The attack was aimed at Duanfei, who had his attack power reduced by the gravity effect. After it thought that it had won against Duanfei, it immediately wanted to launch a decisive blow to finish him off. He jumped back quickly to avoid the attack of the monster. Although he was agile, he also had some difficulties, because his ability was being limited a lot. Thap Thap saw Duanfei struggling, so she advised him to stop and prepare well before coming back, because the difficulty of the fight was increasing. But Duanfei had no intention of doing so. The impatient monster continued to rush to attack Duanfei. This time it used all 4 legs to increase its running speed. It rushed over without knowing that it was about to get beaten up. It did not know how Duanfei regained the initiative and just waited for the prey to come closer to launch his punch. He moved like a gust of wind, and his punch sent the monster flying up to the moon. The system immediately announced that he had killed the enemy, and the time was 25 seconds. Thap Thap was stunned. If she met people like Duanfei who passed each challenge like going shopping, she would probably die soon. The confrontation with that monster was his last match of today. Duanfei did not continue, but chose to go back and rest for a night. For him, everything needed moderation. He returned to the abandoned apartment and sat at the table opposite Haka. He saw that she was still there, so he wondered why she hadn't gone to rest yet. Haka said that she still had some things to deal with, so she couldn't rest yet. She pointed to the map on the table. After 2 days since they left, the 3 of them had gotten very close to the Panda City, but Haka still didn't know the situation inside the city, so she wanted to prepare some plans to cope. Duanfei heard that and wanted to scout ahead before arriving at the city in the night. Haka offered to go with him, but he refused, hoping that she could stay and watch over Anna. He promised to come back soon after scouting. Then, he walked out, under the night sky in the middle of the deserted city. He thought that he wouldn't be able to scout much by walking, so he used his shadow-killing skill to scout faster. Duanfei suddenly stopped in front of a bar on the way. He silently looked inside for a while. Inside the bar was Along's group. He Dao stood behind the counter pouring soda into a glass of ice, only seeing Along grinning and protesting that he wanted to drink alcohol, but He Dao knew that he still had to do a mission, so there was no chance of any alcohol in his glass. Along was still stubborn, laughing because he thought that this soda was only for children, but if it was me, I would love soda. At this moment, Along, who was quick-witted, noticed that someone was coming in, and it was not a stranger. He said to Hey Dao to prepare another glass. That was Along's guest. Duan Fei slowly pushed the door and entered. Seeing Along, he happily greeted him and looked overjoyed, not expecting that they would meet again so soon. Duan Fei walked to the bar counter, choosing a seat next to Along. He only ordered a glass of water. Hey Dao told him to wait a moment and then turned to pour water. He looked around and asked Along, was this bar theirs? He also wondered about the absence of the other two teammates. Along explained to him that the two of them still had to prepare for the mission, so they didn't come here with him. Along expressed that this place was where he chose as a base after this city had fallen into ruin. Sometimes he would come here to rest and relax. Besides that, Along updated Duan Fei on the information about finding his sister. Unfortunately, there was still no clue about her. Then, he put a photo of a woman on the table. She had short hair and was said to be the one who took Xianu away. That was some of the information that Along had. Suddenly, at this time, Hey Dao seemed startled when she saw the photo of that woman. Seeing Hey Dao's face, Duan Fei noticed and asked her. Hey Dao said it was nothing and put the glass of water that he had ordered on the counter, holding the photo in her hand. Along exclaimed and remembered that he seemed to have met her before. Hearing that, Duan Fei couldn't calm down and jumped up from his seat, but Along quickly soothed him. Along admitted that he just felt a bit impressed, so he said that, but it could also be that he mistook her for someone else. It was a case of people looking alike after all. Anyway, he needed to confirm it first. Then, he came up with an idea. His idea was that he would help Duan Fei find his sister by spreading notices about this woman everywhere. But because he still had a mission, he had to ask Duan Fei to help him with that. Duan Fei did not hesitate and agreed with Along's idea and took responsibility for completing the mission for him. After all, it was beneficial for both of them. The two raised their glasses and finalized their plan together. After clinking glasses with Duan Fei, Along wanted to ask for alcohol again, but Hey Dao sternly said that he couldn't fool around with her. Duan Fei, after finalizing the idea with Along, set off to do the mission for him. The mission location was not far from the city. The mission was to investigate natural disasters, which was also a topic that he was interested in. But because he had an appointment in the city at dawn, he had to make use of every bit of time that night. At the bar, Hey Dao asked Along about the photo. The photo was just to deceive Duan Fei. Along could only do that to temporarily cover up for Tianwang, because if Duan Fei knew the truth, then everything would not be good. As for him, he would go to Tianwang to ask later. Duan Fei muttered, full of thoughts about the natural disasters, also looking forward to learning more from them. Many years ago, when the world was still peaceful, in a small alley, there were 3 homeless children rummaging through the trash to find some food. The 3 children were a men's group, Kim Kwang and Hey Dao. Amin was the eldest brother, so he couldn't stand seeing his siblings starving. After searching for a while, they were overjoyed because they found half a loaf of bread, which seemed edible. They were about to split the half loaf of bread for the 3 of them, when a voice came from behind. Another child appeared and told them to stop, not to eat that bread. Amin thought that someone came to steal their food, so he shouted that they had found the trash can first and it was theirs. The voice just now was from another boy. Next to him was a girl, and that boy was none other than Along later. Along had good intentions. He didn't want to take their food, on the contrary he wanted to help them, inviting them to follow him and they wouldn't be hungry anymore. The girl next to him was cold from the beginning. She didn't say anything. Then, they went together. Along fed their 3 stomachs by stealing food from outside. Amin turned and asked, was this what Along meant? Along dusted his hands. He didn't steal, he just borrowed temporarily, because they all needed to eat. Until now, the girl standing next to Along finally spoke up. She doubted whether Along could take care of these 3 kids when he took them in like that. But Along was carefree and simple-minded. He wanted to share his fate with them. He trusted in his friend's leadership ability, so he brought them along. The girl heard Along's intention and admitted that she was not as great as him. What she wanted to do was to escape from this miserable and hungry situation. They were now the mercenary group that Duan Fei knew. No wonder their relationship was so good. Back to the present, Along was standing in the elevator at a base just now reminiscing about the past. In an instant he went looking for Xiao Van to ask questions. Xiao Van was the girl who went with him back then. He guessed endlessly whether Xiao Van's mission could be a search mission like his own. And it was also looking for Xianu like him. But guessing endlessly didn't get anything either. He would ask her later. Along arrived at Xiao Van's office and politely knocked on the door before entering. As soon as he entered, he smiled and greeted Xiao Van. But Xiao Van had no expression and asked him what he was doing here at this time. Along shrugged at his friend and said that he came here out of friendship to visit an old friend. He didn't want to bother her. Xiao Van was still cold and warned him not to visit her too often. Then she got straight to the point and asked Along what he wanted. She knew that her friend didn't just come here to see her. Along was also not courteous and requested to see Xiao Van's mission list. Xiao Van worked for headquarters and thought that Along had thought it through and wanted to see the missions in advance to join her. So she took out a file with a list. She also blamed him for always protecting the Black Peach group too much for so long. After all, she thought they should have their own path. Along knew Xiao Van's personality, so he nodded and let it go. He picked up the list on the desk. He thought of the name Duan Xianu while flipping through the pages. Along was surprised to find the information of the girl Anine who often went with Duan Fei in the pile of lists. Could it be that Xiao Van was looking for her? Along became tense. Xiao Van saw that he was not well and asked him, interrupting his thoughts. Along just said it was nothing and returned the list to Xiao Van. Along thought to himself that Duan Xianu's whereabouts were not here. Maybe Duan Fei was wrong. Xiao Van got up from her desk at this time. She was ready to leave to do her mission. She did not forget to remind Along to consider joining the investigation team. She said that the headquarters was putting a lot of pressure on them. Because before, they only caught 9 targets, and one of them did not have a list. Hearing this, Along reacted immediately. What was the person without a list like? Xiao Van said that she heard that the headquarters was about to recruit that girl. Along stood still, feeling a wave in his heart. The person without a list, could it be the one he was looking for? Meanwhile, Duan Fei had arrived at the place where he was supposed to do Along's mission. He still used shadow killing to move around for convenience. Although he used shadow killing to move, it still took him half an hour to get there. It was another deserted city, not far from Panda City if you walked, but it would take half a day anyway. Anyway, he hoped he would find something about the disaster. Duan Fei walked down the old stairs, sticking to the outer surface of the building. He wanted to finish the mission quickly and go back to deal with the main thing. Entering the floor, he saw a lot of zombies scattered around, probably because the organization had kept them here. He couldn't help but wonder what they were doing. Did they want to increase their own strength? Duan Fei was about to use his power and skills to quickly defeat them and go back, but a strange girl appeared among the zombies. She was not human either. Duan Fei was surprised by her attack before she fully showed herself. He thought the mission was just to kill these zombies, but he didn't expect to meet another opponent. The dust from the attack just now faded away, and the disaster demoness appeared in front of Duan Fei. She was at level D, capable of making her opponents increase a lot of strength until they exceeded their limits. She also had a disaster puppet that she had captured before. The demonist smelled the scent of the spirit grass that he had absorbed before, and Duan Fei was not flustered at all. He even challenged her that next time her comrades would smell her essence on him. The demonist did not beat around the bush anymore and directly ordered her puppet to attack Duan Fei. Duan Fei activated a fire charm in his hand and also rushed towards him, after vaguely guessing something. Along ran to the iron bars that held the people that headquarters had captured and stopped at a huge iron cage. He looked at the girl sitting inside, a girl with white hair and a pure dress who looked up when she heard someone call. Along asked her, "Are you Xinu?" Along asked again outside the iron bars, "Are you Xinu?" Xinu calmly and bluntly replied, "I will never join their team. Don't waste your words on me." Along slowly explained that he was not here to persuade her to join anything. He was looking for her at the request of someone named Duan Fei. Xinu heard her brother's name and felt a surge of emotion. She rushed to the iron bars and confirmed with Along again. "Is it my brother who is looking for me? Is my brother really alive?" She was so excited that she was pushed back by a cough. Along saw that her condition was very bad. Actually, it was because the Heavenly Net people could not force her to join, so they fed her a kind of drug every day that made her body weaker and weaker. Along was furious when he heard this. He hated the Heavenly Rain people and assured her that her brother had always been looking for Xinu and would definitely save her. Xinu was weak and could only be happy in her heart that her brother was still alive. Seeing the wounds all over Xinu's arm, Along clenched his teeth and could not accept it. He told her to endure a little longer, and he would go to report to Duan Fei to come and save her. Because he could not easily take her out by himself, Xinu would have to wait for her brother. Seeing Xinu silent, Along affirmed to her again that her brother would definitely come. Duan Fei was now a very strong person, knowing for sure that he would come to save her. Xinu could not hold back her tears anymore. She cried out loud and said what she had always regretted. She always hated herself for being the one who killed her brother. But now she heard from Duan Fei, she really did not dare to believe that she was dreaming. Along heard a noise at this time and knew someone was coming, so he told Xinu and prepared to sneak away. Two people were walking across the prison rooms. They mentioned the drug they had used on Xinu, which was a drug that turned people into puppets. They wanted to experiment on Xinu because she refused to join the organization anyway. Coincidentally, Along was still there. He hid behind a wall and heard their evil intentions. The drug was not perfect and could cause death. They wanted to kill Xinu. A big fire suddenly hit the iron bars of Xinu's cell. The hand holding the iron bars was burning red. Along appeared in anger. Without explaining much, he decided to take Xinu away right now. He quickly dealt with the two beasts of the organization and turned them into two dry corpses. The alarm sounded everywhere, alerting that a target had escaped from prison. Xiao Van had returned by then, angrily grabbed the collar of one of them on the corridor, and asked who did it. He was scared by Xiao Van's overwhelming aura and confessed that it was a mercenary. Hearing mercenary, Xiao Van immediately thought of Along, her close friend, who had also coincidentally come to see her not long ago, so she did not doubt it, it was Along. The big man from the organization who had just returned heard about it and came to Xiao Van to ask about the problem. He looked fierce and felt like he was about to have some fun. Who dared to steal someone from Heavenly Net? This muscular man was Akeem, the leader of Heavenly Net's small Team 7 who had just returned from a mission. He immediately took over the prison break case. He really wanted to hunt down that audacious guy. Xiao Van was a little worried about Along, afraid that Akeem would not spare him, so she insisted that he had to catch them alive. But Akeem did not seem to want to kill him either, just to see how much he could spare him. Along and Xinu followed the ventilation duct to get out. They crawled inside for a while. From the gap of the duct, Along could observe the base below. It seemed that his escape from the prison had spread. When they reached an empty passage, he burned a small door from inside the duct to get out. He lifted his hand to help Xianyu down from the duct. They walked on the dark road. Xianyu always followed along closely. He worried that she could not hold on because her health was weakening. As they walked, Along did not forget to encourage Xianyu to try hard. Suddenly, a fist came flying. Along only noticed it when it was close to his face. The punch from Akim shattered the bricks there. Xianyu was horrified. She did not see Along anywhere. She thought that he had died after Akim's attack. Akim had a burly figure. He thought that he had gone too far and killed him. Then he scratched his head and explained his poor excuse to Xianyu. He mainly wanted to say that he did not mean to kill him. At this point, Akim did not defend himself. He was attacked by a familiar golden flame. Along did not suffer much damage. He appeared brightly and coolly like a god. He faced the boss and threatened him. He did not allow him to get close to Xianyu even a bit. Akim felt that the interesting drama he had been waiting for had just begun. He emitted a lot of energy. In a blink of an eye, the one who turned to look at Along was a bear's figure. He had transformed into a bear with A-level power and could attack like a real bear. Akim was hit by this attack and turned into a human-like bear. He did not hesitate to praise Along's fire power with a sentence. Along was not polite either. He criticized Akim's strength as far inferior to his own. Akim was annoyed by this remark from Along. He angrily rushed to Along and punched him very fast. But luckily, Along dodged this punch. Along caught the fire on his hand and gathered a stream of fire power. Then he shot it at Akim. Unexpectedly, this move was just scratching an itch for Akim. He used his bare hand to block this move. Seizing the opportunity, Akim pounced on Along again, using his sharp claws to strike at Along. Along also used his bare hand to block this attack from Akim, while using his knee to push Akim's hand away. But as before, this move did not hurt Akim at all. Unexpectedly, the focus was not on his knee, but on his ankle below. His ankle caught fire and kicked forward with fire power. Akim was attacked by the fire power unexpectedly and could not resist it. He was pushed back into the wall. At this moment, Akim's subordinates ran here and saw the scene of Akim being beaten by Along. They looked at the face of the one who beat their leader and felt that it was familiar, but they could not remember who it was. They were also very confident and wanted to replace Akim and beat up that guy who was looking for death. But Akim would not let his subordinates fight with Along. He insisted on fighting with Along himself and advised his subordinates not to interfere in this matter. Although Akim sounded calm, he was actually angry inside. This damn Along made him lose face in front of his brothers. He had not easily obtained this position of leader. If he could not defeat a trash like Along, he would have no face left. Thinking of this, Akim rushed up again and chopped his hand at Along. Along raised his hand to block, but he was too late. He was seriously injured and blood kept spilling from his mouth. Afong also realized that Akim's attack was getting stronger. Akim was furious and pounced on Along, beating him up as if he wanted to tear him apart. Along felt uneasy and retreated a few steps back. Xianyu saw this and ran over to ask him, but Along still said bravely that he was fine and told Xianyu to find a safe place to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, fire power spread everywhere, forming a circle around Along. At this time, one of Akim's subordinates remembered that Along was chosen as the official leader because of his excellent power. But he did not know why he withdrew and then disappeared. Because of this, Akim was appointed as the substitute leader. Akim heard this and became even more angry, because Along was the one who made him a laughingstock for everyone. Now logically speaking, if he killed Along, he could become the official leader. He immediately entered the second stage of his beast form, with a huge increase in strength. But Along did not let Akim get ready. He quickly launched a move of shooting fire ropes at Akim. Akim took this move and did not suffer any damage. He flew out of the fire and rushed to Along. He punched down with enough force to shake the sky and earth. Fortunately, Along dodged this punch. But it turned out that Akim's intention was to use the force from his punch to blow Along away. Along did not expect him to use his own trick from earlier and was thrown into the wall by Akim's move. But Along did not give up. He immediately counterattacked and punched Akim's bare face. Unexpectedly, his own face was grabbed by Akim. He took advantage of this and slammed Along to the ground, then continued to hit him hard. Akim was fighting fiercely when he was suddenly thrown away by a powerful fire power. Along stepped out of the fire. It turned out that he had used his final move, forming a natural blood fire power. It seemed that Along was really angry. Akim did not understand why Along had to go this far. Clearly, Along was so strong, why did he choose to betray them before? Along also replied in a friendly that it was because of their way of doing things that made him sick. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out a big fire blast that burned the whole corner of the room where Akim stood. On the other side of the screen, there were two people watching them fight from afar. Seeing how strong Along was, they were a bit interested. The white-haired one sent the Ring King next to him to deal with Along. After defeating Akim, Along himself was also seriously injured. Luckily, thanks to Xinu's ice power, the burns on his body were also relieved a lot. Xinu also recovered a bit because of the effect of the drug wearing off. Xinu wanted to treat him more, but Along felt that he was better already. He reminded Xinu that they needed to leave quickly before Tianwang sent more people. Before leaving, Xinu gave Along a hair clip that looked exactly like Duanfei's. Maybe others would think that they were wearing matching accessories. Along only wore long pants, held Xinu's hand and ran away with her. Xinu finally spoke out her doubt in her heart, "Why did you risk your life to save me today?" Along also honestly answered, "It's because the heavenly net wanted to act against you today. If something happened to you, I wouldn't have the face to see Duanfei anymore." Xinu was extremely grateful to the brother in front of her. She also promised that when she reunited with her brother, she would thank Along more properly with him. The two of them ran for a while and reached the exit door. Behind this door, they would be considered successful. But as soon as Along touched the door lock, a sword suddenly pierced his heart. Xinu saw this scene and was terrified. She only had time to scream loudly. Along looked at the sword under his chest, spat out blood, and before he could react, the sword was pulled out of his body and flew behind them. A figure appeared behind the rubble. He held the sword and introduced himself as one of the 20 S-level warriors, the Ring King ranked 8th. Along covered his wound with his hand and coughed violently. He didn't expect that an S-level would also join the battle. Because Along had betrayed the heavenly net, the Ring King had to kill him. He also said that if Along obediently handed over Xinu, he would grant him a quick death. But Along was not so easy to submit. Today, even if he died, he had to take Xinu out of here. The Ring King lost patience and decided to attack first. He arrogantly thought that with Along's current condition, he could crush him without using his power. Along heard that and his eyes showed anger. He fought back, but was beaten by the Ring King's power. The Ring King had just said that he didn't need to use his power to crush him, but he used it as soon as he attacked. He was really a man of 100 tricks. The Ring King's speed was too fast. Along couldn't defend himself and lost nearly half a liter of blood. His body was full of injuries. Xinu used her power to attack the Ring King, but he didn't care about her move at all. He just swung his sword and shattered all the ice that Xinu had thrown at him. The ice fragments flew back at Xinu and wounded her body. The Ring King gave Xinu a chance. If she joined the heavenly net, he would spare her life. But Xinu still refused firmly. She would rather die than join such an inhuman organization. The Ring King heard her words and his eyes showed anger. But he calmly said, "Those who betray the heavenly net must die." Then he slashed at Xinu. But a hand grabbed his sword from nowhere. The Ring King was annoyed and glanced at the person who stopped him. He saw Along covered in wounds, engulfed in flames, trying to grab his sword. Along roared angrily and punched the sword. Inside the dust that Along created was the Ring King standing still for a moment, with his melted sword in his hand. This flame was very special. He realized that Along was not only burning his blood, but also his life in this battle. Along attacked quickly and surrounded the Ring King with a large fire vortex. The Ring King didn't fight back, because he knew that Along would soon run out of energy. The Ring King finally drew his second sword and decided to play with Along a little. Along knew that with the current situation, he was not the Ring King's opponent and could not attack him directly. He told Xinu to run away while he held him back. Now, their only hope was Duan Fei. As long as Xinu could escape from here, she would surely be saved. He would try to buy some time for Xinu. If he died here, he hoped that Xinu would protect his family for him. The Ring King was on his way to Along when he was blocked by some ice blocks. Oh, not some ice blocks, but a huge ice block. It seemed that Xinu was also angry. If she ran away alone, she wouldn't have the face to see her brother anymore. So she wanted Along to keep his words for later and tell them to Duan Fei. Along saw the big ice block in front of him and was very worried. He turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" But fortunately, the effect of the drug in her body had completely disappeared. This was good news for them, as they could cooperate again and wait for Duan Fei to arrive. The Ring King stuck in the ice heard this and a killing intent rose in his eyes. He broke the ice block of Xinu and looked forward to the reinforcements that Along mentioned. He thought that no matter who came, they could not be stronger than the heavenly net. Along felt the power burst of the Ring King and his face was a little panicked. It seemed that the Ring King had underestimated his enemy. He didn't expect that Along and Xinu could force him to use his real power. Along didn't expect that his power was to create sharp blades with killing intent anywhere on his body. Although Xinu had recovered, her level was still very low, and his body was almost at its limit. They didn't have much time to think anymore. They could only try to work together and delay the time. Taking one step at a time was Along's plan. Along managed to get behind the Ring King, but from the fire, the Ring King also threw 3 swords at Along. Along used the fire from his hand to try to burn the 3 swords of the Ring King. At the same time, he turned around and kicked at the Ring King, but luckily he dodged it. They fought non-stop, moving from one place to another. The Ring King still felt that joining the heavenly net was the greatest honor. He thought that the strongest powers in the world were gathered here, including him. So he thought that Along's escape was ridiculous, just like killing another ant. No one can save you, my friend. Along heard that and got angry for his lover, got angry for Duan Fei. He believed that Duan Fei would never lose to a human like this Ring King. But he was almost done now, his face had been burned. The Ring King noticed that Along's speed had slowed down significantly. It seemed that Along had reached his limit. He hit Along's shoulder with a fatal blow, which made Along fall completely. The Ring King was about to celebrate, but Along kindly reminded him that there were 2 of them. The Ring King then realized it and looked at the side. He saw that Xinu had prepared a kick for him for a long time. Xinu saw that the Ring King had noticed and quickly threw ice blocks at him. These things were only like scratching an itch for the Ring King, and they couldn't change the situation at all. Along also released fire sparks, which created a huge air pressure when they met the rocks, and exploded a whole space. Taking advantage of the moment when the Ring King was blinded by the steam, Along used his fire power to quickly take Xinu away. Xianyu was very worried about Along's body, but Along thought that this was not the time to worry about that. On the way out, there was a group of people who came to stop them, but they were not Along's opponents at all. Along used his arm, which he used as his flying force, to shoot fire sparks at them. Because he lost his force behind him, he also fell to the ground. At this time, the Ring King also caught up with them. He really didn't understand why he could waste his energy fighting like this when he knew it was all in vain. Xianyu used her weak remaining strength to resist, but of course the Ring King could easily knock her away. The Ring King looked at this stubborn girl and decided to kill her first. He said, and stabbed a sword at her, splashing blood everywhere. Xianyu closed her eyes tightly, thinking that she was about to meet her ancestors. But it turned out that Along used his body to block the sword for her. He also told her to run away quickly, and she ran with all her strength, survived, and Duan Fei would definitely come to save her. He couldn't escape anymore. He said sorry to her, Xianyu. Along whispered his last words with a weak voice and a mouth full of blood. Xianyu's eyes kept shedding tears, and she begged Along to hold on a little longer. Her brother Duan Fei will be here soon. But Along had no more hope, and he gripped the sword that pierced through his body, mumbling a few words, Xiao Van, Black Peach, a Min, Diamond, sorry everyone, I have to go ahead one step. It's a pity that he didn't drink a drop of wine today. The Ring King couldn't stand the scene in front of him, and shouted the death chase formation, wanting to quickly finish off Along. Suddenly a loud explosion occurred a few steps away from them. And you must have guessed who caused this explosion. Xianyu opened her eyes in astonishment and called out brother. And our protagonist, he really knew how to appear in the most stylish way possible. 40 minutes ago, right here in this corridor, after Along had just defeated Akeem and ran away with Xianyu, they ran into Xiao Van. Xiao Van dragged him into a corner away from Xianyu a bit, and scolded Along for daring to kidnap someone from their headquarters. And Along scolded Xiao Van back for catching an innocent person here. Xiao Van didn't answer his question but directly told him to return Xianyu back. Then she would beg them for a way out for him. Along heard Xiao Van say that and immediately got angry. He knew she didn't want to go back to living on the streets anymore. But they still had the same ideal, and they couldn't trample on the lives of others at will. Locking up a girl in a prison and injecting poison into her body every day was a very wrong thing to do. If Along had found out a little later, then Xianyu would have been done for. Xiao Van heard that and also got angry. Who did Along think he was? He thought he could save Xianyu by himself? That would only make him go to his death. But if he really died, what would Black Peach do? He didn't think before and after at all, he just rushed into death like a moth. The Skynet had successfully recruited 9 S-level fighters to become the important part of the organization. Although they had all gone out to do missions, the 8th one, the Ring King, was still at the headquarters. Even if she and he teamed up again, they were not his opponents. He had no way out anyway. But Along ignored all the nagging words of Xiao Van and asked her for help. He asked her to contact Black Peach quickly and tell her to go to the mission place to find Duan Fei. Then he told Duan Fei that he had found Xianyu and asked Duan Fei to come here quickly. Xiao Van couldn't believe her ears. Along wanted to fight with Skynet by himself. But it turned out that she misunderstood him. The person who fought with Skynet that he was talking about was that guy named Duan Fei. And according to their plan, Duan Fei really arrived. He arrived just in time when the Ring King launched the final blow on Along, a perfect hero saving a beautiful scene. The Ring King was surprised when his hand was held back by a D-level person who had such great strength. Before he could finish being surprised by this surprise, he was given another surprise by Duan Fei. Duan Fei punched him hard in the chest and didn't expect the Ring King to fly several feet away because of this punch. Duan Fei didn't bother to check how the Ring King was doing, but turned around directly and looked at the two people, Along and Xinu. Xinu hadn't seen her brother for a long time and was very surprised, because in such a short period of time, her brother had become so powerful. Duanfei suddenly rushed over and hugged Xinu tightly. He apologized to her for being late and making her suffer so much. Xinu knelt on the ground and leaned her head on his chest and cried. She just felt good that her brother was still alive, and also very regretful that she had held him tightly at that time and made him weak. Duanfei saw Xinu's arm covered with wounds. He felt very sad in his heart. But Xinu still insisted that she was fine. She also reminded Duanfei to check on Along's situation. She also asked Duanfei to save Along, because this life was also thanks to Along. Duanfei only noticed Along's body lying on the ground then, and shouted loudly, "Xin Along, hold on a little bit, don't let anything happen." Xinu looked at Along, who became like this because of her, and tears welled up in her eyes. Maybe the protagonist thought that Along would come back to life because of his scream, so he kept screaming loudly to encourage Along to hold on. I felt a bit speechless when I read this. While Duanfei was risking his life screaming at Along's motionless body, the Ring King was humiliated by being injured by a D-level person and rushed like flying towards Duanfei to take revenge. He wished he could tear them into pieces. Xinu saw this and was very scared. Duanfei was very calm and used his shadow killing ability. But what the Ring King and all of us didn't expect was that Duanfei could let his shadow use the Ring King's ability. He merged his shadow with the S-level Ring Exchange ability. Although the shadow could only have 10% of the Ring Exchange ability, it was enough to buy some more time for Duanfei to heal Along. The shadow of Duanfei moved his lips and mocked Nanvang about how he was defeated by his own power. They were indeed like masters, like servants, both of them were so sarcastic. Nanvang felt like his black heart was hit by the words and burst into anger. He told Duanfei to shut up. Then he attacked the shadow again. He launched a series of attacks, and the shadow could only defend because of his limited power. He tried to stall Nanvang. Nanvang kept attacking the shadow. He said, get up and talk back. Where's your strong mouth? Do you only know how to dodge like this?" On this side, Along finally showed signs of regaining consciousness. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duanfei also felt that this was a good thing. As long as he had consciousness, there would be a chance. Along opened his eyes and worried about Duanfei. The first thing he said was to remind Duanfei to be careful with that Nanvang. He was, after all, the first-class warrior of Fending. Of course he would not be easy to deal with. Duanfei told Along not to talk anymore, but to rest assured and rest for a while. He also asked Xinu to use her power to reduce the infection of Along's wound. His clone was about to lose to Nanvang, so he had to deal with him personally. Nanvang was fighting fiercely when suddenly the shadow disappeared, leaving only Duanfei hiding in the purple smoke. He provoked him to come here and taste his power. It was time to settle this debt clearly. Nanvang was very excited, thinking that Duanfei was looking for death. He didn't know how Duanfei got his power, but fake goods could never beat real goods. Before he finished speaking, Duanfei began to use his hidden killing power, quickly covering the whole place with darkness. He looked coldly at Nanvang, who was very confused by the swords that came out from everywhere around him. All directions were sharp blades. Nanvang couldn't believe his eyes. He was extremely bewildered. Duanfei didn't want to talk much, just focused on using his power, and immediately the blades attacked Nanvang one after another, cutting him constantly. The blades stuck into the ground and Nanvang disappeared. Suddenly something sharper than Duanfei's blades cut them all off, and Nanvang appeared from the rubble, along with his second arm blade. He rushed towards Duanfei, throwing out a series of blades from both hands all around. Nanvang tried to knee Duanfei in the face, But Duan Fei saw through his movement and easily dodged it. He was furious and attacked him, thinking that Duan Fei couldn't take it anymore. Fake goods were just fake goods after all. How could they be Nan Vong's opponent? Duan Fei didn't bother to answer, just stared at him, and Nan Vong became even more angry because of that look. A few more blades appeared behind him, determined to smash that expression on his face. He threw out a bunch of blades at Duan Fei, but of course Duan Fei dodged his blade with his agile skills. Xianyu saw that and realized that her brother was gradually losing ground. But she couldn't help her brother either, because Along was very critical at the moment. Duan Fei kept moving, trying to avoid Nan Vong's blades. Until the end, there was not a scratch on him. Duan Fei even taunted him with a sentence, "Is this all your power?" This sentence successfully provoked Nan Vong, making him almost lose his calm and rush towards Duan Fei. Duan Fei didn't want to stand and take it, so he immediately counterattacked. He quickly approached Nan Vong, and managed to slash him in the chest, at the same spot where he stabbed Along earlier. Nan Vong was in pain, but he didn't scream or cry. He tried to endure it. He ignored the pain from the wound, and hit Duan Fei hard. He thought that if Duan Fei didn't steal his power, he would be just useless trash. Duan Fei shook his head, and easily dodged this blow from Nan Vong, as well as withdrew his ring blade power. Nan Vong couldn't believe his eyes. He stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of him. And at this moment of distraction, he was burned by Duan Fei's fire power. Xianyu was also surprised, because she was witnessing Duan Fei using the power that belonged to Along. Nan Vong came out of the smoke and dust caused by Duan Fei, angrily asked Duan Fei who he really was and how he had so many powers. He was clearly just a trashy level D, but he could give him so much trouble. Nan Vong was determined to kill Duan Fei. He still believed that his level S power could defeat Duan Fei. Duan Fei calmly advised Nan Vong to admit defeat and have a better outcome. Then he raised his hand and shot a large fire power at Nan Vong. Nan Vong still came out of the fire, risking his life to move forward. Duan Fei admired his spirit a bit, so he increased the fire power that was released. Nan Vong seemed to have reached his limit. He rarely screamed loudly in the fire, using all his strength to attack Duan Fei again. He still thought that everything was not over yet, that he couldn't lose. Duan Fei heard that and stopped being polite. He directly unleashed a firestorm at the highest level. Nan Vong was burned to the point that his skin and flesh were charred and his legs couldn't stand on the ground anymore. At this time, the system also displayed a message: the opponent has died, level S power ring is disabled, 50% of energy fragments are returned. Duan Fei turned around to deal with this mess. But he only saw a message: "Please leave this place now, I can't explain it, just get out of here from the evolution tree." The evolution tree continued. "I sensed a huge power coming closer, a person with a power so strong that no one can compare with him." The misty smoke obscured the figure. A person was slowly appearing from the dark shadow. As soon as he appeared, Duan Fei's figure was nowhere to be seen. He thought that it was good that way. He was afraid that if Duan Fei was still here, he would have killed him. They were monsters who were discussing with each other. They turned around and looked at the person who was walking in. "What's going on? Why are you so badly injured?" It turned out to be the disaster woman who had just fought with Duan Fei. She hugged her injured arm and gritted her teeth. "I underestimated him a bit. It was because of a damn kid who did it. I will definitely get revenge for this grudge." The monster with white hair and 2 horns on his head didn't believe it. "Really? There is a human kid who can hurt you? That sounds interesting." The deer-like monster was curious. The disaster woman hurriedly said, "He is the one who killed the king bird. This time I was lucky to escape. If we let him continue like this, he will definitely be a big threat in the future. Who wants to go with me to kill him? What are you guys fussing about? Was King Kuok really killed? I thought King Kuok and his sister were out having fun." We must pay attention to him. He has already made us lose one person and injure another. The leader, who had been sitting silently until now, slammed his hand on the table and shouted for silence. He reminded the people below who were not calm, "Don't forget our mission." Then he leaned on his hand and thought and continued. "Our goal is to find this key." A picture of Anin appeared, "to awaken our king and order his subordinates to disperse. We must find it." The horned monster left when he passed by the beauty Taihoa. He whispered, "Don't worry, I will support you. I am very interested in that kid." Back to the city side, Duan Fei was going up the stairs. Xianyu is coming soon. He supported his sister when he saw that she was not well. "What's wrong?" Xianyu put her hand on her head. "It's nothing, sir, I just have a headache." "I still can't calm down like what happened too." Duan Fei comforted Xianyu, "Don't worry. From now on I will protect you well." Haka was lying on the table, waking up when there was a noise. It was Duan Fei outside the door. "Haka, it's me." Hearing that, Duan Fei asked, "Why did you come back so late?" She got up and opened the door of the room, where she saw the two brothers standing outside. "You are Xianyu, right?" Duan Fei suddenly remembered that the two had never met before and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Haka, our teammate." "Hello, Haka." "Hello." Haka smiled at the girl. Duan Fei continued after the two had met, "Now Xianyu is very weak. Let her rest for a bit. Can you make some food for her?" Haka agreed right away, saying, "I understand. Go inside and talk." Duan Fei replied, "I'm not going in there. There's not enough space inside. I'll rest here next to it, and I'll explain everything to you in the morning." Xianyu slowly walked into the room and looked back at her brother, saying, "Rest well. I'll be outside watching the situation," as he worriedly instructed. Then he entered the system of evolution trees. Inside he hurriedly asked the evolution tree, "Do you also know about the Envong? Why did you stop us just now?" The evolution tree appeared. "I can feel the power of humans. He has a source of power very familiar to me, also someone who has been reborn like me." He wondered. "Now I can't be sure. Those existences of that organization are very special. We have to be vigilant. When my memory is not fully recovered yet, we can't make hasty plans," the evolution tree advised Duan Fei. He accepted that there was something special like that. "I understand." And again asked, "Now my friend is in danger, need plants containing life essence. Do you feel any nearby?" The evolution tree answered that although the aura is very weak, I feel that there is a very large source of plant energy in an area to the east. It can not only save your friend but also increase our strength. Inside the room, two girls were lying on the bed resting. "Xianyu couldn't sleep." "Sister Haka, are you asleep yet?" "You haven't?" She was curious. "How long have you known my brother? I want to know what happened to him when I wasn't here." Haka slowly told her. She and Duan Fei had known each other for a while. She remembered very clearly the first time she saw Duan Fei. He was being chased by some monsters. At that time, she thought he was about to become food in the stomachs of those monsters. But he managed to escape from their pursuit. Then, her team rescued him. He woke up and treated them as enemies, even though he had been in a coma for 4 days. He went crazy looking for his sister. He even tamed a monster as a pet. It was also Lok and Bao, who really scared them to death. Later, Duan Fei protected them in a safe place. Not long after, he also came here to look for clues about his sister. During that time, the safe place was attacked by zombies. Duan Fei single-handedly repelled them all. Then, he continued to look for his sister. When he found out that the safe place was ambushed by bad guys, he appeared like a hero in front of them. Xianyu listened and smiled faintly. It turned out that her brother had become a hero to everyone. Haka felt puzzled by the girl's words. Before she could ask, the girl continued, "Thank you, Sister Haka, and I am more determined now. I will not be a burden to my brother anymore. I have to become stronger, I have to help my brother. Let's work hard together." But, unexpectedly, Sister Haka remembered so many things about her brother. Could it be that? Haka did not let the girl say more. "Don't think nonsense and go to sleep." The next morning, the sunlight shone down on the ruined city. Duan Fei came to give Haka some things. "This is Xianyu's breakfast and clothes. When everyone is ready, come outside," he said. The door closed. Duan Fei leaned against the railing outside and waited. And he thought about going to that bar next to investigate a bit, then go to the area that the fairy tree had said. Along the way, he would help Xianyu improve her skills. The apocalypse had passed for a while now, and those zombies would also evolve further. The door of the room opened slowly, and Xianyu came out in a new outfit. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The clothes are very suitable, thank you, brother," she said. Then Haka also came out and praised him. "I didn't expect you to have a good eye too. But then again, Xianyu looks good in anything." The girl blushed. "That's not true." Duan Fei smiled and said, "That's good then." And he thought in his mind, "Actually, I just based on the clothes from my previous life's absolute limit and matched them." Then he said, "Are you ready? Where is Anna? You must have met her already, right?" Anna heard her name from somewhere and came out. Here. Anna and Sister Xianyu have become good friends already. Little Dove too." Anna was very enthusiastic. Xianyu replied, "That's good then." Duan Fei put his hand on his neck and took off the necklace he was wearing. "Right, there is still this thing, I almost forgot. Xianyu, welcome back." The girl looked at him and smiled. "Yes, I'm back." At the stairway looking down at the lower floor, Little Cloud was talking to Duan Fei. "Really? You found a way to save along? But it's far away. In the meantime, I need you guys to protect him well." "Who else?" he asked Little Cloud to answer him. "The others have gone to find medicine for Along." And she looked out the door and saw 3 people Haka coming in. "You only have so few people? Do you need my help?" Duan Fei was confident in his ability. "No need, your task is just to protect Along well, understand?" And she thought secretly, it turns out that he has become one of their team members already. Then he decided, let's go then. In another ruined city, 2 skyscrapers with only frames left were collapsing, and in the distance, countless zombies were approaching. They looked very fierce with red eyes and sharp teeth. Duan Fei determined that the zombies had gathered recently. Next, he handed Xianyu to his sister. He was helping his sister improve her fighting skills. She unleashed countless sharp ice shards and was determined to become stronger. She was no longer the Xianyu she used to be. The ice shards flew straight towards the zombies, who could not avoid being hit continuously and still left one running straight behind Xianyu to attack her, but she detected it, glanced back cautiously and froze everything around her. Duan Fei witnessed his sister's fight and was amazed. Was this a high-level skill? She was only at level F but had such amazing abilities. She defeated all the zombies by herself. Cold ice surrounded Xianyu like a mountain, and her power increased to level E. Everyone congratulated her, congratulating Sister Xianyu for evolving to level E. Well done, Sister Xianyu was very strong, she defeated them all by herself. Thanks to everyone's help, she thanked everyone. After celebrating, Duan Fei and the others continued their journey. Okay, let's move on. Next Xianyu will rest for a while. It's Haka's turn to practice fighting. The next city is our target. In this city, the buildings were still intact. A puddle of water on the street reflected a skyscraper. Duan Fei walked by and wondered why there were no zombies or signs of fighting in the city. He observed the surroundings and said to the group of Xianu walking next to him, Anna was nimble. Did you tell Chu Gwyn to scout? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Gwyn flew back. Anna asked quickly, did it find anything? She hugged Chu Gwyn and looked up at Brother Duan Fei. Chu Gwyn said, it saw a few zombies heading towards a cave at the foot of the mountain. Duan Fei realized that this was where they needed to find. Only that plant could emit essence, attracting zombies and humans to it, and then sucking their life force. In the forest there was a large cave from which strong scents emanated, as if to lure everything into it. The zombies were dragging each other towards the cave. It seemed to be this cave. The zombies didn't seem to notice their presence at all. It appeared that the scent was more alluring to them. Duan Fei's group observed the situation and discussed it amongst themselves. The four of them hid in the bushes, peering out. Duan Fei turned to address the others, saying, you guys stay here and wait for me. The situation inside is still unclear, and I might be in danger. Haka, concerned, responded, no way, we have to go in together. We can't always rely on you to protect us. Duan Fei smiled shyly and agreed, well then, let's go in together. Let's take advantage of the fact that the zombies are currently occupied by that tree. They believed that the essence from the zombies' lives could make them stronger, just as the Wind Clan had increased their strength using a similar method. Haka expressed her surprise, saying, I didn't expect such a wonderful thing to exist. Let's obtain it, and we'll share it. Duan Fei then coughed and replied, I don't need it, you three can use it. Haka acknowledged his decision, saying, okay then. The zombies have already gone inside. Let's go. Concerned about Duan Fei's cough, Haka asked, Duan Fei, are you okay? He hesitated before answering, it's nothing. Let's go. Inside the cave, the sharp stalactites were dripping water. Duan Fei slowly walked in, and suddenly he noticed something unusual. He stopped and retreated. Xianu, who was walking ahead, turned back and asked him, what are you doing there, you silly? Hurry up. He warned everyone to be careful and not to run too far. It's too quiet here, something is wrong, he suspected. What's going on? Why are Xianu and the others speeding up? He saw that and hurried to catch up. Duan Fei, Duan Fei. Suddenly there was a call. It was Anna calling him. He wondered, wasn't she in front of him? The voice suddenly became louder. Duan Fei, be careful. He was startled and woke up. Right in front of him was a flower monster with a big mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to attack him. He dodged quickly, making it miss. Anna stood behind him, worried. Duan Fei, are you okay? You almost got eaten by that plant. He turned his head. It seems that I fell for their illusion. Fortunately, Anna helped me in time. Fortunately, Anna is a mental system, not easily controlled. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, he thought with a cold sweat. In front of him was a teapot monster. It laughed and said, it's been a long time since I met a living person. I didn't expect you to escape my trap. But it's useless anyway. You've been lured here by us, and you'll become our food. Xiaka and Xianu behind him were also annoyed by their illusion. He was angry to see his sister and Xiaka suffer like that and decided to fight quickly and free them. Duan Fei took out his combat knife and rushed towards the monster. Seeing that, it sneered. You're just a human kid who wants to fight us. How funny. Then I'll use you as a test subject first. I can feel a huge source of energy in your body. It will soon belong to us. It opened its teapot lids and controlled the vines to attack him. He quickly cut them off and rushed straight down to the center of the monster. It saw that and spat out poison from its big mouth full of sharp teeth. He activated his fire power and burned its mouth. You can't kill me. It controlled countless vines to surround him inside. You can't escape now. Give me your power. Under his feet was its big mouth waiting for him to fall. Suddenly, Duanfei jumped straight into its mouth. Xianyu and Xiaka outside were watching him and worried. Brother Duanfei. The monster was smug. Next is you guys. The taste of humans is much better than those dead things 100 times. Jin Bao and Xiao Duoqian were alert and ready to fight at any time. The flat ground suddenly cracked, and it was quickly destroyed into large and small pieces of rocks and soil. The monster couldn't believe it. Why can my fluid absorb even metal? Why are you still alive? Duanfei used his shadow-killing power to appear. Too bad you can't absorb my shadow. It's over, he confirmed as he held its core in his hand. It was scary and incredulous. Core? How did you find my core? He began to absorb its core, and the monster screamed in horror. No! You beast! But it couldn't stop what it feared most. It was successfully absorbed by him. A notification appeared, received low-level energy crystal. After using the energy crystal, the owner will permanently increase 10% of energy. Suddenly, Xianyu called Duanfei brother, are you okay? Haka and I are very worried about you. Duanfei turned to the three of them. I'm fine, the essence of life is ahead, let's go. He led the group of Haka to a tree full of liquid. This was the essence of life. I will train along a little bit, and the rest of you will quickly absorb it. Haka didn't understand how to absorb it, so Duanfei explained, just soak yourself in it. Duanfei looked at the container of the essence of life. He had just solved Along's problem. The two mysterious organizations Tian Wang and Tai Hai were still unclear in strength. One thing that could be known was that he had become a threat that needed to be eliminated in their eyes. He had to seize the time to upgrade his strength. Kim Bao flew and sat on Duanfei's shoulder. He turned to look at it. Kim Bao, are you worried about me? He put it in his palm and looked at it. I'm fine, I finally found my sister again. I have to protect her well, I'm so sorry for her. Kim Bao has been forgetting about her lately. Now that I think about it, she is my first teammate. Time flies so fast, our friends are getting more and more. We also have to protect Anna and Haka well. Haka, Xianyu and Anna were soaking themselves to absorb the essence of life when suddenly Haka sneezed. Xianyu saw that and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Haka?" She replied nothing and sat down embarrassedly, thinking, it's over. I said I would absorb this thing with Duanfei, how embarrassing. Duanfei brought the bottle containing the essence of life back for Along to drink. Using this thing would save Along? The essence of life could save those who were close to death. Look quickly, Brother Long is awake. Along woke up after drinking the essence of life. He opened his eyes and saw everyone worried standing around the bed he was lying on. Aha was happy. Great, you finally woke up. What happened? How come I'm not dead yet? I remember I was attacked by Tian Wang. Brother Long slowly sat up and put his hand on his head to remember. Suddenly he remembered Xianyu worriedly. How is Xianyu? Xianyu was still standing next to him from earlier. I'm here, Brother Long, I'm fine. Along was not fully recovered yet. He suddenly had chest pain and coughed, but still felt grateful. That's good. Duanfei saw him like that and advised him not to move, although he had escaped the threat, but his body was still very weak and needed to rest for a while. Along clasped his hands together. Sorry, Duanfei. Before, I hid it from you. It's okay, don't mention the past. I will take you guys to a safe place where there are expert doctors to treat you. Duanfei didn't care about that and replied. Along was a little surprised. The safe place in City C. 3 people were holding guns walking along the streets when suddenly one of them was scared. What's going on? Zombies don't know where they suddenly appear in large numbers. The 3 saw the danger and turned around to run. Suddenly, Zombies appeared again. Quickly contact the dam headquarters, quickly receive the signal. The person in charge at the headquarters received the signal. This is Quang Min area, what's going on? The people on the other end of the line hurriedly said this is the city investigation team, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared in the city. Quickly call for reinforcements here. The person at the headquarters heard that and worried. Hey over there, what's going on with you guys? Where exactly are you? But the other end of the line only heard screams for help. But before they could finish speaking, the signal was cut off. Receiving dangerous information, he quickly turned around to report to his superior city commander, we suddenly have a large number of zombies. Commander Huang was surprised. What did you say? He was scared. A large number? How is that possible? We are just a small base, how can we resist them? He quickly contacted the other areas and requested more assistance. At the refugee camp, there was a very discreet wall around it. An emergency meeting was convened. The leaders were sitting together and discussing. The content of this meeting, I'm sure you all know clearly, we received a request for assistance from the base in City C. Right now, they are completely surrounded by zombies. Does anyone have a way? Someone suggested, our military strength is only enough to protect one refuge, we don't have many soldiers who can be sent to help. I don't recommend going to war, City C is also quite far from us, we won't make it in time. Commander La with a serious face, the situation is not that simple, the scale of this attack has exceeded a lot compared to the previous ones. He looked at the screen with a map behind him. If City C falls, the next target will be our refuge, and there will surely be more zombies on the way. At most 3 days they will reach us. So that means we have to help City C, right? We currently have 10 elite soldiers and nearly 1,000 guards, how do we divide them? We can't send them all, then the refugee camp will be in danger. Then Commander La decided. I have thought carefully, we will send Group 7 soldiers to help. A man with glasses and blue hair heard that and worried. Group 7, isn't that too many? Commander La, please excuse me, if this attack is as large as you say, and we have to go, it is very likely that we will. Don't forget that the base commander Huang is also watching us. Everyone in the meeting room suddenly fell silent and looked at Commander La. Someone suddenly spoke up. War God, that's right, where's the war god? Commander La pondered. Unfortunately, he is not here. I understand your worries, but try to think a little more carefully. The base commander Huang and the administrator are after all just human issues, just a struggle for interests. But zombies are not like that. Outside the meeting room, Chao Tu-Long was standing guard at the door and paying attention to the meeting going on inside. He listened quietly. Their purpose has always been one thing, that is to destroy the country that we have built with great hardship. Hearing this, Chao Tu-Long was terrified. Inside the meeting room, Commander La continued. They are cruel and ruthless, our biggest enemy is those zombies. Everyone agreed when they heard this. That's right, Commander La is right, dealing with them is the most important thing. Suddenly from outside came in, Commander La has a report. He stopped and said, Chao Tu-Long, come in quickly. Chao Tu-Long opened the door and entered. I'm sorry to bother you all, but this matter now has to be reported to you. Behind him, it seemed like someone else was there. Our war god has returned. Duan Fei entered the room where everyone was sitting together and turned to see him, very happy. The war god has returned, just in time. Commander La looked at him. You came back very well. Come to my office later. In his office, Commander La told Duan Fei everything that was happening. The situation is like this now, Duan Fei, do you have any opinions? He replied, Commander La has thought a lot already. I have already considered this place as my home. I will definitely help if there is any difficulty. I also have a wish and want to ask Commander La for help. He agreed with him right away. You don't need to be polite with me, your matter I will definitely help. Duan Fei continued, it's not a big deal. I have a friend who is seriously injured, and I hope he can be treated by our medical team. No problem, I'll arrange it later. We still have some nurses here. The situation in City C is very urgent, you can propose whatever you need in terms of personnel and equipment. No need, I'll go with Xinu and Xiaka. That's enough. La Commander was very surprised. Xinu, have you found your sister? Duan Fei got up from his seat. I'll tell you more about it when I come back. The two of them shook hands and wished each other a smooth journey, and reminded him to be careful. In the waiting room, the Along group was still waiting for Duan Fei. Xinu wondered, and asked Xiaka, why hasn't my brother come back? He is the war god of this refugee camp, of course he has a lot of things to discuss with everyone. Anna was playing with Little Orchid when she stopped and shouted, Duan Fei brother is back. Then, Xiaka also turned around. What happened? Duan Fei came to them. Well, we have an urgent mission, we have to leave right now. I'll tell you the details on the way. Along, you stay here for now, someone will come to arrange it later. Along was lying on the bed and got up. Sorry to trouble you. Duan Fei left with Anna, Xinu, Xiaka, Kim Bao, and Little Orchid to do the new mission. Let's go. The situation in City C seemed very bad, the people in the army had been defeated a lot, and the survivors were running away. They shouted at each other to run fast. There was one person running at the back, who looked back at the situation behind him, and was horrified to see a giant rat monster about to attack him and he was bitten by it. Two people who were running with him saw that and stopped, took out their guns and shot at the monster, but the bullets didn't hit it. Idiot, don't stop. One guy who was still running turned his head and yelled at his comrades, but suddenly the monster attacked with its tail. The two people who were shooting at it were killed by it. The last one was terrified. Guns are useless against them anyway. He thought he was doomed. He knelt down and gave up hope of survival. How can humans fight against these monsters? The human race is about to go extinct. A monster saw him and rushed straight up to attack him, but it was hit by a block of ice from afar and knocked away. Duan Fei appeared in front of him. You're wrong, he said as he was still in shock. Who are you? The Duan Fei group blocked in front of him. Victory will definitely belong to our human race, he said as countless monsters and zombies were waiting to attack. Duan Fei looked at them and said, you can leave this to us. There is no problem. You have to go to the command center and report. Xinu next to him also assured, yes, leave it to us. These zombies are too low level, they are nothing to us. On the contrary, they are suitable for us to level up. After thinking about it, he turned to the only survivor and said, I am a reinforcement sent by La Commander. Where's your command center? He was very happy to hear that. Great, finally, the rescue has arrived. And he pointed to a high-rise building that was intact. The command center is over there, on the highest floor. Duan Fei next to him activated his shadow killing ability. He finished pointing and turned back to let me lead the way for you. Your comrades are. But before he could finish, he found that the person next to him was gone. Hey, where is he? Suddenly, he felt a cold breeze, and there was a sharp ice mountain blocking his front. At the command center of the bright base, a man angrily slammed the table. The blond man said nervously, our defense system has been completely breached. It's only a matter of time before they break in here. Commander Hong, think of a way. Everyone in the room looked at Commander Hong Thatch. Can our remaining soldiers hold on until the Imperial reinforcements arrive? Commander Hong asked seriously. A white-haired man rubbed his nose and said, no way, the Imperial reinforcements will arrive at the earliest tomorrow. And our soldiers now, I'm not sure if they can last an hour. but there is a refugee camp coming soon. He heard that they had successfully wiped out a large attack of zombies. The blonde man didn't believe it. Are you talking about the refugee camp that was just established recently? What do you mean by wiping out all the zombies? It's all a scam. Think about it, how can that small base resist a large number of zombies? Even if they send someone, it's useless. At most, they send a few hundred people. Commander Hong was trying to think of a way. Do we have to abandon the city and run? Suddenly, a soldier ran in and reported to the commander. The zombies have been completely controlled. Everyone in the room was surprised. What, completely controlled? What is the specific situation? There is no information yet. But the staff of the refugee camp have arrived. They are outside the command center now. The soldier continued to report. The refugee camp? Is it them? How many people came? Commander Hong asked quickly. The soldier hesitated. Just one person. Hearing that, everyone in the room was even more surprised. What did you say? Just one person? The blonde man didn't believe it. Really just one person? What does this mean? Is this a rescue or a joke? Go, take us to see him. In the waiting room, Duan Fei was sitting and waiting for the commander. This person was Duan Fei. He said, "Hello, I am Duan Fei. I am the person that Commander La Duong sent to help you eliminate the zombies." He stood up and introduced himself. Commander Hong also reached out to shake his hand. He said, "I am the commander of the Kwangmin base. My name is Hong Thak." The blonde-haired man stood with his arms crossed and looked disdainful. He said, "Is this the kind of person that La Duong's base has? Do you not want to go to battle, so you send him here to die with us?" Duan Fei was very unhappy when he heard him. He said, "I did not come alone. There are a few people in my team who are fighting in front of us." The blonde-haired man still crossed his arms. He said, "Team? Do you mean that your team has controlled these zombies? A team usually has no more than 10 people. How can you rely on 10 people to defeat them? Do you think we are fools? You are all cowards who fear death. Anyway, when City C is occupied, you will not have a good end either." Duan Fei did not let him speak anymore. He used his shadow power to grab his neck and lift him up. The others surrounded him and were shocked. They said, "What are you doing? Let him go quickly. I warn you. If you do not let go, I will not let you leave here easily." When he heard this, Duan Fei was even more angry. He used his shadow power to tie up all the people. Duan Fei was provoked by their arrogance towards the person who came to help them. He used his power to capture all the people at the Kwangmin base to scare them. The people at the base saw this and pointed their guns at him. But Duan Fei was still talking about their attitude towards him. His eyes shone with a blue light. He said to the people at the base, "If I decide to kill them all now and report it to the headquarters, it will not be a problem." Commander Hong knew his mistake and felt sorry for his rude attitude. He ordered all the people there to lower their guns and talk slowly. His subordinates looked at each other hesitantly, but they obeyed his order and dropped their guns. At this time, Duan Fei also released them. If they understood, he would not continue to make trouble. One of Commander Huang's subordinates reported to him about the group of people who had repelled the zombies outside. They were none other than Duan Fei's teammates. Commander Hong heard the news and ordered to go to the command center to observe the situation through the screen that recorded the front line. His subordinate who was sitting in front of the screen told him that the situation outside was much more stable now thanks to this group of people. They all watched on the screen. They saw a girl riding a huge beast. She was also ordering it to fight with great strength. She was Anin. Anin shouted for Xiao Du Guin to rush forward and attack. Xiao Du Guan, who was small before, was now very powerful. It flapped its wings to create a whirlwind of fire that combined with each other. Haka was also supporting her well. She controlled the earth and rocks to separate them and shoot them at the target. On this side, there was a long-necked zombie that looked like a mutated dinosaur. It panicked when it saw something coming towards it. Right then, from under the ground, ice blocks emerged and stuck to its body. The person who did that was Duan Fei's sister, Xianyu. Her attack stopped the whole advance of the zombies. The soldiers of Kwangmin Base praised them and reported on the situation outside. With just 3 people, they had controlled 2 big monsters in a short time. His subordinate also reported that their captain had arrived at the command center. But speaking of this, the group of people from the royal commander all turned pale. The royal commander was in a dilemma and did not know what to do. He reluctantly greeted Duan Fei politely in a belated manner. The arrogant blonde man just now also apologized politely. Duan Fei replied that they did not need to apologize. He just wanted to remind the royal commander to discipline his subordinates more strictly in the future. Welcoming people with that attitude really made others uncomfortable. Leaving this matter aside, Duan Fei now felt a huge source of energy moving towards the north. There must be something approaching. The royal commander heard Duan Fei say that and quickly explained that their elite army was guarding there. The wall in the north was also strong, so no zombies could get in. He had just finished speaking when the base sounded an alarm. Someone in the base saw it and reported to him, the battle line in the north had been lost. The royal commander did not believe this. He shouted at his subordinate, switched to the camera in the north to observe the situation. On the screen, the wall of the battle line in the north was being attacked very strongly and was about to collapse. Outside the wall was the presence of 2 giant monsters that were constantly attacking the wall. Both monsters were level D. The battle line in the north was still trying to send out firepower to fight. The helicopters in the air confronted the 2 monsters and prepared to launch a lot of firepower to attack. The first 2 firepowers were launched at the 2 monsters. They only saw that as soon as the firepower hit the ground, it exploded with a loud bang. At this time, a long tail stretched out from the smoke and hit the helicopter's body hard, causing it to explode immediately. The other crocodile-shaped monster also showed its sharp jaw and slapped another helicopter. The royal commander was so desperate that he closed both eyes and turned his face away. He did not want to witness this scene anymore. The fat subordinate of the commander turned to ask him, "What if the wall is broken?" The commander had a strong will and decided never to let that happen, so he wanted to send all the awakened soldiers there. Anyway, Duan Fei's team had helped him a lot, and he did not want to bother them anymore. As for Duan Fei, he would go to the battle line in the north by himself to clean up these 2 monsters. He did not want the base to lose troops and thought it was best to leave them for the final battle. The royal commander liked to think that it was too dangerous for Duan Fei to face 2 level D monsters alone. Duan Fei turned around and walked away. He waved his hand and told the commander not to worry because he always had a plan beforehand. He used teleportation to get to the north area. From under the mountain slope down were hundreds of zombies, but for Duan Fei they were all low-level ones, so they were not worth worrying about. The problem lay in those 2 level D monsters, which had gained awareness and knew that attacking this wall was crucial. After thinking for a while, Duan Fei rushed forward like an arrow towards one of them. The monster saw him rushing over and opened its mouth wide, waiting for him to fall into its trap like a bullet. He aimed at a few fixed points and dodged its punch right into its lower jaw. The monster was hit by a fierce attack and flipped back. Duan Fei was still in midair when he saw behind him another monster's open mouth waiting for him. Duan Fei glanced at the snake-like monster behind him and his hand appeared a knife wrapped by purple flames. He decisively slashed at its eye, causing it to scream in pain. The Commander Hong watched Duan Fei fight outside the battle line through the screen and began to doubt if the rumors about his strength were true. 5 people in his army whispered about Duan Fei killing the monsters. They also invited each other to go there and see for themselves. Duan Fei landed after a while of fighting in the air. He held 2 swords in his hands. It seemed that the 2 monsters he had attacked had surrendered, but Duan Fei knew that level D monsters were not easy to kill. They got up from the dust with their eyes glowing red. He realized that he had been relying on using energy to fight and neglected his skills. He took this opportunity to restart those skills. Duan Fei saw the 2 monsters ready for the second round of battle. The 2 monsters also rushed to him and attacked, but Duan Fei easily dodged them. Seeing that his companion failed, the other monster also prepared to attack. Duan Fei wondered why there were so many level D monsters lately. Was it because of natural disasters and heavenly nets? Maybe that was why the monsters evolved faster than before, or was it related to the rebirth of the evolution tree? As he thought, he counterattacked the snake and the other monster. The snake was furious and attacked Duan Fei crazily, wanting to crush him. Duan Fei was surrounded by 2 monsters from both sides. He barely dodged the snake's attack, then he saw the yellow eyes of the other monster. Duan Fei used his small body to block the 2 monsters in a very urgent situation. It seemed that Duan Fei could not escape from them, but his determination to protect everyone was greater than anything. He turned around and kicked both monsters in the air. He quickly clenched one hand into a fist and then punched it down like a thunderbolt, making the ground shake. The level D monster that was threatening was killed by Duan Fei. At the same time, he also earned 600 evolution points for himself. The guys in the army witnessed the scene just now and were shocked by his strength. They could not believe that he had killed 2 monsters with one punch. Duan Fei was indeed the savior with terrifying power that people always rumored. He felt that his fighting spirit had returned after a long time. The snake that had just been knocked down was not completely dead yet. It pretended to lie still without being noticed, but Duan Fei did not miss it. He found it and it quickly ran away, but Duan Fei had already appeared on its head from some time ago. It was over for it this time. Without hesitation, Duan Fei killed the snake successfully and eliminated another level D monster. The people in the army were still stunned by his power and only stuttered that he was really strong. Duan Fei handed over the low-level zombies to them and returned to the base. He had not used his skills for a long time, so he was a bit tired. As soon as he arrived at the base, Quang Min Commander Hong called him War God. Duan Fei asked him how he knew about his nickname War God. It turned out that he had just contacted Commander La Duong and learned that Duan Fei was the savior of the refugee camp and also the war god of the headquarters. Duan Fei modestly told Commander Hong to just call him Duan Fei. Then he changed the topic to the situation of City C. The commander invited him to the screen to observe. The zombies had split into 2 directions. The second line of defense, where the zombies were most dense, was also where Duan Fei's teammates were fighting. The 2 main areas were divided into 7 strategic points. If any of these points were breached by the zombies, the entire area would be destroyed. Duan Fei looked at the 7 points and said that his people would not be enough to support them. Commander Huang said that the base of Huangyan was sending 1,000 elite soldiers. Now they just needed to hold on until dawn. Duan Fei heard about Huangyan and felt a bit uncomfortable. He said to the commander, "I will go to meet my teammates now." It was past 5 p.m. and Xianyu was starting to feel tired. Xiaka's ability was also running low. They had held on until now, but the number of zombies was endless. Duan Fei had just arrived with everyone when a group of helicopters also appeared. Duan Fei looked up and saw that Huangyan's army had arrived. The helicopters of Huangyan's base were entering the battle line one by one. On a helicopter, a subordinate saw Duan Fei's group and reported to his captain. They didn't seem to be from the Kwangmin base. The subordinate asked the captain sitting behind, "Should we go down and pick them up?" Manhwa indifferently said no need to care. He said, "If they appear here, they are not ordinary people, so they will go straight to the command center first and signal to send more people into the battle." His army brought down a lot of reinforcements from the helicopters. Seeing the situation, Duanfei said, "My sister and everyone can go back now. Leave the rest to them." Duanfei's group returned to the base to rest. Xianyu felt that zombies were really terrifying and so numerous. She wondered how her brother could fight them alone and save the refugee camp before. Manhwa came over and interrupted their mood. He thought that Duanfei was still immersed in his old glory, so he appeared unfriendly, but he still remembered to introduce himself. He was the captain sent by Huangyan's base to assist them. He also mentioned his brother. It seemed that he had a grudge with Duanfei. Duanfei coldly asked, "Did he come here to show off instead of his brother?" Manhwa heard Duanfei's tone and knew that he had not mistaken the person, but he left personal matters for later. Now he wanted them to go to the command center to discuss tactics. Anna saw that he didn't care about others and was annoyed. She stood up and said clearly that they had fought all night long. Manhwa looked at Anna with a meaningful glance. The girl Anna was scared and hid behind Xianyu. Duanfei interrupted and said to Manhwa, "I'll go alone, everyone else can stay here and rest." He told his teammates to rest and then went with Manhwa. On the way to the command center, people from Kwangmin base whispered about Manhwa, because he was the second strongest person of Huangyan's base. Some even sighed that if they had sent such a strong person, their base would surely be saved. One of the soldiers whispered about Duanfei and how he had dealt with 2 level D monsters, comparing his strength with Manhwa's. He saw his friend talking too much and covered his mouth to prevent things from getting out of hand. Manhwa heard everything and frowned slightly, clearly unhappy. He turned to Duanfei and reminded him that everyone here valued him very much. But Duanfei didn't care about that at all. Duanfei and Manhwa arrived at the command room where Commander Huang was waiting for them. He welcomed them and asked if they wanted anything to drink. Manhwa wanted a cup of coffee, but Duanfei was eager to start the meeting right away, and so was the commander. Manhwa was speechless at these two. The commander began the meeting. "We have found out the origin of these zombies in the first area. We discovered a D-level monster and 3 E-level ones leading them." Manhwa interrupted him, "So we just need to deal with them and that's it, right?" "That's right. The zombies will be like headless snakes and there will be nothing to threaten us anymore. As long as you two cooperate, you will surely be able to handle them." Manhwa interrupted again, "Anyway, we are a big base of Flame Huang. How can we let a small refugee camp be in danger? You can leave the D-level beast to me, and the 3 E-level ones to you, is that okay?" The 3 of them agreed with this plan and got up to prepare to depart. Manhwa added, "By the way, if you feel too much pressure, just try to hold on, I will come to help you after I finish." He smiled smugly and walked out. At this time, at the front line of City C, everyone was trying to hold on. Team leader Manhwa had been able to stop them by now, but there were too many of them. Where was the leader of them? He looked over to the top where the zombies appeared and saw a building near the floor where they came out. Manhwa turned back and reminded Duanfei to keep up with his speed or he might end up as their food. After saying that, Manhwa dashed away and left Duanfei alone. He said sarcastically, "It's just a D-level monster, why are you always so arrogant?" At that building, a D-level beast with an A-level spatial aphrodisiac ability came out. There was also an E-level gorilla tiger following the orders of their leader Mao, a small cat. They were waiting for the humans to come and attack. The cat started to cast a spell and a circle appeared. It jumped through it and went to Manhwa's side. At this time, Duanfei had caught up with Manhwa and said, "You are not bad, you can keep up with me." Duan Fei taunted him, "If you have no ability, how can you use a knife to kill your brother?" Manhwa didn't have time to vent his anger when Duan Fei warned him that they were here. 3 beasts approached them and Manhwa assessed that they were all E-level beasts. There was no leader here, so according to the plan, he left them to him. Duan Fei said. On the other side, the giant monsters were getting closer and closer. Seeing that the main character's former team leader Manhwa had some ability, he felt somewhat relieved and left this place to him. The team leader quickly went to find the D-level beast. Seeing one of their targets leave, King Kong roared with angry eyes that had no trace of animal nature. It seemed to be aiming at Manhwa but was blocked by the main character in front of him. "Your opponent is me," he said as he rushed over and struck a fatal blow at its eye. Its pupil flew out immediately and it fainted. It had to be so, with his protagonist Halo, how could he waste time with a D-level monster? After killing one monster, the main character landed lightly and saw that his comrades had dealt with them neatly. The 2 remaining monsters immediately joined forces and rushed to Duan Fei, but he was not afraid at all. At the same time, Captain Manhwa also arrived at the location of the D-level beast, which was here. He looked firmly at the building. He had just heard that Duan Fei had single-handedly dealt with 2 D-level monsters. This brother also had a competitive spirit and was determined to kill this beast to regain his dignity for Huang Yan. Then he would settle accounts with the protagonist, but this leader seemed not easy to deal with either. While Manhwa was still lost in thought, it secretly launched a fatal attack. Although he had not prepared anything beforehand, fortunately he was able to dodge this move. Clearly there was no ghost in front of him, but the wind kept appearing. Thinking that the opponent could use invisibility, Manhwa drew his sword and stood in a defensive position. The opponent this time was already difficult enough, and his iron armor could not be used here. From above, the beast once again brought its claws towards the captain. At the same time, there was another force flying towards him. Luckily he could use his sword to block it. However, the pieces of concrete flew towards him and injured him. How annoying! He really didn't know where it was and where it was preparing to attack from. If he couldn't force it to reveal its true form, then the chance of winning this fight was 0. They were both D-level, so why were they so different? He was so angry that he lost his reason and kept throwing knives and waving swords in the air, demanding that the beast show up directly. From the building, looking down at this scene of Manhwa, it looked too miserable. To meet Manhwa's wish, the beast also moved towards him. It attacked from behind and gave him a fatal blow that shook the sky and earth. By inertia, Captain Manhwa was thrown away. He used his sword as a support and used all his strength to stand up. He really didn't expect that the power of this beast was so terrifying. Thinking of this, he also realized that the gap between him and Duan Fei, who fought alone with 2 beasts, was really too big. Right then, the beast launched its claws and attacked a fatal move towards the captain. Thinking that the captain would die in its hands, but from afar came Duan Fei's voice. He bowed his head down. The protagonist flew over and held the beast's claws, standing in front of the captain. He said that he was not its opponent either. Quickly back down. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could Duan Fei appear here in such a short time? Did he already deal with those beasts? Not letting the protagonist answer, the D-level beast attacked him again. It kept attacking from all sides, all of them fatal moves. He guessed that this might be a spatial ability. He wasn't surprised that Manhwa wasn't its opponent because spatial abilities were very rare. While his thoughts were still running in his head, Duan Fei had already determined the position of the beast. He grabbed its wrist and threw it away. Right then, its body emitted a source of power as if to defend itself. It was thrown aside by the protagonist but immediately turned back to retaliate. The problem for it now was that once it revealed its body, it couldn't do anything anymore. that also meant that the protagonist's assassination ability of the same system could follow it. He pulled out a dagger and made a cut towards the beast, causing it to lose a lot of blood. Witnessing the beast in front of him being severely wounded and easily dealt with by the male lead, he wondered why he had to come out in the first place. He didn't know that he would get hit by a fatal blow. The furious beast roared at the male lead. "You have no way out now," the male lead said firmly. The beast clenched its teeth and its body transformed. It emitted a purple power and gradually became huge. In front of Duan Fei was a sea-level beast. Its aphrodisiac spatial power was also upgraded to A level. Not only that, it also had an F-level berserk power. It was about to die, so it unleashed its power. Wasn't this the same ability as the succubus who had an accident before? Duan Fei was also a bit alert. The beast in front of him was very different from the small cat earlier. It rushed towards Duan Fei and quickly grabbed him. It was easy to crush the male lead with this size. It attacked from behind, but was blocked by the male lead. It immediately brought its claws from above to crush the male lead. Unable to defend himself, he was quickly pressed down by it. A loud noise was heard and even the ground cracked. Duan Fei gradually released his power from under its claws. He suddenly jumped up. He didn't expect that when he was close to death, he could make the beast evolve to sea level. This was also something that Duan Fei didn't expect. It even awakened an extremely fierce power. The male lead looked at the beast with sharp eyes and immediately attacked it, but was quickly stopped by it. Its strength and speed also increased to an unbelievable level. It didn't let him fight back and wrapped its tail around his leg. To avoid being controlled by its tail, Duan Fei immediately used his knife to cut off its tail. Losing its beloved tail, the beast screamed in pain and bit at him. The air was thick with killing intent. The climax of the battle was here. From both sides, there were two huge powers. The male lead and the beast directly rushed towards each other. The opposing powers made the sky and earth shake constantly. Both Duan Fei and the beast wanted to take each other's life. From within the fog, his eyes were always firm and wanted to kill his target. Facing the power of this beast, he was not inferior at all. Just a roar from it could make the earth tremble. The beast used its aphrodisiac power continuously and brought its claws towards the male lead. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat a sea-level monster by himself in this situation. Manhwa thought to himself. The angry beast kept roaring at Duan Fei. He also realized that he couldn't deal with it just by using his iron shadow. But if he used another power, it would also let Manhwa know how many powers he had. There wasn't much time left and he didn't care about that anymore. He burst out his fire power and controlled the body of the beast. The huge power immediately made the beast fall into a passive state and scream in pain. But when the beast lost its guard, he flew close to it and touched its head and used his stealing power. The power ran straight into the mind of the beast and its eyes finally showed pupils. From afar, the waves emitted were not small at all. Suddenly, the monster flew up from the ground. Even Duan Fei did not expect this situation. It was dangerous. The sea-level monster was sucked into the vortex in front of him and then completely disappeared. Not only the monster, but even Duan Fei also vanished in an instant. The Captain Ma from afar was also quite surprised by this move. The teleportation ability of the space-type monster was not very large, but their breath had completely disappeared. Could it be that the monster had used its last strength to take him to the space tunnel and then died there? That meant it was very likely that the protagonist would be trapped there forever. Returning to the base of Quang Min, the captain immediately reported on the trip. Hearing that Duan Fei had sacrificed himself, the commander could not believe his ears. How could it be? He was a war god. This captain seemed quite cunning. He also said that he himself had immediately come to help the war god after finishing off the D-level beast, but he was still a step late. It was hard to believe that someone who faced 2 D-level robbers and did not have a single wound could easily sacrifice himself like that. The captain who came back at this time also felt a little uneasy. Was he thinking that he was him? His face darkened. The commander also quickly denied and expressed that he could not accept the shock. Helplessly, the commander had to assign the next task to Manhwa to transfer to the commander's office at the base of Veem Hong. Manhwa sent a secret message to Hua Commander. Picking up the phone, Hua Commander immediately asked, "Has the matter of Quang Minh base been resolved?" He also heard that someone had been sent to that refugee camp. On the other end of the line, the thick-faced captain also had to admit that Duan Fei of that small team was really strong and he held a lot of power by himself. However, he thought that they were now useless because the protagonist had died. When asked about other things, he also said that among the members of that refugee camp, there was a girl with his ability and he also smelled a strong zombie smell from her body. But on the outside, she was still a normal person, making it hard for him to guess. Hearing this, Hua Commander's body on the other side was undergoing some changes. His hand turned red and grew sharp claws. He emitted a purple demonic power along with white smoke. It turned out that Hua Commander was actually a white-haired monster with blood-red eyes and 2 long horns. He ordered to catch that girl immediately. Receiving this sudden order, the captain was also very curious about the reason behind it. But Hua Commander ignored him and only asked him to bring her back intact. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without caring about anyone. At this time, he returned to his human appearance as before. It turned out that the person who talked to Captain Manhwa just now was not the Hua Commander at all. That girl might be his target. The real commander was currently in a precarious situation. He was controlled by an unknown monster and next to him was Tainan's Demoness. When she did not know what to do with the real commander, the disguised monster made an offer to join forces with the disaster group. But as a righteous person like the commander-in-chief promised, how could he surrender under their swords? He flatly refused and also affirmed that the Veem Hong side would destroy them. Hearing such an answer, they did not say a word and directly sent him to heaven. The scene changed and it seemed that Duan Fei was in a multidimensional space or possibly a spatial gap. A strange creature suddenly appeared in front of him. Where is this? At this time, his eyes gradually changed. Is this the place? It was unbelievable that the D-level mutant beast just now could transform into a creature many times larger. Its whole body turned black and one eye also turned red. In a place with such a closed space, there was very little oxygen. Therefore, Duan Fei could not use fire DM at will, but he could not hesitate anymore. This space would not lead anywhere. He had to leave here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately burst out his strength and rushed towards the monster. His fire DM power was unleashed and his whole body turned into a dazzling yellow light. He raised his fist and rushed towards the monster. It was also unexpected that the previous accident that caused him to love his country had such unpredictable consequences. With just one blow, he could make the monster's body disappear. Without any preparation, the monster suddenly attacked him from behind. It was clear that it had disappeared into smoke just now, but now it could return to its original shape. It must be that physical attacks were useless against it. That proved that physical attacks were useless against this mutant beast. Then the protagonist had to summon magic power to defeat magic. He tried to approach the monster and then directly rushed to it. With Duan Fei's speed, the mutant beast could not catch up with him. Suddenly, when it realized that the protagonist was no longer in sight, Duan Fei appeared behind it. With just one blow, the monster flew away. Looking from afar, this scene was also very pitiful. This monster also quickly recovered its strength and had the advantage of having a non-physical body and its own unique skill. It split into multiple sources of power to attack the protagonist. In such a disadvantageous situation, the protagonist should think of splitting himself to approach the monster's attack ability. On the opposite side, it seemed that this monster was becoming stronger and stronger because this space was adding infinite power to it. If he did not quickly deal with it, Duan Fei would probably die here. After activating the skill of seizing, in an instant, the monster was killed and completely disappeared. Being able to kill a sea-level mutant beast, Duan Fei also received 800 evolution points and a spatial gene core, a type of core that was said to be very rare. The monster was killed, and at the same time this space was also gradually shrinking. Hopefully Duan Fei would not be transferred too far away. Returning to reality, it was already late at night. The Captain Manhwa was also carrying out the order of the fake Commander Hua. He stood in front of the door of the girl Anna, intending to capture her while she was sleeping soundly. He sensed that there was a zombie virus inside her body, but she looked like a human on the outside. However, he didn't care much. He was just curious why the commander wanted to catch this girl so badly. She didn't have any outstanding strength, maybe it was for research purposes. He also smelled that the commander was a bit strange. When he was about to grab the girl, he suddenly heard a man's voice behind him. It turned out that Duan Fei had survived and returned. Didn't your mother teach you basic manners? Why did you enter someone else's room without permission? He felt a bit nervous and backed away a little. I heard those soldiers say that I was dead, and it came from your mouth. I don't care much about that, he continued to threaten him. But you are so bold to touch my family. The Captain Manhwa seemed to be a bit scared now. His face turned pale. He was sweating profusely. You're not dead? Duan Fei only sneered and exposed his disappointment. So your achievements are all revealed now, sir. He really didn't know his own limits. He still dared to say that as long as he killed the protagonist, his words would not be wrong. He also threatened the girl Anna. He was a war god, but he joined forces with zombies. He didn't seem to regret anything. Duan Fei glared at him. I should have killed you when you approached Anna. He laughed loudly and said, kill me. My sharp power can see all the weaknesses of people. It seems that you are about to die, brother. Before he finished speaking, Duan Fei's hand grabbed his mouth. Duan Fei looked cool and warned him. Be quiet for a bit, don't disturb Anna. This scene was too cool. His mouth was squeezed so hard that he couldn't say anything. He could only think in his head that he couldn't even deal with his weakness, and he couldn't move with just one hand. I told you to be quiet, Duan Fei warned him again. The space fell into silence. It seemed that the girl was sleeping very well. He wondered what she was eating in her dream that made her drool so much. After dealing with the captain outside, he returned and covered the girl with a blanket. At the same time, she also muttered that she was very happy to be with her brother. The look in his eyes was half looking at the enemy and half looking at the person he loved. It was really different. His eyes were full of love now. In this life, he would never let her fall into the contemptuous eyes of others. After saying that, he jumped out of the window and left. He also dragged along the captain outside. He was determined that whether it was human or zombie, he would never show mercy. He was not afraid of becoming an enemy of this world either. In a dark and damp cave somewhere, the monsters had gathered by the one named Huanan. The monster who impersonated the Commander Hua was also there. He announced that they had good news and bad news. He did not wait for the monsters to ask him to be brief. They seemed to be quite busy. The good news was that they had found the whereabouts of the key, the girl who was hiding with the humans. The bad news was that they had let her escape. However, he still knew all the locations of the bases where Duan Fei's teammates were hiding. He confidently patted his chest. The monsters heard the bad news and could not help but scream. The other one could only calm them down and also did not forget to mock them that it was an accident. Compared to someone who was useless like you, it was much better. They did not like each other much. If it were not for the blonde man standing next to them to lower the temperature, they might have fought already. It turned out that the girl Anna had a huge power of the Devil King in her. They had to quickly plan to attack. The commander suggested using his human identity that he was impersonating. Then the energy source would automatically come to them. What they needed to do now was just wait. The blonde one was indeed short of words. He returned to the base of the male lead. He stepped into the inspection area of the evolution tree. Sitting from a high position, she called down to him, "Are you here?" Duan Fei quickly reported on the evolution speed of the zombies, which was increasing at a dizzying rate. "We also have to keep up with that speed." The fighting time with the beasts had increased his strength a lot. His ability was now at level 16, feeling 14, slaughter 10, spirit 6, and remaining evolution points were 45700. However, Duan Fei seemed to be dissatisfied with this result. He thought that it was because he had been fighting with Xinu lately and defeated some low-level monsters, so his score was not high. Therefore, the distance to level C was still quite far. He needed to increase at least 3 levels for all aspects before he could evolve from level D to level C. Duan Fei still lacked 27,000 points to reach level 17 and only had 18,700 points left. He looked up and said, "Wait for the remaining points. It seems that they can be used to deploy a completion project once. This can be considered as the biggest evolution." The evolution tree seemed to have some changes. It seemed that her emotions had become richer than before, no longer cold as when she first met him. Or was it that her emotions were also linked to the evolution tree? When he received a judgmental look from the other party, Duan Fei immediately changed the topic to meeting Haka in the launch event. At that time, he was in a coma and she was the one who helped him deploy. So using the remaining points this time also followed her. As soon as he finished speaking, the evolution tree deployed using 10,000 evolution points to deploy a completion project once. Immediately, Duan Fei's body changed from within, his body seemed to float in the air, his eyes also lit up. It seemed that his gene chains were changing. The completion project was successfully deployed and Duan Fei could also feel a very new feeling. It was also thanks to the evolution tree that he had such a big evolution step. When he unlocked the skill chip, his original skills were upgraded a lot. As for the new skills activated, they were all level F. It seemed that they were not very useful. This skill chip should be used to evolve more diligently values, maybe it would be much higher. You also think that upgrading the core skills will be more beneficial for future upgrades. Moreover, this skill chip also allows you to increase the contract to level 4, which means that when the person who made the contract with you is in danger, you will receive a warning in their signal. This effect can deceive the zombies, and it can also protect others better, right? Next, you also decided to upgrade the Duzut skill. That's how Duan Fei successfully upgraded the abilities that could be upgraded. He turned to the evolution tree and said to rest assured that he would try his best to help her recover her memory. "I trust you." The evolution tree replied gently, because she had completely trusted the male lead from the beginning. At the dining hall of the Kwangmin base, his teammates finally saw Duan Fei return. From somewhere, a loud voice called out "War God Great Person," attracting the attention of everyone. It turned out to be Hong Commander. He hurried over to verify that he was still alive or had died at the hands of the monster as everyone had rumored. Duan Fei's face was a bit serious then. He just said that he was fine. At the same time, he announced that he and everyone were about to return to the refugee camp. He didn't seem annoyed this morning. He must have returned to the base. "Do we have to go now? Is there a place for us?" "Commander, rest assured that the zombies have basically been resolved. Based on your current ability, you can definitely resist them." Duan Fei tried to reassure him. After refusing the offer to escort him, Duan Fei quickly returned to the table with everyone in the sunset. The refugee camp was full of cheers welcoming the return of war god Duan Fei. Even Xianyu had to admit that here Duan Fei was no different from a big star, making Duan Fei blush. He also immediately denied that he was afraid of this scene. He had just walked a few steps when someone called from behind, "Brother Duan Fei." It was Tao Tu Long, right? He came to call the male lead to La Commander's room. He really wanted to meet you. Hearing that, Duan Fei didn't say 2 words and told everyone to take along to his room and practice again. As for himself, he would return to discuss with everyone later. "Let's go. I also have something to say to him," the male lead replied. At La Commander's office, he was busy doing something when he heard a knock on the door from outside. After greeting each other briefly, La Commander told him about how people from Quang Min base kept harassing him. He really wanted to talk to him a bit. It was still the chessboard from before. Duan Fei reported on his departure. The commander seemed very curious about what the male lead had gone through. Seeing that Duan Fei's face didn't look very good, he also asked. Duan Fei looked at him seriously and said that he had something very important to tell him. "What did you say? You killed Manhwa of the Flame Emperor base?" Commander La was not sure if he heard correctly. He was really shocked. The people of the Flame Emperor were not easy to deal with. Did something happen that made the protagonist do this? But on the other side, Duan Fei could not tell the truth. He had a secret that he did not want to reveal to anyone. It was the secret about Anna. Commander La was astonished when he heard Duan Fei say, "You have to leave? If you are afraid of implicating the refugee camp, you don't have to do that. No matter what, the refugee camp is always on the same side as you. If it weren't for you, it would have been gone long ago." Duan Fei was very determined with his intention. "Commander La, please listen to me. Even if this didn't happen, I would still leave. The refugee camp was just established not long ago. The safety of the people here is the most important thing." But Commander La hesitated. He did not let him continue. "Don't worry, I won't leave here forever. This is also my home. I will come back to help if needed." Then he thought in his head, "I didn't expect that a Commander La who always puts the safety of the people first would confront the Flame Emperor for me. This is really surprising. You solved the problem of the zombie Imperial Army and the Quang Min base for me. But I couldn't help you find your sister. I'm really disappointed in myself." Commander La put his hand on his forehead and blamed himself. Hearing that, he smiled and said, "It's okay. You have helped me a lot. My friend also thanks to your timely treatment and protection that he can be safe until now. You always make me feel the hope of humanity. I really feel like I'm filled with the missing fatherly love when I'm with you. You are also the father of this refugee camp." At this point, Commander La sighed and said, "I didn't expect that in the end, you would comfort me instead. I'm really embarrassed. I was a bit moved just now, so just do as you planned, okay?" He asked again, "When do you plan to leave?" "I don't know when the Flame Emperor will find out about Manhwa's death. I think I have to go quickly," he answered. Then he stood up and said, "I'll go ahead then. There are still some things to deal with." "I understand." Seeing him about to leave, Commander La hurriedly called Duan Fei. He hesitated a bit and said, "Can you come back whenever you want?" "Oh, I know," he answered softly and left and closed the door behind him. When he got out of the hallway, Duan Fei scratched his head and thought, "I really can't cope with this situation." A soldier standing guard saw him and said, "Hello, War God." "Oh, hello." He turned his head in surprise and thought, "But there's no other way. This time I come back and I don't know when I can come back again. If I don't say a word, it would be too rude." He walked to a door of a room and opened it and walked in. He was very surprised to see that his friends were waiting for him in the room. Brother Duan Fei, you're back. He was embarrassed and said, "Why are you guys here?" Everyone came over to him. Li Feng put his arm around his shoulder and said, "You little bastard, you found Xianyu and didn't tell us a word." Tran Jiahao next to him also added, "You're always sneaky." "Sorry, there was really no time." Duan Fei replied awkwardly. Xianyu and Anna each pulled one of his hands and said, "Duan Fei brother, come here quickly and eat this." At this time, Duan Fei realized that he had made a lot of friends by his side. After being reincarnated, many things happened. At first he had nothing at all, but now he knew what family love was and understood more about friendship. He always felt that time passed very fast, but every time he remembered it was very vast. It seemed like he didn't want to miss every second. Inside the room, everyone sat in a circle and ate, drank, and chatted happily. "Drink some more, it's okay, Li Feng." "Don't drink anymore." Anna hated the smell of alcohol. Ha stood outside on the balcony by herself and enjoyed the breeze. Duan Fei brought a can of beer out to the balcony with her. "Do you want to drink beer?" "Beer is bitter, I don't like it." "Why are you so absent-minded?" "Nothing, I just feel that everything is so amazing. If I hadn't saved you back then, would this world be like this? Maybe someone else would have done the same things as me." The two stood and looked at the stars in the sky while talking. Suddenly, Ha turned her head and looked at him. "Duan Fei, you are leaving soon, aren't you?" Duan Fei was a bit surprised. "How do you know?" Ha took the can of beer from his hand and scolded him. "You are always like this. Every time you come back for one night, you sneak away right away. I was the one who picked you up every time." Duan Fei could only smile. "That's true." Then she opened the can of beer that she didn't intend to drink. "But this time I feel different from before. It seems like you will leave and never come back." Duan Fei looked at her being bitter by the beer and wrinkled her face. "This time it's a bit complicated. I might not come back for a short time." "Did La Commander tell you?" Ha answered. "No. Don't underestimate the sixth sense of women." After taking a long sip, Ha sighed. "It's really bitter." Then she said vaguely, "I am a soldier. I have a duty to protect the people. Duan Fei, tomorrow I won't pick you up anymore." And she drank again. Duan Fei looked at her and suddenly said, "Ha, give me your hand." She choked on the drink and panicked. What do you want to do?" Duan Fei still stretched out his hand towards her. "Don't worry, give it to me." Ha hesitated and put her hand on his palm. He activated his contract power. Light flew out and wrapped around their hands. Ha was startled and opened her mouth to look. He had successfully activated the A-level contract power of mind power. Duan Fei withdrew his hand and looked at her. "Okay, I have made a contract with you. No matter where you are, as long as you are in danger, I will come to save you right away." Seeing that she didn't answer, he asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Ha just lowered her head and blushed, holding the can of beer and drinking again. Looking at her, Duan Fei didn't understand and thought, did I make her unhappy? The beer probably wasn't bitter anymore. From inside the room, Xianyu saw the two standing and talking to each other. Anna also saw them and wanted to go out there with a can of soda. Duan Fei, play guessing games with Anna. But she was quickly grabbed by Xianyu and pulled back in the opposite direction. "Let's go, sister will play with you." Anna was still doubtful. "Can Sister Xianyu play?" "Anna is very good at it." Along walked towards the two. "Xianyu, do you have time to talk?" Xianyu agreed. Anna decided to go find the bunny to play with her. Xianyu was a bit worried and told her not to bully anyone. Along held out the cross-shaped pendant. "This is for you." Lai Fong said it was very important to you. And also, please say goodbye to Duan Fei for me. We have to leave first. Xianyu was surprised. You are leaving soon? Do you have any plans for the future? We will continue to look for the remaining S-level characters and invite them to join our team or leave the Heavenly Net team. We have to reduce their strength. We also have to make our team stronger so we can keep up with Duan Fei. Along said. Xianyu hesitated. Why don't you just tell him directly? Anna is happily playing with the little rabbit and how? Don't bother him like that. We will meet again sooner or later. Along had decided. Outside on the balcony, Duan Fei was confused when he saw Haka drinking non-stop. The sun was rising over the refugee camp. Duan Fei was leaving with Xianyu and Anna. They were heading towards the door that was already open. Brother, where are we going next? Xianyu asked curiously. We are going to the Devil Island. Duan Fei had determined their next destination, an island in the middle of the sea that looked very dangerous. In each city, Kim Bao was flying in the sky. Duan Fei was sitting on its body. Kim Bao, land here. The three of them landed on the ground. He looked at the map in his hand and said, We have been traveling for a day. It seems that the Devil Island is not far away. Anna was tired and hungry. Anna is hungry. He looked around and said, It seems that there are no zombies here. We will stay here for a while and eat something. He entered a ruined shop and said, This place looks good. Quickly get some food and supplies from this convenience store, everyone. Anna ran ahead happily. French fries. French fries. He also turned to his sister Xianyu and said, You should also collect some things quickly. There is nothing on the island we are going to. From now on, we have to adapt to surviving the end of the world. It will not be like in the refugee camp anymore. Xianyu also knew that the place they were going to was dangerous. Yes, I understand. Duan Fei watched his sister's figure. Xianyu was always insecure about herself because of her health problems at first. She could only leave the wheelchair when she awakened her power, but then she was kidnapped by the Heavenly Net team. She always stood up by herself. It seemed that he thought too much. She had grown up, but the outside world had changed too fast. He had to learn how to survive in the end of the world. 30 minutes later, Duan Fei didn't know what to do. Anna, did you really only get French fries? Anna pushed a cart full of them out proudly. Isn't Anna good? Xianyu also came out with a cart. Only French fries are not enough, you have to have some drinks too. Anna looked at her cart and exclaimed, You are amazing, Sister Xianyu. Duan Fei was speechless when he saw them. It seemed that they were not fully grown up yet. He also pulled a cart full of stuff out. Luckily, he had enough food for us to use for a while. We can't delay any longer. Let's go quickly. The waves are crashing very hard. The water is overflowing on the shore. Looking at the situation, Duan Fei said to his two younger siblings, We have to find a boat. Anna didn't understand why Kim Bao didn't take us there right away. He explained her question, The sea has no place for us to land. If something bad happens, it will be very dangerous. Anna was very happy when she heard that. That's fine. Anna has never been on a boat before. I'm so excited. Suddenly, an old woman appeared out of nowhere. Anna was startled and screamed, There's a ghost. Duan Fei put his hand on her head and bowed. She's a human. I'm sorry, ma'am. Anna quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But she was still a little scared. The old woman didn't pay attention and asked, Have you met my son, a try? Duan Fei looked up and said, No, ma'am. It's dangerous for you to live here alone. A person came unexpectedly and dropped a box of bread on the ground. Then he grabbed a stick and ran straight towards Duan Fei's group. "Get away from my grandma, you zombies!" He swung at Duan Fei and Anna, but they dodged it. He missed and looked up cautiously. He was surprised to see that the people he attacked were not zombies. In a house by the seaside, the girl bowed her head and apologized. "I'm sorry for mistaking you for zombies." Duan Fei didn't blame her and she introduced herself. "My name is A Fuang. How should I address you all?" Duan Fei's group also introduced themselves one by one. "My name is Anna. You can call me Xinu if you want. My name is Duan Fei." He then asked, "It seems like everyone else who lived here has moved away. Why are you still here?" "The others have gone to the shelter, but my grandmother always hopes that my father will come back," A Fuang answered him. Duan Fei turned around and saw a picture on the wall. The man in the picture was her father. "Is he a policeman?" "Yes, he's a prison warden." A Fuang then told them that after the disaster happened, he left by himself and they never heard from him again. She was sad as she recalled it. The three of them sat quietly and listened. She continued, "I always believe that he will come back. He will definitely come to find us. But my grandmother's dementia was getting worse day by day. She always stood by the window alone or stared out there waiting for my father to come back. Because I had to look for things outside, I couldn't always stay by her side. If we continued to stay here, I was afraid that..." Suddenly, Duan Fei interrupted her. "Your grandfather was a prison guard on Devil's Island, right? He was on the island guarding the most notorious criminals in the world." Duan Fei said that her grandfather might have gone to the island. "The place we were going to was also the Devil's Island." He said, "How about this? You and your grandmother come to our refuge. I will look for your grandfather's whereabouts for you." A Fuang heard him say that and advised everyone. "You want to go to the island? No way, it's very dangerous. No one has moved out since the disaster. The situation on the island is very dangerous." But Duan Fei was not afraid. He said, "Don't worry, I have my own plan. We just need a boat now. I hope you can help us." A Fuang knew she couldn't persuade him anymore. At night, the full moon was high in the sky. Duan Fei and his two companions were standing on the shore looking at the boat in front of them. They were ready to go. "It's getting dark. Let's go." Suddenly, someone called out. Duan Fei turned around. It was A Fuang with luggage on her back. She ran out and gasped, "Please take me with you." Duan Fei was worried. "Have you thought it through? It's very dangerous on the island. What will your grandmother do if you go?" A Fuang was very determined. "I have arranged everything for my grandmother. I am very familiar with Devil's Island and I know how to sail a boat. I will do my best to help you all. I have thought it through very carefully. I must find my father myself." Duan Fei turned to look at Xinu. She nodded slightly. Seeing that, he turned back to A Fuang and said, "I understand. I only have one condition, everything must be arranged by me." She happily agreed. They all got on the boat and set off. "That's good then. Let's go straight to the Devil's Island." A Fuang poured a cup of hot water and brought it to her grandmother. "Grandma, it's time to rest." Sitting in the house and looking at the people from the window, the old woman asked her granddaughter, "Are they going to the Devil's Island?" A Fuang also looked outside. "Yes." Suddenly, she said to her, "You go with them." She was startled and turned around. "What did you say, Grandma?" "I'm here to take care of you." But she said again, "It's okay, it's okay. I have hands and feet and don't need you to take care of me. I know you also want to go to the island to find your father, but I'm not at ease if you go alone. I can only pretend to be stupid so that you can take care of me until now. You have other companions now and it's hard to get this opportunity. Do you want to miss it? A Fuang was still very worried that if she left, her grandmother would be alone. But she said again, waiting for one person or two people is no different at all. But waiting for one person and waiting for two people are very different. A Fuang was on the boat remembering this and became more determined. Grandma, you must wait for us to come back. The boat cut through the waves and sped across the sea. Xianyu turned around and looked at her brother curiously. Brother, why is this island called Devil's Island? This is the island where the notorious and evil criminals who committed capital crimes are imprisoned. They regard human lives as worthless and their hands are stained with fresh blood. They are truly bloodthirsty monsters, so this place is called the Demon Island, Duan Fei explained. But the really scary thing is that after the disaster on the Doomsday, a bolt of energy struck the island. All the people on the island turned into zombies. They inherited their brutal nature from when they were human. At close range and over a long time, they will be affected by this energy source. Their evolution speed is even faster than the zombies living outside. This time we came here to destroy the zombies on the island and find that energy source. The most difficult thing to deal with is their original breed. They have a defensive army called the original species. The disaster was also caused by them. This place will become our training ground. Everyone must take this opportunity to upgrade their energy. Xianyu and Anna listened attentively to him. The ship arrived at Demon Island. A Fuang stopped the ship. We're here, everyone. The main gate is very dangerous. I'll take you to a small trail to get in. Thank you for that. When they got ashore, Anna looked at the scenery on the island and was very scared. Anna said this place is terrifying. In front of them were large and small rocks piled on top of each other, surrounded by rocky mountain sides. Duan Fei observed and warned, from now on we have to be vigilant. We have already entered the outskirts of Demon Island. Danger can happen at any time. Xianyu wondered about the outskirts? Yeah, Demon Island is a huge prison with a very complex structure. The entire island is divided into 5 rings, and the closer to the center, the more prisoners there are. Right now we are standing in the 5th ring. We have to find the door leading to the next area to get in. A Fuang saw Duan Fei explain and was curious. How do you know this place so well? He turned his head and said, I heard someone else say it. Xianyu suddenly fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Duan Fei walked ahead and saw something strange. He turned his head and asked, what's wrong, Xianyu? Are you okay? And she thought her brother was growing up more and more every day. She had to try harder not to become a burden for her brother. Suddenly Duan Fei shouted, watch out! Everyone split into 2 sides quickly. On top of the rocky mountain there was a zombie attacking Duan Fei's group. The weapon it used to attack just now was a metal ball connected to a thick chain. Seeing that it didn't hit anyone, it rolled up the iron chain in its hand. Did everyone dodge it? Duan Fei was on the same side as A Fuang and he asked everyone, are you okay? Are you okay? Xianyu, Anna, are you guys okay? On this side Xianyu was supporting Anna. We're fine, we're all fine. Standing on top of it, the zombie looked down. 1, 2, 3, 4 people and 2 beasts. Too many targets, had to pay extra for that. The beasts are 50% off. A Fuang was sitting reading a small notebook and found that number 71 is a famous assassin in the world. He can single-handedly take out a gang of underworlds. Duan Fei was surprised. You have this kind of material? Oh, normally when I'm bored my dad tells me stories like this, then I just take notes, that's all. Assassins are really interesting waiting here for me. Then, Duan Fei suddenly soared up, making A Fuang, who was sitting next to him, startled and stared at him. He flew behind the zombie assassin. How come he didn't sense the zombie when he came close to him? The zombie was still muttering to himself, who should I kill first? I decided to kill you first. He suddenly looked up at Duan Fei and attacked him. How could he react so fast? He punched a big tree next to him and broke it in half. He threw a metal chain quickly and wrapped it around Duan Fei. He tossed him into the air and threw a metal ball at him. But he activated his shadow-killing ability to dodge. The zombie assassin saw that he escaped from his restraint and was very surprised. He didn't have time to think when his legs were frozen and couldn't move. He looked far away and saw Xianyu controlling the ice that froze his legs. "Damn it, you have to pay extra for this," he shouted angrily and threw the metal ball to break the ice and attack Xianyu. Seeing the metal ball flying fast towards her, Xianyu didn't panic but continued to use her move. Countless ice spikes grew up to block the path of the metal ball. Anna stood beside her and cheered, "Sister Xianyu is awesome." Wait a minute, there were cracks on the ice. The ice broke and the metal ball continued to fly towards Xianyu. Anna quickly called Xiao Du Guin. It flew up quickly. "Quickly use your absolute wind dance," Anna told it. It used its move to create a tornado. The zombie that was on top of the mountain flew down. The 10th rule of assassins: when you get close to your target, crush them. He held his weapon tightly and quickly pierced through the tornado and attacked Xianyu. She saw that he had broken Xiao Du Guin's move and was surprised. "What?" She hugged Anna in her arms and protected her. Duan Fei arrived and used his hand to stop the metal ball. "Xianyu, go to Afuang quickly. Take good care of yourself." But Xianyu wanted to say more when he continued, "You guys can't fight him." In his previous life, his job gave him a lot of combat experience. After becoming a zombie, these skills increased even more. "You guys are still very weak in judging situations on the battlefield. Just leave it to me." Xianyu realized that he was right. "I understand. The 7th rule of assassins: if assassination fails, fight immediately." The zombie used his move again. Xianyu quickly hugged Anna and ran away. The metal ball flew back to the zombie assassin because Duan Fei used his mental power, but he stopped it with his hand. He quickly got his weapon back and prepared to attack Duan Fei again. Seeing that, Duan Fei was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that he could use his own strength to stop and control his mental power. Although he had prepared himself for the zombies here being very strong, he was still a little shocked. This was only the first round of the prison. The next road would be harder and harder. He attacked straight towards the zombie. He also rushed towards him. The fight caused the rocks around them to fly up and dust to cover them. Xianyu was scared and realized that she couldn't intervene in this fight anyway. In the end, she still let her brother protect her. Duan Fei killed a level B zombie and earned 600 evolution points. He turned back to look at the group. "Alright, let's keep going." Anna quickly praised him. "Duan Fei, you are amazing." Afuang was scared and pointed at him. "Who are you? How can you use superpowers?" She saw a person who had awakened for the first time. Xianyu looked at him with determination. "Brother, please teach me how to fight. I have to become stronger." Afuang took out her small notebook. "An awakened person? So people can get superpowers through this method. I have to write it down." Anna was next to Xiao Du Qian. "Anna also has to become strong." Duan Fei was surprised. "You guys," but Xianyu continued. "I don't want to be protected every time because of my weak power and drag you and Long down. I don't want this to happen again. Long is also trying to catch up with you. I also want to understand this world. I want to follow you, brother." Duan Fei put one hand on her head and the other hand on Anna's head. He looked at them trying hard and was happy. "You have to remember what I'm about to say. The rule to survive in this apocalyptic time is to know your own power, strengths and weaknesses. Xianyu, your absolute cold power's main advantage is that it has a long range of attack, but its main weakness is that it is very weak in close combat. We can't rely on our power alone. We have to use our power to overcome our weaknesses. How to deal with it when you get close is the key to using your power. Next is Anna. Your power is very special. Most of your strategies are to control the actions of other things. You currently have Xiao Du Qian. You have to train it to have more fighting skills. Then you have to increase your power of control over more things. Next, find someone who can protect you by your side. You are the leader, so your safety is very important. Do you understand the knowledge you need before fighting? Anna and Xianyu looked at each other and saw that they were like that. Duan Fei could only raise his hand and scratch his head. It's okay if you don't understand now, this is a bit hard to imagine. You will experience more in actual combat later, and I think it's still a bit difficult at this stage. But they didn't listen to him and just held hands happily. That's great, Anna. It turns out we can improve our fighting power like that. Right? I thought we could only get stronger by eating more potatoes. Let's go, we really want to meet the next zombie. Come on, we will catch more zombies. Duan Fei could only watch them holding hands and walking ahead. A Fuang was worried next to him. It seems that I'm the only normal person here, huh? I'm so embarrassed that I've added more burden for you guys. Duan Fei turned his head and looked at her. Don't say that. The strength of a person is not only in fighting experience. You were brave enough to take risks with us, this determination is very strong. Moreover, your notebook is very useful for our next journey. She was about to say more, but then Xianyu and Anna came back and called her brother. Let's go, Duan Fei. Hurry up. Right now we are teammates, you just need to strive towards your goal, Duan Fei comforted her. A Fuang regained her confidence. Duan Fei's group continued to go inside the island. Xianyu, Duan Fei called his sister when he saw her in a daze and didn't know what she was thinking. What's wrong? Be careful, danger can happen at any time. He said seriously. Although we try hard to improve our workability, we can't be impatient. This is a taboo in combat, personal safety is also very important. Yes, I will try to pay more attention. Hearing his sister's agreement, Duan Fei turned to A Fuang. Do you know a lot of information about the terrain here? My father took me here before and it was quite impressive, A Fuang replied. The place where we landed on the island is the center, the stone gate at the head of the island is on the other side. Now we are going backwards, we have to go around a circle to get there. Because I only got to the outside of the island before, I don't know what it's like inside. Anna suddenly pointed to the sky and suggested, can we call Kim Bao to fly us up there? A Fuang heard that and said, I'm afraid not. My father once said that the architecture of the Devil Island is all sealed off in secret, you can't break in from the outside. But now maybe no one controls the air anymore, maybe we can use full force to attack and enter. Duan Fei interrupted her. No, that's too dangerous. Doing that will attract a lot of zombies. It's very dangerous. A step-by-step approach will suit us better. Moreover, it can also help everyone increase their abilities and make it easier to find A Fuang's father. A Fuang was embarrassed and thanked him. He continued to speak to everyone. We have to investigate each area thoroughly before moving on to the next one. Prepare for a long battle. Anna shouted, yes, sir. Suddenly, a sound came from somewhere. 3.4 centimeters. No, 3.1 centimeters is still not enough. Xianyu was the first to hear it and warned, wait, did you hear that sound? He said, sound? I don't hear anything. The sound continued. 3 meters. At this point, Duan Fei heard it and said seriously, get ready. A head slowly appeared in the distance. Why can't it be 1 centimeter? It was a zombie holding a knife and slowly walking towards them. Its knife was very sharp and it cut a piece of wood that was exactly 2.5 centimeters thick. It looked up and saw Duan Fei's group and was very surprised. Wow, humans. They are humans. How wonderful. This time I must succeed. I will cut you into centimeters. It rushed to attack them. Xianyu was terrified when it suddenly attacked her. Duan Fei quickly blocked in front of his sister and cut the zombie in half. He turned his head and yelled, "Move back." The zombie opened its eyes wide. Although it was cut in half, its upper body could still move. It held the knife and attacked Duan Fei. He was caught off guard and couldn't dodge. Then suddenly there were ice blades that cut the zombie into pieces. A Fuang hid behind a tree and peeked out in surprise. Anna also gaped. Duan Fei turned around and was shocked. Xianyu said, "You have to overcome your weakness." Xianyu held the ice sword and said firmly. He was surprised and admired her adaptability. She could awaken an S-level ability and was not ordinary. Anna ran out. "Sister Xianyu is so strong." He agreed, "I'm also very surprised." "Did you think about this all the way?" Duan Fei asked curiously. "I just followed your advice." She said, "Yes, I always think about how to improve my close combat ability. The first thing I thought of was weapons." The zombie was cut into pieces, but it was still alive. I glanced at the side and saw a simple short knife. Just now in that critical moment, I used my imagination to condense ice into a long sword. The zombie still looked at its body parts and suddenly screamed, "So beautiful! This knife is so beautiful!" And then its body parts joined together. Duan Fei's group was surprised to see that it was still alive. The zombie wondered, "How can you cut such beautiful lines?" It was a D-level zombie with the ability to split its body into pieces and then combine them again. Fuang looked for number 67 in his small book. He found it. It was a perverted killer. He committed crimes by cutting the victims' bodies into pieces. He had killed 121 people, including 70 men, 30 women, and 21 elderly and children. He had cut them into 63,514 pieces, regardless of age, gender, or status. The feeling of cutting was not the same, but he had not seen anyone who could cut such neat and smooth pieces like this. "Like you could." The zombie continued to attack and talk. He was talking when he suddenly stopped and looked in shock. His left hand holding the knife had been chopped off. The chop was very fast, but it was not enough. He did not feel the art in the chop of the person. He turned to look at his severed arm and said, then rushed to attack Xianyu. On the contrary, I was not like that at all. Xianyu was not afraid and faced him directly. You could die 10,000 times and it would not be enough. She chopped many cuts on his body. Although he was chopped into small pieces, he did not stop mumbling. "That's right, this is the feeling. 1.9 centimeters, 1.5 centimeters, keep going. I feel the coolness and excitement in your chop. This cold chop will seal the cut and blood will not be lost. 1 or 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. It's so beautiful. This is the most beautiful artwork in the world." The pieces of the zombie's body continued to connect with each other. He laughed happily. Xianyu tensely looked at him. He became more and more excited every day. "It's time for me to perform. Where should I chop? Let's start with this beautiful face." He suddenly grabbed the knife and stabbed it straight at Xianyu's face. She quickly raised her ice sword to block it. "Let's see how many chops you can resist." The zombie continued to attack, but suddenly it stopped. "What?" It turned its head and saw that its arm had been chopped off by Duan Fei. "You are too arrogant, look at it." Then he chopped another cut. "Damn this guy." Before he could finish speaking, he was cut in half. "Stop worrying about your gang." But it still held the knife and tried to chop at him. Its hand was chopped off again. Next was its body, which was also chopped into pieces, but it was still very confident and laughed. Anyway, you can't kill me. Wait until you run out of energy, then I can slowly chop you up. How about that? Look behind you, Duan-Fei calmly warned it. Behind Xianyu was preparing to attack. It did not have time to react and was hit by Xianyu's movie. Its body was gradually freezing. How naive, no matter what, I can still live, it confidently said. Duan-Fei activated his ability to seize. It felt the danger and shouted. What are you doing to me? Nothing, just giving you a belated trial, he replied. A notification appeared, killed a D-level zombie, received 600 evolution points. Anna and Afong saw the fight end and came out of hiding. Sister Xianyu is so good. Xianyu was embarrassed. Not at all, if it wasn't for my brother, I couldn't deal with him. Duan-Fei also praised his sister. You really improved very fast. Thank you. Before she could finish speaking, Xianyu fainted. Duan-Fei worriedly ran to support his sister Xianyu. She held her head and said, I suddenly have a headache, I just used too much energy. My body is almost exhausted, I have to be more careful in the future. Absolutely do not use up all your strength like that, it is very dangerous, Duan-Fei worriedly instructed. Rest for a while and then we will continue our journey, he said to everyone. Yes sir. Eat the potatoes first, Anna happily said, but Xianyu still wanted to say more. He knew what she wanted to say, so Duan-Fei said first. It's okay, sometimes resting for a while is also an important way to survive in the apocalypse. If you keep pushing yourself like that, it's really very dangerous. The moon rose high and cast a dim light on the forest. Afong was sitting leaning against a tree thinking. Then Duan-Fei came from behind and asked. Aren't you eating anything? Duan-Fei? I'm not hungry for now, she answered when she saw him. He sat down and talked to her. Are you worried about your father? Even after coming here, I still can't believe that there are such terrifying monsters on the island. If he really is on Island E then, she hesitated. There are really many dangers on the island, but you shouldn't despair either. We have to calm down first, he comforted her. Then he asked again, what kind of person is your father? Afong remembered and told him, he is a person who works all year round and only stays at home for a few days. Then my mother couldn't accept this and left us. My father was also very strict and every time I did something wrong he would punish me very harshly. I used to think that work was really more important than family. Why did he leave us? She looked at the notebook and said, Duan-Fei also thought about his own situation. I don't understand this either, I'm sorry. I just said some strange words, don't mind me Duan-Fei. She turned to look at him. Are you okay? She asked again. By the way, why did you come to this island? Duan-Fei paused and thought. He said, because I want to become stronger. I need to have powerful abilities to protect the people I want to protect. Only with enough power can I uncover the secrets of this world. If I can't know these secrets, humanity will not be able to revive. I don't want others to control my destiny. Hearing his confession, Afong was curious. Is this your mission, Duan-Fei? He wondered about his mission and said, it sounds like a mission indeed. I was given it from the beginning. He stood up. Let's go, let's fulfill our mission. Suddenly, I felt like I was awakened. I fought for the issues ahead. But it seemed that the burden behind my shoulders was getting heavier. It seemed to have exceeded my own capacity. But I didn't want to disappoint them. I wanted to respond to their expectations. That's right, this was my mission when I was reborn. Duan-Fei realized his mission and became more determined about his own thoughts. 2 helicopters were flying to the refugee camp. La Commander was standing below waiting for them to land. Another commander stepped down from the helicopter. He and his subordinates walked towards La Commander. "Welcome, sir. You have come here." La Commander had been waiting since early morning. "La Commander, you don't need to be so courteous. I didn't expect that the refugee camp had developed to this level in such a short time." He looked around and evaluated. "It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. It's not convenient outside. Let's go inside and talk," La Commander suggested. The two went inside together. Sitting in the room, La Commander asked, "I don't know if you have any instructions for coming here personally?" "Don't worry about that. I came here for two important things," La Commander said as he picked up a cup of tea. "The first thing you must know. It's about the war god in City C. I hope you will call him and his team here." La Commander heard him mention Duan Fei and replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know much about what you said. But if you are looking for the war god, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. He hasn't returned since he went to City C." On the Devil Island, Duan Fei's group was hiding behind a rock and watching a few zombies. There were 4 zombies in front of them. "Xiao Fuang, can you find out any information about them?" A Fuang pulled out her small notebook and checked. "Okay, wait a minute. The one who went ahead is number 50. He killed nearly 100 people for revenge on society. The 2 behind him have no records at all. Judging by their clothes, they are probably a jailbreaker and a cook. But be careful of the woman behind them all. She is number 41. My father once said that her whole family were bodyguards who would protect anyone for money except their own master. Everyone else was unimportant to them. But she is a bit special because she surrendered herself." After hearing the information about the zombies, Duan Fei gave orders. "Based on the information from Xiao Fuang, numbers 50 and 41 are quite strong. We will assign the tasks like this. I will deal with number 41, and the rest will be handled by everyone else." Xianyu agreed with his opinion. But Anna looked outside and said, "Duan Fei, can you let me handle sister number 41? Duan Fei was surprised. "But her level is much higher than yours. I saw that she has a very different aura on her. She hasn't fully used her abilities yet. I want her to join my team," Anna persuaded him. Although he was very worried, Duan Fei still agreed with the girl. "I understand, you have to be careful." Xianyu felt very worried and said to him, "I'm not comfortable with Anna dealing with her." "It's okay, Anna is very strong," so he turned to look at Xianyu. "Then based on what we said before, I will deal with number 50. The rest will be given to everyone and Kim Bao, number 41 will have to rely on Anna. Let's start the fight." Xianyu launched an attack towards the zombies to attract their attention. The zombie number 50 counterattacked and shattered the rocks around. Duan Fei ran fast to attack it from above. It quickly blocked with its hand, but Duan Fei kicked its face and made it fly hard and hit the ground. The 2 zombies of the prison guard and the chef also ran up to attack. Duan Fei had one with berserk ability and one with petrification ability. Xianyu was also fighting around her, covered by sharp ice shards. "Next, leave it to me, Anna." Yes, the girl started her mental power and tried to enter the memory of zombie number 41. The zombie suddenly raised its head and then lowered it again. Anna had entered inside the zombie. The girl was surprised. Why is her consciousness so empty? What's going on? Suddenly there was a violent shift, feeling danger, eliminating threat. The zombie suddenly attacked Anna. Xiao Du Guin was still next to her and flew out to block the attack of the zombie and protect its owner. The zombie retreated and was pushed back. Xiao Du Guin created a storm. Feeling danger, the zombie activated its ability. Danger increased, full force elimination. Zombie number 41 was level D. Its ability was Spirit Armor. When approaching the target, it would be equipped with Spirit Armor. Different levels would have different effects. There was a limit on distance. It continued to run up and attack Anna. At this time, the girl had penetrated into its consciousness and heard it tell its life story. I loved dancing since I was young and wanted to wear a beautiful dress and dance on stage. It remembered when it happily showed its father its certificate. Dad, I won first prize in this dance competition. But its father didn't look at it but took it and tore it up. But because of the family, I couldn't choose my own life. Dad took me to the gym room. This is where you should be, you have to train hard. The whole family has high expectations for you. It bowed its head down and answered, yes. I thought that as long as I listened to my father seriously, I would have a short time of happiness even if it was just one day. Outside, Xiao Du Guin had been defeated by it. I started to complete all the tasks. Old Hong, your daughter is amazing. She alone dealt with the whole squad over there. Like father, like daughter. No, sir. She still has to work harder. I hope to cooperate with you again next time. After talking to the other person, her father turned to her and said, you did very well. To reward you, I will let you rest for a day tomorrow. Indeed. Don't you like dancing very much? Have fun tomorrow. I will give you a surprise. But I was wrong. I was wrong to think of myself as a normal person. He shouted, it's all my fault. Anna was silent as he told her his story. It's all my fault, he remembered when he entered the room to practice dancing and saw all his friends had been killed. It's all because of my delusion that I could live like a normal person. And he received a letter from his father, congratulations, my dear daughter. You have grown up. Through this, I hope you have realized clearly what you can do and what you should do. He was horrified when he remembered the scream of zombie number 41, in the forest. He attacked Anna while saying, I just need to follow orders and complete the task. But he was blocked by Xiao Du Guin's storm attack. He flew in front of Anna and said firmly, I won't let anyone hurt Anna. Zombie number 50 from this side turned around and shouted at zombie number 41, what are you standing there for? Finish it quickly and come help me. He didn't say anything but just looked ahead. Xiao Du Guin used his wings to control the wind and threw rocks at zombie 41, but he dodged them all. The fight didn't stop. Xiao Du Guin created a wind ball and threw it at the zombie. The zombie stood still and watched the attack fly towards him. The attack hit the ground and exploded the rocks around it. Zombie number 41 was nowhere to be seen. The dust cleared and the zombie's figure appeared. Xiao Du Guin was very surprised that the zombie had used a shield to protect himself. The shield was fading away. He rushed to attack Xiao Du Guin, who also flew in. The attacks from both sides collided. Xiao Du Guin kept using his wings to create sharp slashes. The zombie raised his hand with a shield to block them all. He wondered why he couldn't use his full strength and why his mind was so chaotic since he met them. What was going on? On this side, zombie number 50 was pushed back by Duan Fei. He looked at him and thought that he was too strong for him to handle alone. And he looked at the other two zombies who were fighting with Xianyu and Kim Bao. Then he looked at zombie number 41 to see if anyone could help him. Duan Fei saw that it was not paying attention and asked, what are you looking at, east or west? Suddenly, it widened its eyes and saw that Duan Fei was attacking it. It had to use both hands to block the attack, and the ground under its feet was shattered. Duan Fei saw that the previous move did not work and retreated, thinking, it seems that its defensive ability is quite high. The zombie stretched out its sharp claws from the dust and tried to attack him. It was easily cut off by him. Suddenly, there was nothing in front of him, and he did not know where the zombie number 50 had gone. It ran behind Anna and tried to attack her, thinking of getting rid of the weakest one first. Duan Fei saw it there and was scared. Oh no, its target is Anna. Xianyu also noticed that the girl was in danger and turned back to call Anna. Xiao Du Guin quickly rushed over. Zombie number 50 was very proud and laughed. In the consciousness of zombie number 41, a girl was sitting alone in the gym. Anna appeared and asked, "What are you doing here?" The girl was startled by the sudden appearance of someone. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Anna did not answer but asked, "Do you like what you are doing now?" The girl said she liked it. "Yes, I do. No one has ever asked me this question before. But I know that I don't really like it. I just follow my father's arrangement," the girl confided. "But it's funny that my father said I was very good at this. He wanted to nurture me into a talent for the family. He killed all my interests, including my friends, for this reason. At that time, I realized that I was no longer a normal person. I had no choice whether I liked it or not." Suddenly, a black coat covered her head, making her surprised. Anna was throwing around black clothes that looked exactly the same. The girl was sitting behind her worriedly. "What are you doing?" Anna came to a weight and tried hard to lift it up. Finally, she lifted it but suddenly screamed and threw it down, breaking the floor. Suddenly, the space changed and it was no longer the gym, which surprised the girl. Anna slowly walked towards her and reached out her hand and said, "Okay, now those things are gone. You can do what you love, and the first thing is to become Anna's good friend." The girl was stunned and asked, "How can she solve my pain so simply?" "Trust yourself once more and do what you want." Zombie number 50 was shocked to see that zombie number 41 had gone to hug Anna and used his hand to block its attack. The zombie leader opened his mouth in astonishment. "You? What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Number 41 answered succinctly, "Do you need a reason to protect your friends?" With one hand, she did not forget to defend and cover Anna. He was stunned that a person who had been turned into a demon could restore his humanity. Because he was careless and did not pay attention to his special enemy, Duan Fei had approached behind him with a thick killing intent. Duan Fei gave him a blow that made him lose his soul. The battle came to an end. Xianyu ran out anxiously. "Is everyone okay?" Anna just waved her hand to signal that she was fine. "Yes, I'm fine. Let me introduce you a bit. This is our captain Duan Fei. Next to him are sister Xiao Fuang and Bo Kok. And this is sister Xianyu and Kim Bao." The female prisoner nodded to greet them and then introduced herself as well. "You can call me number 41. Now I have become a protector for Miss Anna." The girl was shy. "We are already friends." She stopped mid-sentence. The system immediately notified her of a series of information. It said that it had controlled a target higher than its own rank. It unlocked a new control effect. It could share experience with the controlled target. Click here to see more control points. Below were two command buttons, one was more and the other was confirmed. The girl hesitated and whispered, "More?" The system explained that two targets with higher ranks could share experience with zombies. 5 zombies above level 0 could amplify the range of skill deployment. 20 zombies above level 0 could share orientation with the designated target. 50 zombies above level C could amplify the range of skill deployment again. The following effects were waiting to be unlocked. Seeing Anna fiddling and mumbling in midair, Duan Fei asked, "What's wrong, Anna?" She turned off the system screen and answered, "Don't you see this thing, Brother Duan?" There was something with a lot of words that Anna didn't understand very well. Number 41 continued his master's words. "That is the skill effect of Miss Anna. Now we can share experiences with each other. Below are the effects waiting to be unlocked." Duan Fei quickly understood the problem. He said while guessing, "So Anna can use it to solve the problem of leveling up." It turns out that her ability is to upgrade based on the number of zombies. In this way, the effect will be very large in the future. Then he encouraged everyone, "All right, let's move on." Although everyone's abilities have improved, we can't be careless. We have to be vigilant at all times. Xiao Fuang shouted, "Hey, Brother Duan, this is the dormitory of the prison guards. I want to ask everyone to come over and see if my dad might be there." Duan Fei smiled lightly, "We came here to save your dad anyway. You don't have to be polite. You lead the way." Xiao Fuang immediately turned around and pointed, "Everyone follow me. There's a small road here that can go straight over there." She also knew this road. Xiao Fuang said, "My dad used to take me here a few times, so I remember it well. We're almost there." The dormitory of the prison guards is ahead. The smell of blood here was too strong. Maybe there was a fierce fight before. Xiao Fuang called out, "Dad, Dad." Duan Fei said solemnly, "Get ready to go over there. Although everyone's abilities have improved, it's very dangerous here. You have to be alert." There were already a few people waiting on the top floor of the dormitory for a long time. Their eyes followed them without any hesitation. Xiao Fuang walked, but her guts were twisted up. She thought, "Dad, don't let anything happen to you." Suddenly a group of zombies rushed down from somewhere and attacked her. She was too careless and didn't react in time. She stood still and looked at them getting closer and closer to her. Fortunately, she had her companions to save her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any sense left to see her dad. Duan Fei reminded her, "Don't be careless. It's very dangerous here. It seems that these prison guards have all turned into zombies. If my dad also turned into a zombie, what should I do?" Duan Fei comforted her, "Don't think too much. Anyway, we're already here. Let's go inside first." They walked past the entrance door. There was also a fierce fight here. There were corpses everywhere on the floor covered with blood. He asked her, "Which floor does your dad live on?" Xiao Fuang thought for a moment and answered, "The third floor, room 302. She led the group to a room with a closed door. Everyone followed Xiao Fuang inside to check it out while he stayed outside to guard them. He had to be alert too. Duan Fei leaned against the railing slightly and let the four girls go in and check it out first. Inside was not much different from outside either. The smell of blood was so strong that it made people breathless. Number 41 put his hand on Anna's shoulder and pulled her back slightly and said, "Miss Anna, I want to change this outfit." The group of four split into two groups. Anna and number 41 went in to see if there were any clothes to change. Xiao Fuang and Xianyu were still looking for clues. It seems that there is no one left here. Duan Fei noticed the blood on the floor outside, which looked fresh as if someone had just bled here not long before they arrived. But now there was no sound at all. He felt suspicious and very alert. A moment later, the girls came back with Xiao Fuang's depression. Did they find anything? She answered in a gloomy voice, "The dormitory has traces of battles, but my father is not here." Duan Fei continued, "Don't lose hope, I also have some discoveries. There was a fight here before. Based on the blood on the floor, they ran in this direction not long ago. Over there is the pier, they probably ran to the pier. Let's go, we have to catch up with them." On the way, there were still signs of the battle. Duan Fei hid behind a rock and observed the situation ahead, avoiding being trapped by the enemy. Xiao Fuang just arrived. She leaned over his body and looked at him with a lost gaze. She rushed forward without hesitation. Xianyu wanted to pull her back, but Duan Fei stopped her. "Xiao Fuang, where are you going? It's very dangerous." Duan Fei was a bit sad. "Xianyu, let her go." She found her father. At the barrier of the pier, there was a man with orange hair who looked exactly like Xiao Fuang. He held a pistol in his hand and then fell to the ground. That was Xiao Fuang's father. Was he dead? Time suddenly went back to when Xiao Fuang was young, when she was only about 7 to 8 years old. She lay on the bed reading a book next to her father. She asked, "Why are you so busy, Dad? I haven't seen you much in a week." He stroked his daughter's head with love. "Dad's work is very important and I can't be with you often. I hope Xiao Fuang will understand, Dad." She pouted. "Xiao Fuang doesn't understand. Aren't your relatives important?" He raised his voice a bit. "Of course they are important. Dad's work is to guard the dangerous criminals and prevent them from escaping and harming Xiao Fuang and the people in the city." The little girl turned her face away and said, "Xiao Fuang still doesn't understand." She then said, "Dad, please continue to tell me stories about the island of evil demons. Xiao Fuang always liked stories like that, right? But now Dad has to go out. Next time I come back, I will tell you very scary stories, okay?" "Really? That's great." At this time, Xiao Fuang kept hearing the intimate conversation with her father in her ear. But now her father couldn't open his eyes anymore. Life and death were beyond her imagination. She cried, "Dad, it's me. Xiao Fuang came to find you. Please answer me, Dad. Please open your eyes and look at me." Maybe he was still alive, even if it was just a faint ray of light. He remembered his old mother who once told him, "Try, you must protect Xiao Fuang well." Duan Fei and Xinu saw this and felt very sad, but they couldn't do much more in this situation. He glanced back and saw a large group of zombies coming to surround Xinu. "Let's deal with this first." Among them were some higher-level zombies. They had the power of holy fire and were more hot-tempered than the others. They screamed, "Burn! Burn everything!" Before they could say another word, they got 2 ice spikes from Xinu in their faces. She felt a bit regretful in her heart that she had been late and vented her anger on the zombies. Xinu seemed to remember our parents because of Xiao Fuang's story. You must not let them advance half a step with your 2 battle beasts. Go back to the base and gather all the soldiers quickly to the square. What's going on? Why are we gathering at night like this? It's not another zombie wave, is it? Tu Long stood upright and reported, "La Commander, all the soldiers have gathered." He nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "You were about to ask about the cause when La Commander said as if he knew what you were going to say." "I have thought about it carefully. A few moments ago in Hua Commander's office he talked about the war gods matter. I will confirm later. The next thing is the purpose of my coming here." La Duong calmly said, "Hua Commander can just say it." Hua family continued, "I have found out the origin of those zombies. I am preparing to gather all our forces to destroy them. The other bases have all agreed to go to war. Now only your base is left. While the zombies have not spread widely, we will work together to restore human civilization." La Duong thought, he still didn't know what the result would be, but right now the result would soon be announced to everyone. La Commander arrived and everyone lined up quietly. He stood in the corridor and said loudly to everyone, "It's really embarrassing to call you all here so late. But I have a very important thing to announce. The apocalypse has almost passed for more than 2 months. We have gradually lost our position, but zombies are still increasing every day. If we continue like this, humans are very dangerous. Until now we have found out the source of them. All the other bases have gathered their forces to destroy them. I have also thought many times and decided to go to war for this battle. This time we will take the initiative, our lives are in our own hands. This time it may be very difficult, we may fail, but we have to fight. Only by being proactive can we win. This is the battle for our future days. Haka, Lai Fong and Tran Jiahao will lead the soldiers to the front line with me. Besides me, the other 3 are all powerful war gods of the small team. Their combat experience is very rich, they can definitely lead you. The departure time will be early tomorrow morning. Fight for our tomorrow, fight decisively." As for Duan Fei's side, everything seemed very stable. Under Xinu's potential power, how could he lose? It seemed that it was over already. Anna received a lot of energy. It seemed that she was about to level up. Duanfei said, "Xiao Fuang, I'm very sorry." Xiao Fuang suppressed her grief and wiped away her tears. She weakly replied, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that I delayed everyone's progress. You guys go ahead. I want to bury him and then go back to bring my grandmother to the refugee camp. Let me help you. Your grandfather is a hero. He is even more a hero in your heart. He never gave up his position until the end. We will always remember him." After Duanfei lifted Mai on his shoulder, a small notebook fell out of his pocket. Xiao Fuang picked it up and opened it. Then she saw a letter with hastily written words stained with blood from her strong and silent old father. Xiao Fuang didn't know if her son could read this letter, but her father could only use this way to say what he wanted to say. Xiao Fuang hoped that her son would forgive her father. When the monsters appeared in the world, the first thing her father thought of was the prisoners on this island. If they took advantage of the accident to escape, their city would be the first place to face danger. Her father and his team decided that they would stay here and not let anyone leave by boat. The things that her father had to face were not humans, but monsters. His teammates died one by one. Soon, only he was left. He wanted to see his son and wife very much, but he couldn't leave. He had to stay here and protect his son and others. Xiao Fuang hoped that her son would forgive his father's departure. Maybe her father couldn't tell her stories about the Devil Island anymore. But don't worry, he wrote all those stories down. Reading his words made Xiao Fuang more painful. Her heart was broken into pieces. The person she hoped for the most was gone, but that made her stronger every day. She lived for her father and made the rest of her life useful. An hour later, the funeral for Mr. Li was over. Xiao Fuang seemed to calm down after crying for hours. She called, "Brother Duan, I have changed my mind. I have to continue forward. My father wrote that the deepest part of the prison was where the most terrifying criminals were kept. There was also a small guard team trapped inside, but the key was here. Now I have this thing from my father, maybe I can help more people." Duanfei felt sorry for her and said softly, "Let's try our best together. Where's Anna number 41? The girl answered, "She is temporarily in Anna's space bag." Duanfei looked ahead and told Xiao Fuang, "I have almost explored the outside. The fork ahead is the road through the main gate to the next area. Let's go on." After a while, they stopped in front of a strange water hole. "What is this hole?" "It is the cause of making the Devil Island like this." Duanfei thought, "No wonder it is the most secure prison in the world. No matter what, we can't break this door made of lava." He noticed the danger from above. A fast arrow flew down. He shouted, "Be careful." The arrow hit the ground hard. A sturdy step came out from inside with a wicked laugh. He was a special zombie prisoner. He grinned and said, "It's been a long time since I saw humans. Luckily you are here." Duanfei and his group were all fine. He was angry and unchained Xiao Fuang's hand. He looked at the number of that guy and flipped his father's notebook. He shouted number 21. He wanted to use his strength to prove himself, so he had traveled around the world to fight. The fight would only end when one person died. He heard that Demon Island had many experts, so he came here by himself. "Duanfei, you have to be careful." Even though his sister had warned him about some scary things, Duanfei still didn't need any weapons from his opponent. "Okay, everyone back off. Leave him to me." Number 21 laughed arrogantly. "You seem to have some skills. Try this move of mine." He used a thunderbolt skill without any technique and struck down at Duanfei below. The kid waved his hand and the thunderbolt of the prisoner had no effect on him. He doesn't have any original energy on his body. It seems he is not ordinary. Number 21 was also itching to see Duan Fei breaking his wrist as if ready to fight. This kid is crazy. I accept your challenge. This fight will only have one survivor. Number 21 held two bows with long chains attached and flew up. He said fiercely, but the loser will definitely be you, because I am the world champion. You have no way out. Just die. His eyes were full of killing intent and very scary. He didn't even pause for a breath and kept attacking the other side. Duan Fei had to use his divine sword to resist. He thought to himself that he seemed to know that he had a great power. He asked him, "Did you kill the prison guard at the dock?" He answered, "I'm not interested in weaklings." Duan Fei asked again, "Then who?" He dodged like a kangaroo and attacked and defended at the same time. "Want to know? Defeat me first." A stream of air and two anchors flew towards Duan Fei. He looked carefully and calculated very well. He was probably the guard outside the final area. This proved that the cause of everything was still on this island. That thing had ordered the zombies to gather, but this control was different from what the accident woman had done before. There was something here that he had never known before. Smoke and fire, dark and bright techniques were emitted one after another. The three girls outside cheered enthusiastically. After a while, Duan Fei stood up straight and said sternly, "Go away, this move can't hurt you anyway." Under the ground, Duan Fei's sword energy was pinning down the two chains of number 21. He didn't see him but heard a clear voice, "It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent." The sword bounced back and he also got up from some time. "Start round 2. The sword returned to Duan Fei's hand. This fight was not easy either. He seemed to have gained more strength and rushed to attack him. The two types of sword energy clashed with each other, creating pleasant sounds. They fought like that until their hands were numb and their sword energy fought each other without their owners. The two men faced each other barehanded, each throwing violent punches. The zombies formed from this origin were really special. Besides the original species, he was the strongest zombie he had ever met. A loud explosion sound and everyone wondered if it was over. No, the match continued. Neither of them wanted to lose. They both focused on this match, but who would be the winner, as prisoner 21 had said that only when there was one person left alive on the stage would the match really end. Duan Fei did not rely on his numbers or arrogance. He used his full strength to face this opponent. This battle seemed endless. The zombie smiled foolishly and madly. "He was beyond my expectations, but it seemed that you were still hiding your true strength. This made me very uncomfortable. Be serious for me. I bet everything on this duel." Seeing the opponent attack Duan Fei, he was like a three-legged, four-legged beast, blocking all his blows. He was angry and tried this move, Super Electric Whip. "That's it, you can't stand it anymore." Then I won. Suddenly he felt a painful blow from behind that made him fall to the ground. What happened? Wasn't he badly injured? In front of him, the weak figure faded away. He opened his mouth wide. "You little bastard, don't you know what martial arts is?" Duan Fei landed lightly and said, "Didn't you want me to use all my strength? So try to feel it." Number 21 shivered slightly and then smiled wickedly, "Come here." Then the two of them were like two magnets that attracted each other, creating one explosion after another. "Let you witness the speed of this lightning." "What? Can it keep up with lightning?" Duan Fei punched him. "No matter how fast you are, you can't get rid of my shadow." "Shadow?" "Under the flash of lightning in this blink of an eye, even the shadow will disappear. Just finish you off in this flash of lightning." Duan Fei suddenly grabbed 21's neck and created a fireball and threw him to the ground. The zombie had to cough up blood. Duan Fei took advantage of it and rushed over. He had a fireball and a shadow punch that hit his body mercilessly. He whispered, "I lost, kill me." Duan Fei smiled sarcastically. Do you want revenge? He shouted, no need, losing is losing. If you don't kill me, that great man won't spare me either. He lowered his voice and said, don't worry, you just don't resist later. Anna, come here for a moment. He pointed at number 21 and said, capture him. Anna whispered softly, can I not? His level is much higher than Anna's. Don't worry, I've talked to him already. As soon as Anna reached out to suck up the negative energy in his body, he opened his eyes wide. What's going on? It feels like my body is much lighter. Anna was also surprised. She thought so and was able to control him already. His mind seemed quite simple. How can we fight now? Anna stood with her arms akimbo and looked at him sternly. Don't treat Brother Don as an enemy. At first, this zombie 21 was stubborn. Why should I listen to this kid? He said. As soon as he finished speaking, a current ran down his spine. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, Miss Anna. I will do whatever you say. Anna nodded. That's more like it. From now on, you will be called number 21. His face darkened and he had some incomprehensible questions, but he couldn't open his mouth. What's going on? He couldn't resist this kid at all. He was tricked by that brat. Xinu and Xiao Fuang came over. Brother, are you okay? Duan Fei replied. Yeah, get ready. We will enter the next area soon. The zombie was scared when he heard that. He said, I advise you not to go in there. It's a different level inside and outside. You better take your little lives and run away. Anna frowned. This guy was annoying. Get in a space bag. Duan Fei led everyone inside. He thought to himself that the dangers ahead were already in his data. The huge door opened. This was the inside of the Demon Island. The smell of evil and decay poured out and piled up layer by layer until it choked the nose. A zombie and some hunting dogs guarded the door and quickly spotted them. They find intruders, quickly deal with them. 3 dogs bared their teeth. These monsters are not simple, everyone be careful a bit. Duan Fei held his sword firmly and was ready to fight. The beasts didn't care that the other side had more people and didn't back down. Kim Bao received the order to transform into a beast and counterattack. Xinu also helped. The beasts were quickly dealt with, each one shattered and disappeared. Wait a minute, they're not dead yet? They recovered? Duan Fei was a bit confused. He couldn't see their spiritual power. They didn't have any level or skills either. Could it be that they were not zombies? Duan Fei activated his skill of seizing. He reached out to touch its snout. Sure enough, that was the case, the problem was the zombie behind them. Duan Fei flew up high and shouted back to Xinu. I'll leave this to you, okay? I'll deal with the zombie behind them. They are linked zombies who can swap souls. There's no way to kill them. You just need to control their actions. He aimed at their commander. He was only level 0 but had the skill of swapping souls. That meant controlling a creature to fight. If the controller didn't die, the soul body couldn't disappear. The zombie shouted loudly. Everyone come back here. Unfortunately, they were frozen by Xinu and couldn't move. Duan Fei grabbed his opponent and seized him. He killed the zombie and received 600 evolution points and unlocked the skill fragment of swapping souls. The dogs also disappeared right after that. Look, big brother, the battle is not over yet. A whole army of zombies is running towards them crazily. Kim, protect Xiao Fuang Xinu Anna. Let's go. Meanwhile, the human counterattack is taking place. The Flame Emperor base gathered and led 7 large bases to advance to the place called the source of the zombies. Many warships and fighters flew across the sky. A meeting for the army leaders was held first. I thank everyone for their close cooperation. We are not far from our goal anymore. This is a battle for the future of humanity. Although it is a bit hasty, we cannot miss this rare opportunity, Lemin said. Any news? No matter how strong they are, we can't lose with the cooperation of our 7 large bases. Using force will surely cause a lot of losses. Can you use your brain a bit? Hua's family said loudly. Everyone waited to argue, but I had planned this early. I have arranged the tactical areas according to the combat strength and skills of the units. First is La, commander of the refugee camp. They have stopped a large attack of zombies on Doomsday. At the same time, they also have many advanced scientific achievements and have the strongest combat power among all of us. The front line will be handled by La Duong. He will hold the first area on the battlefield. La Duong replied, I understand. Next is Lemin base. The awakened ones of your base are all strategists. Your base will assist Lich Bao base. Your ambush skills are excellent, so you will be responsible for surprise attacks from the right side of the zombies. Next is Quang Min base. We noticed that your base has just dealt with the zombie wave recently. You have few manpower, so act with us. Hak Kim base has a lot of high-level combat personnel and strategists. You will be responsible for another area, mainly dealing with their attendants. Finally, Tu Quang base has good healing skills, suitable for logistics. The personnel arrangement is like that. Next we will talk in detail about the distribution of zombie forces. On the side of the demon clan, they are also very anxious to observe the human situation. The phantom arranged by them has approached us. It's time to act. Where's Tuan Lok? A demon woman said. He said that his evil island was invaded by humans, so he had to go back and check it out. He will be back soon. He has no discipline at all. Well, it's okay if he's not here. You two split up and command the zombies. First, you don't need to use much force. Just let them sink into the line of victory and lure them into death slowly. As for Tuan Lok, he will be punished by our soon-to-be-resurrected Demon King. Tuan Lok entered the system room. The slaves panicked. Tuan Lok, sir, you finally came back. Tuan Lok asked, what's going on? Is it an army? No, they only have 4 people. What did you say? Only 4 people have defeated the outside area already. He hesitated. No, not only the area 2 outside has also fallen. Duan Fei's group easily got in quite deep. This area is also done. Number 21 sighed. Oh, I didn't expect to help them defeat my own teammates. Anna is so happy. Anna also got a lot of energy and reached 1200 evolution points. I didn't expect her to successfully evolve to level D and unlock her mental power skill. Congratulations Anna for reaching level D. That's great, miss. The girl was excited to be praised. I also have another mental power skill. Duan Fei was happy in his heart, the 9th skill has awakened. I didn't expect Anna to get closer and closer to the Black Queen. In a short time, Anna has become a person who can shake the existence of the world. Her innocence and kindness must be preserved. The evil reindeer quietly observed their every move without blinking. He was furious and clenched his teeth. I didn't expect that the escaped key would appear here. He laughed horribly, how lucky. Duan Fei suddenly noticed something strange. Xianyu asked, what's wrong, brother? He replied, just now I felt a very large source of energy. Is it the original species? Everyone was confused. Is it near here? Duan Fei answered, no, it's quite far from us. Min looked at 21 and asked, number 21, have you ever met the original species? The zombie thought for a moment and then answered, never, only heard the order passed down. Are you scared? Duan Fei became more serious. The original species here is the source of the epidemic. Let's go on to the next area. The reindeer laughed crazily. Interesting, interesting, this is more interesting than fighting with those shrimps over there. Give the order to me. If you encounter intruders other than that kid, kill them all. There are dogs guarding every gate and area, their noses are sharper than wild wolves. In Area 3 there are prisons. The zombies here have also become much stronger than before. Here you may encounter zombies of level C or D. From now on we have to protect ourselves well. XINU nodded. Yes, I understand. They didn't expect that their every action, even hiding, was seen through by these reindeer people. He ordered, quickly release all the zombies in this area outside. The zombies here have all reached high levels C and D. Let me see how long you can endure. Duan Fei rushed forward before everyone else. Wait for me here. If zombies attack, improvise. The first one he encountered was a C-level zombie with the Silent Eyes skill. He had anticipated this for a long time. If it was already C-level, it was different from the ones outside. Its Silent Eyes could nullify the opponent's skills and easily flip them over. Even Duan Fei suffered a deep wound. He was surprised that it could nullify his skills. He remembered that he hadn't entered the trial tower for a long time. This ability was troublesome. He had to deal with it first. Not to mention, next to the one-eyed zombie, there were also D-level zombies with the metal poison skill. They coordinated very well with each other. Once they were hit by the metal poison, they would lose their ability to act in an instant. They all had strong control abilities. Was it a coincidence? When he was about to counterattack, he was hit by the one-eyed zombie again. All his skills were dissolved. The metal poison zombies seized the opportunity and shot needles at him. Fortunately, Duan Fei was the protagonist, or he would have died long ago. He had to use all his abilities. Duan Fei threw his sword at the one-eyed zombie's face. A harsh sound rang out as his divine sword hit a shield. A third one was a defensive player of D-level. He blocked his way and also had protection. How annoying! Inside the observation room, Reindeer laughed like he had never laughed before in his life. They were arranged by me on purpose. What will you do next with them? Duan Fei paused for a moment. He had to calculate his next moves carefully, or he would die easily. Their coordination was too good. Was it a coincidence? No, it could be that they were original species that had been trained. Before he could figure anything out, thousands of metal poison needles flew at him from all directions. The one-eyed zombie quickly intervened at this moment. This was bad. If that guy kept targeting him like that, he wouldn't be able to use his abilities at all. He could only fight against this rain of attacks by himself. He would die if he made a slight mistake. Wait a minute, that eye. He just needed to get out of its sight. He created a fog around his body. That didn't work either. His abilities still didn't work. He should have practiced more in the trial tower back then. He realized it too late and made an even bigger mistake when the fog also blocked his own vision. The metal poison zombies had an even greater advantage. Duan Fei was doomed, but why didn't he suffer any damage? The zombies were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, the metal poison zombie was struck by a lightning bolt and fell down with a thud. It was number 21 who came to rescue Duan Fei. He said arrogantly, "You can't bully others like that if you are one against many. How about we join in?" He turned to Duan Fei and said, "You don't need to thank me either. You can only die by my hand." Duan Fei waved his hand and rejected him. "I have no intention of thanking you." Next was his stage again. The super thunder and lightning skill smoked without any power at all. Duan Fei was confused when he realized that his energy was returning to his hand. He really had to thank him this time. He thought he understood it now. He could only use his disappearing ability once. The angry reindeer shouted at the annoying guy to release the zombies on the upper floor. He said, "Go deal with these people. There is something even more terrifying in the dark prison. There is a very horrifying zombie there. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. You seem to have found the key point. You just need to deal with one of them and their coordination will be gone." The one-eyed guy was trying to analyze your actions. You were unpredictable in front of the zombies and they exclaimed, "What? He is here," quickly killing him with poison needles. "Leave it to me." But it was not that easy. You used magic to control his teammate's shield and used it to attack the poison needle guy. His people were still stunned and did not understand what was going on. Before he could react, he was pinned to the wall. Next, you just need to approach them and find an opportunity to attack. Your next target was the one-eyed guy. He said, "There are only two of you. Even if you don't have abilities, you are nothing." Suddenly, you noticed that there was another zombie. You turned around and saw Anna saying, "Look, there is another zombie above." The big zombie jumped down and made a loud noise. He had a crazy look on his face and said, "Is it time to eat? I didn't expect to be able to eat humans today." You hurriedly said, "Number 21, Little Jasmine, please protect Anna." The shield guy suddenly rushed towards you and attacked. The defensive zombie took advantage of the opportunity and wanted to crush you. He swung his shield down at Duan Fei with a loud noise. But you were agile and also the male lead, so how could you die so easily? You started to feel that the situation was getting worse and you had to quickly deal with them. They were more alert now. Xianu drew her ice sword and said, "Anna, we have to rely on ourselves now." The girl replied, "Yes, I will try my best." The fat zombie stuck out his tongue as if he had been starving for a long time and attacked the two girls. Before he could open his mouth, he got a shower of ice in his throat. Xianu said, "You are amazing, it doesn't seem like you care about him at all." "That's right, he just needed to bite lightly and he would break her ice layer." She said, "Eating ice will make your stomach hurt." He went crazy and destroyed everything. Kim Bao and number 41 had to pull the two girls away a bit and said, "It's too dangerous, thank you Kim Bao." Little Fuang calmly read the notebook and said, "Everyone be careful. He is number 15. In his previous life, he was a cannibal pervert." Xianu nodded and said, "Got it, you hide well." The zombie smiled wickedly and said, "Who should I eat first? The white-haired girl or the kid? It's hard to choose." He said, "Forget it, I'll eat this kid first." He reached out to grab Anna. He was hit by number 21 with thunder and lightning and said, "Hey, you rotten fat pig, I am your opponent here." He withdrew his words and flew like lightning to the fat guy and punched him in the face. But with that body of his, did he feel anything? It only made him more angry inside. He said, "Don't you know that it's very rude to disturb someone's meal?" His big hands grabbed number 21 easily. He said, "You are just a guard dog and you dare to confront me." He squeezed him hard and wanted to crush his six-pack body. Number 21 could not escape his strength and said, "Damn it, if I can't even beat this trash, then don't talk about that kid." "No, I haven't lost yet." Number 21 emitted a different source of energy than before that made the fat guy stare in anticipation. He clenched his muscles and said, "Try the taste of 100,000 volts of electricity." At the human camp, Li Feng was unhappy and asked, "What did you say? Our refugee camp will be at the front line? Are you kidding? We are the smallest team among the 7 bases. There must be some grudge here." Haka also agreed and said, "I also think it's unreasonable." La Duong shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet. The plan of the Flame Emperor is to force Duan Fei to show up, but Duan Fei is also here. They were right about one thing, our facilities and medicines were all made under Duan Fei's guidance. If we talk about combat results, we are all at the top rank. Moreover, we defeated a large number of zombies last time. Li Huang was about to say something, but then a soldier from outside came in and called, "La Commander, Hua Commander invites you to the meeting room." The old man replied, "I know, I'll be right there." As he walked away, he also instructed, "Although we are at the front line, the next base will be the Flame Emperor's base. It doesn't seem to be too worrying. On the battlefield, we have to trust the command of our superiors. Doubt is not appropriate. Alright, I'll go over there first. You guys get ready well. Haka comes from the army, so she will be in charge of command. She will equip everyone well. War is very cruel, but I always hope that we will all be safe." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them answered in unison, "Yes." Haka felt uneasy and thought, "Duan Fei, where are you now?" Back at the prison side, Duan Fei was having trouble fighting with the zombies. He sighed and said firmly, he didn't take his eyes off the zombie behind him for a second. Suddenly there was a loud explosion behind him. He turned his head to look and thought, they are also fighting over there. If I go there now, they will also help each other. It will be harder to deal with then. There is no time left. He thought and looked at the zombie shield and said, if I can't use the distance to beat you, then I will attack you directly. Let's see whose shield is harder or whose power is stronger. On the other side, number 21 was being held tightly by zombie number 15. Number 21 shouted, "XINU, hold on a little longer." Number 15 squeezed harder and said arrogantly, "How painful is this? I only used a little force and you can't move anymore." Number 21 became weaker and weaker and thought helplessly, although I don't care much, I'm really not his opponent. But it's not that I don't care because I lost to him, but because I can't protect her. Well, let it be like that. In a flash he thought of Anna. XINU shouted at this time, "You idiot, open your eyes." Kim Bao grabbed number 21 and brought him back. Anna scolded him, "You are an idiot, right? If you lose then you don't care about anything else? They tried so hard to save you. If you don't care after losing then beat him. As long as you are alive then you are not losing. Sister XINU and brother Duan also don't want to lose. That's why they want to be stronger." Number 21 said, "But I'm a zombie so I'm already dead." Anna got angry and said, "I want to punch you so much." He understood her words a little bit and asked, "What are you saying? Just keep fighting and that's it?" The little girl also nodded and said, "That's not wrong either. Your brain is really simple indeed. Right. This is for you. Before coming here I put it in my space bag." The girl took out 2 sickles connected by a chain from her bag and gave them to him with a confident attitude. Number 21 said, "This is more convenient. Hey, are you number 41? Use your power and follow me to defeat him. We have to punch that pig to death." Number 41 replied, "I refuse. I have to protect Miss Anna." He smiled and continued, "What a coincidence, I'm the same." Number 41 asked, "Really? I see." In front of them, Kim Bao, XINU and Little Orchid attacked number 15 together, but he was able to resist them all. He said annoyedly, "You are so troublesome. Can't you just lie quietly in my stomach?" First, this fire-breathing dog punched Kim Bao away as he spoke. Then he rushed towards XINU and said, "Next is you, damn ice power." Suddenly, blue chains flew from somewhere and tied him up. It was number 21 who jumped over and said, "You rotten pig, I'm here to avenge the blow just now." The fat guy laughed loudly and said, "Useless, you can't hurt me anyway." Number 21 with 2 sickles in his hand rushed over. He smiled and said, "First are the hands that caught me earlier." He quickly cut off both arms of number 15. 21 rushed over again and shouted, "Next is this annoying mouth." The zombie number 15 started to go crazy. He screamed, Hateful, fine, I have to swallow you all at once. Seeing the danger, number 21 backed away and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly his body had a strong force. The big zombie broke all the chains and said, "Anyone who blocks my meal must die." As he spoke, his face slowly split in half. His whole body also gradually opened up. He had turned his body into a big mouth. His entire body had become a huge mouth. He gathered a large amount of energy and aimed at number 21. He shouted arrogantly, "Come here." A stream of power radiated towards 21. To stop the danger, he released electricity from his hand and yelled, "Go to hell." But it seemed useless. He started to inhale a big breath and the earth and rocks around him quickly flew towards his mouth. Number 21 and Little Orchid tried to hold on to the ground. Xi and Yu kept shooting ice rocks at him, but they were all useless. The girl said helplessly, "We can't attack him." Number 15 in front said, "Don't worry, it's your turn soon." Duan Fei from afar also felt a strong force and thought, they are also reaching the limit over there. The zombie shield was also gradually pulled away. He shouted at number 15, "Hold on quickly, it's not good." Duan Fei suddenly realized the opportunity and quickly jumped behind the one-eyed zombie. In a few seconds of losing his guard, the one-eyed zombie was cut in half. On the other side, number 21 could no longer hold on for long and was sucked back. He cried out loud. Anna raised her bag high and said, "Everyone quickly return to the space bag." Number 15 closed his big mouth tightly. Fortunately, number 15 and Little Orchid were still safe. The girl called them back and asked, "Are you all right?" Number 21 sighed and answered, "No problem, thanks to you." The fat guy turned his back again. He opened his mouth wide and said, "Why do you keep getting in my way? Now you have no way out." Xi and Yu said desperately, "No, this is bad. All our attacks have been absorbed by him." He shouted loudly, "I'm coming." But suddenly he felt something behind him and abruptly stopped. It was Duan Fei whose body had turned black at this moment. He approached and asked number 15, "I wonder if you can absorb darkness." He activated the skill of seizing attacks and enveloped number 15. After a while he was completely defeated. After defeating the 3 zombies, the system showed a message, defeated 1 D-level zombie and 2 C-level zombies, received 2200 evolution points, unlocked Silent Eyes skill level C, unlocked Solid Backup skill level C, unlocked Eat and Eat skill level A, unlocked Iron Skin skill level D. He returned to his normal body. He ran to the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Anna answered, "The big brother is still very strong." In the control room, the reindeer said unexpectedly, "I didn't expect him to be so strong. He seems to have many skills. Could he be the one who killed the peacock sister and injured the accident? We have to verify it a bit." The group rested for a while and then Duan Fei said, "Let's go on. The next enemy will be much stronger. Everyone has to be extremely careful." As they were about to leave, a voice came from somewhere. "First of all, congratulations on getting here. It's really beyond my expectations." Anna asked loudly, "Who is talking like that?" The reindeer asked further, "Are you the one who killed the peacock sister?" Duan Fei recognized the speaker and asked, "Oh, is it the original Sin race? I didn't expect you monsters to call each other affectionately like family. Is that right? Not only did I kill the peacock, but I also got injured. And soon you will also become a demon who dies under my hand." He continued with a strong tone, "To make this fight more interesting, let's play a game. Before, I found out that there are 5 survivors deep in this prison. So this time I will give you 1 hour to get here. If you are late, I will eat 1 person every 10 minutes. Fuang heard and said, "They are the people my father mentioned." Duan Fei was angry and said, "Come here and fight me directly. Don't you want revenge?" The guy laughed loudly and answered, "Revenge is obvious, but the process is also very important. I want to punish you slowly. I hope you can endure it for a long time." The time started as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Fei said to everyone, "Let's go quickly." He looked at his hand again and said, "I don't know why I have a bad feeling. It seems that something happened to Haka." On the battlefield, the soldiers were chatting with each other. One said, "It's about to start. Are you scared?" The other replied, "I'm a bit scared, but we're not the front line. We're the team from the refugee camp." The other said, "That's right. I wonder what they did to offend the Hua commander. Their number is the smallest." As they were chatting happily, one noticed and shouted, "Speaking of Chow Chow, here come the 3 people Lai Fong, Haka, Jia Hao. They are fully equipped." A soldier asked, "Hey, are they dressed like this to play cosplay?" Another laughed and said, "Don't say that. That's their technique. The frontline mission depends on you guys." Lai Fong was annoyed and said, "Let me teach them a lesson." Haka immediately stopped Lai Fong and told him not to pay attention to those things. She said, "Prepare well for the battle that is about to start." The boy replied, "I understand. After this, I will find them and settle the score." The 3 of them moved forward. A scout car returned and reported the situation. "There is a large army of zombies ahead of us. We will meet them in about 20 minutes. At the prison, Duan Fei's group was very urgent. They only had 30 minutes left. The reindeer in the control room watched their every move. He was very surprised by Duan Fei and thought, "I didn't expect his ability to increase so much. He really exceeded my expectations." It's no wonder that King Kuok and Tainan were defeated by him, but there is not much time left. I'm more excited now. Don't disappoint me. Duan Fei moved while killing the zombies wandering in the prison. He said to himself, "I took advantage of the evolution point and increased my ability a lot. But there is too little time left." His energy was upgraded to 18, his perception to 15, his observation to 10, his spirit to 6. He said again, "It seems that I have almost solved Area 2. Their levels are around D and C. As long as they don't have that silent eye ability, everything will be easy." Behind him, his sister was very shocked by his strength. She thought to herself, "I can't believe that he has increased his ability so many times in such a short time. It's like he's a different person. If he continues like this, the gap between me and him will grow bigger and bigger." She was lost in thought for a while before she realized that Anna was calling her constantly. "XINU, XINU." The girl woke up and asked, "What? What's wrong?" Anna said, "Duan Fei asked you how much time we have left." XINU answered, "I'm sorry, let me see how much time we have left." In front of them, Duan Fei looked back and thought quickly, "There is not much time left, it would be better if we split up and act separately. First of all, we have to observe how many zombies are around here. In the nearby area, there is only one with a very strong energy reaction. It must be the original zombie. They are all concentrated there. This side is quite safe." In the control room, the reindeer asked, "Do we have any zombies that can fight?" Another zombie answered, No, sir." "Well, there is still one, but it's in a cell that is strictly guarded. But we don't know how strong it is." He smiled slightly and said, "Oh, guarded strictly? Then it must have some ability." The jailers said, "You can't let it out, it's very scary. If you let it out, we will die." The reindeer ignored them and ordered it to release it. His subordinate said, I think they have the key. We can't open it without it." He said impatiently, "Then I'll go myself." He pointed at a jailer and said, "You lead the way." He reluctantly led him to a big door. The reindeer looked excited. "It's really sturdy." The jailer said, No one can open this door without the key. He didn't care if he needed the key or not. With one punch, he knocked the door down completely. The jailer was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He asked, "What? You can open it with one hand?" He went inside and ordered him to go out. He said, "From now on, I will be your master." The creature inside asked back, "Master?" As soon as he finished speaking, it rushed out with its big claws and attacked the reindeer. He still stood there calmly inside. He clearly did nothing, but the attack of the other guy was completely reflected back. In an instant, he approached the guy who was imprisoned in the cell. He released his aura and felt the danger. The other guy finally understood how powerful the reindeer was. The reindeer asked again, "You seem to understand now, right?" The prisoner bowed down and thought, his power is too great. It seems that just looking at him can make people scared. He is probably not an opponent. He replied, "I'm really sorry. Please forgive my rudeness." The reindeer immediately ordered, "Okay, go ahead. I have a mission for you." The reindeer looked at the jailer and said, "By the way, this is a gift for you." After saying that, he left. The jailer was quickly killed. The original species and his subordinates returned to the control room. As soon as he entered, he asked, "How is the situation?" The small subordinate replied, "They have separated. Only he continues to move forward." The reindeer was surprised and asked, "Alone? That's interesting. Where is he now?" "He has reached the Hall of Area 2. After hearing the report, the reindeer ordered loudly, "Go ahead, Spider. He is your first mission." The spider zombie smiled happily and answered, "Leave it to me." On Duan Fei's side, he was moving at a very fast speed. He was trying to save as much time as possible. Then on the ceiling, the sharp claws of the spider stabbed straight down. Duan Fei used his level 15 perception ability to sense the danger and dodge. The guy kept attacking and the boy dodged all the attacks. In a certain room in the prison, Anna worriedly asked, "Is Duan brother in danger? Do we need to help him?" Xianu gently answered, "Don't worry, Anna. He will be fine. If we go out there, we will become his burden." The little girl still felt uneasy and said, "Yes, Anna understands." Putting that aside, Anna wondered and asked, "By the way, Sister Fuang, who is in the deepest area of the prison?" Xianu also spoke up and said, "I'm also curious." A Fuang answered, "Let me check the diary." The girl read her father's diary entries as follows: "He is the criminal noted as number 1. He used to be a plastic surgeon, but in the end he couldn't create the most beautiful person in the world. So he did something very horrible. He cut off the most beautiful parts of the previous people piece by piece and finally created the most beautiful human in the world. That body possessed an intelligence beyond human. To avoid being pursued according to records, he killed nearly 500 people. His trophies have not been found until now and he is currently fighting with Duan Fei. He confidently said, I found it. Your heart is pretty good. It happens that my perfect human is missing this last thing. The spider zombie excitedly said, I found it. Your heart is pretty good. It happens that my perfect human is missing this last thing. It will belong to me soon. Duan Fei and the zombie stood facing each other ready for a fiery battle. A brief introduction about the spider guy. He is currently at level B and his special skill is Spider Silk at level A. That's why he said to Duan Fei with a contemptuous tone, I hope you can fight one round with me. Otherwise it would be too boring. Duan Fei worriedly thought, a level B has appeared? There is no time left. I have to use all my strength. He swung his sword towards the evil guy. The Spider-Man was also quite surprised by Duan Fei's ability. He said, your speed is good, but you can't escape from my 6 eyes. His spider legs were sharp and hard, like knives that grew all over his body. they stabbed into the ground right in front of the boy. He dodged the vicious attacks, while everything around him was destroyed by those terrifying legs. The bad guy smiled triumphantly and said, "You can't beat me by just running away." The time passed and the fight became more intense. Both of them had a fighting spirit. Suddenly, a spider leg slashed across Duanfei's arm, catching him off guard. He looked at him and smiled wickedly. He said, "I told you, you can't escape from my 6 eyes." The wound on Duanfei's left arm was quite serious. The poison level had reduced his body and skills. His energy decreased by 5% every minute and the negative effects increased by 5%. At 100%, he would die. The condition to remove it was to kill him or make him release it voluntarily. After that surprise attack, they stared at each other. The evil one attacked Duanfei again and said confidently, "You are done." Luckily, this time Duanfei used his sword to block that scary leg. He started to counterattack with sparks flying fast and furious. His sharp eyes were full of hatred. He put all his strength into his technique. The sparks grew bigger and flew towards the Spider-Man zombie. The fire surrounded him, but he still laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have another ability, but it's useless. Your attack power is now just like tickling me." Duanfei's power had increased significantly. As for the Spider-Man, he wanted to end this battle quickly. He said, "You little bastard." Then he shouted loudly, "Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, Duanfei attacked him with a force that made him stunned and fell face down on the ground. He looked miserable. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated by that guy. He said weakly and disappeared, "What happened?" "I clearly attacked them." Duanfei disappeared in the smoke. The Spider-Man zombie crawled up angrily and said, "This guy is good, but he dared to play me. Next time it's my turn." Inside the control room, a subordinate reported to the reindeer boss, "Boss, they are contacting you from the other side." The old man was annoyed and said, "They always do this at the wrong time. I was watching a good show and they made me answer the phone." He picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, what do you want?" A wolf head on the other end of the line answered, "I should ask you that. The boss is angry. You better come back soon." The reindeer boss replied, "Don't worry, I'll finish things here and come back. How are things on your side?" The old wolf head told him about their current plan. "We have arranged the weakest zombie group to fight them. We deliberately show our weakness and they are now drunk with victory. As soon as they lower their guard, we will pretend to lose and lure them to 4 ambush areas. When everything is done, we will crush them. With such a large number of them, our Demon King will be resurrected." After finishing speaking, he asked again, "So what are you doing exactly?" The reindeer boss answered, "Me? I'm watching a good drama here. You guys just wait for me. Tell the boss not to be angry. I'll bring him a fun gift later. See you then." The fierce battle between the spider zombie and Duanfei outside the corridor was still not over. The zombie said, "Your body has dropped by nearly 20%, right? You look like you are struggling even with a little force." Duanfei quickly thought of the next plan. He thought, "This will be more disadvantageous for me. I have to find a way out." There was not much time left. Back in the control room, a subordinate asked, "Sir, this side seems to be fine. Should I go and catch his teammate?" The old man calmly replied, "Don't rush. He hasn't lost yet. He is fighting with the spider while observing the situation around him. If anything gets close to his teammate, he will know. I don't want this drama to be ruined. After all, we will win. Just wait a little longer." As for the fight, the spider zombie taunted the boy. "Come on, attack me. Or is this your limit? You disappoint me." His toe stabbed into Duanfei's sword. He confidently announced, "It's over." Duan Fei seemed to be calculating something. He slashed his sword and cut off a part of his leg, but it seemed that the attack just now did not hurt him. The spider zombie laughed at his attack. Useless, useless. Your attack power is now nothing but tickling. Duan Fei smiled and said, "Is that so?" At the battlefield of zombies and humans, a helicopter in the sky was broadcasting news for everyone. The reporter greeted the viewers around the world. "Hello, everyone. We are now at the scene of the battle between humans and zombies. As you can see, we are completely dominating the zombies. It seems that victory is within our reach. Let's bravely get closer to the battlefield." The people watching the news cheered and rejoiced. They came closer and saw that there were only a few zombies left. They started to run away in 4 directions. "Great," they said. "We won." The helicopter moved closer to the battlefield. The correspondent continued, "Next, we will continue to get closer to witness the moment of victory for humanity. We have to see it clearly." Inside the camp, the high-ranking officers were discussing strategies. Hua Commander said, "It seems that everything is going well." La Duong, also known as La Commander, wondered, "Why didn't I know that there was a live broadcast? This is too dangerous. Our troops have already split up." Hua Commander said, "What's so dangerous? Zombies are just mindless creatures. The live broadcast was arranged by me." Someone among them spoke up. "I think the Hua Commander did a great job. Humanity will witness everything. Basically, we have already won. Next, we just need to chase them and catch them all in a net." La Duong slammed the table and objected. "It's not that easy. Everything is too smooth. We should recall our soldiers and discuss a new plan." The person next to him disagreed. "There's no need for that, old La. Where's your fearless attitude from before? We have won for sure this time. Don't worry too much." Hua Commander pointed at the map and said, "The zombies have split up and run in these directions. Let's divide ourselves and act. Kill them all." He affirmed, "We are about to win." As for the Battle of Duan Fei on this side, the evil Spider-Man had fallen and blood was dripping all over the floor. His body had been poisoned and his energy had decreased by 50%. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What did you do to me?" Duan Fei replied, "How does it feel to be poisoned by yourself?" The zombie could not contain his anger and pounced on him, saying, "You bastard. Even if you have that ability, you can't beat me." The boy challenged him, "Then try it." The two looked at each other and prepared to fight again. Duan Fei quickly slashed at him while he only screamed. He said to the zombie, "Don't you want to detoxify? If you keep doing this, you will be hopeless." The 6 eyes of the villain bulged out and his mouth still screamed, "You rotten kid. The poison has been removed. The negative effects of the toxin for all targets on the battlefield have been eliminated." The Spider-Man knelt down on the ground and said resentfully, "I will crush you." In the control room, another zombie said, "He is lucky. He guessed it right. The toxin has been removed." The Reindeer Man replied, "No, he didn't guess. He knew the result from the beginning. His eyes seemed to see through everything." A sharp leg appeared again and broke the tiles. The Spider-Man still did not give up and transformed into a high-level spider with many sharp thorns around. He said, "Let me show you my strongest state." As soon as he said that, he launched a deadly attack. But with his agility, Duan Fei successfully dodged the attack and spun in the air perfectly. He ended with a sword stabbing right into the body of the poisonous spider without missing a single shot. After that attack, he landed gracefully while the Spider-Man still refused to admit defeat. He threw spider silk at Duan Fei. He had quick eyes and spotted Duan Fei moving like a gust of wind. The poisonous spider spat out silk and said, "You damn cockroach." The boy started using his skill. Fire appeared all over his hand, and in an instant, the fire spread and caused a big explosion. After observing the current situation, the subordinate asked, "Sir, what's wrong? Don't you want to watch anymore?" The old reindeer turned his head and said, "No need. The spider has lost. He has sunk into panic." The sharp claws of the spider attacked randomly. Duan Fei jumped from the ground to a pillar. He silently thought of something. The zombie looked at the spider who was attacking and screaming unconsciously, "Die!" Duan Fei ran from one pillar to another to avoid the spider's silk. His nimble legs emitted fire. He kicked hard and broke the pillar. The debris fell freely in the air and they flew straight down to where the poisonous spider was standing. The spider still clung to his victory. He still said arrogantly, "You want to beat me like that?" Duan Fei said to him, "This scene is familiar." He used his skill and hit him straight in the body while he only uttered something. The zombie looked at the spider who melted away. The pillar also broke in half. The boy asked him, "Are you restless now? Original species?" Original species was also the reindeer man. He replied, "Yes, I can't wait any longer. Sorry for stealing your prey. It's just a B-level one, so there's not much energy source." The old reindeer and Duan Fei stared at each other with a smile that seemed to have a hidden meaning. "It's okay. Absorbing you is also like that." He said, "Oh, you're so confident. Does this count as me finding you within the specified time?" It said as it took off its clothes. "I don't want to fight with someone in my office. Anyway, you can't win. You will all die. I'm a bit curious about what you came here for. What's the benefit of knowing this? For you? Have you heard of the evolution tree?" "Yes, I heard it clearly." The evolution tree checked the information and said to Duan Fei, "That guy has a very strong B level and is about to reach A level. It's a bit difficult to deal with him now. We have to increase our strength. I also feel his great strength, but our current evolution point can't be upgraded yet. But we still have a lot of skill fragments left. We can try to upgrade in this direction. That's the only way." The original species started to move its limbs and said, "At first I found your sister King Kuok and this time I found you. I don't think this is a coincidence. How well do you understand our original species?" "This can't be said." Duan Fei looked at it and answered, "Which skill should we upgrade?" "The contract skill is currently level 4. If we upgrade it, it will cost the most skill fragments, but it won't be able to deal with the zombie either. Fire and iron need the least fragments, but they won't affect the battle much either. Finally, there is a skill that has followed us for a long time before, seize. Each upgrade will get a new effect, but we won't know what it is until later. The riskiest way sometimes also brings the highest results. Which one do you choose?" The world tree asked Duan Fei. The original species launched the super speed skill and ran to attack Duan Fei. "Then you just take your secret to the autopsy." He launched the shadow kill skill to dodge and said, "Evolution tree, upgrade seize. We have to absorb the original species like this to achieve our goal." "I understand." He jumped up to avoid the punch of the original species reindeer, but it quickly attacked again with its other hand. Too late to dodge. Duan Fei was shocked and used his leg to block the punch that was about to hit him and quickly jumped back. The original species exclaimed, "This kid is agile, huh?" Not only speed, but strength also increased several times. He is much stronger than the original species I have met. He thought seriously and used the healing power of 6 colors of the swallowing skill. "Evolution tree, how is the result? Did you upgrade successfully?" "The seize skill has unlocked a new effect." "But what is the effect?" The evolution tree reported the situation to Duan Fei. Seize level 4 fusion level 1 uses 100 skill fragments to randomly fuse into a level 1 skill. Note that when fusing level 1, you can only keep one skill at a time. Fusing multiple times will overwrite the previous skill effect. Upgrading fusion can keep more skills. Random? Duan Fei asked about uncertainty. Why don't you fight back? I can only take the initiative then. The original life form said as it rushed towards Duan Fei. He was seriously thinking about his remaining skill fragments. He had more than 390 fragments, and he could merge them up to 3 times. If he merged them into a low-level skill, it would certainly be worse than upgrading his existing skills. He dodged the attacks while thinking. What should I do? He continued to block the attacks from the original life form. Come on, counterattack. Don't disappoint me. It taunted him. Suddenly, the original life form stopped and launched a powerful attack that shattered the pillars around. Duan Fei barely dodged the attack, but there was a slight gap. He had to gamble. He used the 6-color therapy and decided to say, Evolution Tree, proceed with the merge. I understand, the Evolution Tree answered him. Are you scared? You were so arrogant just now, it sneered when it saw Duan Fei attacking it. Duan Fei merged with the Iron Level D Evolution Tree. He activated his mental power attack and said to the Evolution Tree, the merge is up to you. Got it. Are you trying to be cool? The original life form looked down on him when he saw him launching an attack at it. Duan Fei merged with the Steel Level D Evolution Tree. He couldn't merge anymore at Level D, Duan Fei said as he used his mental power to control some rocks to attack it. It smashed some of the rocks with its fists and shouted, use all your strength. The notification board showed that he merged with the Explosive Level F Evolution Tree. Continue. Duan Fei felt that he didn't have enough power to defeat the original life form. He suddenly turned around and looked at the Steel Level D Evolution Tree. Continue. Inside the room, Xinu worriedly said, Anna, I can feel 2 huge sources of power clashing. I wonder how my brother is doing. This is not a fight we can interfere with. We have to trust him. Yes. Anna believed that Brother Duan would win. Outside, the fight was still very intense. Duan Fei's clothes were no longer clean and intact. He was sitting and looking at the smoke. The original life form walked out of the smoke and said, the result is still destroying this place. It doesn't matter, I will rebuild it later. The evolution tree suddenly said, Duan Fei, we don't have enough skill fragments to merge anymore. We should find a way to escape from here. No. Xinu and Anna are still inside. Escaping will be even harder. Besides, we came here to absorb the original life form and increase our evolution level so that you can recover your memory. Evolution Tree, you once said you trust me, right? Duan Fei was determined to defeat the original life form instead of running away. He took off his coat that was torn. The original life form roared at him, meaningless. You have disappointed me too much. Do you still remember the first time we pushed back the zombies and got the universal skill fragment that increased 20%? Use it to perform the final fusion. Duan Fei decided to try all his abilities. The evolution tree hesitated a bit but then said, I understand. A notification board appeared, consuming 100 skill fragments and initiating fusion. O light that exists there, rises from the depths of despair. Die. The original reindeer species is about to launch its final move. Xinu looked anxiously at the evolution tree, which was still continuing to fuse. The original species charged straight at Duan Fei. Bright squares appeared, a helicopter flew in the sky to observe the battle situation and update information for everyone. Greetings, dear viewers. This is the first battle zone with zombies. In front of us is the road where the monsters are fleeing. It seems they have no way out. In charge of this area is Team A of the Flame Base. He has dealt with the last zombie. All the zombies here have been eliminated. Next, I will take you straight to 3 other chase scenes. Our team leader did it. It was not difficult at all. But why did the zombies run to this place and stop? Is it related to this dragon statue? The people wondered with each other. Don't think nonsense, they couldn't run anymore so they stopped. What does it have to do with this dragon statue? Go report to the commander that Team A has completed the mission, the team leader confidently said. Yes, a soldier obeyed the order. Inside the command tent of the bases, Commander Chow was sitting and waiting, listening to the phone. After listening, he turned and said, Team A has completed the chase mission. Teams C and D will also finish soon, the other commanders heard. Good news, great. We are indeed very strong when we cooperate. But Team B has not yet carried out the chase mission. Team B is La Commander's team. What difficulties did they encounter? Do they need assistance? La Commander asked in surprise. There's a report that your team did not encounter any disadvantages at all but stopped halfway. The commander doesn't worry too much. I have sent someone to check the situation. It probably won't be a big problem, La Commander said contemptuously. Next it's our turn to go out. Now we will go and eliminate the remaining zombies, then victory will belong to us. The zombies went together in one direction. Lai Fong and Ha Ka were hiding and observing the zombies. She felt that everything was wrong. Lai Fong asked Ha Ka, who was sitting next to him. That's right, these zombies don't have any fighting will at all. We stop and they do too, only when we attack do they run away. Maybe there is some conspiracy going on, Ha Ka said her suspicion. You mean they deliberately lure us to some place? This is just my guess, everything is too smooth, maybe we have been lured here. I have participated in battles with zombies before but it doesn't look like it now, I'm a bit worried. Lai Fong, take the soldiers back to La Commander's tent. I will stay here and observe a little more. I understand, be careful. You are truly an elite army, aren't you? You can notice such a small detail, but we can't let you do whatever you want. Just do your mission, you original race succubus. Calamity, an unknown disaster, stood behind the two and spoke. Apart from you, the other 3 teams have completed their missions. At the place where the other 3 teams gathered, everyone was on alert. An original race creature stood above and looked at the crowd and said, just a little more and our demon king will be resurrected. The original race succubus Calamity put her hands on her hips and said, this is not my mission originally, but because that stupid reindeer is absent, there is no other way. Please cooperate a little, okay? Ha Ka was scared and turned his head to look at her and asked, are you a zombie? After this is done, I have to catch that reindeer and make him pay. The original race creature continued to say. At the place where the original race reindeer was, he was hit in the chin by Duan Fei and pushed back by him. A notification board appeared, merge into level 5 destruction power, level 1 destruction power. Choose one target, all weaknesses of the target will be exposed. The number of weaknesses will randomly increase over time. The duration depends on the target's strength. During the attack, all weaknesses will gradually be revealed. You can also choose the target's weaknesses. Duan Fei launched a destruction attack on the reindeer's weakness that he had found. He looked at him suspiciously. Duan Fei just looked at him and raised one hand towards him. He smiled happily, your kid must have been provoked by someone, right? And quickly continued to attack. Stop it, I will make you cry like rain. His attack fell down but missed Duan Fei. He threw a big rock at him and shouted, why are you running? Aren't you very good at pretending? Come on. Duan Fei was running when he detected danger and turned back. He slashed several times at the big rock and threw some pieces of rock that had been cut down at the reindeer. He hit the rocks while shouting at Duan Fei's place, what are you doing there? Just hiding in the distance and playing this cheap trick with me? Suddenly Duanfei appeared behind him. He turned around vigilantly and swung a punch behind him, wanting to hit him sneakily. After breaking his ribs, he would lose all defense and then attack his weakest point. Duanfei quickly punched him in the ribs and launched a destruction attack. The reindeer spat out a mouthful of blood and was very angry, "You bastard," and attacked him. He used his strength to block his attack with both hands and used destruction power to find more of his weaknesses and increase the number of weaknesses. This time there were 2 weaknesses, one on his shoulder and one on his biceps. Seeing his weakness, Duanfei focused on attacking it. The reindeer was hit by a move and flew back. Anna and Xianyu were standing and watching the battle. Duanfei won. Anna shouted happily. But Xianyu next to her focused on him. No, his strength is not only decreasing, but it is getting stronger and stronger. Alright, stop pretending. The move just now couldn't hurt you. Duanfei looked at him and said. Oh, you saw through me? Is my acting skill that bad? Then let's get to the main point. The reindeer came out of the bushes and said. The original reindeer suddenly stood still. The evolution tree appeared next to Duanfei and reminded him to be careful. His strength was increasing a lot. He was serious. Duanfei observed him. Now we have broken the power grid. We can shorten the distance between us and him. We just need to find an opportunity to focus on that place and make him lose his fighting power. Then the victory will belong to us. The longer the time, the more weaknesses there are. This battle depends on time, he said as he rushed towards the reindeer. Power grid: each time you attack a weakness, you will receive 4% of the target's attributes on your body, depending on the target's strength. At the same time, there can be up to 2 weaknesses, depending on the skill level. The reindeer looked at Duanfei and commented. Now it seems that his attack is stronger than before. Although he also has some effort, he can't compete with me after all. But I have to think a lot because of this kid, how ridiculous. He stood and watched Duanfei attack him. You ragged human, your fate has been decided. He despised and said. The fists of both sides collided and the eyes of the reindeer lit up. He was punched in the face by Duanfei. He attacked his weakness and received 4% of his attributes. The notification board appeared. He was angry and cursed. You rotten kid. I'm bored of playing with you. He attacked Duanfei again. He launched a continuous attack. Duanfei had to observe and think. The attack was getting more and more fierce. He had to find an opportunity to attack his weakness. Fight back, aren't you very strong? He provoked and punched him down. The reindeer looked at the light and the smoke. Suddenly there was fire attacking him, but he easily avoided it. He looked up at Duanfei and said contemptuously, it's useless. He continued to attack him. Attacking like this is useless to me. He stood still and said. I advise you not to waste your energy. I am the leader of speed, I can see you very clearly. He punched Duanfei in the stomach and grabbed his head. It seems that my expectation for you is too high. Suddenly Duanfei punched him in the right rib. He attacked his weakness again and received another 4% of his attributes. Both sides retreated back. The reindeer brushed his hand over where he was punched and said, it's like tickling me, you shouldn't use such a weak punch to attack me. Duanfei looked at him, you will know soon if it hurts or not. Now Duanfei had attacked his weakness 5 times in total and received 20% of his attributes. Your mouth is hard, huh? I still have other tasks, so I'll stop playing with you here. He suddenly rushed up and attacked him proactively. The reindeer exclaimed, not bad, not bad, your courage makes me quite interested. He saw him approaching and swung his arm to punch him back as he got close to him. Duanfei jumped up and used his leg to attack from above. He used his hand to block it. This time the attack was strong. He used his hand to catch his leg and slammed his whole body down, then pulled him up again. Duan Fei did not let it hold him any longer and quickly got up and used the fire charm technique to shoot at its face and swiftly jumped up to hit its back. He had attacked its weak point and gained 4% of its attributes. The reindeer was hit in the back and was falling down when Duan Fei used the Iron Shadow technique to attack another weak point of it. He had a total of 28% of its attributes. It was knocked into the air and Duan Fei activated the fire charm technique and focused his gaze upward. After identifying the places to attack, he launched attacks on its arms, shoulders, thighs, and knees, hitting its weak points one after another. He now had a total of 44% of its attributes and it was continuously hit by Duan Fei's attacks. The reindeer was furious and roared, "Stop right there. Next, I will show you my true power." It flew through the fire and attacked Duan Fei, who was shocked to see the powerful attack coming down. Duan Fei dodged the attack of the original life reindeer, which unexpectedly launched the reindeer attack, increasing its speed by 50% and quickly moved behind him and angrily struck down hard. "You are the first one to force me to this extent. Dying under my strongest state is also an honor for you. Come here." "Strongest state?" Duan Fei asked. He dodged its attack and counterattacked, punching it in the face. "It's nothing at all." He quickly retreated after hitting another weak point of it. He was infuriated by Duan Fei and rushed up and shouted, "You rotten brat, I will make you shut up." Clearly, he was just a trash of level D. "Although I don't know what you are doing, you can't be my opponent." "Absolutely not." It easily blocked its attack. Duan Fei said seriously, "Too noisy," and he attacked its weak point again. The reindeer was hit by him and fell face down on the ground. Suddenly it activated its power and pushed itself up and screamed loudly. Duan Fei looked at it in surprise, thinking that he did not expect it to still have such great strength. It stopped its force and split the ground into a large piece and lifted it up. Duan Fei stood on the piece of land that it lifted up and was trying to balance himself so as not to fall. The evolution tree warned him to be careful, that it was really angry now. The sea water from below sprayed up. Duan Fei thought seriously, "Now I have 52% of its power, it can't win anymore no matter what. I have to absorb you, original life species." He was determined. In the water, the original life species suddenly appeared next to Duan Fei and launched a surprise attack, saying, "Die." The sea wave was split in half after its attack, but it did not hit Duan Fei. It kept wondering, why can't I hit him? Why is he really angry? Anna and Xinu stood watching the battle worriedly. Brother Duankaka launched a powerful attack in the middle of the sea water shining down. The original life species reindeer was hit by his move and did not understand why it lost. "I lost. Where did I go wrong? How could I lose to a level D like you? How ridiculous." Original life species, we have lost one after another under his hand. I am not convinced, but everything is over. It's all over. Is this guy really human? Why? It hurriedly asked Duan Fei. How dare a level D like you fight me? At first, did you know that you could win? No, I didn't. I only bet on one game. He looked at him and answered. Bet? How could you beat me? Running away is not the best way for the weak. Running away won't solve anything. The original species on your body, I have to have it. You are from Heaven Net. The original life species asked doubtfully. No, he is also my target. Hearing Duan Fei's answer. He persuaded you to join us, right? Join us. He looked down at him and asked. Yes, join Heaven Disaster. Heaven Net is also our enemy. Our Demon King is about to resurrect. By then, as long as I speak for you, you will definitely be able to join. Demon King? Original life species? Is there someone higher than the leader? That's right, the mission of our original life species is to resurrect the Demon King. As long as he resurrects, this world belongs to us. Moreover, he is about to resurrect. By then, you will join my team and you will definitely be able to defeat Heaven Net. Duan Fei asked back. Your team? It scared him. He corrected himself. You will be the team leader. It will be your team. Duan Fei put his hand on his head and said. You are right. Your acting skills are too poor. This is the expression of someone begging for mercy. Thank you for your information. And he activated his power and swallowed the reindeer, who screamed in fear. Stop it, you rotten kid. If you kill me, the other original life species won't let you go. Sooner or later, this world will belong to our disaster. Hear me out, have you understood? Stop it quickly. Duan Fei didn't stop but just said. The world you are talking about has passed 20 years ago. This time we won't let you escape. Whether it's Heaven Disaster or Heaven Net, they have to die. The target has died and the electric braking attribute has disappeared. Destroying the original life species of level B received 2,000 evolution points and original species. The original species containing the energy source was absorbed by the host's evolution tree and handed over to her. The evolution tree absorbed the original species. Duan Fei was shocked and terrified. The energy flowing in the body of the host was decomposing the original source. This original species was unexpectedly powerful. His body was about to explode. Combining the original source, Duan Fei screamed in pain. Xianyu witnessed it and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your brother?" Anna calmly explained next to her, "Sister Xianyu, don't worry. Based on what happened when I went with him, every time he screamed like that, he would get a very powerful strength after absorbing the original species and refreshing new attributes." The notification board popped up, warning, mental power and assassination and the contract skill of the entity are in danger. The zombie in the house saw all the battle and saw that the situation had changed and decided, unexpectedly, the reindeer lost. I have to run away quickly. And it turned around and looked at the people who were tied up. These people belong to me now. Seeing him say that, the people were scared. What do you want to do? According to the promise, you have to let us go. The one who promised you is dead and has nothing to do with me. Before he could say anything else, he was chopped in half. He only had time to glance at him. You traitor. Number 21 and number 41 are all alike anyway. I have hated you for a long time. Our Miss Anna has successfully rescued these people. I understand. Report completed. Number 41, turn to number 21 and go quickly. Miss Anna has something to do with number 21 and number 41, along with A Fuang. Go out. Meet up with the three of Duan Fei. A Fuang asks Duan Fei, how is everything, Brother Don? My friend is in trouble, so I have to go there quickly. The time is a bit urgent. I will take you back to see your grandmother first. Seeing the situation was dangerous, A Fuang immediately said, then you go quickly and don't worry about me. I can go back by myself. The man next to A Fuang also said, that's right, you go ahead. I just heard Xiao Fuang tell me everything. I really didn't expect that the person who saved us was a young man like that. Next, just leave it to me. I will take Xiao Fuang back. In the future, I will take care of their family on behalf of the old lady. You can rest assured, I understand. The zombies on the island have all been wiped out. When you meet the old lady, come to the refugee camp. Duan Fei instructed her. Yes, I understand. Brother Don, we will meet again, right? A Fuang asked sadly. We will meet again, definitely. Duan Fei climbed onto Kim Bao and turned back and said. Anin also waved goodbye. Sister Xiao Fuang, take care of your health. The three of them set off together. Let's go, Kim Bao, use all your speed. Duan Fei worried. What about Haka now? They may not be at the refugee camp anymore. What happened? Did they gather and go to war? And he asked about the evolution tree she had remembered. Just now she said that the original species and we have a relationship with each other from memories that have gradually recovered. I'm sure they and the evolution tree have a close relationship with each other. Wait a minute, you said that evolution tree is not you? Isn't it clear that the original species are not because of them but because of their devil king? In the memory there is no accurate information but everything points in one direction. The evolution tree is not only one. The mysterious person in Tian Wang, if he is a reincarnated person from the previous life, then how many evolution trees there are is not impossible. Everything is more complicated now. Now there is no time to think about this anymore. Saving people is more important. A zombie was hit by a stone in the middle of its face. Haka was making a move and wondered what was going on. These zombies are surrounding us, and there are also original worms and female demons. Disaster, the hand holding the chain, cut several zombies and said, "Not bad, I thought you guys would be down in one move." Haka quickly told the people behind him, "Everyone be careful, these zombies are not like before." And whispered to Lai Fong, "Your speed is the fastest, your team should hurry up and report to the law commander for help." Lai Fong worriedly asked Haka, "What about everyone else?" "We will hold them back for you. You find a chance to run away, Trangia. How follow my order and cooperate in combat. Leave it to me. Start fighting." The zombies looked around and the trees around them were uprooted and flew up and attacked straight towards the original species. A zombie ran out to block it and chopped up a few trees into pieces of wood company. The original species ordered the zombies, "Go teach them a lesson, but don't kill them, they are valuable energy sources." Haka shouted, "They're here, everyone be careful." "How is the accident on your side?" "It's not going well. La Duang's team has discovered our plan. Give me 10 more minutes. I will bring them to the primitive race's base and talk to their comrades." 10 minutes? Where is the reindeer? Has he returned yet? Not yet. I don't know what difficulties he has encountered. What difficulties? He's just playing around. Don't wait anymore. Let's start first. The people below are doing well. Yes, the Demon King can't wait any longer. The three of us should perform the ritual first. We still have to deal with the high-level people that Phantom brought. The people below are worried. Our captain is trapped here. What should we do? They are just zombies. They are nothing. Something is happening below the floor. What is that? The people below scream in fear. Seeing the situation on the other side, the primitive race's accident decided that it had started already. I have to hurry up too. A huge stone is flying towards the zombie and causes a huge collision. Haka quickly turns back and says, "Lai Fong, this is the time. Don't worry, I will bring reinforcements soon." Lai Fong uses his shadow body to find help, but he has to stop at one place. "My shadow body can't pass through this barrier," Lai Fong reports. "Your power reminds me of someone. He has the same power as you." The primitive race also appears behind Lai Fong and says, "I wonder if you know him or not." He asks dangerously. On the floor, there is blood and dust everywhere. Many people are lying dead or wounded. For the werewolf, they are just enough to warm up his bones a bit. He says, "It's so boring. None of them have any power." The brown-haired brother tries to calm his teammates and says, "Don't be afraid, it's just a zombie. Let's go together, teammates." He also shouts clearly. He is excited to attack them and says, "Good, struggle a bit. Let me show you what despair is." It turns out that faith alone is not enough. With one blow, he easily defeats 10 people. The remaining people trembled with fear. The more afraid they were, the more he liked it. He said, "You should feel honored to become a part of the Demon King." As he spoke, he created a dragon. They were terrified. Some ran away. Some trembled and could not stand up. They tried to crawl and escape. There were screams everywhere. Run quickly. The captain is not his match either. Damn it. We can't get out of here. What is going on? Save me. I don't want to die. With just a light swipe, he easily killed 10 people. He also scorned them as useless. The female demon said softly, "Can't you be quiet for a bit? Men are all crude and violent. Killing can also be very elegant, you know." She looked like that, but she had also used her skills to kill dozens of people. She asked the old man beside him, "How is it going?" The old man said confidently, "I can handle it. It's just a trivial matter. Thanks to Phantom's plan, the energy to revive the Demon King is almost full. Let's go and meet the leaders. The lower realm is not much better than this." The female demon Calamity said, "I didn't expect you to be so good. You can last until now." They attacked her barrier, but they failed. Damn it. Why can't we get out of here? She said arrogantly, "You are useless. To deal with the guy who has the same power as you, I specially found a zombie who can strengthen the barrier. The next time I meet him, it will be his death anniversary." She was angry and thought that the power similar to hers was Duan Fei. He also became the target of the zombies. She looked at them and said, "Okay, it's time. There are still many things to do behind." When Li Feng was angry because he couldn't get out, a horned guy hit him secretly. A punch in the back made him spit blood. Jiahao also tried to help him, but before he could do anything, Jiahao was grabbed by the head and smashed to the ground. The people behind couldn't stand the scene of their teammates being beaten and shouted for everyone to go together. But knowing the strength of Haka, he said, "Stop, you are not their opponents. We are originally a team, but we can't even deal with a zombie. The gap between humans and zombies is so big." She thought disappointedly. She just stood still and watched. She thought, great, let them live until they reach the base and then kill them all at once. They were all chained by her. They didn't have time to react. She said, "Take them all away. Those zombies are too strong. We can't do anything." She gasped and said, "Duan Fei, I'm running out of strength." Suddenly she stopped and realized something. She looked up at the sky and said, "This aura is the reindeer coming back?" Why? She was wrong. Besides the reindeer, there was also the aura of King Kuok. It was that kid. She sweated when she realized it was Duan Fei. He slammed the ground with a roar that shook a corner of the sky. He said, "Long time no see, disaster. You defeated the reindeer?" She asked incredulously, "The reindeer was defeated by you? How is that possible?" He ignored her and asked Taka, "Are you okay?" She said, "Duan Fei, I'm fine." He gently removed the collar from her neck and said, "Wait for me to deal with them and then tell me everything that happened. Anna and Xi and you helped the injured." The girl said, "Leave it to Anna and Xi and you." She asked Leon, "Are you okay?" He couldn't breathe but still tried to say, "Duan Fei, be careful. That guy seems to be aiming for you. The police have been controlled too." He looked confident and said, "Don't worry. They are just minions." 2 of them rushed to their deaths. Each one attacked one side of him, but he was not afraid at all and still had a calm look in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 2 subordinates had their heads fly off. She smiled with excitement and said, "I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. That saves me the trouble of looking for you. But you scared me a bit, too. How did you defeat the reindeer?" He asked her, "What is your purpose for disguising yourself like this?" She also answered, "Nothing much. I just wanted to experience the life of your human race a little bit. Your human race is so pitiful. tens of thousands of soldiers were lured to our trap. Like this, the victory will belong to us. This world will soon be ours. She looked at Anna and said, "That's the key? Why is it here?" It seems that the reindeer wanted to make a big contribution this time. But this time it belongs to me. As long as I have that key, the position of elder of the original race will be mine. Go up and crush everyone except this guy for me. He was not afraid of those shrimps and crabs. He rushed over and used his skills. They were tied by a magic chain and sucked into the black holes he created. No one protected her. He kicked her hard. But there was a guy who came out of nowhere and was ready to block her. A powerful kick made his head dent. He glanced at her and said, "It's your turn now." She smiled wickedly and said, "Watch out behind you. There is a big three-eyed guy right behind you. He is about to punch you." But with his experience and agile body, he reacted in time. He threw a punch without fear or hesitation. But with the strength difference, the guy's arm broke. After that, he also jumped to another place to keep a safe distance from him. She stood behind him and gave him a clap, then said, "Indeed, after absorbing the reindeer, your strength has increased a lot more than before." The rocks that broke from the guy's arm suddenly ignited. "But you are not the only one who has become stronger. After being defeated by you, I have been constantly upgrading myself. This is my new masterpiece in front of you. A hybrid zombie. It can absorb energy from around and use them. It includes not only the energy of dead zombies, but also the energy of nature." The zombie tried to smash him with his palm, but he dodged it with his nimble body. He was a bit surprised by the new power. Li Fong reminded him, "Duan Fei, be careful. That zombie has suppressed our abilities." She was still confident about her new power and said, "Your ability here is useless. Why don't you go inside the fortress and fight with those zombies?" The old man asked Tainan, "What's going on? Is it over yet?" "Just now, the aura of the reindeer and the shockwave appeared on your side. Could it be that she was right and he is dead?" "That kid is fighting with my subordinates here," he said angrily. "How about you? Do you need help?" "No need. I can control the situation. I must kill that kid." He said, "Understood. We have guests coming. You better finish it quickly. There's another group of people coming here." Someone reported, "Hello everyone, this is the headquarters of the zombies. This is also the final battle. We are about to win." The bald man asked, "Is this their base?" "It's quite impressive, huh?" The fat man was full of confidence and said, "Impressive? They are about to become lifeless corpses." La Duong reminded everyone not to be arrogant and keep alert. The old man asked the group of people, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, we are here to take your lives. We have to take back the peace that you have hidden for so long." They were angry because they were underestimated. They discussed with each other, "Damn, that phantom guy is playing too much. Why does our boss have to cooperate with him? Just kill them directly." Phantom said, "Among them, there is someone who knows the information of the key. For now, just listen to him. It's really annoying. Tainan also needs some time." On her side, she was stunned to see the power that Duan Fei used. With just one punch, he punched through his body. She also sweated and thought, "I didn't expect him to be able to easily deal with them all." She quickly ordered him to stop him. "Yes," her subordinate answered. But with just one move, he was also knocked down. He stepped out of the barrier and said, "You shouldn't think that this can stop me." He broke her barrier. She was scared and said, "Why is this kid so different? No way, I have to retreat." She said arrogantly, "Don't be proud. Next time I will definitely kill you. You wait for me." She used a technique to escape. He said to Xinu, You stay here and take care of the injured people. I'll chase after her. She also replied, I know, brother. Be careful. He chased after her with a whip. Ka Bao told Lai Feng to quickly go to the base and bring some warriors here. Then he told everything to La Commander. The man raised his two arms that were tightly wrapped with bandages all over his arms. He looked at them and praised the bandages. Not bad, the two wounded were quite serious. They kept patting their heads and praising the skillful technique of little Anna, whom they constantly called little girl, making her a bit angry. She boasted, my name is Anna, not little girl. I used to get hurt a lot and I always bandaged myself. Another man wearing black clothes like the other two lay on the ground with a chain around his neck that had been broken. His face was full of wounds and he looked bewildered and scared. The monster number 21 held a weapon on his back. His abs and muscular body were clearly visible. He said with a big face, Hey, can you shut up for a bit? If I accidentally hit your head, it won't be good for you. Anna shouted at number 21, Who are you to scare people like that? He grumbled, Why do I have to do this? She put her hands on her hips and reminded him seriously, And you, I have to tell you this, not all zombies are bad, okay? He put his hand on the ground and stuttered, Sorry. Tran Jiahao smiled happily while being bandaged. He didn't expect that Anna would dare to communicate with strangers now. He remembered the first time he met Duan Fei, she didn't talk to anyone. Xianyu carefully and gently bandaged him and agreed. That's right, she also just learned that since she was little, she lived alone. She is even stronger than me. Anna smiled brightly after solving everything. Jiahao also hoped that she would be well protected by Duan Fei so that she could grow up healthy and happy in the future. Xianyu also trusted her brother, she had long regarded Anna as her sister. The night fell and the sky was full of stars and a bright full moon. A bright blue energy source flew past in front of them on the forest road. What's going on? That kid has become stronger. This person was the Demoness Disaster. She was flying forward while mumbling whether to inform them or not, then the credit would be shared less. At the same time, a dark shadow with bright eyes suddenly flew up to her level. He said, You think you can escape from me a second time? It was Duan Fei. He flew up and punched her hard, making her dizzy and painful and flying up into the sky. Her eyes were red and her face was full of wounds. She lay under Duan Fei's feet, who was burning with fire in his hand and threatened her without those zombie puppets, You are just trash. She looked up at him and smiled and said, Wait a minute, as long as you don't. He cut her off. The Demoness seemed to know their purpose of wanting him to join them. His eyes were soulless and he said bluntly, I've heard these words from the reindeer's mouth already. You guys seem to be far behind him in terms of skill. After she breathed her last breath, she didn't even beg me for a word. You guys have even thrown away your last dignity, he said. The beauty opened her eyes anxiously and waited. Before she could speak, she was grabbed by Duan Fei's head and he activated his skill to seize the energy from her hand. The blue energy ran down her body like lightning and made her scream in pain. He received a primordial seed that looked like a purple crystal and shone brightly. His body also began to absorb the energy. The primordial Duan Fei's veins bulged and he clenched his teeth because it seemed like the energy was too much for him. A terrifying force surrounded him and he bent his back and stood firmly with the energy bursting everywhere. The system announced that he had successfully absorbed the energy and his physical strength increased by 3 levels, his speed by 2 levels, and his assassination by 2 levels. The leaf that fell was burned by the fire. Duan Fei slowly opened his eyes and they shone with power. He turned his face and looked confused. What had happened? There were 3 huge streams of energy nearby and many more people. His clothes were torn and full of holes. He decided to quickly explore the situation around him. The old man from the Three Dragons felt something was wrong. He widened his eyes and looked worried. The werewolf then panicked and shouted, "Elder Tainan, she." He lowered his head sadly. "I know, calm down. That guy is chasing us." The image requested to continue to maintain his human identity and then look for an opportunity to ask for information about the key while they would split up and deal with the people here first. The broadcaster held the mic and approached the devil dragon and yelled, "As you can see, there are only 3 zombies left. If we kill them, we will win." They all had 6-pack abs and looked fierce with murderous eyes. Among them were 2 guys named Devil Shadow and Devil Dragon who were the strongest and kept challenging. The Devil Dragon sneered confidently. The Elder was pleased and ordered to attack. At the same time, everyone gathered in the forest and sat on large wooden blocks for a fun time. Haka sat next to Xinu and gently lowered his head and said, "When you were not there, we went through a lot of things." Li Feng suddenly appeared behind the 2 girls and landed like a spider. He was surrounded by energy. He frowned unhappily. Things were not going well. The other teams had all been wiped out. Haka turned around and was shocked. "What did you say? Where is La Commander?" He replied that he didn't know and there was no sign of fighting at the base. "Maybe they have arrived there already." Xinu lifted up the puppy Kim Bao and said seriously, "Can you feel where those missing people are?" Kim Bao flapped his wings and barked. Xinu also followed Kim Bao's direction. Anna quickly ran over and asked Han about La Commander having some trouble and needing to find his brother. Haka said, "Let's go too, La Commander is the soul of our refugee camp, we can't wait here." Ahau and Jiahao, wearing bulky armor, were ready to depart. Xinu was ordered by her senior sister to go ahead and let everyone follow behind to support. La Commander looked dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he saw. How could this be? His entire army was wiped out even though there were clearly only 3 zombies left on their side. The old man on the side of the monsters ordered Blaze Wolf to attack the flying wolf that soared into the sky. He was ready with his sharp claws and pounced on his opponent, making him stunned and motionless. La Commander was terrified and widened his eyes. Fortunately, Hua Commander arrived in time and raised his sword to block the attack of Blaze Wolf. That wolf sneered and showed his sharp teeth. His eyes were red as if he despised them. He jumped back and stayed away from them. Hua Commander glanced at him and said to La Commander, "You can see the situation now. Every minute on the battlefield is very precious. Where's the war god that you sent to support the city in the last time?" He replied gratefully, "Thank you very much for saving me, but I don't know the news of the war god at the moment." He heard that and then glanced at his eyes that were shining and the veins around them. He said, "Is that so? That's a pity." He turned his face and shouted, "Tak Lang, act now. This guy is useless now." The wolf roared from afar and flew towards them with his sharp claws. He said, "Then you save yourself." La Commander was still stunned behind Hua Commander's back when the wolf flew into the air and rushed straight towards him. He bowed his head and wished him good luck before disappearing. Tak Lang quickly slapped the ground with his hand, making rocks fly everywhere with a terrifying energy. Then he glared at him with a puzzled look. La Commander also looked to the side and was surprised to see something. Duan Fei had been standing in front of the wolf since then. He raised one hand to block the attack casually. The other hand punched the wolf's face in an instant, making it clench its teeth in pain. The system notified him that he had hit a weak point and received a 4% attribute. The Tak Lang took the hit and flew back to hit the rock wall, making dust fly everywhere. Hua Commander stood next to him and angrily asked, "What is this? Didn't you say he lost contact?" Duan Fei glanced at him and thought, "What's wrong with this guy? He emits a zombie aura very clearly." He roared around as if threatening them. He said, This attack is commanded by me, a high-ranking officer of the base camp. If you are here, you have to follow my orders. He explained after blocking the attack. I told you before that there is something important to do here. This place gathers all the original races who want to revive the Devil King. The arrival of the human army is also part of their plan. They want to turn humans into sacrifices. He had heard of this in his previous life. The imposter commander was probably also an original race, but he didn't need to push him yet. They needed to reduce their combat ability first. The Phantom and Dragon were both covered with wounds. The little one complained, "Big brother, he is the one who killed the second brother and bullied me." The dragon calmly warned him not to provoke him because he saw that he was very powerful. He quickly contacted his boss to ask for his opinion on how to deal with him. The answer was not yet. He asked them to continue pretending. If Duan Fei was here, then the key might be nearby too. He could feel two sources of power approaching here. The wolf, after being injured, was like a wild beast that opened its mouth wide and rushed towards him angrily. Around Duan Fei's body at this time, there was a source of energy like lightning. His eyes were full of killing intent. He said, "Leaving a part of myself at La Commander is probably enough." He reminded him to be careful behind him. He pounced and shouted, "You killed the reindeer, didn't you?" But he missed a blow in front of him. He quickly stood behind him in an instant. His eyes flashed. He also felt it and shuddered. Duan Fei continuously attacked the wolf. In a certain closed room, there was a report. A young man suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He was probably the war god of the refugee camp. After hearing the report, everyone was happy and shouted, "War god." They were also very anxious and did not know who would be the final winner. Lang Wunwun watched attentively with his hand on his chest, hoping he would win. He silently cheered for him. A female demon stood with her arms crossed and annoyed. Why didn't the boss help? After all, the opponent had defeated 3 original races. He replied that he knew, but he had other things to do. He couldn't get any energy sources in the southwest. He needed to collect the most important energy source to revive the Demon King. A sharp look flashed in the darkness. He felt something. They were still fighting. The others kept admiring Duan Fei. A light flashed across the head of the demon shadow. Blood splashed everywhere. The remaining one accidentally looked away and saw his body lying flat on the ground motionless. A monster called continuously appeared with a large bottle of medicine on its back. It approached them. The people around saw it and were confused. They lined up in a long queue just to follow orders and escape from school. The monsters kept sticking out their tongues ferociously. They quickly rushed up together at the same time to face the enemy at once. Everyone clenched their teeth to resist those sharp teeth. Duan Fei turned around and looked at it. What is this? It doesn't look like a zombie very much. At the same time, the wolf pounced quickly and raised his claws to attack him. Duan Fei saw that and was a little surprised. He made a fist and counterattacked. They attacked each other at the same time, creating a strong reaction everywhere. His other hand quickly grabbed his hand. He widened his eyes and was pulled down, creating a big explosion due to the strong collision with the ground. Duan Fei threw his hand forward and activated his skill to swallow the opponent. The wolf was stunned and only stood still in confusion. His hairy legs were sharp and pointed up to the sky like planting bananas. His legs slammed down from above to attack him. He noticed and swung both hands as shields to block his attack. He flipped over his body and his hand was scratched by his claws, so he quickly retreated back. The front of his shirt was torn and soaked with blood. The speed wolf sneered and lifted his claws stained with fresh blood, then stuck out his tongue and licked them as if mocking him. I didn't expect you to react so fast that you could dodge this move. You won't be so lucky next time. Duan Fei was silent and calm, using the system to heal his wound with the 6-color therapy. His abdomen was completely recovered as before, only his shirt was torn and ragged. The wolf was angry and flew back. "Humph, you think you can defeat me with that toy knife?" Duan Fei used the purple knife in his hand to slash across his chest. The wound on his body had not healed for long before it turned red again. He kept attacking him from the front, laughing mockingly. "Is this all your strength? It seems far inferior to that reindeer." He went crazy and his eyes turned red. He had provoked him and made him go berserk. A dark energy surrounded him. He crossed his hands as if gathering energy. When did he appear behind him and then kick him in the neck, making him fly away? He quickly rushed forward. The speed wolf held his head in pain and cursed on the ground. How did his speed suddenly increase so much? He came from the bushes, but the wolf had anticipated this move and detected him. His sword pointed straight ahead, his eyes serious and focused on the target. He threw off one of his attacking arms and then disappeared behind him, his eyes shining. He grabbed his arm tightly and twisted it back. The speed wolf screamed in pain and arched his chest forward. He glanced back at the brat. "You think you can beat me like that?" He looked up at him with sharp eyes and challenged him. "Do you want to try?" The system activated the skill of swallowing people again, and he emitted a terrifying energy. He transmitted it into his body, making him scream in pain. He shouted, "What are you doing to me?" Duan Fei suddenly looked down at a source of energy that burst out and broke half of the ground where he stood. From the cave of zombies, someone appeared at the front of the line. Duan Fei looked at his back and was annoyed. He almost killed him just now. The boss said to the female demon, "Gather energy and give it to him. I'll go over there and help him. That kid is a bit strange, he seems to have some special power." The balance of power gradually shifted to domination. No wonder the speed wolf was defeated. She replied, "Understood." The speed wolf was so embarrassed that he quickly moved to where he stood and said, "The devil has lost patience, we have to fight quickly." The speed wolf was angry and bent over behind him, blaming himself for being careless just now. The speed wolf was surrounded by a dark energy like a ghost behind him, his eyes red and his teeth sharp. "Today is your end, kid." He transformed into his second form, his fur turned green and a halo surrounded him, making him look powerful. "Fight!" Duan Fei widened his eyes in shock and watched as he pounced on him with his mouth open. The collision caused an earthquake and a blast of air like a bomb exploding. The dust cleared and Duan Fei jumped up in the air to avoid him. He blinked when he saw something like an illusion next to him. It was a hand with a faint halo in the sky that touched him lightly but made him hit the ground hard. His sword fell under the ground and he clenched his teeth to resist. Was this the boss of them? He had reached level A already. The situation now seemed difficult to use his power to increase his strength and shorten the distance. The boss smiled coldly, "I didn't expect you to make me take action." The A-level analysis system of the S-level condensed air ability used the air pressure to attack him. He seemed to discover something and was shocked. There was a scream from the cave of the new demon. It seemed that the Demon King had sensed something. A bird shadow appeared in the sky. It was a big and precious beast flying over. Xianu and Anna clung to the fur of the beast and approached them. This place became more and more gloomy and desolate. It was only rocks and shadows of small people gathered in front of the new demon's door. A monster rushed out from somewhere. It roared loudly, had red eyes, a big belly, and sharp claws. A person with 2 beast gloves wondered what these things were. They were beaten for a long time and still did not die. Their speed and strength were also very powerful. There was a glass bottle on its back containing some liquid. It kept coughing. Duan Fei was worried and clenched his teeth. He looked at his allies on the other side. They were more and more disadvantaged. The number of soldiers was decreasing. He had many things to do here. The name Speed Wolf roared and rushed to him. He scratched his head with his claws, but luckily he also pulled in time. Don't look anymore, you will be like those people soon. You will all die here. He put his bruised hand on the ground and kicked his legs around. He used his whole body on his arm and kicked him hard. He threw him back. He also activated his energy with that hand and created a stream of orange smoke. It burst into flames and he also flew up from there. He punched straight from below to above. His eyes glowed. His other hand was red with fire. He held a small knife behind his hand, took force, and stabbed the weapon into the opponent. He was surprised and widened his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and smiled smugly. It's a pity that you have come here enough, kid. His hand grabbed his hand hard. He had an invisible source of power in his hands that squeezed Duan Fei closer to him. He could not move and tried to struggle angrily. The evolution tree approached his ear and whispered to him to quickly get out of here or he would endanger his life. He was angry and replied that the power of level A was really strong like that. He made me have no space to deploy assassination. Speed Wolf finished his work and came to the old man to report that he finally controlled the opponent. I hope you will crush him into sauce soon to avenge the reindeer. The old man's face was not normal. He raised both hands and clenched them in the sky. Then he said, I just felt a stream of power on him that seemed to be the Demon King. Speed Wolf looked up and objected that it must be wrong. How could this kid have anything to do with the Demon King? Our Demon King is still waiting for us to resurrect him. The sharp ice pieces flew forward and rushed to Duan Fei's place. He also seized the opportunity and the invisible hand separated from him. The inside had completely disappeared, only purple energy surrounded. Duan Fei landed in front of the commander and the illusion twin. He reassured them that he was fine and had called for rescue to support them. Speed Wolf blinked at the old man and asked what happened. The old man raised both hands trembling like a sieve and replied, Nothing, they are here already. Under the ground, there was a shadow of fur as big as a phoenix that made everyone on the ground look up in horror and worry. The commander Hua raised his head and looked at the object in the sky with dark eyes. A pair of orange legs, furry feathers, and sharp claws landed on the ground. Anna, Xinu, and the little oriole bird stepped down from the majestic spirit beast, holding weapons to challenge the enemy. Number 41 and number 21 also appeared one after another. Number 21 smiled happily. This seems tense. We can attack freely this time. Number 41 frowned. Our mission this time is to protect Miss Anna. When asked about Haka, Xinu said, she and Brotherly are on their way here. Duan Fei said, the mission of protecting the commander is entrusted to you. I will deal with these three original species. He was worried about whether he could handle the situation alone, but fortunately, he relied on the system to help him dissolve the clone image from 20% of his power and recover. He could also cope with them. The old man asked about the situation. How much energy has been collected? The little demonist said that the amount was enough and that the energy was being transported inside. That was the final stage. He ordered her and Phantom to catch the key. The others would deal with them as they pleased. Speed Wolf and he would take care of those guys. Anna was excited and courageous. Everyone has to help me teach these bastards a lesson for bullying brother Duan Fei and sister Haka. After this, I will treat you to French fries. Is that decided? Number 41 and 21 focused immediately in silence. Duan Fei looked ahead and reminded Xinu to be careful because there was something strange about that Commander Hua. She obediently agreed with him. The two sides stood parallel in front of the store, facing each other seriously. The Tanma side not only had monsters but also brought along a bunch of weird demons. A huge zombie dog had brought a few more people into the battle. It seemed to stand on the side of humans. The situation changed again because more forces were added, so the flame of victory for humans was not extinguished yet. All these things happened after the war god arrived at the battlefield. Now the soldiers were very united and led by our war god. A girl with blue-green hair looked intently at the computer screen with food scattered on the table. After investigating, we finally found out the name of the war god. His name was Duan Fei, just a college student. The machine spoke loudly. She kept putting cakes in her mouth. The image of Duan Fei caught her eye and made her a little surprised and amazed. There was a knock on the door outside the room. She grumbled that this annoying guy came again. A guy named Dai Tuk stood outside the door and said, "Miss Lan Kai, good evening. Have you decided yet?" Lan Kai begged him to leave her alone. She wore a pad outside and hung a sign on it. "You have bothered me for 3 days already. I have also said that I will not join any army and I do not want to leave here. Please go away." Dai Tuk said again, "Miss Lan Kai, I also want what's best for you. If Tian Vong finds out, you won't be able to decide then. You don't have to join us, but your place has been discovered by them, so you need to leave right away." After hearing it, she still didn't believe what he said. The machine was still glowing and making sounds. The news mentioned Duan Fei's name. The uncle was shocked. He looked at the tablet in horror and saw Duan Fei in a direct conflict with the accident group. Xianyu was also there. Lan Kai asked him a little confusedly, "Do you know the war god Duan Fei?" Before he could explain, he was interrupted. She slammed the door and left him dumbfounded outside. He rubbed his head annoyedly. He had wasted his effort today. Xiao Van behind him told him to take her away without doing such troublesome work. But this method seemed a bit like Tian Wang. He was worried about Xianyu's situation. She closed her eyes and said, "You go ahead. It seems that you care about that girl. Leave this side to me." The uncle's face darkened and he said seriously, "Be careful. It seems that something serious has happened over there." A dark shadow appeared from behind. She spoke and made them jump. It was Lan Kentucky. She appeared with a majestic and beautiful appearance and said, "I can join your group, but first take me to find Duan Fei." He was stunned by this transformation. Xiao Van ignored everyone and left. He said he would find the other people on the list with He Tao. He reminded her to come back if she encountered Tian Wang. On the other side, Speed Wolf continued to attack Duan Fei. He glanced at the image of a hand appearing behind him. When it hit him, he quickly moved to another direction. Speed Lan grabbed him as he jumped over and tried to pull him down. He shouted, "Why are you running? A man should attack head-on." He kept throwing punches at him, but he also dodged them in time. His hands had weapons and he raised them high in the sky. Duan Fei's face was dirty and he smiled calmly with a victorious look. The knife in his hand disappeared and he punched Speed Wolf's nose directly. The system announced that he hit the enemy's weak point and got 4% of the total 60% attribute. Speed Wolf flew forward and spat blood. His eyes were red and a cloud of dust surrounded him. He said angrily, "Why didn't you kill me when you had the chance? You will pay for your actions." His claws were sharp and he attacked with energy. He was a bit dizzy but still managed to kick him in the side and hit another weak point for 4% of the total 64%. His mouth spat blood again and his eyes widened. An invisible hand appeared behind him again and tried to grab him. Duan Fei instinctively raised his hand to block it. Speed Wolf said, "Wait for me to rip your heart out, kid." He stared at him. A ball of energy exploded everywhere. The old man was shocked and didn't expect anyone to escape from this move. He gasped. A purple energy line rushed towards him. Luckily, he resisted it in time. He thought to himself, as expected, he chose to use Speed Wolf's attribute on his body. Duanfei thought that now he could face them directly. The old man widened his eyes and looked at him with a bit of horror. He is called Speed Wolf. Duanfei held his neck and reassured him that he was not dead yet. Right now, if he absorbed him, his attributes would probably disappear. Although absorbing the original dragon species might be stronger. There was no time to transform anymore. He wondered. Why didn't he absorb him? He let go of his hand and made Speed Wolf fall down. No need to hurry, wait a bit, I will absorb all of you soon. His whole body fell down with a thud. At that moment, Duanfei rushed to attack the old man. He said softly with his head down, "You seem very confident in yourself, huh?" He seized the opportunity and hit him in the stomach, making him grit his teeth in pain. He grabbed his hand and could only say, "It doesn't hurt at all, I'll take this arm of yours." He smirked with a hint of meaning. "Then you have to hold on to it." He widened his eyes and looked down. His hand was full of fire burning fiercely. Nearby, the strange monsters rushed up at the same time in a swarm. Their team scattered to one place to attack them. A red beam like a laser hit a piece of rubble on the ground. They gradually appeared more and more. The red beams pointed to the sky in a circle around where they gathered. From above, a source of energy shone straight down, making everyone chaotic. A stream of ice flew up and that energy made them disappear. Xianyu timely used the ice sword to protect them. The demon woman was annoyed and thought, the power of this snake is really annoying. Phantom, don't stand and watch anymore, hurry up and get the key over here. The person she was referring to was also Hua Tulan. He was wary of Xianyu who was guarding himself. The plan was to rob it by force, but that was boring. He had a new idea. He intended to make them fight and kill each other to voluntarily hand over the key. Anna ordered the little oriole to flap its wings and create a whirlwind that made those monsters fly around in the air. The demon woman was angry. "I'm not interested like you. The important thing is to revive the king." She ordered the soldiers to go into battle. From inside the cave appeared various strange monsters. They looked very scary, with long heads and red eyes, tongues constantly sticking out as if they were about to eat alive. The demons appeared as much as ants. They quickly rushed to Imodiet, scared by the large number of zombies like that. She muttered to herself to encourage herself, "Right now he is also fighting hard over there, we have to rely on ourselves." On Duanfei's side, a large source of energy radiated out and burned fiercely. He stretched his hand towards the old man with a huge muscular body. He said from the fire, "Do you think you can hurt me like that? Ridiculous." The fire just now had been quickly absorbed by him into his body. Duanfei backed away. He stomped his foot hard and his whole body became like molten lava. He clenched his fists and threatened, "I'll show you the gap between me and you." His mouth opened wide and fire roared out, "Die!" The invisible hands appeared again around him from the sky, but this time they were lava. He quickly dodged to one side and the hand slammed down on the ground, spreading fire around. Duanfei jumped up and flew far back. One side of his hand flew straight into the ground full of hot rocks. Then the other hand also followed one by one, running after the control of the old man. He took advantage of the pressure created by the heat of the flame that he had just used to compress his technique and attack the opponent. Finally, it will form a very large explosive force to shoot the rocks inside. He watched attentively and worriedly. As expected, the hand technique flew to him and he shouted angrily, "Go to hell." The explosive force inside the hand made the rocks in it fly out. The ground was broken by them and cracked. He ran for his life and escaped. His feet stopped. Duanfei was surrounded by lava flames from the rocks above and other rocks were falling down on him. He used his power to compress into a red force that burned fiercely. He swung his arm and hit him with an illusion like a bomb explosion. With his left hand, he summoned a weapon and his feet stood firmly on the ground. Then he used his strength to jump up high and swept through the fire like a black shadow. He was angry and spread his arms. His hands slammed together like clapping mosquitoes. He moved like a black whirlwind and approached him mockingly. "Is that all you know?" He was horrified. He slapped his side hard. He groaned, his speed was too fast. After fighting with Speed Wolf, his strategy had really improved. When he mentioned Speed Wolf, he hesitated a bit. One of his hands swung up and collided hard, making the energy point at the wolf. The old man finally knew that this power was due to Speed Wolf's support and the key to his improvement. So when he attacked his body, Duan Fei would run to protect him. The boss said, "Sure enough, as I expected." Duan Fei was surprised by his mind. "I didn't expect you guys to be able to do it with your own people." He answered very decisively, "The final goal of us is only one, which is to revive the king at any cost. Not only Blaze Wolf but any one of us can sacrifice. Dealing with you is the biggest problem right now." Hearing him say that, Duan Fei grabbed Blaze Wolf and said, "These beasts can't die like that. If they lose their attributes, it's hard to win." The old man started using his fist full of rocks in his palm to threaten him. He used his big and long hand to chase after the boy and asked, "Do you think you can still fight with him?" And Duan Fei held the wolf tightly and ran away. He answered, "It's tough." Suddenly he let go of his hand and dropped Blaze Wolf to the ground while he was lifted into the air by that giant hand. The boy pushed all his strength into his hands and had to stop him. The old man with red eyes full of ferocity shouted, "Die!" He punched the boy down to the ground. Duan Fei thought too hard, they were not in a favorable place for him. He landed calmly on the ground. The boss began to plot and plan how to get close to him. On the ground, in his head, he also had a lot of worries about attacking from afar. He was just like a target. He left. Then what should Blaze Wolf do? His current goal was Blaze Wolf. The wolf Blaze Wolf slowly opened his eyes. He saw the boy's back faintly. That kid was still alive. He frowned and said, "Damn it, being knocked out by him is humiliating." The cunning wolf thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to sneak attack and finish him off. The flying boy fought and asked, "Are you awake?" He continued, "I advise you not to do anything stupid, hurry up and find a place to hide. Now your good teammate's target is you." He heard that as if a thunder struck in his ears. What? Could it be the giant hand of the boss? Rushing towards him? Making him very surprised? Fortunately, Duan Fei quickly pulled him back while he was startled. His hand missed the ground and caused a very large crack on the ground. The young man flew while running and said, "Do you believe me now?" The old man over there started to worry. Has he woken up already? That makes it harder to attack him. How is your second image? You should send some zombies to deal with the wolf. She wondered, what's the matter with the wolf? The boss answered, I'm not sure, but it seems that its power has been absorbed. Now it is being protected by that kid. She was silent for a while and then reported the situation. I understand. The front line here is not easy to break either. The strategy of the new team is quite strong. I will send a team to the old man's side. The images of the zombies with big chains on their bodies looked very scary. Zombie number 21 had joined the human side. When he saw the scene, he sneered and said, Come on, let's dance with thunder and lightning. He had a sturdy body, a scythe in his hand, and his body was full of momentum. This was what he had been looking forward to. The commander in the human team announced, There are a lot of zombies coming. Be careful. A bunch of zombies with hungry faces were approaching. The young man reassured and commanded everyone, Get ready to face those zombies. Don't panic. Keep the formation tight and narrow the defense range. Suddenly something flew across his eyes. It was a sharp crystal snowflake. It flew like a whirlwind. It was Xianyu who used her skill to attack the zombies. The snow crystal was very beautiful, but it caused high damage. It flew fast like an arrow towards the evil ones below. A brilliant crystal rain was welcoming them. The commander couldn't believe what was happening. This terrifying damage power. Xianyu fought bravely with the zombies alone. After a fierce attack, her power was only at level B. She fell to the ground. Anna saw this and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" She reassured her, "It's okay, I'm just exhausted. I'll rest for a bit and I'll be fine." Ma Long thought about the girl's power. She's just a girl, but she has such a terrifying power. How strong is that kid's team? A giant zombie monster was about to attack him. Suddenly there was a scream that woke him up. Team leader Ma Long, be careful. He was more worried. That's it, I was distracted and couldn't escape anymore. A loud bang, the zombie attacked fiercely forward, shaking the ground and creating an explosion. Ma Long slowly woke up after the hit. He said weakly, "I'm still alive." He remembered that someone had appeared to save him during the fight. He was saved by a zombie. He had many questions in his head. After the squad of war gods joined, some zombies appeared to help them fight. What was going on? Anna suddenly shouted, interrupting Ma Long's thoughts. "You, get out of the way." He was confused and didn't know what was happening. The girl said the zombies were coming from over there. She used her power to stop them from getting close. The zombies that were attacking fiercely suddenly stopped. One of the monsters among them said they couldn't get close. It yelled Anna's name and then turned to attack the zombies that were approaching the girl. The fight between the zombies and the monster was intense and breathtaking. Ma Long was surprised and thought that the kid's power was to control zombies. Were all the members of that brat's squad monsters? The girl next to him kept cheering. "Come on. Don't let them get any closer." The monster obeyed and protected Anna. One step of his could crack the ground. His legs started to bleed, but in his mind he always thought of Anna. The best person in this world. A long scream that seemed to tear apart the scene. The girl worriedly said, 41, be careful. The zombie number 41 said, "I will never let you touch Miss Anna." An angry roar from the monster blew away everything around. Ma Long felt ashamed. He was supposed to be the strongest strategist in the Flame Emperor base, but he let a zombie and a kid protect him. It was humiliating. This time it was his turn to protect them. As for the Wolf King, he was fighting with the zombies sent by the boss. In front of him now was a whole squad of zombies. It seemed that they really wanted to deal with him. What should he do? He was running out of strength. The zombies rushed towards him like arrows. The Wolf King glared and said, "You bunch of trash, you want to fight me? You are insulting me." He slid away and dodged quickly. Another person attacked him and stunned him. That person's skill was not simple. He kept attacking continuously, making him dodge from side to side for a long distance. It turned out that it was Mirage Lady. He angrily said, "This time it's your turn, huh?" Mirage Lady smiled lightly and said, "What can you do? I didn't expect you to have so much strength left. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm just following orders." The Wolf King looked at her and said to everyone, "Why don't we join forces and deal with him? Isn't that better?" She replied disdainfully. "That sounds good, but it would be more time and energy efficient to deal with you first. Your failure has made us lose face." The Wolf King also said coldly, "Then there's nothing more to say. I don't want to die in your hands like this." Mirage Lady said arrogantly, "You don't have a choice. You have no resistance now." Countless rays of light attacked him. "Damn it, how could these things hurt me before?" He replied to her saying, "Let me suffer a little bit of this pain then." A spiral drill appeared and the Wolf King was tied up below, waiting for death. She was above him and said, "Next will be your heart." The situation was critical, only 1 millimeter away from his skin being pierced by the drill tip. But Duan Fei arrived in time to stop it and save his life. Neon said that the boy's skillful sword dance had cut off the rope that tied the old wolf. He gestured with his hand for the old man to retreat while fighting the wolf and asked, "Are you really attracted by my power?" He answered, "At this point, you still care about that issue? Even if you regain your power, do you think you can go back to the previous relationship with them?" A big hand appeared and made them panic. Duan Fei moved his leg to the right of the old wolf and then jumped on the hand that slid across the boy and the old wolf. The evolution tree appeared and said, "Fighting 2 original species at the same time and still having to protect him. The situation is getting worse and we have to get out of this situation quickly." The boy replied, "I know that too. Protecting him is the most important thing right now. If I lose this ability, I might not have another chance to steal the attributes of the character." The wolf frowned and wondered, "What the hell is that?" The evolution tree on the zombie side spoke up, as the boss said, "I can feel the breath of the king on this kid." Neon didn't believe it. How could this kid have anything to do with the king? Maybe I was hit so hard that I had a hallucination. No, that's not right. The feeling just now was very real, not like a hallucination at all. If that's true, then the king that we always wanted to revive. Suddenly, a stone's watermark emitted a strange light. Illusion screamed, "What is this? A fierce eye is looking at us." Duan Fei jumped up and thought in his heart that with his current ability, he might be able to deal with this original species. As long as he could handle it, everything behind would be easy. His skillful sword dance looked very impressive. Illusion was scared and clenched her teeth. He was too fast. If he got close, she would be at a disadvantage. She had to retreat. She was shocked to find that he had grabbed her rope. His hand clenched and the fire of anger erupted again. The rope covered with hot fire was approaching her. Neon. Danger was getting closer. Duan Fei roared like a god and made her unable to resist. A powerful energy source slammed into the ground. His 2 hands dragged a long fire trail and he rushed straight down. The fist of the giant hand suddenly appeared and blocked his way. The old wolf standing outside also felt dazzled by the intense fight. He felt Duan Fei's power through the battle. The kid had become so strong. He realized and praised himself. He had his own power to become stronger like that. Surely he was also strong like that, right? Yes, surely it was like that. The fierce battle in the air was still going on. Neon stood below and watched and thought about the kid. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight both of us alone. She began to use her move. Duan Fei said earlier that he was alone, but now he wasn't anymore. A light flashed and a long fire trail ran across the ground. It turned out that Kim Bao had come to help him. "Thank you, Kim Bao." Kim Bao rode him on his back and looked like a beast. He said, "Luckily you can feel my breath." The puppy also barked in response. The old wolf looked at them and exclaimed, "Wow, they are so big." Duan Fei gave a task to the puppy Kim Bao. He said, "You take the original species girl and go. Ensure her safety during this time." It barked twice as if it wanted to say something. The boy understood and reassured me. "Don't worry about me. You stay here, it's very dangerous. Only if you ensure her safety while I fight, can we have a chance to win this battle." The puppy obeyed and replied, "Woof woof." After that, the boy also rushed away. "I entrust her to you." Kim Bao went to the front of the old wolf. It barked once and the old man understood. He said, "Okay." The puppy Kim Bao and the new wolf flew up to the sky. The old man asked, my friend wants to ask you a question. Are you also a wolf? The puppy was silent and thought, did he also lose his intelligence? At the human battlefield, the permanent correspondent had landed on the ground and reported. Dear viewers, the current situation is out of control. A large number of zombies are constantly attacking our human line of defense. Our soldiers are falling one after another. The monster with the shape of a scorpion is aiming at its next prey. That is the reporter himself. He trembled and said, now I am also in danger. This may be the last time I report to you. The monster opened its mouth wide and showed its sharp teeth like knives. It roared loudly. Fortunately, a two-legged zombie monster stopped the attack of the scorpion. His mouth stuttered and said, Zombie Xiao Du Gwen appears. He used his legs to grab the clothes of the cameraman and the reporter. The bird had hugged them and flew up high to avoid danger. They screamed, flying up. After bringing them to a safe place, Anna thanked Du Gwen. Thank you for your hard work. Du Gwen, you go over there and help. The two men were thrown down from high above and groaned in pain. The girl looked at them and scolded them with an angry and indifferent voice. She also entered the frame of the camera. Hey, you two, who are you? Do you know how dangerous this place is? The reporter wondered, what's going on? How come there's a girl here who seems to be able to command zombies? Quickly film me a scene description. Hurry up. Anna curiously leaned her face into the camera and asked, what is this? The guy answered, this is a camera. This thing can help us let everyone in the world know about the situation here. The girl was excited and asked innocently, everywhere in the world means everyone in the world will see me? The reporter answered, yes, that's right. Why are you here? Quickly introduce yourself to everyone. The girl's eyes sparkled and she said, wow, that's interesting. Introduce myself? I am Anna. I have my best friends Don Caca and Xinu Gia. Anna likes to eat French fries and drink soda. And also, the reporter interrupted her, wait, introducing yourself until here is enough. Tell me a little bit about why you are in this dangerous place. And just now it seemed like you could control zombies, right? Anna honestly answered, Anna came here with Don Caca and then found out that there are many bad guys here. A righteous person like Anna can't just stand by and watch. Anna can make friends with zombies and they will help Anna do things. Her zombie shouted once and then fell down. He quickly apologized, sorry Anna, I was careless just now. The girl ordered him sternly, you see it now, continue to rush up. The zombie answered, leave it to me. The boy saw this scene and reported it incredulously, I can't believe it's possible to communicate with zombies. The girl quickly reminded him, okay, uncle. You two should leave quickly. Anna has to go somewhere else to help. The evil dragon was attacked and pushed back by the zombie. The illusion looked at everything that was happening and said, the situation is going according to our plan. He looked at Xinu's current strength and said, the frog's stamina is almost gone. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Actually, these things are not important. The most important thing is that the wolf is useless. The boss and the mirage are being blocked by that kid. Now I just need to go and resurrect the king, then all the credit will be mine without spending any energy. Hong Tu Lin walked over angrily and asked Phantom, Commander Hua, what is going on? Our army has lost contact. Wasn't the battle plan perfect? Tran Tu Lin added, we trusted you and let you lead the army. Now that things have turned out like this, how do you explain it? He turned around and answered, the reason for the current situation is that our plan was leaked. There is a traitor among us. They were both surprised and asked, what did you say? A traitor? Back to the girl Anna, she was standing in an old car instructing her zombie subordinates. Suddenly, a hand covered her mouth. Phantom replied, yes, I have found out who the traitor is. Back in the battle, number 41 fought hard and finally dealt with him. Let me go. The girl was startled when she heard his voice. It was Anna, who was being captured by a group of mobile soldiers and taken somewhere. He covered her mouth and said, Commander Hua wants to see you. Listen to him. Suddenly, number 41 flew behind him and grabbed his neck and said, harming Miss Anna is an enemy. Execute immediately. Anna stopped number 41 and said, wait a minute. Number 41, let go of him and let me ask why he wants to catch Anna. He fell to the floor and coughed. Commander Hua said you are a spy and you are the one who controls the zombies to attack us. She denied it. No, Anna is trying very hard to protect humans. Those people who intervened may also be part of your plan. How do you explain that you can control zombies? That's right, how do you explain that? Anna said nonsense, it's true that I can control zombies, but I don't make them attack humans. Now I will make them stop moving. But how can Anna's current strength be so strong? There was another sound of footsteps coming in. Move away. Commander Hua is here. She asked, are you the one who said I was a spy? Phantom squinted at her and said, yes, you don't have to pretend anymore. From the beginning until now, you have always controlled the zombies to make us run around in circles. It's you no matter how you disguise yourself or how perfect you are. Because you are not human at all but a zombie. Anna was angry. Whether Anna is human or not has nothing to do with it. I like Duong Caca. Duong Caca is protecting you, so I also protect you. The whole group of black soldiers surrounded her and stood still. They were not allowed to move or get close to the commander. The Phantom blocked the way. What do you have to say now? He asked. La Duong said, Commander Hua, what are you doing? The zombies are getting closer to us. And you are still here causing internal strife? Phantom glanced at him. Commander La, you came at the right time. This kid is your person. Do you know that she is a zombie, or is this all part of your plan? If so, the historical story of fighting against the Tri dynasty might also be a drama that you staged yourself. La Duong was confused. What are you talking about? Even if we have conflicts, this is not the time to calculate that. Anna's contribution after joining the fight is clear to everyone. The others rejected his idea. We are like this because of the zombies. That's right, we can't be soft on zombies. Zombies must be destroyed, wiped out. They kept attacking her with words, hitting her small heart. In the sky, the beasts continued to fight. Kim Bao said, that's good, my brother. Phantom has started to touch the key. The wolf god rushed down to the ground. I have something to do, you go ahead and be careful, my brother. This was too strange. If the thing that revived was not the king, then it was a complete failure. Right now, I can't think too much about it. I had to survive. Next, I could only rely on myself. On this side, Phantom increasingly pressured Anna. Don't say I'm unreasonable. Because of this kid's special identity, I will take care of her for now until the war is over and we will deal with this matter later. He reached out to grab the kid but was blocked by number 21 and 41. One put a chain of thorns around his neck and one was ready to scratch his heart with claws. If you take one more step, you will suffer the consequences. Don't you dare get close to Miss Anna. The old man screamed, what is this? These two dirty zombies. His anger spread everywhere from him. Number 41 quickly told the girl to run fast. Because he realized that this old man was not easy to deal with, he had to run away to save his life. Number 21 stayed behind to buy time. Catch them for me. The soldiers with muscular bodies ran up to grab them. They got hit by 21's electric chain. He gritted his teeth and held them back. Damn it, deal with this one first. Anna called out, Number 21, turn back to your original form. He shouted back, "Forget it, I need to stop them here. Number 41 will explain the reason to you." Anna shed tears. Did he want to sacrifice himself? He had to face more than a dozen generals and also the old man Phantom alone. Even though his lightning was very strong, it was not easy with this number of enemies. After a while of chaos, they seemed to have won. "Commander, are you okay? How dare this thing try to stop me? Keep chasing them for me." Number 41 ran with his owner on his back. Miss Anna clung tightly to me, but things didn't go as they wanted. They were blocked by a group of zombie beasts on the way as if they were following Phantom's orders. Number 41 still rushed forward. He waved his hand and cut a path through the zombies. "Miss Anna, did you hear what I said? I said that Commander Hua is not a human." Number 21 sensed a kind of breath on him that is exactly like the reindeer. He is a primordial parasite. He transformed into a human shape and deceived everyone. If he is the leader of the humans, then it is very likely that this battle was arranged by him. The main purpose is to make humanity extinct. Anna was doubtful. "What are you saying? Then we are in trouble. We have to tell everyone quickly." Who knew that the old man Phantom had caught up with them long ago? He said viciously, "I knew you saw me, but don't you have enough power to keep this secret from me? Not saying anything, huh? Then I'll take it as you agree." Number 41 was caught off guard. Anna opened her eyes wide and saw the old man stab number 41 with his sword. She shouted, "Number 41, hurry back to the original space." As soon as she finished speaking, she took number 41 away in time. Number 41 was extremely confused and couldn't do anything against his master's will. Phantom still held his sword and turned to Anna. "I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. It's useless. He's so badly injured that his death is only a matter of time. With your current power, you can't control me at all. Just obediently follow me." A wave of pressure flew from somewhere and scared him. A girl stood in front of Anna. This person was Xianyu, who else could it be? Anna said, "Sister Xianyu, be careful. He is a primordial parasite. He disguised himself as a human and fooled everyone. It's really annoying. There's no way out but to kill him." Xianyu hesitated for a moment. A human officer turned out to be a primordial parasite in disguise. She activated her ice sky and said loudly, "Why are you targeting Anna?" Phantom swung his sword to block the ice and replied, "I have no obligation to answer you." She looked him in the eye and said, "The purpose of your group is to resurrect your king." Phantom realized that the reindeer told them, right? The two engaged in close combat and she said, "And you disguise yourself as Commander Hua and bring all the troops here. It must have something to do with resurrecting the king. Wait a minute, could it be that Anna is also part of your plan?" Phantom didn't hide anything anymore and showed his true face. "You figured it out, huh? That's right, this kid is the key to breaking the seal. Even if you know, it's useless. You can't do anything anymore. As long as the king comes back, this world will be ours. Humans like you will become our food." Xianyu was stunned and speechless. She couldn't believe everything had come to this point. But her strength was not equal to his. "Sister Xianyu, are you okay?" Phantom continued his evil words, "Everything you're doing is futile. Your fate has been decided long ago." At the same time, Ma Long came over and asked Commander Hua what was going on. He turned his face and said, "I found out that this kid is a zombie, an insider planted among us humans. After being discovered, he tried to run away." Ma Long glanced at the kid and didn't believe it, but he didn't dare to argue either. "What? The kid is a zombie? How could that be? Just now he saved me." Anna shouted from afar, "That's not true. This Commander Hua is a zombie. You've all been fooled by him. He wants to kill you all. Come with me quickly. There was another strange appearance. Everyone was surrounded by circles of pressure and the ground shook slightly. What's going on? Why is my body so heavy? I am Jiahao and Lai Fong. We are sorry for being late. Xi and you, are you two okay? The two girls were happy that they finally arrived. Xi and you said, hurry up and tell your brother the purpose of our group. It is Anna. Commander Hua is a purebred zombie. Lai Fong replied, I understand. Jiahao, you quickly take them away. I will go find Duan Fei. Phantom turned pale. Our carefully planned scheme has been ruined by you. None of you will escape from here. La Duan was shocked. What did you say? Commander Hua is a zombie? Ka continued, that's right. The other teams were led to a place like a sacrificial altar. Then they all died. Our team was not affected by the trap. Then the soldier who always followed Commander Hua appeared and wanted to force us to go there. She is also a zombie. This is crazy. How can this be? What should we do now? We only have so few soldiers left. How can we fight him? The person who always led us turned out to be a zombie. The situation is very unfavorable for us. The old men discussed heatedly. But they did not know that behind them, a whole army of zombies was approaching menacingly. There was no way to escape. We could only try our best to stop them. We only had one chance of winning, our war god, Duan Fei. They hoped for him, but could he handle these two special zombies? He had also consumed a lot of energy. He did not expect that there was still such a strong human being. Duan Fei attacked swiftly. Do you still have time to chat? He grabbed the female zombie and thought quickly, where did this strength come from? He slammed her down to the ground. The male zombie wanted to save his partner and attacked with a fiery fist. Die, you bastard. He activated his ability to absorb energy from the female zombie. She cursed, damn you, you despicable human. She tried to use her skill of spider silk to tie his right arm. Boss, he can't move anymore. She signaled the one behind to attack harder. He replied, good job. Then he threw a punch of farewell. Lai Fong suddenly appeared and blocked a blow for Duan Fei, but the power of the other was too great. Lai Fong could not hold on for long. He glared and said, die. Duan Fei felt uneasy and wanted to turn around and help Lai Fong, but he was stuck with this annoying woman. He used fire to burn the silk that entangled him and said, let go of your claws. She screamed and tried to poke his eyes, but failed. Lai Fong escaped and looked around. This is too dangerous. And Duan Fei, why are you here? What is that over there? Duan Fei's shadow clone answered, that is my shadow clone after I upgraded my assassination skill. But never mind that now. Why are you here? This place is very dangerous. Lai Fong gasped and said, oh yes, I came here to tell you that Commander Hua is a purebred zombie and an important factor in resurrecting their king, Anna. Duan Fei was confused. What did you say? Anna the resurrection factor? What about La Commander and the others? Do they know about this? Ka had told everyone already. Xi and Yu's group was protecting Anna, but their power was limited. They were not his match. A huge hand slammed down where they were and made a terrifying sound. It seems that you already know everything, huh? Then don't even think about leaving this place. Lai Fong, you quickly get out of here and take Anna with you. I will deal with this and come right away. Lai Fong obeyed and said, okay, be careful. That hand slammed down on the ground, causing the rocks to shatter and smoke and fire to fill the air. The zombie-like creature covered its face and said, damn, these two are so annoying. Suddenly, Duan Fei emerged from the black smoke, his eyes sharp as blades, and said, your plan has been exposed. So what? The creature replied. As long as I stop you here, the resurrection on the other side will be completed soon. Then you will be dead for sure. Duan Fei ignored him and said, I will not let that happen. I will solve this problem with my fists. The creature fought back and said, Who gave you the right to decide? The fate of human extinction has been predetermined. Everything you are doing is futile. You cannot change destiny. Duan Fei gritted his teeth and said, My destiny changed from the moment I came back. Destiny is always something that the weak have to accept. You are the one who has to accept your fate. He prepared to launch his final move, but it seemed that the creature was still alive thanks to the help of the female demon. She supported him with a thread and asked, Boss, are you okay? He was saved by the thread, but was still intact. He answered, I'm fine, thanks to you. Duan Fei did not stop. He rushed forward like a ball of fire. The old zombie was scared and used all his strength to block him as much as he could. What kind of power is this? Is this kid a monster? A few seconds later, a beam of light pierced through his golden hand and hit the old evil zombie directly. But he still had another trick up his sleeve. He pulled the female demon closer and tried to use her as a shield. Duan Fei's arm pierced through her chest. She shivered and looked at him with disappointment. Why? He answered, Everything I do is for our king. Don't worry, when he resurrects, he will avenge you. Duan Fei clenched his teeth and said, Too bad I couldn't kill that old bastard in this battle. Damn this beast. The zombie raised his voice and said, You should worry about yourself first. He said that and left without looking back. Don't pretend. How can a blow like this hurt you? I don't know what you are planning to do, but I won't let you have a chance to sneak attack me. Anyway, dragging out time will benefit me. Under the ground, a purple-blue aura emerged. He did not understand what was happening until it released a stream of electricity and lightning. Duan Fei stepped out and said with a victorious tone, You should thank your suspicious nature for giving me time to absorb the original life seed. This time it is really your end. He did not expect Duan Fei to complete the absorption so quickly and increase his level by 5. His overall strength had surpassed his level with level 28 strength, level 27 agility, level 18 exploration, and level 7 spirit. He continued, Level B is right in front of me. About 15 minutes ago, the fake Commander Hua was exposed. He was actually Phantom, an original lifeform. He was annoyed and said, Wouldn't it be better if you obediently listened? You could have lived a little longer. Why do you like to mess with my play? Jiahao was helpless and said, This guy is too strong. We have so many people but we can't even scratch him. Ma Long was surprised and said, I can't believe Commander Hua was actually a zombie in disguise. Phantom revealed his true form with a blood-red body and a pair of wings behind him. He sneered and said, Now you know it's too late. You humans are really stupid in a pitiful way. But I have to thank you for playing with me. Phantom had level B ability of regeneration and level A ability of illusion transformation. He could freely change his appearance. Ma Long asked angrily, What did you do to Commander Hua? Then he answered, Oh, let me think. In your human terms, he has sacrificed himself. Before he died, he was very loud. He said something like humans will not forgive you. Now that I think about it, it's still funny. How stupid do you have to be to believe that humans have a future? Ma Long was furious. He attacked and shouted, You filthy beast. The zombie said, Yes, that's the face. It's exactly the same as the useless scream of that old man. As soon as he finished, he waved his hand lightly. He made a big slash on Ma Long's body. He pushed him away. Jiahao ran to help him and advised, Calm down a bit. Ma Long said angrily, Let me go. I have to kill this beast. I actually obeyed the orders of the beast who killed Commander Hua. He also indirectly killed 2 of my brothers. And now I can't do anything. The zombie had appeared behind Anna at some point. He said, "All right, if my identity is exposed, then let's get to the main thing." Xianu reacted quickly. She created an ice sword and slashed, but it was too late. He had grabbed Anna and jumped away. He said again, "You're fast, but still too slow. Wait for me to finish my work. Then I'll come back and play with you slowly." Duan faced sister through ice rocks and shouted, "Let Anna go quickly." He swept away the rocks with a flick of his hand. He wondered, "I'm curious why you are willing to risk your lives for a zombie? Isn't it true that in your eyes zombies have taken everything from you?" Xianu jumped to attack again. He asked her while blocking her attacks, "Don't you feel guilty towards humanity? Aren't you controlled by this kid?" Xianu shouted, "Shut up. Anna is different from you bastards." As soon as she finished, he squeezed her mouth and asked, "Different? Different how? We are all zombies. We were born to destroy humans. Don't you want to save humanity? I'll give you a chance. Now you kill this kid and then the king will not be able to revive. Humans will also win for sure." Anna in his hand struggled and said, "You bastard. Let go of sister Xianu." Phantom asked again, "So what? Will you kill or not? You are being soft-hearted for a zombie. This opportunity, if given to any other human, would probably not hesitate to choose to act. Your current choice is to abandon all of humanity. It is you who make them continue to live in this apocalypse." Xianu didn't care. She used all her strength to attack. She raised her voice and said, "Shut up. Don't think that after being human for a few days you can understand us humans. You are the cause of all this. Your death can only solve the hatred in our hearts. The one who deserves to die is you." Feeling the danger, he jumped high and laughed loudly, "That's dangerous. The kid is surprisingly calm. If it were someone else they would have collapsed long ago." Xianu stomped hard on the ground. A wall of ice rose up high in a spiral shape. Jiahao was stunned and asked, "Did Xianu do that?" Ma Long was also surprised and asked, "Is that girl so strong?" Xianu jumped on the wall and started sliding up quickly. The girl with the ice sword in her hand rose higher and higher. The arrogant zombie said, "Let me see what tricks you have." She shot ice stones at him. He blocked them with his wings and asked, "Is that all?" Suddenly, ice stones attacked him from behind. They came from the ice wall that surrounded him. He realized her intention and said, "So the brat wants to trap my feet." Seeing an opportunity, Xianu jumped up high. She quickly cut off his left arm and grabbed Anna. The little girl said happily, "Sister Xianu is awesome." She also smiled and said, "Great, Anna is fine." But she was not happy for long. A figure with an intact body flew to them and said, "It seems I underestimated you." He punched Xianu again and took Anna back. He smiled and said, "But you surprised me. It's very interesting." Xianu flew to the ground after the punch from Phantom. She tried to stand up. He said in surprise, "Still alive? You're quite tough, huh?" He punched the ice wall next to him. He grabbed the fragments and threw them at the girl. "Let's see how long you can last," he said with a smile. Xianu had no strength left and did not know if she could dodge. Above him, he saw something and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to fight for death. It's sad that a zombie protects a human." Below, Kim Bao arrived in time to shield Xianu from all the damage. The big dog turned back into a small shape. Xianu ran to him and asked, "Kim Bao, are you okay?" Phantom said triumphantly, "Let's see what you do this time." Anna said, "Stop it. I'll go with you, but you can't hurt Sister Xianu and the others anymore." He replied, "This is not something you can solve." The girl said again, if you don't agree, I'll kill myself. Without me, your plan will fail. Xian heard everything and shouted, Anna, what are you talking about? Don't be silly. We will save you. The girl said firmly, Sister Xian, enough. We are not their match. Only this way can everyone survive. Please take everyone away and help me take care of them. Suddenly, the captain said through telepathy, Phantom, don't waste time anymore. Revive the king quickly. The kid has absorbed illusion too. If we delay any longer, we will die. Phantom did not believe it and asked, what? Illusion is dead too? The captain answered, yes, the important thing now is to revive the king. Following the order from the captain, he flew away and said, I understand. He did not believe what he heard. He thought that kid had almost absorbed all of us. Damn it. On his way, zombies attacked him by Anna's order. He quickly killed them all. He said angrily, are you playing me? Do you think I will be soft on them? Useless. To me they are just trash. Xian was very helpless. She kept punching the ground and blamed herself. She said, damn it, do I have to stop here? Brother comes and saves Anna quickly. Phantom has almost reached his target. He was happy and said, soon the great king will be revived. But he felt danger and turned around. He quickly killed the little dragon that was about to attack him. He said annoyedly, stop it, don't do useless things anymore or I will. Before he finished speaking he realized that his arm was gone. It was Blaze Wolf who had taken Anna and said, this time it's not because of the kid. Don't blame her too much. Phantom got angry and shouted loudly, Blaze Wolf, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? The zombie wolf smiled and replied, I know very well what I am doing. You beat my brother Kim Bao like that. I have to help him. And after you revive your king, our death is certain. The other guy restored his left arm and asked further, so you think you can survive by betraying us? Blaze Wolf answered, anyway, we will die. So I will do what I think is right. He then turned to Anna and said, kid, hold on to me. The two guys rushed into each other and fought. Phantom said again, Blaze Wolf, listen to me. Give me the key. I will help you beg for mercy. Blaze Wolf ignored him and said, stop wasting your saliva. I know your mouth very well. And besides, who can guarantee that the thing in there is really our king? The other guy got angrier and attacked him while saying, how dare you doubt our king? You are beyond hope. If you want to die so much, I will help you. Blaze Wolf reacted and blocked the attack. He let Anna go and said, kid, go find a hiding place first. Phantom kept attacking him and insulting him, you are a disgrace to us. The zombie wolf fought back and said, you abandoned me first. Phantom hit him and said, now you are just useless trash. Do you think they will accept trash like you? Seeing an opening, Blaze Wolf grabbed him and counterattacked. He said, I don't know about other things, but at least they won't harm their own teammates. That alone is better than you by 100 times. But Phantom fought back again and said, only the weak need to lick each other's wounds. We only need to complete our mission. So why don't you sacrifice your life for your mission? The wolf bit his hand hard. The other guy used his other hand to strike. The wolf jumped back in time to dodge. The Phantom shouted, you will die before me. Phantom was about to finish him off when Anna ran to stop him. The wolf was puzzled and asked, I told you to hide somewhere else. Why did you come back? The girl answered, you helped Anna, so you are a friend. So Anna has to help you too. The other guy was furious and yelled, damn brat. You always interfere with my business. Wait until I deal with you later. He looked behind and saw a group of soldiers running to help Anna. In the sky nearby, there was a ship flying closer. The person at the control panel reported, Boss, We are almost at the headquarters of Heaven's disaster. Thien Vong got up from his seat and said, "Good, prepare to go. The battlefield is right in front of us." His soldiers answered in unison, "Yes." The pilot observed and said, "According to the reaction display, they are fighting over there." Thien Vong smiled and said, "Good. Let them clear the trash first. Our target is only the evolution tree inside the big spaceship." Thien Vong was ready for his plan. He sat there and waited. His evolution tree appeared and asked, "The plan is almost successful. What do you think?" He answered, "Everything is under control." She said further, "If it weren't for some unexpected things in the middle of the way, this day would have come sooner." He replied again, "It doesn't matter. It's not fun if everything goes too smoothly." The girl warned him, "Don't underestimate the enemy. The ability to cause evolution on that kid is not simple." Thien Vong asked back, "Not simple? Do you mean I might lose?" She answered, "Of course he can't compare with you. He is nothing right now. But better safe than sorry." The battle below Duan Fei was still continuing. The zombie condensed the air into a large hand and punched at him. The boy quickly eliminated it. The zombie rushed forward angrily and shouted, "You dog! This time I condensed the air around me to create a giant body and asked, 'Can you stop me this time?' After transforming, he jumped to attack Duan Fei. The boy had good reflexes and dodged the attack, but then the opponent saw an opening and grabbed him with both arms. He said smugly, "I caught you. I will squeeze you into meatballs." Duan Fei released his zombie power and felt something familiar. He exclaimed, "This breath is the king's. You are the king of our kind." Duan Fei didn't understand and asked, "I am the king of your kind?" The zombie trembled and withdrew his giant body. Duan Fei also withdrew his energy and landed slowly. The zombie suddenly knelt down and bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive my ignorance. It was all a misunderstanding." The boy was puzzled and thought, "What is he thinking? Does he know he can't beat me so he starts to make excuses to beg for mercy?" He thought and approached and asked, "What do you mean by saying I am the king of your kind?" The zombie answered fearfully, "Yes, I just felt that you really emit the breath that only our king has." So Duan Fei interrupted and asked, "If I am the king of your kind, then who is the person you are trying to resurrect?" The zombie bowed his head and apologized, "We must have been wrong. I'm sorry for making this mistake. I will tell Phantom to stop right away." He immediately transmitted his voice and said, "Phantom, stop right now. The king of our kind is in front of us." Phantom was confused and asked, "What? Boss, did you get brainwashed too? Why does everyone say that?" The captain shouted, "Don't ask anymore. Stop what you are doing and come to us quickly." Phantom didn't believe it and thought, "No way. I'm just one step away from completing the resurrection ritual for the king. How can I stop?" On the other side, the zombie said, "Great king, Phantom is." Duan Fei replied, "All right, I heard it. And bow your head down." The zombie was scared and said, "Yes, now we just need to stop Phantom." Duan Fei put his hand on the zombie's head and said, "I can go by myself. I remember someone said that even if they had to sacrifice themselves to resurrect the king, they wouldn't mind, right?" He realized something and begged, "Wait a minute, great king. Listen to my explanation. Please spare me my life." He didn't care. The boy activated his skill to steal abilities. A current of electricity transferred to the zombie. He screamed in despair and fell down. Duan Fei stood there and continued, "Even if I am your king, I will not allow a traitor who sells out his teammates' lives to exist." He then absorbed the original species. The evolution tree also realized something. She said to herself, "My memory has fully recovered." Images kept appearing in her head. She muttered, "I have a father. He is the god of this universe who has the power to dominate everything. He lost interest in everything, so he created a giant evolution tree. That's how I was born. There were 3 others besides me. I was the youngest. Father divided his power into 4 parts and gave them to us. On top of the big ship, the world tree of the Skynet continued to speak. It took us to 4 different universes. Each of us had to maintain the balance of that universe. The Skynet said with interest, "Oh, what a surprise. You didn't even bother to tell me when you dug up your grave in the past. But now you are telling me by yourself." The girl said, "You seem very wary of his power." Father divided his power into 4 parts that were not equal and gave them to us. The one we absorbed was our second brother. His power was light. The one who escaped unexpectedly last time was our eldest brother. He held time and space. The time tunnel he opened that time was to escape to the 4th sister's universe. He came here not only to escape from us, but also for the 4th sister. He wanted to defeat us, who had 2 evolution trees in our hands. He needed to absorb the 4th sister. Her power was conquest. She could absorb everything in the universe. As for her development level, it could not be evaluated. The sooner we absorb her, the better. On Duan Fei's side, he had a superior evolution. He rose to level B, and his conquest ability rose to level 5. The effect was equal to adding 1 level to all his existing abilities. His contract ability was level 5, and he could add 1 more contract object. His fire ability was level 4, and it increased his attack by 40%. His assassination ability was level 3. He added a new ability, Shadow Illusion Control, which was level 2 and enhanced his control power by 20%. His barrier breaking ability was level 2 and could choose 2 targets at the same time. His strength was level 35, agility was level 34, intelligence was level 25, and spirit rose to level 8. The Skynet smiled and said, "You are worthy of being the one who holds the darkness. You can even act against your own brothers." The world tree said, "Darkness has the power to hide everything. How can those in the darkness tolerate anything outside the light? Only you have no right to say that to me. I chose you because your heart is also full of darkness and greed." Thien Vong laughed loudly and replied, "You are not entirely dark either. At least when you discovered me, your eyes were very bright." She added, "Don't worry, that kid is just a toy." Duan Fei, after listening to the whole story of the world tree, also understood its meaning. He said, "This is your restored memory, right? I get it. The original species is indeed a piece of energy. No wonder you said before that the original species is suitable for our upgrade. So I am the king, but they recognized the wrong person as the king. There is only one possibility, the one who was sealed is your eldest brother. For some reason, he crossed over to this place and I was taken away by chance." As he spoke, he created clothes with his shadow that had turned into an illusion. He really didn't understand why it was him. There were still many mysteries, but now was not the time to think about them. He had to hurry and save Anna and the others. Phantom quickly grabbed Anna and said, "What? The boss is dead? What a joke. It's just a kid and you can't handle him? Wait, when the king revives, you will all die." He flew quickly to the gate of the seal, but luckily Duan Fei arrived in time to block his way. The little girl was happy to call Duan Fei brother. The boy said to the little girl, "Anna, don't be afraid, it will be over soon." Phantom was furious and shouted, "Don't think that I will be afraid of you if you absorb them. You are really stupid, don't you realize that I am your king? That's good, if you obey me, I would still worry about where to test my new strength." Phantom didn't believe Duan Fei's words and said, "Don't pretend in front of me, you can't be the king. You are just a human being of low quality. Humans have a weakness, when they face the familiar faces of their teammates, they will not dare to attack. As he spoke, he transformed into Haka and tried to make it difficult for Duan Fei. He ignored him and immediately attacked. Phantom immediately let go of Anna from his hand and Duan Fei quickly caught her with his shadow hand. He gently put her down on the ground. Xianyu ran over to support her and asked Anna if she was okay. The zombie didn't understand and asked, "Why can you attack your own teammate?" The boy answered mockingly, "Are you joking in front of me?" The next scene surprised Duan Fei very much. He had turned into Xianyu, his sister. He smiled and said, "What about this then, big brother?" The real Xianyu reminded Anna not to take risks like that again. The little girl happily agreed and said she knew it. They were talking when a lightning bolt struck next to them. Duan Fei landed and asked them to stay away from there. Phantom was seriously injured. He sat up angrily and yelled, Why can you attack your own sister? I can't accept it. It's just a little bit more and I can revive the king. And soon I can rule this world with the king. It's all because of you. You die for me." As he spoke, he rushed to attack. Duan Fei easily dodged and punched him in the stomach. At the same time, he activated his energy capture skill. Phantom screamed in despair as he began to weaken before closing his eyes. He tried to look at the gate and begged, "King, save me. I don't want to die." After he died, Duan Fei absorbed his original species and his strength increased to level 38 for strength, level 37 for agility, level 28 for reconnaissance, and level 8 for spirit. Everyone else had also gathered by then. The soldiers were happy to praise him. "You are amazing. You saved us again. We are saved." La Commander stepped forward and said, "You worked hard, Duan Fei. You saved us once again. No. This time you saved all humanity." The boy calmly replied, "This is not a place to chat. Let's go to the base first and then talk." He was about to leave when a voice behind him called, "King." It was Blaze Wolf. He knelt down and showed remorse. He said, "This is all our fault. We will accept any punishment you give us." Duan Fei was surprised and said, "Oh, you are quite conscious, aren't you?" Anna ran to stand in front of him and said, "Wait a minute. He just protected Anna. Please spare his life, Duan Fei brother." But the boy was not lenient. He approached and told the girl, "Get out of the way, Anna." He put his hand on Blaze Wolf's head. He closed his eyes and prepared to accept any punishment from the king. But he did not feel any pain. He realized that his power had recovered. Duan Fei explained, "You risked your life to protect Anna. That means you are our teammate now. From now on, you are Anna's bodyguard. And don't call me king. Call me Duan Fei." The zombie wolf was moved and bowed his head. He said, "Yes, sir. You can rest assured that I will take care of the kid. I mean, Anna." The girl was also happy and said, "Great, Blaze Wolf." Duan Fei replied, "You don't have to be so formal. Just talk normally." Xianyu also came over and asked curiously, "Brother, where did this outfit come from?" He answered, "It was created by Shadow Death." Xiaka admired and said, "That's convenient. You can change styles as you like." He modestly said, "I just made up something." The group was chatting happily when the sealed gate in the distance suddenly lit up violently. The ground began to shake more and more strongly. A long hand came out of the gate very quickly. Duan Fei sensed the danger and blocked it. He thought, "This is too powerful. What is this thing?" But then the hand changed direction. It was aiming straight at Anna. Blaze Wolf jumped in front of her to shield her. He shouted, "Get out of here." The hand grabbed Blaze Wolf and missed Anna. The girl worriedly called Blaze Wolf's name. The wolf ignored her and said, "Run away. I can't hold on much longer." The hand also grabbed Anna and both of them were dragged towards the gate. Duan Fei shouted, "Everyone get out of here! Leave this to me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the gate. He thought to himself, "Damn it! Has it revived?" Duan Fei flew forward to rescue Blaze Wolf and Anna from danger. Three Fangs seemed to want to crush the girl and the old wolf. He couldn't stand it anymore and used his skill and shouted, "Stop for me." As he spoke, he threw a fireball at the monster with fangs, but it didn't care at all. Duan Fei began to worry. Fire charm didn't work? He fought with it fiercely, but the more he fought, the more he realized that its power was too strong and there was no flaw at all. In this situation, he made a decision: if that's the case, then I have to absorb you. The evolution board announced, Duan Fei has activated the skill capture, but it cannot because the opponent is too strong and it needs time to capture it. The monster attacked him relentlessly. A red electric current came out of nowhere. The electric current surrounded Anna's small body and made her scream in pain. She clenched her eyes shut and her hands tightly set in agony. "It hurts so much. My body is about to be torn apart." The old wolf asked worriedly, "Anna?" The body of the little girl who used to be small grew rapidly in a dizzying way. Duan Fei realized something unusual: Anna's body was developing very fast. He looked at the girl in front of him in such surprise that he couldn't speak clearly. Black Queen! Anna had become a beautiful young woman. Her clothes were torn apart because her body was much bigger than before. He discovered the plot of the Evil One. The resurrection ritual was to absorb Anna's life force. Before the critical situation, Blaze Wolf asked the king, "Quickly absorb me and then save Anna." The young man hesitated, but the old man was very determined and said, "Don't worry, my power is originally yours. As long as you absorb me, you will collect enough original species. Then you will have more strength." Seeing the small girl with wounds all over her body, old Blaze Wolf urged him not to hesitate anymore. "If you still hesitate, Anna will be absorbed completely. If you let that bastard come back to life, the consequences will be even more serious." Faced with the choice, Duan Fei clenched his teeth helplessly, while the old man still urged him. After a period of deliberation, he decided, "I know, I'm sorry Blaze Wolf." He activated the capture ability and until the end, the old wolf proudly said, "Becoming your power is my honor." After absorbing him, his face changed and became more angry. He said, "This is." It seems that he is falling into a void illusion and meeting the people he had absorbed energy from. First was a primitive zombie girl and a horned zombie. Next came a stone with a calamity fairy and another beautiful zombie girl. Then there was a zombie with a fierce face and the last person was the old wolf Blaze Wolf. The evolution tree also appeared. She had gathered all the energy he had absorbed and prepared to transmit it into him. Duan Fei fell into an indefinite void and began to absorb the energy segments into his body. A slender hand gently intertwined and emitted a dazzling light. Duan Fei appeared in the background of that light. His ability now increased a lot. His strength reached level 45, agility reached level 40, detection reached level 35 and spirit reached level 8. Anna on this side was still suffering from pain that tore her guts. She could only scream "Ah." In panic, she heard someone call her name Anna. The girl tried to open her eyes to see who it was. A fist pierced through the magic ball and surprised her. It turned out that it was Duan Fei's hand. He said, "Anna, give me your hand." She called his name weakly, Duan Fei. Duan Fei held her hand tightly and did not let go. Anna looked at the boy's face with fear. But he quickly reassured her, "Hold me tight, I will save you now." He seemed to feel the difficulty. His energy is too strong. Now even my energy is being absorbed by him. The girl worried about Duan Fei and advised him, "Duan Fei, you run away quickly. Take Xianyu and others with you and run away. Don't worry about me. Duan Fei was still determined. No matter what, I have to save you. I will not let my family die in front of me again. With his determination, he finally saved the poor girl. Duan Fei hugged the girl and flew in the air. The monster's mouth had detected them, and of course he would not let his prey escape easily. Among the cracks of red light, a purple light appeared from the mouth of the hole. A blue tornado from the sky was approaching the ground, where the tornado made the rocks fly everywhere. Xianyu also stood there dumbfounded. Duan Fei and Anna appeared in front of everyone. Xianyu shouted, "Brother." Duan Fei turned his head and told Xianyu to bring clothes over. He said, "You guys take care of Anna quickly." Anna was unconscious and motionless. Seeing this, Duan Fei's sister asked what happened. "Why is Anna like this?" He angrily replied, "Her life force was drained." "I don't have time to explain now. Hurry up and take Anna away. That bastard is about to revive." Xianyu hugged her little sister in her arms with a hateful expression. Another source of light landed on the ground. In the smoke, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. He had a pair of antlers on his head. Gradually, he revealed himself to be a muscular and handsome young man who looked calm. He was Longdoi, a S-level mutant with the ability to see the future. He could see the near future within 10 seconds, and passively travel through time. Duan Fei landed right in front of him, but he was busy talking to his sister, who was also an evolution tree. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The two stood and talked. His sister asked, "Big brother, what is going on? Why are you here?" He answered, "Third sister betrayed us. She absorbed the second brother." She didn't believe it and asked again, "Third sister absorbed second brother? What do you mean?" He pretended to be sad and said, "Third sister wants to absorb all of us and take back all of father's power. I was also forced and didn't know what to do. Only when I have your power can I fight against her. Let me absorb you, little sister." The girl didn't understand what he was saying. She asked what happened to the third sister. He looked depressed and said, "Third sister wants to absorb all of us and take back all of father's power. I was also forced and didn't know what to do. Only when I have your power can I fight against her." Duan Fei stood outside and raised his fist, intending to hit him hard. But his sharp eyes detected him and he slapped him away. He fell to the ground but didn't give up. Longdoi glanced at him and asked, "Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt when others are talking? And you are just a human." Duan Fei moved around him at high speed, while he just stood and watched with a sarcastic tone. He said, "Oh, you seem stubborn, huh? It seems that you are very confident in your speed." He confidently said, "But it's useless against me." The young man attacked him continuously from one move to another, but he didn't seem to care at all. It was amazing that he could fight like this in just a few seconds. Duan Fei was very surprised that he could dodge every attack of his easily. Longdoi also started to make his move. Duan Fei didn't lose either and used his ability in time. He stood in the middle of a sea of fire, while the ground cracked under the pressure of their power. The two sides began to fight fiercely, with fire flying everywhere. Longdoi closed his eyes and said, "That's enough, can you let me and my sister talk peacefully?" Duan Fei still kept attacking him in vain. He asked angrily, "Why? Why can't I touch you?" He still didn't give up, he was determined to fight to the end. The other guy said helplessly, "It seems we can't have a peaceful conversation." His blue eyes opened wide and then closed gently, thinking, "Forget it, anyway, even if I talk, these humans won't understand. They only know how to obey the power that surpasses them." His eyes opened again, full of arrogance. Duan Fei had fallen into his sight. In his eyes, he saw the image of him gritting his teeth in pain, his eyes rolling up, his body full of injuries. A fire explodes violently, he lay sprawled on the ground, while the other guy stood proudly and said, "Still alive?" I only absorbed half of it just now, then I was interrupted by your brat, so my power hasn't fully recovered. He shouted, "Stop it, what are you doing? Why are you protecting this human?" The evolution tree firmly answered his brother, "He is the one I chose, I have to protect him." On the contrary, what about you? Why did you appear in the form of a human? Could it be? His brother said, "That's right, I took over the body of the chosen human. Humans don't know how to use our power because they are humans, so they have too many weaknesses. Their mission is only to help us find the original species." He was the same, the original species had been collected enough, his power had also recovered, so this kid was no longer useful. The girl angrily repeated what her father had told them, "No, it's not like that. Dad told us to support humans, help them protect this earth. That's our responsibility." He calmly replied, "You don't need to remind me of those things. Dad overestimated humans too much. Everything became like this because of the misfortune created by humans themselves. Once humans have power, they will become unruly, even if they were good at first." The image of his father appeared in his mind. He remembered those scenes and felt more pain. Duan Fei spoke up, "You may be right about one thing. Humans do have a lot of weaknesses. We are weak and cowardly. Because of fear, we killed our only relatives and then felt guilty and regretful. We will learn from that and grow up. If all these things are misfortunes created by humans themselves, then let us solve them ourselves." His eyes were determined and showed the spirit of humanity. Humans are not afraid of anything but adversity. Long Doi also felt a little worried. His eyes were stupid and looked exactly like him. He said, "That kid." Duan Fei used all his strength to rush towards him, but he dodged in time because he had the ability to see the future 10 seconds ahead and laughed and said, "You think you're right? How long have you been through the apocalypse? Do you know what the world will become like this?" The boy clenched his teeth. Long Doi was lucky to block Duan Fei's attack. The battle of two strong men with something strange made him think what's going on. His attack time has been longer than before. Is it just a coincidence? Duan Fei said, "There is one thing you said wrong." He wondered and grabbed his wrist and continued, "The world you're talking about I know better than anyone else. I came from the same place as you. The situation there is really bad. Humans are always oppressed by zombies, but we never give up." Long Doi looked at him and replied with disdain, "So you're a parasite, huh? No wonder you grew up early and knew how to find the original species. What then, after having power far beyond ordinary people, do you want to conquer the world?" Duan Fei said 10 seconds made him stunned. He spread his hand holding the stones and said what he knew about his special skill. "Just now when I pretended to faint, it seemed like you didn't know I would wake up." The boy confidently continued, "That also means your ability is not flawless. Just now when I counterattacked, it was just your temporary reaction, which means your ability will automatically close when it reaches the time limit and there will be a blank period until the next time. Through a few tests before, I knew you could see the future up to 10 seconds. He said, and both of them stared at each other. The eldest brother also praised him, "Not bad, I didn't expect your attacks before were all to probe my ability." "Not wrong, I can only see the future 10 seconds ahead, but so what? Knowing that, how can you beat me?" He immediately rushed towards him and attacked. He moved at a very fast speed, jumping from here to there, but he still didn't show any weakness. He thought, "It's true that knowing that is not enough to defeat him. If all my attacks are seen through, then I can't make use of the weakness of his ability." In a moment of carelessness, he had come in front of him and said, "If you don't come to find me, then let me come to find you. Even if you know my ability, so what? Do you think I will stand still and be a punching bag? The real horror of this ability is to attack when you have to defend passively, then you will have a lot of weaknesses. Come on, guess where I want to hit you." "Oh sorry, but I saw it all." Because of his ability, he had seen all his movements and dodged the attack. Then he immediately returned a blow to his chest. Choosing not to defend but attack instead, he was thrown back a distance. He also used his ability and the attacks from the fire he created aimed at him. He was still calm and said, "This time you want to test the range of my ability?" Confident in his strength, he didn't bother to dodge the attack from him. She said that won't do anything to him. He replied helplessly, "I know, but I can only try my best now. At least it will give Xi and you some time to leave." He gradually appeared behind the fire and thought, "That's all." Based on the situation of the four sisters, even if they absorb it, they are not a match for the third sister. He also counterattacked. He moved at a very fast speed and thought, absorbing is just the first step. The road ahead is still very long. The people over there must know very well that I can't stay here. On Xi and Yu's side, they were also helping the wounded escape. Hakai worriedly asked, "Leaving Duanfei behind really okay?" She answered, "We can't help even if we stay. I feel that the opponent is not like those we met before. The important thing now is to save Anna. Big Brother will definitely help Anna get revenge." Lai Feng gasped and asked Xi and Yu, "Where's the white cat? There are many wounded here who need its support." Tu Duguin also wondered and said, "I saw it nearby before, why can't I see it now?" On Duanfei's side, it was also coming to an end. He grabbed his neck and said, "It's over." He was still worried about his sister and said, "Anna really can't return to her original form?" He answered, "Dying and still thinking about others? It's just a zombie, a tool. If this is your last wish, then let me answer you, it can't go back." He angrily shouted and made him a little surprised. Why? What did she do wrong? She was just an innocent girl. Why did this happen to her in both her previous and current lives? He said coldly, "You know the answer better than me. In this world, apart from the strong, who else has the right to resent? Stop struggling. Whatever you do, it's useless." The more he spoke, the harder he squeezed. This kind of saintly heart will only harm you in the end times. Even if you have been reborn like you are still the same. You disappoint me very much. Suddenly, there was an attack from behind him. Because he was caught off guard, he let go of her. He turned around to see what had attacked him. Little Peony also came to help her. He asked, "Where's the owl cat?" Peony flew over and attacked him. He thought, "You are the one who made Anna like this." But with the difference in strength, he easily caught Peony. He said, "Absolute Seal Violet Variant Upgrade S, ha. It's quite rare to see. It seems a pity to kill it." He threw Peony to the ground. He was surprised to see and wondered, "Oh, Duanfei has caught that bird again? Little Peony, aren't you with Xi and Yu's group? Why did you come back here?" The bird cried and said, "Anna's thing is gone. Without that thing, Anna will be very sad." At this time, his anger had reached its peak. He hugged Peony and said, "I'm sorry, little Peony. You rest first. Leave the rest to me." After recalling the bird, he continued, "The evolution tree is your eldest brother, right? Do you have any opinion if I kill him?" She was in a dilemma. He said rightly, "This world does not need mercy because the weak can never do that. Nor do they need to do what they think is right but to make themselves strong enough to define right and wrong. Follow the rules or create them. We have to absorb them all. If you hate me, I will give you an answer when the time comes. But now your power must be mine." She also gave her answer, "From the beginning when I chose you, my power was yours. I believe that everything you do has your own reasons. I will support you unconditionally." He replied, "Thank you. After solving this matter, tell me your name." At this time, he emitted a very different source of power. He looked at him angrily and said, "It's time to settle the debt between us." He also replied, "Oh, it seems that you have changed a bit." He noticed and said, "That is the space metal of origin. Do you want to trap me in there? I advise you to give up that idea. With my power, escaping from that space is just a trivial matter. Don't waste such a rare tool." He did not waver and said with sharp eyes, "This time it's Anna and I fighting together. The information that little peony risked bringing me cannot disappoint them." He was like a mad beast rushing at him. The attacks were relentless, but he still dodged them. He easily blocked his punch again and grabbed his collar. He said, "It seems that I overestimated you. I thought this was your last moment, but you still coldly said, 10 seconds have passed, right?" He pondered his words while an attack from behind was approaching him faster than before. Too late then he realized that it was his clone activating his power gap due to his carelessness, and he was hit by a powerful blow in the ribs. The powerful blow pushed him back a considerable distance. Not understanding the attack just now, he muttered annoyed, "When did his clone get behind me? And it's faster than before several times." After thinking for a while, he realized that it was the S-level 4% attribute that clearly increased his level and said, "That's right, I underestimated you. You move your shadow body to the original space and then summon it at the appropriate position. It is a clever coordination between psychic power and tools." You reply to him, "Not only that, I also discovered a weakness of yours." He excitedly rushes to you and says, "Weakness? I know what you have discovered. To prevent me from seeing through your actions, you choose to stand still, right? When he is about to get close to you, you concentrate highly. When he attacks, you immediately block it with your hand." He says, "So as soon as I make a move, you react right away? That way, you can indeed reduce your own mistakes, but only temporarily. It is only a matter of time before you lose." His face is full of confidence. You smile and say, "Is that so? Quickly use your two eyes that can see the future and look behind you. I won't fall for the same trick twice." He says. But when he realizes it, the attack is not from behind but from above. You say, "How about that? Can you see the future where only you get beaten?" He is also astonished and says, "The speed of that attack is faster than before. I can't dodge it anymore. How did it happen?" You explain to him after activating your psychic power. "Just now, you were attacked by Xiao Duqian in your blind spot and someone failed to control the black dark evolution tree. So I guess that you use your eyes to activate the future prediction. As long as I summon my body part in your blind spot unexpectedly, even if you are alert, you won't be able to react in time. He took the full blow of your attack. The skill is quite strong and creates a shock wave. You say that the power of the shadow is not strong and the damage to him will also be limited. This way can't be used for long. From the smoke, there are stones flying towards you. You are also startled, but you manage to react and reflect those stones away. He has moved very fast to your side and gives some praise. I didn't expect that you have psychic power like that. You use your body part as a target to control the action speed of the subject. The speed of the controlled subject can exceed the speed limit of oneself by several times. Then you use the summoning of the original space metal to hide your actions before acting. At that time, even if I am vigilant, it is very hard to react back. But what surprises me more is that while fighting hard with me like that, you can still execute a clever plan like that." But he shouts and uses his hand to activate his skill. You are dragged and slide away. He knocks you down to the ground and says, "Between us is the difference between two levels. Relying on those little attacks won't hurt me." His shadow doesn't understand what happened. The shadow is not behind you and kicks him. The flame runs all over his foot and becomes more fierce. He says, "Then let me try with my real body, shall we?" He is a bit worried about your move, but he regains his composure and analyzes. I didn't expect that he secretly switched places with his shadow. But this time is enough for me to cope with it. Who expands the attack area? He is also predicting how I will escape, right? Too bad I can see clearly where the safest place is. The speed of his real body without the enhancement of psychic power has decreased a lot. Even if he is strong but he can't hit me, it is useless. But something surprises him. The last safe place also comes to this situation. Did he calculate everything? Everything is within your plan. The sound of battle spread throughout the forest. Xian, who was holding Anna, could also hear it. The sound of her brother's fight was so far away, but it still reached here. He must come back safely. Xian, be careful. That was Haka's voice. She slashed with a terrifying force towards her. The trees were cut in half. Haka asked, Xian, are you okay? She said, I'm fine, thanks to you. Is everyone else okay? We're fine. What about the zombies? Are they chasing us? The people from Lifeng asked. Floating, I said, we are not zombies. We are the last hope of humanity. The blonde guy told you not to do that, but you did it anyway. It's all smoke and dust. That's fine too. We should fight on the field to be worthy of ourselves, right? Sorry for the trouble, Laser. The purple-haired guy said, my name is Noyet Kwong. Xian knew their group and exclaimed, Tien Vong? Why are they here? The muscular red-haired guy sneered, hey, there seem to be only weaklings ahead. How do we split the share? I have to avenge Nan Vong, you know? He grabbed Noyet Kwong's hair. Let go of me, old ha! Noyet Kwong protested. The blue-haired woman who dressed scantily said, Tin Hoi is a famous idol. He won't join us. What about Lin Du? The woman next to her replied, that kid is the absolute Lin Du who escaped last time. There can only be one absolute Lin Du in this world. The blonde guy Trake Shuyan and the masked guy also spoke up. I won't join either. Me too. Old Ha exclaimed, great. Then the three of us will go ahead. Big Brother didn't let us go to the other side, so we can only have fun here. Noyet Kwong shouted, let go of my hair. You ruined it. The woman said, you just want to avenge Nan Vong, don't you? Haka asked Xian, looking at her expression, do you know them? She said fearfully, yes, they are an organization called Tien Vong. They kidnapped me before. What? They are enemies? Now the red-haired guy said seriously, we don't have much time, so we'll only say this once. Our target is only that kid and what she's holding. The others can leave. If you obstruct us, we can only say sorry. She worriedly said, damn it. Anna is also their target. Sister Haka, Sister Mala Commander and everyone else, go. Don't worry about me. No matter who they were or how strong they were on the other side, everyone stood up to protect her and the girl. They said, our lives were saved by Duan Fei. If we abandon you now, what are we good for? Xian, don't worry. As long as we're here, we won't let them harm you. He smiled cheerfully and said, good. Good. This is the result I was hoping for. Come on. Let's finish the mission before Big Brother comes back. He shouted. The scene switched to Duan Fei and the Big Brother who were still fighting fiercely. He sweated profusely and said, what's going on? Since I hit him until now, I haven't found any opportunity. He said, it seems like you're running out of ideas, huh? Give up already? That was just a warm-up. I was a bit rusty because I was sealed for too long. And why would I ignore your weakness if I knew it? Now I have the upper hand and I'm very confident. He still rushed to attack and said stubbornly, you're too stubborn, aren't you? Don't you know that for a strong person like me, among all the senses, the eyes are the weakest? I've trained my body's feeling to the point where I can see everything around me as a calm water surface. Every movement, no matter how small, around us can be felt. In this ocean area of ours, you can't hide any action. Your previous tactic was useless. You have no chance of winning anymore. Suddenly, a voice came from someone. Long time no see, it seems that you are having fun playing with each other. It looks like I'm late. Both of them looked scared when they heard this voice. This guy must be very strong to make them worry like that. He is Nan Vo, he also came to join the fun. He said, long time no see, I didn't expect you to revive so soon. There's also the final evolution tree here. You are Duan Fei, right? Last time you messed up at my base and ran away, making us miss the chance to meet. Anyway, this is our first meeting, so let me introduce myself first. I am Nan Vo, he is the guy who scared you back then. Suddenly, the other guy grabbed his hand and pulled him out to avoid his attack. He reminded him not to be distracted. He is stronger than us. Long time no see, you are making me sad by doing this. In an instant, he was behind them. They both attacked him, but he blocked the first blow. Duan Fei then shot his sword at him, but with a light move he made the sword disappear. His weapon was swallowed by his darkness. He asked, why did you save me just now? You must have felt his power already, right? If he absorbs one of us, there is no hope left. Now there is only one possibility, that is we absorb each other. He coldly said, I will absorb you and then absorb him. He looked at him in surprise and said, your expression just now was great, remember that feeling well. But right now we have to think of a way to escape from here. Nan Vo was annoyed and said, if you don't attack, then let me do it. Back in the forest where Xinu's group was, she was panting heavily with scratches all over her body. The strength between the two sides was not equal. The guy named Lao Ha said, we have been merciful already. The gap between us is too obvious. She thought to herself, their abilities are too strong, all of them are S level. Tian Vong has gathered them from all over the world, a total of 12 S level people. It looks like they haven't gathered enough yet. He confidently said, how about it? The others who want to run should run quickly. This is your last chance, you have no chance of winning. Lai Fong was injured all over but still brave and said, you don't need to talk so much, no matter what we will not abandon Xinu and run away. Then it's a pity, he raised his sword and said, if you want to die like that, then don't blame me. He slashed with a powerful force towards them. She erected an ice wall to block the slash. One after another they released balls of light. Target detected, locked carefully above, the short-haired girl ordered all lasers to converge. The balls shot dozens of laser beams at them, cutting down the trees around them. It seems like it's over now, what kind of work is this? I was forced by the ponytail girl to use my power to move the position of the device installation. They have surprisingly good coordination. Haka was tired but still tried to help his teammates. If so, Lao, let's go straight through there, okay? The warm-up time was over and the two of them rushed towards them and cut through the ice wall. It broke into pieces with just one strike. Xinu quickly reminded them to attack this way and be careful. She attacked her but she also managed to block with her sword. Suddenly, she felt something heavy on her body. Was it that bastard's trick? Lao Ha said, leave him to me. He rushed towards Li Feng and you guys don't bother the sisters of the ice system. Let them compete, don't play with me. He tried to block that attack, but he still managed to slash his body and made him bleed. He continued, make my weapon heavier, even though the attack power is weaker, but you won't live long either. She said, on Jia Hao, I don't have time to worry about other things. She attacked him, are you still free to care about others? Die. There can only be one absolute spirit in this world. The ice attacks collided with each other and none of them gave in. She provoked her, oh, you are not bad. Why did you refuse to join Tianwang? Let me guess. Is it because you also know my existence and want to destroy me? She replied, I'm far from having that kind of thought. I just simply don't want to be teammates with people like you. They used one move after another. Let me show you how to use this power. The ice arrows headed towards her, but she managed to erect an ice wall to block them. Let's see how long you can last. A series of arrows hit the ice shield and she said, the fight just now drained me a lot. If I continue like this, I will surely lose. She said arrogantly, have you reached your limit? Even though we have the same kind of power, there is still a gap, right? The ice shield was broken and an ice arrow got through and went straight to her. She thought she was done for, but along came to rescue her in time. He erected a wall of fire and blocked all the arrows. She exclaimed, oh, you finally showed up? Great, I don't have to bother looking for you. He asked, are you okay, Xi and you? He, Along? Why did Along come here too? Li Feng wondered. Suddenly a girl said, he is seriously injured. We have to treat him quickly or it will be too late. Are you guys friends of Duan Fei? Li Feng hesitated and said, yes we are. You are? I am Duan Fei's girlfriend, Lan Kentucky. You are Duan Fei's friends and also my friends. I came to help you guys. Where is Duan Fei? Haka was jealous and thought girlfriend? Xi and you asked Along who is she? He forced a smile and said she was talking nonsense. Don't listen to her. It's a long story, but to put it simply, she is a level S power warrior. The condition for her to agree to help us was to let her meet Duan Fei. Her power is very useful for us, so I agreed without asking you guys. Jia Hao sat up and looked at his hands and feet and asked, how did my body recover completely? Lan Kai asked, where's Duan Fei? I can't find him here. The little sister also spoke up, he is fighting somewhere else. We will finish this place and go there later. I thought Duan Fei and Xi and you were together, so I located them by Xi and Yu's aura. We have to calm her down first. He worriedly thought she can heal people. Lan Kai continued, can you let me see Anna? She has been in a coma since then. I checked her out and she is a zombie. She doesn't have any life-threatening danger, but her body is very weak. There is also something very strange that her level is only that of a child. She dressed scantily and said, yeah, that seems to be Lan Kai, the level S healer who was missing from the list. How about it? Are you ready? Traik Shuyan also said, let's observe for a while longer. The one who uses fire seems not bad. It seemed that old Ha was more excited. He said, hey, you should stop talking now. You can't escape from here. Along asked Lan Kai seriously, can you heal everyone? Only then can we quickly defeat them and go find Duan Fei. She also answered seriously, don't lie to me. For a top-level healer, healing a group at the same time is the most basic thing. I will also restore their full strength. Healing the whole body restores strength. Xi and you said, let's go. They returned to where Duan Fei was fighting. The battlefield here was also harsh. They had to dodge the attacks of Nan Vo constantly. He said to Long Loi, don't waste your energy anymore. When you were at your strongest, you couldn't beat me, let alone now. You see it clearly, right? This is all because of you. You abandoned them and ran away to this place. Over there, it has become hell on earth. He also sweated and said, no, it's not like that. I didn't abandon you guys. Duan Fei flew over to help him and said, snap out of it. He can make people see the darkest part of their hearts. He apologized and said, enough, I'm bored of playing now. Let's get to the main thing. He suddenly realized what he wanted to do and shouted, run. If you are engulfed by that darkness, you are done for. He asked, how? How do we run? The road is blocked. He was angry and said, damn it, we spent so much effort to get here. We can't die here like this. I see it. There is a gap over there. Hurry up and follow me. He said. The two of us joined forces and still couldn't do anything to him. He said bitterly, let's get out of here first and then talk. Suddenly, sharp stakes pierced through him. Longdoi said coldly, today, neither of you can leave here alive. The dark things were surrounding Duan Fei and Longdoi. They were waiting to swallow them up. In the current situation, Duan Fei could only say, damn it, we are trapped. Longdoi was pierced by the dark things before and stood still and asked Duan Fei, how are you? What do we do next? The sharp dark things were rushing towards Duan Fei. He used his strength to cut off those sharp things while dodging and shouted, damn it, we can only fight. Longdoi was controlled by the dark things and could only stand still and watch Duan Fei fight. He thought painfully that there was no way out, and indeed they could only do that. He swung his sharp sword and Longdoi used his hand to pull off the things on his body. He quickly removed all the sharp dark things. After removing them, Longdoi shouted for Duan Fei to come over. Duan Fei didn't understand what was going on and looked back slightly. His hand was still continuously cutting off the dark things. Duan Fei backed up close to Longdoi and said to him that they had no way out now and he could only absorb him now and go fight him. Longdoi heard that and said, it's still not good. Even if you absorb me now, you can't beat him. After hearing Longdoi say that, Duan Fei quickly asked again, absorbing you is still not enough? What should we do? Manhwa came from afar and created a big ball with his hand that wanted to take the lives of Duan Fei and Longdoi while running and shouting, it's over. The two stood from afar and saw him coming. Duan Fei said quickly, hey, he's coming. If you have a way, say it quickly. Manhwa threw the ball full of destructive energy towards Duan Fei and Longdoi and stood smugly waiting for them to die. That's right. What's the point of resisting? Longdoi stood still and said loudly, for the first time someone couldn't absorb me. This time you don't even dream of absorbing me. Manhwa didn't understand anything and looked confused. He was in pain for a long time, but he still said with determination, you wait. Your crimes will soon be punished. Manhwa seemed to realize something. He shouted hastily, what are you planning? Stop it. Duan Fei still didn't understand. He shouted and asked, what's going on? Don't be vague anymore. In the darkness that enveloped Duan Fei and Longdoi, Manhwa was also rushing towards them. Longdoi calmly answered Duan Fei's question, don't worry. You will know soon. He created a small ball in his hand. The ball seemed to glow. A shield was created to block the attack of the shadows. Manhwa was angry. He used his power and mocked Longdoi, do you want to run away? Where can you go? You can only go back to the place that you turned into hell. Moreover, with your current condition, even if you go back, you will only die. Longdoi quickly replied to the evil man, I'm not running away. I'm doing this to defeat you. You can't absorb me. Duan Fei didn't know what was happening between Longdoi and Manhwa. He asked urgently, what are you talking about? Do you want to take me back there? No way. Xianyu is still here. Longdoi calmly answered Duan Fei, you don't belong here. If you don't go, you will only die. Everything has been arranged. Your crossing over was also like that. Manhwa interrupted the conversation between Duan Fei and Longdoi. He shouted, none of you can escape. I will absorb you all. Duan Fei cursed, damn it. The shadows surrounded the shields of Longdoi and Duan Fei. Manhwa was floating in the sky and watching the situation. He said smugly, luckily, I trapped them before they ran away. I told you no one can escape. Suddenly, there were flashes of light from inside the dark shadows. Manhwa panicked and screamed, what? They are not swallowed by the darkness. Longboy looked at Nan Vo with cold eyes from the darkness and said, "Goodbye." Nan Vo said threateningly, "Do you know what it means to take him away? Once the evolutionary tree leaves its timeline, the zombies will grow rapidly. Do you want to destroy this side too? Duan Fei's sister is still here. What will she do after you leave?" Duan Fei asked Longboy after hearing Nan Vo's threats. "Is he telling the truth? Will the balance of this place be broken after I leave?" Longboy didn't hide anything and quickly answered, "That's right." Nan Vo continued to say, "It's not just that simple. Longboy can't last long either with his current condition. At most, he can take you back there. But after that, you can't come back here. Don't listen to that wanderer who has no place to go." Longboy immediately reassured Duan Fei, "Don't worry. If it's just taking you away, it won't solve anything. Staying here will only lead to death. Everything has been planned. Your crossing over was also like that." Duan Fei raised some doubts for Longboy. "You said that my crossing over was arranged. Does that mean that my going back is also part of it? You said that you can defeat him." Longboy quickly explained Duan Fei's doubts. "Yes, I know you have a lot of questions. But my purpose is not to destroy this place but to save it. You don't have to worry about those people." After hearing Longboy's clear explanation, Duan Fei felt relieved. "I understand now," he shouted to Nan Vo. Nan Vo didn't know what was going on. On the surface of the shield covered by darkness, a crack appeared. The shield broke and created a bright space that illuminated the whole night sky. Duan Fei said to Nan Vo with a fierce momentum, "You wait. We'll settle our grudge later. Clean your neck and wait for me to come back." Nan Vo was angry and rushed towards Duan Fei and Longboy. He yelled, "Don't talk until you can get away." He attacked the position of the two young men. Suddenly, something fell down. Duan Fei and Longboy successfully escaped. Nan Vo stood from afar and regretted that he let them get away. A beautiful girl appeared behind Nan Vo and asked him, "Did you deliberately not use your full strength just now?" Nan Vo smiled and replied, "You found out, huh?" When I saw his ignorant eyes, Nan Vo's eyes suddenly became serious. He continued, "I'm also very curious how much he can grow. If I'm afraid of this, then I don't deserve to be the god of this universe. Let's go. Prepare a gift for him when we return." Duan Fei asked vaguely, "Where is this place?" Suddenly, a voice came to answer his question, "The time tunnel." Duan Fei was surprised to see the evolution tree next to him. "The time tunnel? How can you manifest yourself here?" Suddenly, someone answered him, "The evolution tree can use its body to appear in this space." He continued to be surprised and asked, "Who are you?" There were two men opposite Duan Fei. The one sitting said, "Hi, although we met before, this is the first time we met in this form. I'm A Thursday, the human who made a contract with the evolution tree in our world. This is my evolution tree, Longboy." The man standing greeted Duan Fei. "Hello." Suddenly, A Thursday coughed up blood. Duan Fei was alarmed and asked, "Are you okay?" A Thursday reassured him, "No, it's okay." He continued, "I don't have much time left. At most, I can only send you out. Let me make it short." A Thursday explained to Duan Fei, "First of all, I'm sorry about Anna. There was really no other way. My mission was to go there and bring you back." Duan Fei followed Atha's words, "From the beginning until now, you always said everything has been arranged in advance. What does that mean? Who is that person?" A Thursday answered Duan Fei's question, "That person? You can consider him an old friend of mine. He always modestly hid his abilities and arranged all this." A man picked up a badge and smiled. Duan Fei heard A Thursday say that and guessed it was someone he knew very well in that world. Could it be? He said a name softly, "Senior Teen." A Thursday heard the name Duan Fei uttered and confirmed, yes, that's right. It's him. Long Doi helped A Thursday stand up and scolded him while supporting him, you're so badly injured. Don't move around so much. Really, A Thursday heard that and apologized, sorry for the smell. It's really not very polite. Long Doi heard that and continued to complain. It's already so late, why do you still care about those things? He kept nagging me like that. I laughed and said, Long Doi, you're still the same, always like to chatter. I became serious and said, Duan Fei, about your transmigration to long past pulse, Tan Tin Sr. will tell you later. Now I have to do another mission. I urged him, Duan Fei, hurry up and absorb me. Hearing me say that, Duan Fei doubted and asked again, what did you say? Long Doi also quickly stopped me from doing this. He knew that Long Doi wanted to prevent Duan Fei from absorbing me. I reassured him, it's okay, I know what you want to say. All of this is because of my mistake. I have to bear the consequences. I have to do this. Long Doi was still hesitant. I continued to explain, that time, when Nan Vo's time and space faced destruction, I opened a space tunnel and let Long Doi and second brother go to help him. I said further, I didn't expect that it was a trap that he set up. The image of everyone falling down in front of the burning skyscrapers appeared. Duan Fei gave his analysis and doubts. According to what you said, as long as you don't open the space tunnel, Nan Vo won't be able to act anymore. But are there other transmigrations? I quickly answered Duan Fei, yes, there is another way. That is the palace of the evolution tree. He used this place to get to my time and space. This transmigration method has a weakness. The person who wants to transmigrate will be sealed until they have enough energy to be released. It's like my resurrection before. Duan Fei was surprised and asked, don't you have the ability to transmigrate? Why do you have to use that method? I hurriedly explained, because I had to take you with me, but this plan was ruined by Nan Vo. I was forced to seal myself. The transfer gate was used by you and Nan Vo. Duan Fei continued to ask, so doesn't he still have a chance to find us again with the palace? I quickly replied, that's not the case. I told you before, right? In theory, he can do that, but I don't think he will. One is that he will be sealed and his power will be gone. And now there are not enough resources for him to resurrect on the other side. I continued, two is that you two are about to absorb us. Once we disappear, all the paths will be closed. Duan Fei was worried and asked, how can we get back then? I immediately reassured Duan Fei, it's not like that. Tan Tin Sr. knows another way. He will tell you later how it works. Okay, there's not much time left. Hurry up and absorb us. Duan Fei suddenly hesitated, have you been prepared to sacrifice yourself since the beginning? Can't we cooperate with each other? I answered Duan Fei, how can you use the word sacrifice for me? I made such a mistake myself. I'm doing this just to make up for my karma. And cooperation is impossible now. Only one of us can live between us. Besides, I'm much older than you. It's just that in the end I still have to trouble Long Doi. It's really, Long Doi suddenly shouted and interrupted me. Shut up. You didn't do anything wrong at all. I didn't see the wrong person either. Long Doi continued to my surprise, you don't have to take all the responsibility on yourself like that. Everyone can see your efforts very clearly. I was moved and choked up, Long Doi. Duan Fei also agreed with Long Doi, he's right. Duan Fei continued, kindness is not wrong. Wrong is the one who takes advantage of the kindness of others. If this world cannot distinguish between those things, then saving it would be meaningless. He reached out his hand to A Thursday and said, but you would risk your life to protect this world, so there must be something that you cherish very much. If only one of us can live, do you trust me? A Thursday smiled faintly and said, you are asking me such an easy question at this point? Of course I trust you. He immediately grabbed Duan Fei's hand and continued, I have entrusted everything to you. This world depends on you. Duan Fei immediately replied to A Thursday, don't worry, just leave it to me. I will take back all the happiness that was stolen. Long Doi suddenly spoke up, I only attacked you before because I wanted to test you. As for Anna, Duan Fei interrupted Long Doi, you don't have to feel guilty. It wasn't your intention. It was all because of Nan Vo. Long Doi continued to instruct the evolution tree, Tu Muoi, you just woke up and had to face this, but you are our last hope. Please support Duan Fei. The evolution tree immediately answered Long Doi, I know, big brother. Athu's body gradually disappeared. Before the absorption process was completed, A Thursday still continued to say, my mission is done. The rest is up to you guys. By the way, when you get to the other side, if there is a little girl, you don't have to pay attention to her. You will know soon enough. He paused and said, you worked hard. Duan Fei heard A Thursday say that and asked back, little girl? But before he could answer, the absorption of A Thursday was completed. A notification board appeared, absorption completed. Analyzing abilities. Analysis completed, starting fusion. A beam of light appeared around Duan Fei. The words of ridicule and mockery filled with anger were gradually appearing in Duan Fei's head. It was him who made us like this. Do you think you are a hero who saves the world? You murderer, who are you to decide for us? You are responsible for your own mess. He abandoned us and ran away. He is too arrogant. We were left behind. Give us back our home. Are you still pretending to be innocent? Go and deal with all the zombies. Die, die, you deserve it. Duan Fei shuddered. These were Athu's memories. The memories of A Thursday were gradually appearing in Duan Fei's mind. They were all endless complaints. How did he become an evolution tree? Our world was destroyed by you. Die and explain to us quickly. Duan Fei felt a bit of Athu's pain. These things were transferred to him by his abilities. He had to endure these things all the time. How? Suddenly a child's voice came through, A Thursday is not a bad person. A Thursday always fights for us. That child had dirty hands and feet and held a teddy bear that had been torn and sewn back together. On the wall appeared a shadow of an adult who was hitting him. The adult hit him and scolded him, you little bastard, you are on the side of that freak, aren't you? Then go and help him. The teddy bear that was already in bad shape was now torn open and exposed the cotton inside. A pair of hands grabbed Duan Fei's hand. The evolution tree comforted Duan Fei and said, cheer up, this is the last strength that they gave us. A stream of light formed a whirlwind that blew away the dark shadows that surrounded them before. The evolution tree continued to say, this power is very heavy. The lights entered Duan Fei's body. Duan Fei struggled to absorb them all and suddenly something made Duan Fei stop. He felt it and looked up and said, what now? The evolution board showed the information, absorption completed. Upgraded to level A. A hole appeared. Duan Fei calmly said, let's go home. He was right. The previous agreement was that the evolution tree would name itself. The evolution tree immediately answered, Qin Vu. Duan Fei heard it and said, Qin Vu is a good name. I didn't know until today that being chosen by you means taking on such a big responsibility. Please help me a lot in the future. I have many things I want to ask you. Qin Vu replied, yes, I will tell you everything I know. Suddenly, there was an explosion that shook the whole space. Standing below the explosion were Lao Ha and Lin Du. Lao Ha commented on the explosion, this guy is too flashy. Lin Du replied to him, he seems like a completely different person from when he fought with Nan Vong. Noyet Kwang's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and used his power. He coldly said, disappear. The laser beams were shooting down below. Lao Ha and Lin Du quickly dodged the attacks. Lao Ha looked at Noyet Kwong and shouted, "What are you doing? Aim properly." Noyet Kwong moved his hand to control the direction of the laser and answered, "I don't know either." Lin Du looked at the situation around and quickly analyzed, "It's the ice kid who used the ice surface to reflect and make the light go off course." Along and Xinu were defending together. Lin Du, after analyzing, praised, "They are very in sync with each other." The people of Trach Shuyan stood behind and watched the situation. They asked, "It seems difficult. Do you need help?" The woman standing next to them reported, "The boss is coming to us soon." Lao Ha quickly replied, "What? The boss has already solved it over there?" Lao Ha increased his strength and made his long knife grow and shine brightly. He said, "Then we can't be slow anymore. We don't need help. I alone am enough." Lao Ha's eyes were very determined. He said, "Let me see what you have." He rushed to Along and Xinu and shouted, "Come on." Along saw that and shouted a warning to Xinu, "He's coming. Xinu, be careful." Lao Ha slashed his knife down on the ground and made the ground crack. He didn't detect Along and Xinu positions anywhere. The ground and Lao Ha's feet were frozen. Along's body was surrounded by fire. Suddenly a fire appeared behind Lao Ha's back and burned everything around him. Lao Ha's body was surrounded by fire. He sneered, "Is that all?" Along appeared out of nowhere and kicked him in the face. He was caught off guard and staggered back. After regaining his balance, he continued to provoke, "Come on." Along used his foot wrapped in fire to prepare for another kick. A line of fire cut through Lao Ha's flesh. Along continued to hit him hard on his body. The continuous blows and the heat of the fire made him scream in pain. Along's eyes were full of fighting spirit as he prepared to kick him again. He delivered a blow to Lao Ha's chest, making the old man fall to his knees. Xinu was standing outside, using her power to prepare an attack. She erected a wall of ice that prevented Lao Ha from falling to the ground and instead slammed his back against the ice. Along's flames surrounded Lao Ha, and the pressure from the fire made him fly away and pierce through the ice walls that Xinu had erected. Lao Ha's sword fell and stuck deep into the ground. He used his sword to stop himself from flying further. The sword created a large crack on the ground. He refused to surrender and said, "Humph, that's not enough." Lao Ha said sternly, "Just this much is not enough." He turned around and looked at Ling Du, then called her as if to signal her. Ling Du saw that and understood. She asked Lao Ha, again? How much power should I use this time?" Lao Ha smirked smugly and said, "Don't underestimate anyone. Just go all out." Ling Du followed his words and added a sigh, "Not feeling pain is really great." Ling Du swung her scythe of ice and warned Lao Ha, "Don't blame me if you die." Lao Ha's body was cut and blood splattered everywhere. Along and Xinu saw that and were shocked. They exclaimed, "What is this?" Li Fong was standing far away and also didn't understand what was happening. He asked, What is this? Are they killing each other?" Ma Long stood next to him and laughed. He said, "What else can it be? It's internal strife. It seems that these people are not very united." The blood kept flowing and formed a pool. Lao Ha smiled brightly and said, "It's a bit bitter, but I'll see my ancestors soon. This feeling of almost dying is really thrilling." He laughed and shouted loudly, "It's time to return the favor to you." Lao Ha activated his skill of converting damage. All the damage he received would be converted into energy and stored in his weapon. His sword suddenly shone brightly. He raised his sword high. Along felt something very terrifying and panicked. He said, this energy. Lao Ha smiled wickedly and opened his eyes wide. He yelled, "Die all of you and serve Nan Van." The beautiful girl standing far away watched and asked, "Should we lie down?" "He doesn't know his limits." Drake Shuyan quickly answered her, "It's the first time I see him so excited." Along sensed something bad and turned around. He shouted to warn his teammates, "Be careful everyone, lie down quickly." Lao Ha launched a direct attack. Xianu erected a thick ice wall and determinedly shouted, "I must stop this attack." A collision happened. The thick ice wall that Xianu erected couldn't stop Lao Ha's power. At that moment, Along rushed to save Xianu. He shouted loudly, "Xianu, be careful." Suddenly something made Along terrified. Not only the thick ice wall but also the trees around them were cut down. Duan Fei's previous word in the tent suddenly transmitted a scream of pain, "Ah, it's bitter." Tan Tin Sr. said, "That's beer, not for you to drink." Duan Fei in his previous life complained to Tan Tin Sr., "You should have said it earlier." Duan Fei in his previous life asked Uncle Tan sadly, "When can I go back? It's almost time to register for college. Xianu's legs are still inconvenient. I have to take care of her." Uncle Tan quickly answered Duan Fei's question. "Soon you will be able to go back soon. When you go back you must remember what I told you. It's very important." Duan Fei heard that and stretched out his body. He answered boredly, "I know already. You've been repeating it since I came here. As long as I can leave this place full of zombies I'll listen to everything." Uncle Tan heard that and smiled happily. He said, "You are the hope of humanity." Suddenly, Duan Fei appeared in this life and greeted the astonished Senior Tan. Senior Tan was surprised and said, "Oh, you're back?" He smiled and asked Duan Fei, "You look very different. You're not as depressed as before. How was your journey?" Duan Fei replied seriously, "Why are you joking with me? You know better than me, don't you? The Dragon Clan told me that everything was arranged by you. What's going on?" Senior Tan did not answer Duan Fei's questions, but only said, "Don't be impatient. There is another important person who hasn't arrived yet. He is the most important one. Come on, let's toast to your return." Duan Fei looked at the beer can with a doubtful expression. Seeing this, Senior Tan reassured him, "It's okay. It's a preparation for you." They clinked their beer cans. Duan Fei quickly asked Senior Tan, "You said there is another very important person. How many secrets are you hiding from me?" Suddenly, there was a tremor that startled them. Duan Fei exclaimed, "What's that?" He felt something and turned around. Something fell down and shattered their shelter. Duan Fei quickly pulled Senior Tan out and asked him carefully, "Are you okay? We haven't even warmed our seats and we have guests already." Senior Tan quickly replied to Duan Fei's concern, "I'm fine." Two huge monsters appeared. Duan Fei saw two huge monsters appear from nowhere and said something. He turned back and told Tan Tin Boy, "You wait here for me." Tan Tin Boy asked, "Wait? What do you mean?" Duan Fei quickly reassured him, "I'll be back soon." Then he rushed like a lightning bolt towards the monsters. As he ran, he thought and checked his power after leveling up. The monsters were also ready to attack Duan Fei. One of them started the first attack. Duan Fei quickly dodged the attack, making the monster stunned. He continued to hit hard on the shield that Duan Fei created. The shield was about to break. Duan Fei was in danger. He clenched his fist. A black light surrounded his hand. Duan Fei punched up and created a black line that pierced through the giant body of the monster. He continued to turn in another direction. Duan Fei used his strength to defeat the two-headed monster. He jumped up. Duan Fei kicked a ball in the air. The ball was flying very fast. Duan Fei landed gently on the ground. Suddenly, a purple-haired woman appeared and praised Duan Fei, "Well done." Duan Fei was surprised. The beautiful woman exclaimed, You can deal with 2 A-level zombies so easily. I didn't choose the wrong person. Duan Fei saw the woman and asked her, "Are you Anna? Were those 2 zombies yours? How come?" The blonde child standing next to Anna shouted, "How dare you call the Black Queen by her name?" Tontine Boy behind him said, "The Black Queen is very important. Everything was planned by me and her." Duan Fei heard Tontine Boy say that and asked, "Does that mean that the time I was attacked by zombies was arranged by her?" Tontine Boy quickly answered, "Yes, that's right." The Black Queen explained something. Duan Fei expressed his thoughts and continued, "It seems that everyone knows everything beforehand. Tell me what your plan is. I have to go back and defeat Nanvo quickly." The Black Queen said, "Aton, you tell him the specific plan." Tontine Boy opened a glowing book and read while saying, "First of all, it's your first question. All of this is indeed in my prediction. And the first thing to mention is my power, the Purple Sea Ancient Scroll." Tontine Boy continued to explain, "My power is the Purple Sea Ancient Scroll. It contains many things, but the most important thing is the prophecy. Through reading the prophecies recorded in the Ancient Scroll, I know the only way to save this world is to make you go to the other side and bring back the last evolution tree." Duan Fei was amazed after hearing Tontine Boy explain his power. He said, "I can't believe you have such incredible power. I thought you were just an unawakened person before." Duan Fei continued to ask after hearing Tontine Boy's explanation, "So the future you see through your power is that I will defeat Nanvo?" Tontine Boy quickly replied to Duan Fei's question, "This can't be determined yet. The content in the ancient scroll is just possibilities, not necessarily 100% correct." The Black Queen Anna added to Tontine Boy's words, "There's no need to hide it anymore. The price to read the ancient scroll is life." Duan Fei was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Duan Fei pondered and said his thoughts, "Both a Thursday and Tontine Boy are sacrificing themselves for this world. And I only think about making up for my own mistakes." Tontine Boy replied to Duan Fei's thoughts, "Everyone has their own responsibilities. You are very important at the front line too." Duan Fei continued to say, "If you had told me these things earlier, I would have done better." Suddenly, something surprised Duan Fei. The child who was with the Black Empress was staring at him, leaving Duan Fei speechless. The Black Empress explained Duan Fei's doubts. "We didn't mean to hide it from you. You are one of the most important links for us. If you knew the plan, it might affect the process and cause the prophecy to change. Now that we have reached the most critical step, we can't hide it from you anymore. Next, you need to act according to our plan." Duan Fei continued the Black Empress's words. A Shu said that after he disappeared, the spatial tunnels also disappeared. "And you have another way to time travel." Senior Tan quickly answered Duan Fei. "That's right, there is another way, but it's a bit difficult. During the time that a Shu was not here, the zombies exploded and grew. You need to hunt down the 3 strongest S-level zombies in this world. The 3 strongest zombies in this world are, the first one, Hell Dragon S-level, the second one, Crimson Flame Eagle S-level, and the third one, Void Giant Shark S-level." Senior Tan continued to explain. "Defeating them is part of what can make your strategy stronger. And the most important thing is what you get after hunting them. They contain a large amount of energy that can open the time tunnel for you again and take you back to Renwu's side." Duan Fei quickly asked again to confirm. "So I just need to collect those 3 things and I can open it, right? Then this matter can't be delayed?" The Black Empress suddenly interrupted Duan Fei. "That's not enough. Besides those 3 things, there is one more thing missing, but you don't need to worry about it for now. The important thing is that we alone are not enough. We also need the cooperation of people from other timelines." Anna continued. "This matter can't be rushed because of the special nature of your evolution tree. You need to increase your strength in this new zombie-controlled timeline. Even if you have absorbed a Shu, you are still not a match for Renwu. Duanfei heard this and stood up abruptly. The other side also has to cooperate with us? Because I left, the zombies on that side will also gradually lose control. And Renwu is still there. How can Xi and you resist? Senior Tan heard the whole story and spoke to calm Duanfei's anger. Duanfei, calm down. I understand your worries. But please think about the overall situation. He suddenly coughed. Senior Tan continued. You don't need to worry about that side. We don't want to sacrifice other timelines to save ourselves either. Even if I wanted to, a Shu would definitely not agree. Please trust us. The space was desolate and full of dust. Lao Ha hurriedly said. Still haven't found it? Lao Ha was angry. How strange. How could they suddenly disappear? Search carefully again. Yu Guang used a laser to search around. I've searched several times already. They really have disappeared completely. The blue-haired girl waved her hand to reduce the dust around her and said boredly. If you can't find them anymore, then forget it. Maybe we burned them to ashes already and we should go now. This place is all dust. Lao Ha heard this and felt suspicious. Is it really burned to ashes? Why do I feel something is wrong? A spaceship appeared in the sky. Xia Xian informed Lao Ha. Boss is here, let's withdraw. Ling Du said. Let's go. The sun was rising and the spaceship flew away towards the horizon. Senior Tan in this space stood on a rock and said. It seems that being unable to fight is also a good thing. We're done here. He held a badge with a 6-pointed star and said. We should go pick up the last person. Duanfei didn't know what was happening in his previous life. He had returned, but why did he feel different? Tan Sr. called him from afar. Duanfei looked at Tan Sr. in confusion and quickly greeted him. It was the first time they met. Duanfei was shocked and shouted, What? Uncle Tan? Why are you here too? Duanfei in this world realized the truth and said, So I have switched places with Duanfei from the other side, right? Tan Sr. quickly answered, Yes, you all have your own missions to complete. The Black Queen spoke up, All right, enough explanations. Let's arrange the next itinerary. The Black Queen turned to the child and said, Ding Ling, come here. Ding Ling immediately obeyed. Anna stroked Ding Ling's head and said, Duanfei, you should take Ding Ling with you from now on. She knows the way well, so she will be your guide. Ding Ling heard the Black Queen say that and stubbornly protested, Sister Anna, I don't want to act with him. Anna said sternly, Ding Ling, listen to me. Duanfei said, No need. Taking the kid will make my actions inconvenient. Just tell me the way and that's enough. The Black Queen objected, Before, you were too weak to contact the high-level people in this world. The zombies with rare items were taken by them. Only those who are recognized by them can join the attack. Anna continued, As long as you take Ding Ling with you, she will represent me and nominate you to them. Ding Ling refused again. Ding Ling doesn't like him. He did that to Brother A. Duanfei remembered the part of A's memory when he first absorbed him and muttered, He did that to Brother A. Duanfei recalled that Ding Ling was the child in A's memory and agreed with the Black Queen, I understand. Let the kid go with me. I will take good care of her. Anna heard Duanfei agree to take Ding Ling with him and said, Don't underestimate Ding Ling. She can definitely help you. Tan Sr. spoke up, It seems that everything has been explained. Think about it for a night and leave tomorrow morning. Duanfei refused Tan Sr.'s suggestion, No need. I want to go right now. There is still time on the other side waiting for me. Suddenly, the Black Queen asked Duanfei, How is Anna on the other side? Duanfei quickly answered the Black Queen, I met little Anna in the early stage of the apocalypse. Then we always acted together. Before finding XINU again, Anna had become my family. I know what she had to endure on this side. I will try my best to keep her away from those things. The Black Queen smiled and said, "That's good." I didn't expect to be a little envious of her. After Duan Fei left with Ding Ling, Tan Sr. said, "They are gone. Finally we have reached this step." But I didn't expect to see the Black Queen smile like that. Anna quickly followed up on Tan Sr.'s words, "I didn't expect that I would be like this in front of a person." The Black Queen continued, "Although it sounds strange, having happy memories in a different time and space makes me happy." The body of the Black Queen was surrounded by a stream of red light. Anna said, "I have to go too." A black dragon appeared. Before leaving, the Black Queen instructed Senior Tan, "Contact me if there is anything. Next, we have to see how Duan Fei performs. Don't use his power anymore. If you do, he will be in danger. And you don't need to see more. Knowing too many choices will only make it harder." Senior Tan bowed his head and accepted the order. "Yes, I will follow you." Duan Fei's previous life shouted when he saw his little sister, XINU, "I miss you so much. How are you? Can you stand up now? Why did you leave home and go outside?" He asked a series of questions that startled XINU. The little girl panicked and asked, Wait. Are you my brother?" Duan Fei's previous life said, "Of course I am your brother. I don't know why I was sent to a world full of zombies before. It took me hundreds of miles to get back here. I was so worried about you. I thought you would starve to death." Suddenly, Lan Kai appeared behind Duan Fei and asked angrily, "Are you Duan Fei?" I imagined a mature and elegant Duan Fei. Why did you turn into a kid with a dirty nose? Change back for me. Duan Fei's previous life was shocked by this strange request and screamed, "What? How can I do that?" Lan Kai was furious and waved her arms and legs and shouted, "Online dating is really risky. It's so annoying." XINU saw the girl angry and gently advised her, "Lan Kai, calm down a bit." Far away, Along and Senior Tan observed and chatted with each other. Along said, "Thank goodness you moved us to the original space and time. Otherwise we would have died." Senior Tan quickly replied, "I just followed the instructions." Along heard Senior Tan say that and turned to ask, "Instructions? Anyway, thank you very much. I am Along. And you?" Senior Tan quickly answered, "Just call me a Tan." A beautiful girl suddenly asked with a doubtful expression, "What is going on here? Is that kid really Duan Fei?" Along was surprised when he saw the beautiful girl appear and asked, "Haka, didn't you order us to come back?" Haka quickly explained his confusion to Along. "I let Lai Feng do it. I have to figure out what is happening here." Senior Tan immediately said, I will explain everything to everyone." Lan Kai couldn't accept the current situation and rushed to Along's place to question him. "Hey uncle, now the goods are not as advertised. How do you explain that?" Along was scared and answered, "Don't be angry. He is really Duan Fei. Maybe he is still as strong as before. Right?" Lan Kai heard Along say that and seriously thought about it. If he is still as strong as before, then I can accept it." The beautiful girl thought carefully and then turned to Duan Fei's previous life and ordered him. "Hey kid, come here." He obediently answered, "Yes." When Duan Fei's previous life came close, Lan Kai told him, "Show me your strength." Duan Fei didn't understand what was going on and asked back, "Strength?" Lan Kai quickly confirmed, "Yes, show me everything." Duan Fei's previous life scratched his nose and smiled smugly. "Okay, this is what you asked for. Don't be scared later." A purple light surrounded Duan Fei's body. The three girls Lan Kai, Haka, and Xi and Yu were all very surprised. Lan Kai shouted, "Here it is!" Suddenly, Lan Kai and Hakka felt disappointed and bored. The announcement board showed, character level, FM, ability level, F. Berserk. Duan Fei, who had not understood what was going on in his previous life, was happy. "Now I can lift a stone of several tons, how do you feel?" The levels of everyone else were displayed one by one. Lan Kai, S level. Hakka, a level. Along, a level. Duan Fei from the previous life saw this and panicked. He asked, "How come everyone else has abilities from a level and above?" He turned to Xi and Yu and asked, "By the way, what about Xi and Yu?" Xi and Yu's level was displayed, S level. Duan Fei from the previous life cried sadly. Xi and Yu did not understand what was going on and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" He answered her while crying, "Just leave me alone." Along said seriously, "Okay, stop joking. The most important thing now is to figure out what is happening." Senior Tan heard this and quickly agreed with Along. "That's right, this place is not convenient. Let's find a place to rest first." In a cave under the mountain, a scream rang out. "What did you say?" At the same time, Anna in this time was injured and looked very painful. Lan Kai asked in horror what she had heard. Duan Fei from before was a person from another time who crossed over here? Xi and Yu was also very shocked. How can this be possible? Duan Fei calmly answered their panic. That's right. I was told that. Along sat in a place and analyzed. Although it is hard to believe, but it can explain all of Duan Fei's actions before. And now the mature Duan Fei has returned to his own time. Senior Tan continued Along's words. That's right, next I will talk about the key point. First, I will explain a bit why I know everything so well. After the end of the world exploded, I received an ability from the Sea Ancient Scroll. Inside it recorded the things that will happen. My actions were all based on this book. A spaceship was flying in the sky. Senior Tan continued to speak. I also found out that besides Duan Fei, there is another leader of the Skynet who is also a crosser, and our biggest enemy right now is the Skynet. The people on the spaceship gathered in front of Manhwa. Lin Du asked in horror, what? You want us to reach S level in a short time? Manhwa sat on a chair and calmly answered, that's right. Manhwa said coldly and calmly, whoever is slowest will be killed immediately. You can absorb zombies or humans, whatever you want. On the side of the cave, Along asked doubtfully, is it possible to fight against the Skynet with just us? Senior Tan closed the book and said, the content only tells that much. Next, let him explain it. Duan Fei from the previous life explained to everyone about this action. Everyone had to take advantage of the time to level up quickly. This was also preparation for the things later. Our final goal was to defeat 3 extremely strong zombies and get their items. Along asked after hearing Duan Fei's explanation, will those items help us fight against the Skynet? Duan Fei from the previous life quickly answered Along's doubts. You can say that. It is not enough to rely on just us. The purpose of collecting items is to open the door of time and make another me come back here. Along understood what Duan Fei from the previous life said and said, so that's it, then we really have a chance to win against the Skynet. Lan Kai was happy when she heard that Duan Fei from another time could still come back. The strong Duan Fei can still come back. After explaining the action goal clearly, Tan Sr. stood up. Alright, I should also step back. Seeing that, Along was surprised and asked, Tan, are you not going to act with us? At the same time, Lan Kai was still happily asking about Duan Fei's previous life. Tell me in detail. Tan Sr. quickly explained to Along, what can I do with my fighting ability? Going to the battlefield will only hinder you. Besides, when you need me, I will appear again. Tan Sr. handed over the 6-winged star badge to Along and said, "The fate of the world is all up to you." Along held the badge in his hand and thought, "The next journey will be extremely dangerous. If anyone wants to withdraw, it is understandable. You can express your opinions." Lan Kai, after learning some valuable information from Duan Fei's previous life, happily said, "As Duan Fei's girlfriend, I definitely can't withdraw. I'm in." Haka behind him angrily said, "Damn it, I'm in too." The two brothers Duan Fei and Xinu had firm eyes. Xinu smiled and said, "We don't need to say it." Along saw everyone's determination and was full of enthusiasm. "Then from now on we are a team. Let's plan for the next journey together." Xinu had a serious face and quietly analyzed, "Things are getting more and more serious. What we can do now is to improve our own strength to share the burden with my brother." On this side of time and space, Duan Fei was facing one of the 3 strongest zombies in the world. The Hell Dragon was spitting out hot flames that wanted to burn Duan Fei. Duan Fei quickly dodged those flames. Suddenly, the dragon rushed over to eat Duan Fei. He swung his sharp sword and cut accurately into the dragon's body. Duan Fei's body was surrounded by a purple flame and his face was cold. The announcement board appeared, Refining Tower Level 550. Monster Level B, Domain Master Level, Negative State, Gravity plus 80%. Forbidden to use energy skills. Continue to receive burning effect. Reward evolution points times 5. Past level 550 challenge time, 5 minutes. Can go up to the next level. Level 550 to 600 is the final area to increase negative effects. Gravity increases to 100%, and forbidden energy skills continue to receive burning effects. Duan Fei stood in front of the next gate and said happily, "Finally reached the end area." Suddenly, the guide of the challenge road shouted, "Wait a minute. You disappeared for so long and just came back and passed so many levels. If you continue like this, I will lose my job soon." Tower clung to Duan Fei's leg and cried and begged, "Have mercy on me. Stop here for today. You are tired too." Duan Fei wiped his sweat and agreed with the guide's request. "Alright, I'm a bit exhausted too. And I haven't distributed the evolution points after absorbing the Heart of Time. I'll prepare a bit and then challenge the final area." Tower heard Duan Fei say that and happily agreed. The announcement board appeared, entering the Evolution Tree Palace. Duan Fei stood in front of the Evolution Tree and asked worriedly, "Evolution Tree, you look very weak. Are you okay?" The Evolution Tree calmly answered and reassured Duan Fei, "It's nothing. I'm just not used to this side. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Duan Fei replied to the Evolution Tree, "Then you rest well for this period of time. I'm going to distribute some evolution points." Duan Fei looked at the information displayed on the announcement board and was surprised. He didn't expect to increase by 3 levels this time. The announcement board showed the information, Seizing Energy Skill Level 6 Effect. All energy skills increase by 1 level. Contract Energy Skill Level 6 Contract Target increase by 1 Fire Charm Energy Skill Level 5 Attack Power increase by 60%. Shadow Kill Energy Skill Level 4 Shadow Clone increase to 4 Shadow Clones have 70% of the original body strength and can illusionize Force Energy Skill Level 3 Control Force increase by 30%. Breakthrough Energy Skill Level 3 Choose 3 targets at the same time. Strength Level 50 Agility Level 45 Reconnaissance Level 30 Spirit Level 9. Duan Fei looked at his current skills on the announcement board and exclaimed, "Spirit has reached level 9 already? Level 10 must have a significant change." The announcement board appeared, "To upgrade Spirit to level 10, you need 150000 evolution points. Remaining points 125310. Duan Fei looked at the points that the announcement board reported and said, 150,000 points? That seems a bit excessive. It took so long to save up and it's still not enough. Evolution tree, what do you think? Should I save it or use it to upgrade something else? The evolution tree quickly answered Duanfei, I think you can try to enter the spirit and see. Or save it until you encounter a situation that you can't cope with and then distribute it. Duanfei followed the advice of the evolution tree, okay. According to you, there is still a distance to reach level S. I'll adapt to the situation. Evolution tree replied to Duanfei, I trust you. The announcement board continued to appear, leaving the evolution tree palace. A hand handed a lunch box to him. Duanfei was surprised. He didn't expect the kid to know how to make lunch. Dinlin heard Duanfei say that and was angry. Strange. I take care of all the food and drink of the Black Queen. If you starve to death, the plan can't proceed. Otherwise, I would have ignored you long ago. Duanfei looked at Dinlin and smiled and said, thank you. Dinlin was frustrated and criticized Duanfei, yeah, clearly he is much stronger than you, but I don't know why he chose you. Duanfei looked at the lunchbox and said, do you know why I agreed to let you go with me? Because he mentioned you to me. Dinlin heard that and was curious, what? What did he say? Duanfei quickly replied to Dinlin, can I finish eating first? Dinlin was stubborn, 1 minute, give you 1 minute. After seeing Duanfei finish eating, Dinlin said, you're done eating. Hurry up and tell me what he said to you. Duanfei quickly answered Dinlin's questions. First of all, let me answer your first question why he chose me instead of him. Duanfei explained, when he fought with me, I could feel that he wanted to absorb me. He wanted to fight Nanvo himself. He continued, but when Nanvo appeared, the darkness inside him defeated him once again. The feeling of guilt and self-blame made him unable to trust that he could bear this responsibility once more. Duanfei pondered and then continued, finally, he used all his strength to bring me back here. Then I really knew everything he had gone through. Duanfei looked at Dinlin and said, I saw the kid in his memory. From beginning to end, the kid always trusted him. Now I have accepted everything he had to bear. I will help him to be completely free until the last moment. He mentioned the kid to me, so I think the kid is the one who deserves to witness all this the most. Dinlin listened to the whole story and darkened her face. She silently left and went somewhere else. Duanfei worried and asked Dinlin. Dinlin's eyes were tearful. She turned back and looked at Duanfei. Then she said angrily, what are you still doing there? Hurry up, the road is still long. Duanfei was very surprised. He smiled and nodded slightly. Duanfei suggested to Dinlin a bold idea. Walking takes a lot of time. He just happened to have a new ability and wanted to try it. The announcement board appeared, activate the avatar. Behind Duanfei appeared a shadow. The announcement board continued, the avatar uses illusion. Duanfei's eyes lit up and a giant wolf appeared. Duanfei saw it and was amazed. He didn't expect it to be possible. He just thought of Kim Bao as soon as he set off. Dinlin saw it and was also very surprised. You can also command zombies? Isn't this the Black Queen's ability? Duanfei quickly explained that this was because of his avatar's transformation, not a real zombie. He turned it into the shape of a friend of his named Kim Bao. Duanfei climbed onto Kim Bao's avatar's back and said, let's go, we have to hurry. Kim Bao's avatar flapped its wings and flew into the sky. A joking question was sent, but isn't this one called Hack Bao more appropriate? In the cave, a sneeze was heard. Kim Bao rubbed his small nose and wondered what was going on. A cold? Du Tu Guin saw it and said, I heard Miss Anna say that sneezing may be because someone is thinking of you. Hearing that, Kim Bao was happy. Really? Then it must be because Dad misses me. Du Tu Guin looked at everyone and said, humans are strange indeed. Brother Duan Fei suddenly became small. And look at the Black Queen, Miss Anna became huge. Along seriously analyzed the next action plan that had been determined, and indeed we don't have much time. If we have formed a team, then I think we need a captain. I think Haka is quite suitable for this job. She is originally a leader anyway. Haka heard that and declined. I'll pass on that. My apocalypse experience can't compare to everyone else's. Along, you do it. Among all of us, you are the most experienced and also understand the most about Vien Vong. Kim Bao suddenly approached Duan Fei in his previous life. Duan Fei in his previous life picked up Kim Bao and said, "You are so cute, but you are also a zombie?" Kim Bao struggled and barked loudly. Xianyu saw it and calmed him down. "Kim Bao, don't be afraid, he is your brother." Kim Bao immediately flew back to Xianyu's side. Duan Fei in his previous life stood silently watching everyone discuss tactics, while at this time no one paid attention to Duan Fei in his previous life either and still talked on their own. Lan Ky was eager and looked forward to Duan Fei's return every day. Along continued, "Let's go find the little vans first. It will be easier to work with more people." Xianyu silently looked at her brother. Duan Fei scratched his head quietly and gently walked out of the cave. Xianyu saw that and wondered, "Brother." Duan Fei stepped out of the cave and looked at the sky. Xianyu was worried, so she followed him out. The little girl asked with concern, "Brother, why did you come out here alone?" Duan Fei felt a bit of spirit when he saw his sister care for him and quickly replied, "It's nothing. It was a bit stuffy inside, so I came out for some air." Duan Fei smiled and teased Xianyu, "I didn't expect your legs to recover so quickly. You were already taller than me before I noticed." Xianyu said angrily, "Isn't it because you're picky and only eat those junk foods all day?" Duan Fei laughed and said, "I won't dare to do that anymore after this. Now I'm satisfied with just a bowl of white rice." Duan Fei looked at his little sister and said, "Xianyu, tell me what you've been through during this time." Xianyu began to recount the things that she and her teammates had experienced. She even used her body to describe the actions of the monsters. Duan Fei saw that and his eyes lit up with determination. The two siblings laughed and talked happily, dispelling their worries and fears from before. Duan Fei and Xianyu went to sit by the rock wall. Xianyu confided, "It's been a long time since we talked like this." Duan Fei agreed with his sister, "That's right. Over there, I had to see an uncle every day." Duan Fei continued to talk about his thoughts, "But I didn't expect you guys to go through so much here. Fortunately, there was Duan Fei to keep everyone safe. And when I came over here, I found out that Xianyu over there had died. He was scared and chose to abandon his disabled sister. He had to live with this regret for 20 years. Xianyu remembered the moment before the zombies appeared. Duan Fei had hugged her tightly and she said, "So that's why he said those words then." Duan Fei looked thoughtfully at his little sister. Xianyu closed her eyes and thought, there really have been a lot of things happening during this time. Suddenly, Duan Fei called his sister's name, Xianyu. Duan Fei asked with a dark face, "Xianyu, do you feel that I?" As he was speaking, Along came out of the cave and called Duan Fei and Xianyu back in. "Duan Fei, Xianyu, Anna is awake. Come in and get ready to leave." Xianyu heard the announcement and said, "Anna is awake? We're coming in," she said to Along and then turned to ask Duan Fei, "Brother, what were you going to say?" Duan Fei quickly answered his little sister, "Oh, it's nothing. It's not important. We can talk about it later." Duan Fei stretched his shoulders and stood up to go inside. He muttered to himself, "It seems busy later on. Come on, come on." He left Xianyu behind with doubts. Duan Fei sighed and complained, "I still don't have the courage to ask Xianyu." Suddenly something made him startled. It was Xianu running over from afar. She smiled and asked, "Brother, what are you mumbling about by yourself? Oh, are you wondering who Sister Haka or Sister Lan Kai will choose? Right?" Duan Fei heard his sister ask such a mischievous question and was flustered. He said, You're talking nonsense. I don't even know them well. Besides, I've told you before that my first love has to be in college. Xianu smiled brightly and said, "Well then, we have to hurry up and finish this or else summer vacation will be over soon." Duan Fei chuckled softly. "You still have the mood to joke with me? Actually, I don't need to ask. I know that I can't protect Xianu's smile. The one who can do it is Duan Fei." In another spacetime, Duan Fei and Ding Lin were about to approach the next gate. This was the place where the hellish dragon lived. They did not expect to see an island like this here. Below, there were many boats parked. Only those who had A-level or higher abilities or were led by an S-level person could enter the island. Duan Fei looked down from above and said, "There are so many people here." Ding Lin quickly replied, "No, those are the candidates who have to pass the test to join the attack team." "Okay, let's land over there." The two flew down to the foot of the volcano. The avatar of Jin Bao landed successfully. Duan Fei looked around and said, "It's really crowded." Duan Fei stroked the head of Jin Bao's avatar and said, "You worked hard." It turns out that maintaining the avatar consumes so much physical strength. Ding Lin ran to another direction and told Duan Fei, "You wait here for me for a moment. I'll go register for you." Suddenly, there was a whispering sound from afar. "Hey, look at that kid over there." Two men looked at Duan Fei and laughed mockingly. "He looks so stupid. He thinks anyone can come here. You can tell he's just here to watch. He won't pass the test and join the team later." The arrogant people continued to talk. But you can understand them. After all, this is the last time they recruit outsiders to join the team. Even those who are desperate dare to come and try their luck. That's right. After all, this is an S-level zombie. As long as you participate and kill it, you will get a huge reward. There are many people who died because of this. If I remember correctly, they have failed 20 times already. Every time there are casualties. Duan Fei ignored the unpleasant whispers about him and just smiled quietly. He thought to himself, "Seeing these people makes me feel like I'm back." Suddenly, a voice came over. "Excuse me, please move aside." Someone passed by Duan Fei and startled him. Duan Fei looked at the girl who just passed by and thought to himself, "This feeling, she is." A flag with a spear was raised up. There was a small camp at the foot of the volcano. Outside, there were soldiers guarding it. An officer was reporting to his superior. "Report, the soldiers who signed up to attack the hellish dragon have gathered." The superior sitting on the chair said, "Good, prepare to test their abilities and select the 8 strongest ones." The officer handed out 2 letters and said, "Yes, here are 2 letters of recommendation from the other side. I hope we can take a look at them." The leader took the 2 letters and said, "Letters of recommendation? Are they those who want to use their connections to get a spot on the team? Let's see who they are this time. Oh, one is from La Duong from the refugee camp. The other one is even more shocking. The Black Queen, which actually recommended a human to come here." The leader pushed his glasses lightly and said, "It seems that we can't let these 2 lose face easily. But they still have to participate in a round of ability test." He continued, "Go, I will go to the scene myself and see what abilities these 2 have." On the table were 2 application forms. Duan Fei, A-level Shadow Killer ability. Xiaku, A-level Memory Force ability. Duan Fei asked from behind, "Excuse me, are you Xiaku?" Xiaku turned around and looked at Duan Fei calmly and replied, "Yes, you are. I don't remember meeting you before." Duan Fei quickly made up an excuse. Oh, I saw you at the refugee camp, but I guess you didn't notice me. Duan Fei thought to himself, I thought Xiaku would be very different in this world because of her age, but she doesn't look much different from Xiaku in my world. Haka heard Duan Fei say that and immediately doubted that it was wrong. Anyone who could come here had strong abilities, and if there was someone with such power in the refugee camp, I would surely know. Tell me quickly, who are you really? Duan Fei panicked and calmed Haka down. Miss, calm down. I just came to say hello. But Haka still did not stop doubting Duan Fei. You are very suspicious. Duan Fei thought to himself, she is really sensitive. Suddenly, a voice came and everyone was silent. The leader from the rock wall said in a loud voice. I am the president of the association in charge of guarding the Hell Dragon prison. You can call me No Intent. I am very happy that you have come to participate in this Hell Dragon hunting activity. I will not hide anything from you. This activity has failed 23 times already, and each time the losses were very heavy. This will be the last time we recruit fighters from outside. If we fail again this time, we will declare this place as a forbidden area to ensure the safety of humans. No Intent continued. Next, we will test your abilities to select the 8 strongest people. And let me add one more thing, if anyone comes with a lucky mentality to get the spoils of war, I advise you to leave right away. It is terrifying inside, beyond what you can imagine. A long line of people was waiting to enter the cave. No Intent stood outside and said, line up neatly and then enter one by one for testing. One of the candidates for fighting the dragon said. Finally, it's time to see if my life will bloom or not. Haka looked around and said. Why are there so many people here? I don't know if I can be chosen or not. Duan Fei stood behind and asked. Have they always recruited people like this? And also, that guy named No Intent, does he always participate? Haka quickly answered. Yes, it's always like this and he's always there, there's nothing to doubt about him. His strategy must be above S level, but even so, he still failed more than 20 times. You can imagine how horrible the Hell Dragon is. No Intent was looking at the profiles of those who participated in the challenge. Duan Fei pondered for a while. Haka turned to look at Duan Fei and asked. Do you really want to join? You look like you don't know anything. Duan Fei quickly answered. This is my first time here. No matter what, this is a valuable experience. Haka heard that and said. It's up to you. At this time, No Intent said. The next person is Haka's turn. She said to Duan Fei. I'll go first then. He also cheered her on. Yeah, go ahead. No Intent saw them talking to each other and thought to himself. Do they know each other? No Intent looked at Duan Fei and said. You two go in together to save time. There are still many people behind you. Duan Fei was surprised. Really? The two of them walked in together. No Intent followed them and said to his subordinate, here, leave it to me, you go outside and watch out for me. No Intent explained briefly how it worked. 2 people who go first stand up here and put your hand on that place, that's it. Both of them were nominated so their abilities could be guaranteed, so they just needed to check them briefly. Haka immediately refused. No need, just follow the normal standards. She continued, if you don't have enough strength, you will only get in the way if you enter. Vo Wai looked at the display screen and exclaimed, the peak strength is only a little bit away from reaching level S. Duan Fei heard that and thought to himself. He didn't expect Haka's strength here to be so strong. Haka turned to look at the leader and asked, is it up to standard now? Vo Wai quickly answered, these indicators are completely up to the standard of the assault team. Please move to the rest area and wait a bit. Haka approached Duan Fei's position and said, he and I are both recommended by La Jung, so let me wait for him here. Vo Wai hesitant when he heard Haka's request. The leader said, he is not recommended by La Jung, but by the Black Queen. Haka was surprised. What did you say? The Black Queen recommended a person? How is this possible? I thought she had nothing to do with humans. Duan Fei stepped onto the test position and said, "This is a long story. I will tell you when I have time. Can I test now?" Vo Wai quickly replied, "Of course you can. Please put your hand on it and use your power." Duan Fei thought to himself, it seems that the misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. In short, he had to try his best to reduce unnecessary trouble as much as possible. As for the test indicators, he just had to control them to be about the same as Haka. Duan Fei tensed up and reminded himself, "That's right, use a gentle force." Rays of light flashed around Duan Fei. The people who had mocked Duan Fei before stood outside waiting and continued to whisper, "That guy has been in there for a long time. Is the test difficult? Do we have any hope? Don't worry, he must have failed and is crying and begging in there." A light flashed in the cave. Although he had told himself to use a gentle force, the energy that Duan Fei produced still caused pressure outside, making the people outside panic and scream. The energy is too strong. Is he? No way. Impossible. A powerful energy source radiated from Duan Fei. Vo Wai was shocked when he saw this, too strong. Haka was also equally surprised. What? Duan Fei didn't know what was happening and still reassured himself, very good, very moderate. Vo Wai and Haka looked at the screen that measured the power indicators. Haka couldn't help but wonder how the indicators were measured. A scream came out. Are you kidding me? Full of all indicators. But why is it still level A? With these indicators, it should be above level S. What is going on? A silence surrounded the test area. Both Vo Wai and Haka doubted in unison. Duan Fei worried and thought to himself, it seems that I still went overboard. I was misunderstood even more. That's right, he couldn't look like nothing happened. Duan Fei pretended to cough a few times. I used all my strength. My body is exhausted. Silence enveloped the space again. The two people still doubted him. Duan Fei looked even more suspicious. Duan Fei sweated all over his body from anxiety. It seemed that he really had no talent for lying. Vo Wai expressed his interest in Duan Fei. Interesting. You are Duan Fei, right? Can I ask you a question? Why did the Black Queen send someone as strong as you here? It can't be just for the loot, right? After thinking it over, Duan Fei finally decided, well, I should tell the truth. I came here to save the world. Haka and Wu Yi heard this and fell silent. Wu Yi forced a smile and said, well, that's great. Anyway, congratulations. You two have qualified to join the attack. Now go to the tent behind me and rest for a while. We will gather again later. Haka and Duan Fei entered the tent. Duan Fei asked Haka, don't you believe me either? The beautiful girl answered casually, okay, I believe you. Are you happy now? Duan Fei was startled. The people who had passed the test before were already waiting in the tent. Duan Fei thought to himself, it turns out that there are already many qualified people. Feng Ni at this time saw Duan Fei and Haka enter and said, oh, the incident just now must have been caused by them. Maybe it was that man. Win at this time also joined the discussion. I think it was the woman. I have heard of her before. She is a top fighter at the La Duong refugee camp. Hunan did not join the conversation between the two. An announcement sounded, next person, hurry up. The Thursday and Zokal ran over. The Thursday made a request, yes, we are a team. Can we go in together? The gatekeeper agreed, okay, go in. The Thursday shouted, yes, Zokal, hurry up. The two brothers were depressed. We didn't expect to pass the test because the energy surge just now made almost everyone retreat. As a result, we got lucky. Zaka also said dejectedly, yeah, big brother, we don't fit in with them at all. The Thursday comforted Zaka, don't worry, the protagonist is always alone anyway. Haka saw the two brothers enter and said, that makes 8 people. The two brothers De Thursday and Zaka looked at Duan Fei and continued to whisper, big brother, look at that guy. He also passed the test. Could it be that the terrifying energy surge just now was caused by him? De Thursday denied it, no way, look at his appearance. It must have been done by that girl. Wu Yi entered and said, first of all, congratulations to everyone, but don't be too happy. The nightmare has just begun. Now you can get to know each other and form teams. Each team has 4 people, but you can only pair up with up to 3 people in a team to ensure that there will be one person from our society as a pioneer. I suggest that you know each other's abilities before forming teams and try to make the team composition reasonable. We will fill in the gaps for you. The leader continued, we have given you all the things you need to pay attention to. The action will start tomorrow morning. Rest well tonight. Duan Fei held the document in his hand and thought. Feng Nia came to greet Duan Fei and made a proposal, hello, how about joining my team? With me, you won't suffer any damage at all. A notice appeared, Feng Nia's ability level, Blessing level A can provide enhancement and healing effects for the target. Duan Fei refused, sorry, but Haka and I have decided to form a team together. We don't need anyone else. Feng Nia was angry when Duan Fei refused, how dare you reject me? Don't drink when offered wine, but drink when punished. Win also came over and said, besides, she might not even want to team up with you. Miss Haka, please join my team. You can entrust your safety to me. A notice appeared, Win's ability level, Bat Monster. Haka immediately refused. She said, he doesn't need it. Thank you. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and wanted to put it on Haka's shoulder. He said, don't reject me so quickly. Duan Fei was angry. He grabbed Win's wrist and said, don't you understand human language? Duan Fei's body was full of anger. The two brothers De Zhu and Cho Go were standing outside and watching. They were scared and joked, that guy is tired of living. He is a person with power close to level S. He is crazy. Win was angry and let go of his hand. Otherwise, he would be a dry corpse now. Duan Fei was not afraid. He challenged him and said, if you are good, just try it and see who dies first. A stream of energy pressure was emitted from both of them. The point where their arms met was glowing. The ground around them sank down. Haka was standing outside and wondering. She thought, this energy is stronger than the test by several times. Who is he? The people in the tent were also startled by the huge energy source. Win's eyes lit up. He shouted angrily, die! A foot was flying towards Wu Yi. He grabbed Duan Fei in Win's hands and stopped the fight. He said seriously, that's enough for a competition. Please respect me a little bit, okay? Win was arrogant just now, but now he was scared. He said, if you say so, I will follow your wishes. The leader was happy and thanked him for cooperating. Wu Yi turned to ask Duan Fei, what about you? Duan Fei was silent and thought for a while. Wu Yi was angry and said sarcastically, I understand. The leader was happy and thanked him for cooperating. Wu Yi continued to say, okay, that's it for this matter. I don't want to see any internal fighting again. The leader turned to ask Haka, Miss Haka, Duan Fei proposed to team up with you. What do you think? Haka quickly answered, I have no problem with that. Feng Nia was unhappy when she heard that. Wu Yi continued to ask Duan Fei, do you want to team up with anyone else? Duan Fei answered, no, 2 of us are enough. The leader said again, I see. The others should also find teammates for themselves quickly. Xuan Sun went to Huang Nia and Wen's place and proposed, "My ability is mental shielding. I want to team up with you too." A notice board appeared. Xuan Sun has level B damage sharing ability that can take part of the damage for teammates and reduce 50% of the damage he receives by himself. 100% depending on the level. Xuan Sun suggested, "I will be the tank. Miss Huang Nia will help me recover. As for the damage, it will be Wen." I think this arrangement is quite reasonable. Huang Nia agreed after hearing Xuan Sun's proposal. She said, "It sounds good to me." Wen also said, "I have no objection either." The two brothers De Zhu and Cho Go asked the remaining person to team up with them. They said, "If I remember correctly, you are Huan Nan. Do you want to team up with us?" They were introducing their abilities to him. "Huan Nan, my ability is to have thick skin and flesh, so I can go ahead. This guy has a very sensitive nose, so he can scout ahead. In the unknown area, with our support, you will surely have smooth sailing." Zhao Ka added, "That's right, I'm his dog." The announcement board showed, Da True, level a mutant power, Wild Boar Strength, level C, Zhao Ka, level a mutant power, Hunting Dog Strength, level C. The announcement board continued to show, Huan Nan, level S mutant power, Illusion Eye, level A. When facing each other, he will make the opponent fall into an illusory world and confuse their mental state. Seeing Huan Nan draw his sword, the two brothers were scared and shouted, "Sorry, we apologize, please pretend we didn't say anything." The slashes they created scared the two of them. Da Trong was so scared that he closed his eyes and asked, "Am I dead yet?" Zhao Ka pointed to the ground and said, "Big brother, look quickly." On the ground was engraved the word "OK." The two brothers calmed down and said, "He agreed with us. It turns out he is not only blind but also mute." Unintentionally speaking like that, the teams were determined. He continued, "Everyone can rest tonight and gather at 9 o'clock tomorrow. The volcano under the starry sky." Duan Fei and Haka were approaching the cliff. Duan Fei said, "Sorry for calling you out so late. Is there anything wrong?" Haka quickly replied, "No problem, just tell me what's going on." Duan Fei began to say, "Your purpose here is not for those spoils of war, but you are here to investigate Vo Wai or this attack, right?" Haka was surprised and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Duan Fei continued to explain, "Don't worry, I'm not from their side. It's just that with my understanding of you, you wouldn't risk it for things like spoils of war. So you must be here for the refugee camp. Of course, that alone won't make you trust me, so let me show you this." He made the rubble glow and fly up in the air. Haka saw that and was surprised to ask, "Mental power? How come you also have it?" Duan Fei answered her question, "That's right, this is your mutant power. Before the apocalypse broke out, you were a police officer. After the apocalypse broke out, you joined the refugee camp of La Commander." Duan Fei continued, "Please trust me. I need detailed information about Vo Wai and this operation. I feel that he is not as simple as he seems. He sincerely hopes that we can cooperate with each other." Duan Fei thought to himself, "What just happened? I was supposed to contract his mutant power but it failed and also his energy output." Haka said, "No one survived. Those who participated in the attack before, except for those in his guild, no one survived. That includes our refugee camp staff. This time I came here to investigate this matter." Duan Fei asked back, "No one survived to return? What is Vo Wai's mutant power?" She explained, "Vo Wai is known as the first person to receive dual mutant powers. The first one is 10,000 Thunder Peak, level S. The second one is still unknown because no one has seen him use it. But it is said to be also level S. But the outside evaluation of him is quite positive." Duan Fei thought, "Dual mutant powers level S? At the shelter tent Vo held Duan Fei's file up. He smiled wickedly and said, "Duan Fei? Interesting." Everyone was sitting on Kim Bao's back to move to the small island ahead. Anna looked at Duan Fei's previous life and exclaimed, "Wow, is this really Duan Fei? He's so tiny now." Duan Fei's previous life was annoyed and thought, "What did that guy do over here?" He turned around and all he saw were girls. Suddenly someone asked, "Where's Xian Long?" Xian answered him seriously. She said that Sister Xiao Van and her group were nearby, so they went to pick them up and then told us to meet at the destination. Kim Bao, find a place to land. Kim Bao landed near a volcano mouth. A voice came to Xian. "Have you arrived?" Ka saw Long and quickly asked him. "Long Xie, how are you and what is the situation?" Long immediately answered Ka. "We have already investigated around here once. The entrance is right there." Duan Fei from the previous life also quickly added. "Then let's prepare a little and then set off." Xian saw a stranger and immediately asked, "Who is this?" Long quickly answered. "He is an S-level fighter that Xiao Van just found. His name is Wu Yi." Wu Yi shyly greeted everyone. "Hello everyone." Long happily introduced Wu Yi. "He's awesome, he has 2 different abilities. He was interested in our action, so he joined us." Wu Yi continued. "Please help me out." Xian took the initiative to shake hands with Wu Yi and welcomed him to join us. "We are short of people right now, what are your abilities?" Wu Yi hesitated and said. "The first one is 10,000 Thunder Peak, the second one is..." From afar, Lao Ha and Yu Guang were hiding. Lao Ha happily said, "It's really not wrong to listen to you. They are also looking for S-level fighters. Just follow the list and we can find them." Yu Guang sarcastically said. "Use your brain more to help Lao Ha," and asked again. "But what are they doing here? They haven't acted yet?" Yu Guang quickly answered. "Wait a little longer, it seems they are planning to do something. When that happens, we will make a surprise attack and catch them off guard." The volcano mouth was emitting black smoke. At this time, the officer was reporting to Wu Yi. "Have they gathered yet?" Wu Yi arrived at the gathering point and said, "Let's prepare a little and then set off. First of all, we need to fill up the teams with enough people." The leader introduced him. "This is Nacian, his ability is stealth, very suitable for investigation, he will join Wen's team." The announcement board showed up, Nacian's stealth ability level B. Wu Yi continued, "This is Nilin, she is a healer, she will join Wen Gat's team." The announcement board showed, Nilin recovery ability level B. There were more people introduced. "This is Tai Sun, he specializes in Tan and is also the most attacking person, he will join Duan Fei's team." The announcement board showed up, Tai Sun's sarcasm ability level C. The leader said, "All right, let's set off then. Open the transfer door." The transfer door was being opened. Wu Yi said, "Let's go then." Everyone Duan Fei prepared to step through the transfer door. The zombie monsters were rushing fast towards them. Wu Yi calmly pulled out his sword. He swiftly slashed a few sharp lines. The leader turned back and said to their group of people, "I'm done here, what are you guys still doing? These trivial things don't need you guys to do anything, just save some energy for later when it's your turn to go on stage." There were many paths in front of them. Wu Yi said, "Let's split into 4 paths here, 3 teams only. You guys divide yourselves into one of the caves, and I will go alone into one cave." Suddenly someone said, "What's going on? Why is it getting hotter every day?" The leader explained, "We are now in the center of the volcano. As you said, the temperature will get higher and higher. You can say that at this temperature you won't be able to stand it for 10 hours. So we need to find the crystals that can resist high temperatures in the caves. Just follow the path and move forward. We will meet again inside. Then use the crystals to go straight into the lava and reach the lair of Hell Dragon. Win wondered, one person, one team like that? Does that mean you alone can do this? Then why don't you collect enough crystals and go straight to the dragon or attack straight from the ground down there? Vo explained to Win that his question was a bit stupid. Win was not wrong. He said that he could collect enough crystals by himself. But if they could not pass this entrance test, they would only die at the dragon's place. Before, there was a case where only one team safely got the crystals and they continued to advance. In the end, the result was that they failed completely. So they needed to pass this test by themselves to qualify to continue forward. And they absolutely could not attack from the ground. Doing so would destroy the structure of this mountain and make it collapse. Haka wondered if all the people who participated before died on the way to find these crystals. The leader quickly answered that unfortunately it was true. That was why he decided that this would be the last time he recruited people from outside to participate. He really did not want any more tragedies to happen. If they failed this time, he would also give up completely, and they were also the strongest attack team ever. Haka pondered. When Nan said that if they were all here already, then they should quickly think of how to do what they needed to do. They could talk about other things after surviving. Da Tru said that was exactly what his big brother wanted to say. Win said they should not think too much. He asked like that not because he was afraid of death, but only wanted to save time. He was not the weakest in terms of strength. Win mocked that he only wanted to help someone. Duan Fei said they should start quickly or else it would be troublesome with fewer people later. Vo agreed and said they should prepare their spirits and get ready to depart soon. Win cursed and said he should wait and see. They each stepped into the cave. Duan Fei asked directly but did not get anything, so they just continued to move forward and would see soon enough. Haka followed and said they could only do that. Tai-sun was curious if they had any other goals besides attacking. Duan Fei asked him if he could tell them about the situation here since he was the one who participated the most times. Did all the others really die? Did this have anything to do with Vo? Tai-sun was silent and then advised him to throw away this thought for now. He said he should not ask too much about Vo's matter. Vo was silent. A huge monster's foot appeared. They had eyes like fire. Tai-sun stood in front of Haka and Duan Fei and said they should stay behind him. The monster was a hell giant mouth of rank A with lava in its body that had high temperature and could melt everything. Tai-sun said he would attract the monster's attention and their job was to attack it. He withdrew his words and activated his power immediately. Unexpectedly, the monster easily bit his arm. Duan Fei saw that the situation was bad and also moved forward to help. He hit the monster's head hard and made it think it was about to reach enlightenment. Immediately, his leg and the monster's contact point burst into flames. Duan Fei quickly retreated back and Haka used his power to control hundreds of stones to attack the monster. It screamed in pain and its body exploded. Seeing that the situation seemed better, Tai-sun told everyone to take advantage of their victory and move forward. But things didn't seem to be that simple. There was a strange light coming from the smoke. The monster not only didn't flinch, but also spat fire at them. The ground was sunken where the fire hit. Anyone who was unlucky enough to not dodge would only end up seeing naked chickens. It was too dangerous to let it go. We don't have anyone to heal us if we get injured, and that will delay our journey. Duan Fei volunteered to fight. Tai-sun was surprised next to him. Could Duan Fei fight the A-level monster alone? Don't worry, just leave it to me, Duan Fei confidently said. The solo battle between Duan Fei and Hellhound officially began. The huge heads of the monster started to attack Duan Fei. But he was still calm and handsome, tilting his head to dodge in a very cool way. His tears didn't fall, but the game still ended. His eyes shone brightly. He thought to himself, I have to control my power here, or it will be troublesome if I collapse. Duan Fei slightly raised his hand and cut off one of the monster's heads. Ka stood behind and witnessed it with admiration. He was too strong to be an A-level power. Could there really be someone who could hide their level? Who was he really? Duan Fei's eyes still shone brightly. He didn't say much and directly finished off the monster in one blow. Tai Sun saw that and wondered. He killed the A-level monster so easily, who was he really? Duan Fei didn't explain much either, he just said, didn't I tell you already? I'm the one who saves the world. Let's go. Hearing that, Ka didn't say anything and silently followed him. Duan Fei called Tai Sun, who was standing still in one place, and told him to hurry up or the other teams would get ahead. One by one, the teams also passed the illusion gate. Win's team did too. Vo Wai was watching from afar, observing every move of each team. It seemed that the quality of the people chosen this time was high. Maybe this time there will be some progress. He wondered how many people would make it here. Activate the Silent Cage ability. Silent Cage is your second ability, right? Xianu asked Vo Wai. He answered, yes, it can seal the target's ability and disable it. Oh my god, how ugly. So you still have another ability that you can use? Xianu asked him again. Yes, he answered, but it's a bit hard to say. Seeing that, she didn't force him to say anything. It's okay if you don't want to say it. I don't mean that, wait until I finish this thing and I'll tell you. He said awkwardly. Xianu happily said, okay then, promise me. Duan Fei walked ahead and saw his sister talking and laughing with a boy and was very annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. Duan Fei, these monsters are so strong here and there are only a few of us, are we really okay? Ka was a bit uneasy. This place has just been apocalyptic for not long and hasn't fully developed yet, so we'll be fine. Duan Fei reluctantly answered but still held a grudge against the bastard who kept clinging to his sister and muttered in his heart, you bastard, wait until another me comes back, I'll definitely punch you away. Suddenly, Little Van discovered that they had a guest to play with. Everyone entered the battle mode, ready to fight the monster that attacked the third barrier. Huan Nan used a few simple punches to deal with the monster. The two guys behind him looked at him with admiration and said, Big brother, let us follow you. They admired how he easily solved the third barrier and said, we are so awesome. Then they asked, Big brother, we haven't seen you use your special power at all. Can you show us something? Huan Nan replied, how can I use my sword to write something on the ground? The two guys were dumbfounded. Huan Nan had a special power of level S called Illusionary of level A. When he looked at someone, he would make them fall into an illusory world and confuse their mental state. The words he wrote on the ground were, I am blind, how can I look at others? The two guys read it and became even more dumbfounded. Huan Nan turned his back and smiled lightly. The two guys behind him doubted their life. One said to the other, it seems that Big Brother is very happy with the lame joke he made. In a moment, Huan Nan felt something. Suddenly, a huge foot appeared from nowhere and broke the stone wall. The two guys behind him were shocked by the scene. The foot belonged to a level S monster called Hell Bull. The fat guy blamed the skinny guy, what are you doing? There is an enemy and you didn't smell it? The skinny guy replied awkwardly, I don't know either. I didn't smell anything. You are useless when it matters. Big brother is gone and now you are gone too. Then it's only me left, the fat guy said bitterly. The fat guy turned into a giant wheel and rolled at the speed of light. This move was called Pig Attack. He shouted at Huan Nan, Big brother, get out of the way and let me handle this. Don't look down on me, I'm very tough. Then he was tough enough to be punched by the monster and flew away to the west. The fat guy was injured and said in disbelief, "I can't believe it. I lost my special power too. Where's Nylin? I have to ask her what's going on." After witnessing the scene, they wondered where the fat guy flew to. Could it be that this was all arranged by the unintentional? On this side, Huan Nan was fighting with the monster. He couldn't see anything, but he dodged the attacks smoothly. Huan Nan gathered his strength into his sword and prepared to attack the monster. He rushed towards the monster and the monster also shot out its sharp horns towards Huan Nan. He calmly dealt with them one by one, and after cutting off almost 10 horns, Huan Nan felt something was wrong. A rain of lava was heading straight towards him. Huan Nan took off his coat that was tied around his waist and turned it into a huge shield to block the rain of lava. He also wrapped it around the monster. Huan Nan decisively cut through the monster's body and killed it in a cool pose. After killing the monster, Huan Nan received a lava-resistant crystal. The fat guy came back from somewhere and started flattering him. "Big brother, you are so awesome. You don't need your special power to be so strong." The skinny guy next to him exposed him and said, he couldn't use his special power anyway. The fat guy told them what happened. Nylin disappeared and he felt that his loss of special power was due to the unintentional. The skinny guy next to him suggested, "Why don't we give up?" Huan Nan fell into deep thought, and from the darkness someone came forward and said, "You are here already?" The man heard someone's voice and turned around to look. The girl came up and asked, "Did you come out before the deadline?" The man answered, "I don't need to watch to know the result. Once those people lose their abilities, they are just ordinary people. They cannot fight against the S-class monsters, so death is only a matter of time." Win on this side is in a precarious situation. His teammates have been captured by the monster. But he can only watch his teammates being eaten alive by the monster. He cannot defeat it. The girl said with despair, "It's almost over. To be honest, I don't want to do this job anymore." The man kindly reminded her, "Okay, be careful not to let the boss hear you. You will be done for." Who can keep a righteous heart at this point? Trying to save their own lives is already good enough. We have led many A-class fighters here. As long as they die in this volcano, their energy will be absorbed by the Hell Dragon. When we kill it, we will get more rewards. Everything is under the control of the boss, Wu-Yi. By then, we will also get a generous reward and join the ranks of the S-class people. The girl asked again, "Where's Taishan?" The team he led. It seems that there are only 3 people left. They should have come out by now, right? There seems to be a guy that the boss is interested in, the man replied with contempt. No matter how strong he is useless. The man patiently said, "Wait a little longer. It's his old problem. He won't leave until he sees the mission completed." Taishan on this side was shocked when he witnessed Duan Fei killing the Hell Bull with his bare hands. Duan Fei held the crystal that fell from the body of the Hell Bull in his hand and calmly asked Taishan, "It's time to tell the truth. What did Wu Yi do to us?" Taishan pretended to be ignorant. "I don't know what you are talking about. Our abilities have been sealed off. Actually, I don't need you to tell me. This must be Wu Yi's second ability, right? That explains why no one could pass this test before. After their abilities were sealed off, they could only die here." Duan Fei knew everything early on. He even guessed that Wu Yi made everyone die here to feed the Hell Dragon. Taishan didn't hide it anymore. He advised Duan Fei and his friends to run away. He explained to Duan Fei that he was right. But even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. "You are very strong, but you are not his opponent after all.